With a forceful effort, Li Xuansheng opened his eyes, only to be greeted not by a clear sky, but by an overwhelming darkness. Yet, amidst this boundless gloom, a faint glimmer of light flickered obscuredly. Sensing the emptiness in his vision and gaze, an instinctive urge arose within him, as a novice in the realm of martial arts, to channel a modicum of energy to assess his surroundings. However, before he could further attune himself to the situation, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind. "Brother, what has happened to you?" Xiao Shuang is useless. All the money we saved at home has been spent, yet you still haven't recovered. Brother, please do not move. Uncle Nio and the others have warned you that movement could exacerbate your injuries. Accompanied by the melodious voice of a young girl, two warm, small hands pressed down on Li Xuansheng, who was wrapped up like a dumpling yet still restless. She whispered soothingly in his ear, her words laden with helplessness and anxiety. "Brother, who is being called? Could it be me? Ouch, my body, with its 206 bones, has suffered 73 fractures. Yin Tongming, Chu Fuxing, how ruthless you are to have so mercilessly." As he listened to the voice beside him, strange, yet vaguely familiarly, Xiansheng attempted to articulate his thoughts. Yet, it seemed that all sound were trapped at the threshold of his throat, unable to escape. Regrettably, before he could finish his retorts, an overwhelming force suddenly descended upon him, drowning his consciousness without a trace of sound reverberating outward. Indeed, dear brother, that is correct. Uncle Nio has mentioned that as long as you can remain quietly at home for a month, your injuries will heal swiftly. However, our household is currently devoid of even a single coin. I must weave some more grass mats to sell, or we shall face starvation. But it's so late, and little Shuang is truly exhausted. No, I cannot sleep. My brother has yet to recover. Little Shuang cannot sleep. Accompanied by the gentle, soothing murmurs of the girl, a soft, unconscious hum soon follows, and then silence envelopes the simple room, leaving only the sound of two gentle breaths. Life seems to be rather arduous. Li Xuansheng lay calmly on the hard bed beneath him. To call a bed would be rather misleading. It was merely a flattened wooden board laid upon several even stones. From the moment he opened his eyes at the break of dawn, Li Xuansheng had already realized that he was no longer in his original world, though he was equally unclear about the world he now inhabited. This must be what is referred to in Daoist texts as possession. As a doctor of Taoism, Li Xuansheng could comprehend the concept of possession, albeit it was rather abrupt. In his previous life, he had been captivated by the legends of immortals within his cultural heritage, which led him resolutely down the path of seeking and cultivating immortality. Thus, 30 years passed, during which he had perused countless Daoist and Buddhist texts, as well as mythological writings of foreign tribes. Yet alas, he had found nothing. The pursuit of immortality was merely an illusion. Although there was no progress in the cultivation of immortality, there were some advancements in the practice of national martial arts. Through personal comprehension and seeking guidance, I reached the nascent dark strength realm within, akin to the initial birth of internal energy in my previous life. Then, as if fortune smiled upon me, after extensive consideration, I finally discovered a trace of a true immortal within a time-worn tome. This trace lay at the reverse scale of the ancestral dragon, situated at the pinnacle of Kunlun Mountain. To enhance the likelihood of a successful exploration, I reluctantly invited several investors to join me in this venture. The subsequent expedition unfolded as I had fervently anticipated, leading to the discovery of the ruins of a Taoist temple at that very location. While it remains uncertain whether this site was left by an immortal, it was evident that it was no ordinary Taoist temple. Within the remnants of this sacred ground, I uncovered a series of astonishing phenomena. The allure of wealth and the tantalizing prospect of an immortal's presence drove many to madness. Despite exercising utmost caution, as I stepped into the heart of the Taoist ruins, the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, I was suddenly overwhelmed by a deluge of bricks and timber, leaving me with no strength to resist. Enough, enough, let it be. There is no use in dwelling on this. The past has vanished, and the present is uncertain. If there are tales of soul transference, could it be that an immortal truly left their mark here? Interestingly, this body is also named Li Xuansheng, which holds a certain significance. The final experiences of my previous life wafted through my mind like fleeting images, ultimately dissipating into oblivion. I gently shook my stiff head, offering a faint smile, choosing to disregard it all. As the saying of my ancestors goes, since one has come, let one find peace in it. Lying motionless on the wooden bed, the memories inherent to this body gradually assimilated into my being, shedding light on the surroundings of this world. My head slowly turned at a slight angle, gazing out the window of a dilapidated house. There, gentle rays of sunlight streamed in, transforming into beams that cast their warmth within the room, gracing the bed. Healing the 73 fractured bones throughout my body presents quite a challenge. Having integrated most of the memories, Li Xuansheng was acutely aware of his Buddhist plight, the consequence of provoking trouble and being besieged and beaten by others, leading to his current condition. At the current rate of nourishing my blood and energy, it will take at least a month before I can walk again. A month? That seems unreasonable, could it be? Li Xuansheng murmured, suddenly pausing mid-sentence as a thought struck him. With 73 shattered bones, natural recovery would have been nearly impossible in his past life. However, now, thanks to the heightened sensitivity brought forth by his martial arts training, he only required a rather astonishing pace. What a fearsome force of vitality! Despite the frailty of my physical form, it still rivals the vigor I possessed at the age of 12, during my peak. Truly remarkable, indeed. Though the reasoning eludes me, I must first focus on restoring my body. With a solid foundation, I can reassess my situation. Supported by this formidable vitality and coupled with my inherent recovery techniques, 7 days should suffice that moment. Li Xuansheng lay horizontally on the wooden bed, his body slightly adjusting as he breathed unevenly. His chest was a cauldron of fluctuating energy, sometimes light and quick, at other times slow and heavy, his heart wandering freely, a thread of vitality coursing through his veins, drawn forth from the depths of his blood. The searing vitality flowed through his meridians, cleansing the lingering injuries inflicted by shattered bones. Although the initial effort to harness this vitality was fraught with difficulty and pain, it also bestowed upon Li Xuansheng an exquisite sensation. Enveloped in the process of recuperation and cultivation, time slipped away unnoticed until a series of melodious calls broke through his reverie. Li Xuansheng felt a gentle tremor ripple through him, and the myriad forces within him returned to their primordial state, his breathing gradually settling into tranquility. As his eyes slowly opened, they met a petite visage, pale and lacking the rosy hue of health. Golden strands of hair were gathered into playful pigtails, and the patched garments she wore appeared quite tattered. Brother, you're awake. Oh, how wonderful. Just wait a moment, the meal is nearly ready. While you were unconscious yesterday, Uncle Li and the others brought some venison to nourish you. Just now, Uncle Neo brought a few herbs. After we eat, I will brew them into a potion for you, she exclaimed with exuberance, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed her brother's form. Without waiting for Li Xuansheng to respond, she swiftly turned and dashed towards the door. Having an additional sister truly feels rather delightful. He mused to himself that Li Xuansheng has become acutely aware of his current family situation. A few years ago, during a hunting expedition in the snowy mountains, the parents of this brother-sister duo tragically fell victim to a black bear and perished in the treacherous snow. This left Li Xuansheng and his sister, Li Xuansheng, to rely solely on each other for companionship and survival. Fortunately, the villagers have shown kindness, providing sporadic assistance in the form of food, considering the siblings' tender age. However, a portion of this goodwill can be attributed to Li Xuansheng's innate prowess. It is said that he was a remarkably robust child from the moment he was born, and his growth has been astonishingly rapid. By the age of 4 or 5, he was already comparable in height to children around 10 years old in the village. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that he possesses extraordinary strength, displaying the ability to lift weights of 1 to 200 pounds even at such a tender age. In the village, only children around 8 or 9 years of age typically exhibit such physical prowess. Now, at 12 years old, Li Xuansheng stands as tall as the village's young men of 17 or 18. His strength has left the villagers in awe 2 years prior. He was capable of lifting a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. Such might is indeed rare within the village, and had he not suffered from malnutrition, one can only imagine how formidable he could have become. Acknowledging Li Xuansheng's immense potential, this year he has been invited to join the village's hunting team on expeditions into the snowy mountains. With his added strength, the team's harvest has increased notably. Recently, during a hunting expedition, a conflict arose with a group in the Great Snow Mountain, resulting in Li Xuansheng sustaining a staggering 73 fractures throughout his body, injuries that persist to this day. I pondered upon the terrifying vitality of this physical form, and now I understand its origin. The innate colossal strength which 2 years ago allowed me to lift a 1,000-pound boulder is a feat that even at my peak in a past life, I could not have accomplished purely through physical prowess.
Chapter 2. The Divergence of Heaven and Earth. 2 days later, Li Xuansheng still lay alone on the immense wooden bed, yet his countenance had markedly improved. As the morning sun ascended, golden rays of light streamed through the dilapidated abode. However, all that seemed merely futile effort. Moreover, everything paled in comparison to a significant revelation Li Xuansheng had perceived over these past 2 days. The essence of creation, the grand design, if my intuition does not deceive me. The void of this world is replete with a rich abundance of spiritual energy, genuine celestial energy. Unlike the chaotic spiritual essence found in the savage forests of my former life, Li Xuansheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Had it not been for the excruciating fractures coursing through his body, he would have leapt up in joyous celebration. In his previous existence, after decades of arduous cultivation, he had never even crossed the threshold of immortality, stumbling along the path of national martial arts. Despite possessing a modicum of talent, after exhausting all resources, he barely managed to touch the threshold of dark energy. According to the ancient texts he had studied, during the era of the 9 provinces in the ancient age, an inexhaustible abundance of celestial energy suffused every corner of existence, allowing any mortal with aptitude to directly step into the realm of immortals. The so-called national martial arts were merely the superficial techniques of the ancient times, focused on the refinement of the physical body, muscles, bones, and organs, neglecting the eternal spirit, thus rendering the path to immortality nearly unattainable. In later generations, however, due to various upheavals, the spiritual energy of the world gradually dissipated, its concentration diminished, making it increasingly arduous for mortals to aspire to the immortal domain, attainable only by those of unparalleled potential. In the realm of traditional martial arts, it is said that the manifestation of vigorous energy refines the bones, while the subtle energy strengthens the tendons. The transformative energy cultivates the internal organs. All of these practices ultimately prepare one for the transcendence of the void in the encounter with the true divine. By concentrating the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit, and gathering them within a secluded space, one can break through the 100 meetings, unlocking the supreme methods in the profound portals. Alas, during the centuries when the spiritual essence of heaven and earth has waned, only Zhang Lada from Wudong is believed to have transcended that threshold, stepping into the realm of the immortals. In later generations, the highest achievement attainable by practitioners is merely the harmonious integration of internal and external vital energies, reaching the pinnacle of grandmasters. As I observed in my previous life among practitioners of traditional martial arts, the highest level they attained was but the initial stage of transformative energy. The gate to immortality is difficult to enter. When the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is abundant, there is no necessity to temper the physical body to open this door. Simple breath regulation suffices to naturally step into the realm of the immortals. With the assistance of the spiritual essence, the burden of physical strength derived from consuming flesh is alleviated. It is no wonder that the men of this village possess such immense strength in this environment. Even without cultivation methods, they receive a certain level of nourishment. Possessing a modicum of strength is but a trivial matter, and it seems that within those memories, there were individuals dedicated to cultivation, though the specifics remain unclear. Creation, great creation. I softly utter these words again, as my body lies horizontally upon the wooden bed, quivering slightly. My eyes slowly close, and my mind wanders freely, as the vast blood vitality stored within Li Xuansheng's corporeal form is gradually summoned forth. These resources, previously neglected due to a lack of understanding of cultivation, are now finally being utilized in the most fitting manner. The green ox breathing technique. This martial arts blood qi respiration technique was among the various cultivation methods Li Xian obtained in his previous life. According to the scriptures, it was the cultivation technique of Lao Tzu's ox, the legendary mount of the venerable philosopher of the pre-Qin era. Li Xian, of course, scoffed at this notion. As the mount of one of the most powerful immortals in legend, how could its cultivation method be so inferior? Nevertheless, this blood qi circulation technique does have its unique qualities. Although not the most supreme respiration technique, it is still a choice of the upper echelons. The ox's physique is rich in blood qi. Every movement, every moment of stillness is filled with immense power. The slow-moving ox is not to be underestimated for the vast source of power within its body, with his mind guarding his heart. He exerted himself to circulate the ox respiration technique. Decades of instinct manifested at this moment. Though lying motionless on the wooden plank bed, Li Xian's body stirred without wind. Wisps of spiritual energy pervading the heavens and earth, accompanied by the circulation of the cultivation method within Li Xian's body, naturally seeped into Li Xian's body, fusing into the various acupuncture points, nourishing the flesh connecting the tendons and bones. Those who practice Ming Jin temper their bones. To perfect Ming Jin, one must use the power of blood qi to temper all 206 bones 9 times, achieving a complete circulation throughout the body, covering everything within. Now that 73 bones in Li Xian's body are fractured, it is naturally impossible to circulate through all the bones. However, to temper the intact bones is exceedingly simple. In today's world, what seems to be a simple matter has, in fact, consumed Li Xuansheng 2 decades of his life. Lacking the essence of heaven and earth, he had to rely solely on his own vital energy for nourishment and cleansing. In this age of decline, the available sustenance is hardly suitable for practitioners of the martial arts, necessitating a significant intake of items rich in vital and spiritual energies. If only wealth were at his disposal, matters would be much simpler. The adage "the poor are scholarly, while the wealthy are martial" rings true. Li Xuansheng's previous life was that of an ordinary family, and achieving the level of hidden strength required immense effort, let alone advancing further. The vast reservoir of vital energy within him was drawn forth by Li Xuansheng, merging gradually with the abundant heavenly and earthly essence surrounding him. Under his guidance, this energy coursed throughout his being, cleansing his intact bones and nourishing his injured physique. A faint aura of clarity enveloped Li Xuansheng as the cultivation technique drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, allowing him to immerse himself deeply in his training, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Brother, it's time for dinner. After an indeterminate period, Li Xuansheng, fully engrossed in his physical and skeletal practice, felt a slight movement in his ears. In the next moment, his entire being trembled, his eyes sprang open, revealing a glimmer of vitality within, radiating an impressive spirit. The morning had passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivating with the essence of heaven and earth was simply exhilarating. Haha, Xiaoshuang, have you prepared the meal so quickly? It smells delightful. Is it the meat that Uncle Li Er and the others brought? In the span of 2 days, the true essence of Li Xuansheng, which contained all of his memories, interacted with Li Xuansheng without a hint of estrangement. Li Xuansheng, 2 years younger than Li Xuansheng, lacked the extraordinary strength that characterized her elder brother. Nonetheless, the 10-year-old Li Xuansheng effortlessly lifted objects weighing over 100 pounds, a feat that would have deemed her a legendary Olympic champion in her previous life. Prior to Li Xuansheng's enlistment in the hunting team, the siblings managed their own livelihoods with some assistance from the villagers. However, once Li Xuansheng joined the hunting team, their circumstances improved significantly. They no longer lived a life reliant on others, especially since Li Xuansheng possessed innate strength, marking him as the most promising member of the team. It was anticipated that he would become a leader without a doubt. Chapter 3. Inner Strength. No, this mountain pig meat was brought by Uncle Nyo this morning. He said it's to help you regain your strength, brother. Please eat quickly and then rest to recuperate. At around 5 feet tall, 10-year-old Li Xuansheng had slightly yellowed hair tied in a single braid. She wore a tattered light green dress, adorned with several colorful patches. Yet it still clung to her figure. Her delicate face radiated beauty, and her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. Holding a large bowl in her small hands, she placed it beside the wooden bed, then picked up a pair of chopsticks to offer a piece of fragrant mountain pig meat to the corner of Li Xuansheng's mouth. Upon hearing his inquiry, she nodded and replied slowly, "What about Uncle Nyo and the others? Today, I ventured out for hunting once again. Previously, we encountered a small fox, which led to a conflict between our group and the people from Honghuang family village. Both Uncle Nyo and I sustained considerable injuries. Are we going out again today?" Li Xuansheng, without hesitation, opened his mouth and swallowed a piece of wild boar meat. Although it was lacking in seasoning at this moment, he found it to be quite a delectable dish. "It seems we are indeed heading out again. Those from Honghuang family village are truly detestable. They have harmed you so severely, and Uncle Li Heir, despite his formidable strength, allowed you to suffer such injuries. I have heard from the villagers that Uncle Li Heir's actions were deliberate. They say that his son, Li Erniu, has never been able to defeat you in a fight. And according to village customs, he would never have the chance to become the leader of the hunting team. However, should anything happen to you in the hunting team, Li Erniu would have an opportunity. I cannot discern the truth of it, but I have a feeling it is indeed so." Li Xuansheng wrinkled her delicate nose and raised an eyebrow, deeply registering the village gossip in her heart. "If our parents were still alive, they would never allow you to suffer such injuries. You need not dwell on such matters. Focus on weaving your straw mat. I am aware of the situation. Now, I have finished my meal. You may take care of the rest." Hearing Li Xuansheng's complaints, Li Xuansheng smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Having absorbed all the memories of that day, he was well aware of the circumstances, yet knowledge alone served little purpose. The root of the issue lay elsewhere. "But, are you done eating? Brother, why do you eat so little? In the past, this amount would barely suffice to satisfy you." Li Xuansheng felt quite displeased with her brother's nonchalant attitude. Just as she was about to argue her point, she noticed her brother closing his mouth and ceasing to consume the wild boar meat. Instantly, she grew anxious. One cannot thrive on insufficient nourishment. Overeating can harm the body. I am currently in a period of recuperation, and excessive food is ill-advised. The remainder is yours. Do not let it go to waste. After a busy morning, it serves as a reward for your efforts. Li Xuansheng gently shook his head, glancing at his sister's visibly undernourished frame, and offered a faint smile. However, Li Xuansheng was poised to continue her protest. "No need for further discussion. Once my health improves, I shall return to my previous appetite, perhaps even consuming more than before." Li Xuansheng shook his head again, silencing her impending words. "Enough. I have no pressing matters. My focus for these days is solely on recuperation. You should hasten to your meal and, after dining, resume your tasks to avoid delaying the production of the grass mats." The siblings' sustenance was intricately tied to Li Xuansheng's hunting and Li Xuansheng's weaving of grass mats. With Li Xuansheng injured, the bounty from the hunting party was likely minimal, thus placing greater responsibility on Li Xuansheng to devote herself to the craft. "Very well, brother. You must ensure you rest properly in order to recover swiftly." Observing her brother's steadfastness, Li Xuansheng relented, nodding her delicate head. Glancing at the remaining half of the wild boar meat by the bedside, she pursed her lips, regarded her brother once more, then took the bowl and stepped outside the room. Rest assured, Li Xuansheng chuckled once more. Shortly thereafter, the door to the room was shut, leaving him alone to recline upon the bed. Inner strength? That cannot be, for I have yet to reach the realm of hidden vigor. The 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels within me remain unactivated. How could inner strength manifest? After a morning of cultivation, the rate at which Li Xuansheng's injuries healed and his bones rejuvenated surpassed all expectations. The azure ox breath technique absorbed the celestial energy of the universe, intertwining with the vast blood energy within him. Through a continuous cycle within his body, a faint gray power was born. This nascent force immediately took command of the blood energy and celestial energy, yet it remained obedient to Li Xuansheng's will. Could it be yet another manifestation of the enigmatic celestial energy? Li Xuansheng found himself perplexed. Such occurrences bore no resemblance to anything he had encountered in the myriad tomes of his previous life. The only distinction between his current cultivation and that of his past seemed to lie in the environment. Regardless, the emergence of inner strength at this moment was advantageous rather than detrimental. Stimulated by the celestial energy, the blood within him surged, accelerating the recovery of his injured body. At this rate, by the time my body fully restores, I shall likely be nearing the pinnacle of bright vigor. Once my body is entirely healed, stepping into hidden vigor would merely be a matter of time, especially with the rich celestial energy facilitating the opening of the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels with ease. Ah, could it be that heaven is compensating me for the arduous cultivation of my past life, allowing my path to cultivation to be a smoother one? Li Xuansheng's mind was filled with a flurry of aspirations. He possessed the cultivation techniques of Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin, yet in his previous life, it was a mere exercise in futility, akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients, devoid of resources. All was but an illusion. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Li Xuansheng was confident that with time, achieving the consummation of Huajin would pose no difficulty, and perhaps he might even transcend the void and encounter the indestructible divine. Thus, he resolved not to squander the benevolence bestowed upon him by fate. With a sly smile, Li Xuansheng harnessed the familiar internal energy within him, employing the Qingyo breathing technique to circulate through his meridians, cleansing his bones and restoring his injuries in a bid to expedite his recovery and experience an unparalleled path of cultivation. Before long, 6 days had slipped by. During this time, Li Xuansheng remained in his bed, diligently practicing his techniques to regain his strength, while his younger sister, Li Xuansheng, adhered to his instructions, tending to her sustenance and steadily weaving straw mats at home. Each day, the provisions from the village hunting team dwindled, as it was unreasonable for the community to provide without reciprocation. Such a situation would be both unfair to the village and a burden to the recipients. In this 6-day span, which concluded a day earlier than he had anticipated, all 73 bones in his body had completely healed. In another 6 days, he would be restored to his former self, with his sinews rejuvenated, thus allowing him to move about once more. Though the village was small, it was fully equipped, and the essence of truth remained potent. Chapter 4. The great snow mountain upon the rough palms, a layer of callus was evident, which elicited a faint smile from Li Xuansheng. With a sudden clench of his hands, a subtle sound emerged from his palms, a manifestation of pure strength. And the sensation was undeniably delightful. Due to his extraordinary innate power, Li Xuansheng's stature, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, surpassed that of his peers. His long, dark hair cascaded down either side of his shoulders, while his square-shaped face exuded an immediate sense of affability. As he took the patched clothing prepared by his younger sister, he swung his legs over the bed, donned his shoes, and stood before the window of their abode. Gazing towards the already risen sun, he squinted slightly, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The breath he released met the outdoor air, transforming into a wisp of mist, bringing a refreshing chill to the atmosphere. The great snow mountain indeed stretched endlessly before him. The village where Li Xuansheng and his sister resided was named Li Xuansheng. According to the village elders, Li Xuansheng had existed for several centuries, evolving from a mere handful of households to over 100 today, with the entire population numbering around 500 to 600 individuals. Nestled at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain, Li Xuansheng thrived by utilizing the mountain's wildlife and unique products, allowing the village to flourish and sustain itself through the ages. As for the Great Snow Mountain, true to its name, it was an unbroken expanse of majestic snow-capped peaks, stretching for thousands of miles. Legend has it that divine beings inhabit its heights, though no one has ever laid eyes upon them. Pushing open the door, the gentle sunlight flooded in, illuminating the surroundings. With a step forward, I entered the courtyard where Li Xuansheng stood, surveying the area. This was the humble abode shared by him and his 2 siblings, a simple farmhouse consisting of a kitchen, a main hall, and bedrooms on either side, all topped with thatched roofs. The surrounding walls were modest, standing only about 1 to 2 meters high, and facing the main hall was a gate crafted from bamboo. In the distance, the hazy silhouette of the great snow-capped mountain captured Li Xuansheng's attention, eliciting a deep sense of wonder. With his body on the mend, this particular set of martial arts was most suitable for him. Murmuring to himself, Li Xuansheng, clad in a light blue garment, straightened his posture, harmonizing his internal energy. With a gentle inhalation, his arms gradually lifted, separating into yin and yang, his feet adopting a stance of unity. With movements akin to wild horses galloping and white cranes taking flight, he executed the slow, flowing forms of Tai Chi, his eyes half closed as he absorbed the profound mysteries and principles embedded within the technique. Tai Chi, this martial art, said to have been created by Zhang Lada, who had purportedly crossed the threshold to immortality centuries ago, has historically enjoyed widespread dissemination. The practice Li Xuansheng had acquired was passed down from the inner sect of Wudong Mountain. While it may not encapsulate all the essential elements of Zhang Lada's teachings, it sufficed for the average practitioner. Each movement was deliberate and graceful, like clouds drifting and waters flowing, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. The innate internal energy blossomed within him, coursing through every part of his being as he extended his body. Haha, Xuansheng, you've recovered so quickly. Indeed, the vitality of youth allows for swifter healing than we experience. What are you up to? What is he slowly toiling away at? As Li Xuansheng executed a series of martial arts movements, he did not pause, instead continuing to stretch his muscles and bones in a rhythmic cycle. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice echoed from beyond the courtyard, accompanied by a robust figure standing outside the wall. Having lain in bed for so long, his bones felt rusty. He needed to move to avoid hindering the hunting team. Hearing the voice, Li Xuansheng chuckled softly, his body slightly turning to regard the man beyond the wall. The individual appeared to be around 40 years of age, carrying various items as he made his way home. In the layout of the village, Li Xuansheng and his uncle Wu resided at the far end, where few villagers ventured unless necessary. I shall have your Aunt Wu stew an old hen for you later. During your youth, you must not allow your vitality to wane, lest you regret it in the future. Uncle Wu nodded in agreement with Li Xuansheng's words, and without further delay, he turned away from the wall and walked towards his home, offering a concerned reminder. Uncle Wu, there's no need for trouble. We haven't even finished the meat at home. However, before Li Xuansheng could hastily reach the door to speak further, Uncle Wu had already departed. Watching the proud stride of his uncle, Li Xuansheng felt a warmth in his heart. The trees wish for calm, yet the winds do not cease. A parent nurtures, yet a child does not await. Father, mother, in my past life, I was unfilial, unable to honor you before being schemed against and brought to this place. I hope you thrive in that world. As the figure of Uncle Wu gradually faded from view, a series of vivid memories from a past life unexpectedly flashed through Li Xuansheng's mind. In his teenage years, driven by a yearning for immortality, he resolutely stepped out of his home. Over the span of more than 2 decades, he rarely returned. Reflecting on this, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. One only learns to cherish what is precious after experiencing loss. Xiaoshuang, in this world, you are my dearest companion. I vow to shield you from all grievances and worries, ensuring your happiness. Turning around, he re-entered the courtyard, speaking softly while tightly clenching his hands. This was the first oath made by his true self in this realm. A promise to be defended with his life. To guard requires strength, and he would soon reach the pinnacle of his inner power. With the oath spoken, a gleam of light seemed to ignite in Li Xuansheng's eyes, invigorating the internal energy coursing through his meridians as his mind experienced a sudden clarity, as if shedding some unseen shackles. Without further ado, he resumed practicing Tai Chi, allowing his internal energy to cleanse his sinews and bones. His movements fluid and his heart free. Brother, why are you outside? Is your body well? In contrast to Li Xuansheng's astonishment, Li Xuansheng, standing at the courtyard entrance, was filled with joy. Spotting her brother standing there, she exclaimed and then hurriedly pushed the door open to join him. Haha, didn't I tell you before? My recovery has been swift. I can now walk, and in a few days, my bones will be completely healed. Xiaoshuang, what is the matter? Why do you look so downcast? Has someone bullied you? Was it Liu? Chapter 5, The Pact. Observing the expression on his younger sister's face, Li Xuansheng immediately sensed something was amiss. His features darkened as he recalled his silent vow to protect her from any harm. To his dismay, he noticed that she appeared somewhat troubled. No one has bullied me. Brother, you need not worry, she reassured him. It's just that when I received the payment for the woven straw mats, something fell off. I crafted 10 mats in total, and based on previous pricing, I should have received 100 coins. However, this time, I only got 80 coins. I inquired with others, and their payments were correct. Yet I hesitate to ask Aunt Air. Li Xuansheng lowered her charming head slightly, her calloused little hands fidgeting in front of her. Softly, she murmured her discontent, displaying a sense of reluctance, but lacking the courage to take action. Li Xuansheng tenderly stroked her hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. But a flicker of intensity flashed in his eyes before he regained his composure and consoled her. Yet, those mats were crafted through my hard work. Aunt Air is truly despicable. We are already short on money, and she has taken away my share. Listening to her brother's comforting words, Li Xuansheng's sense of injustice surged rather than subsided. Her small hands intertwined even tighter, and her melodious voice expressed her dissatisfaction in hushed tones. Oh, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Wealth is but a transient entity. As long as you are unharmed, that is what truly matters. In a few days, once my health is restored and I rejoin the hunting team, everything will be set right. Let us proceed to prepare a meal. Remember, there are still remnants of meat from this morning. Uncle Wu mentioned that he would have Aunt Wu deliver a hen and 2 chicken legs for you to enjoy, to help mend the grievances within your heart. Now, this household consists solely of the 2 of us. In the face of such matters, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict with them for the time being, yet do not yield indefinitely. Remember, you have an elder brother, Li Xuansheng. Second brother, you claim that Xuansheng's injuries have healed? How can that be possible? That lad had sustained fractures in no less than 73 bones. Even if he possesses innate prowess and extraordinary vitality, it is implausible for him to recover within a mere fortnight. At the entrance of Li village, a gathering of 8 or 9 individuals has formed, each remarkably robust, standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in coarse linen garments. Although the weather has turned chilly, it poses little hindrance to them. The one who spoke is a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 30s or 40s, with dark hair braided and cascading down his back, where a large, gleaming knife rests, exuding an aura of coldness. It seems credible. Yesterday, Ernio encountered the pair of siblings while playing behind the village. According to Ernio, Xuansheng was engaged in physical exercises in the courtyard, seemingly practicing a form of martial arts with precision. Xuansheng then inquired about the hunting team's situation and learned that our team would venture into the snowy mountains today. He entrusted Ernio with a message. While it appears true, the notion of such severe injuries healing in such a brief period is indeed astonishing. Known as the Second, he was a remarkably robust figure, with a mane of black streaked with yellow cascading down his back, secured by a headband atop his head. He bore an iron bow and a quiver filled with arrows, clad in a leather coat that set him apart amidst the crowd. This man was Li Xuansheng, the captain of the hunting team from the Li family village. At just 30 years of age, he possessed strength and archery skills that ranked among the finest in the entire Li family village, bolstered by the fact that his father was the previous captain of the hunting team. Indeed, my 5th brother mentioned this when he visited my home yesterday, stating that Xuansheng had been able to walk for the past 7 or 8 days, indicating that his bones had already begun to heal. Now, with another week having passed, it appears Xuansheng's body should have recovered significantly, and with added strength, it is possible that our harvest could be even more bountiful this time. As soon as Li Xuansheng finished speaking, a resounding voice echoed from the side. The speaker, peering into the village through the entrance, expressed palpable anticipation in his words. In my opinion, while Xuansheng possesses considerable potential, his youth renders him somewhat impatient in the face of challenges. Had it not been for his impulsiveness during the incident with the little fox, we would not have suffered such losses, relinquishing both the fox and our men to the Honghuang family stronghold. If he wishes to remain in the hunting team, he must adhere to certain rules. Otherwise, I cannot endorse Xuansheng's continued presence in the Li family village, as the integrity of the hunting team is paramount to the welfare of the village. A robust man waved his hand, expressing his opinions and thoughts, casting a glance at a few individuals nearby. With a soft snort, he noticed some nodding while others appeared to be lost in contemplation, and he promptly ceased his discourse. The members of the hunting team were engaged in their murmurs when, all of a sudden, the collective voices of 9 men fell silent, their gaze fixated on the entrance of the village, where a figure was seen sprinting towards them. Apologies for my tardiness, esteemed uncles. The newcomer was none other than Li Xuansheng, clad in his familiar patched light blue attire, yet now donned in a more vigorous ensemble. His dark hair was tied back by his younger sister, cascading down his back, while in his hand, he wielded a sheathed short sword. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, he seemed somewhat diminutive among the elders, yet stature was not a measure of strength, and thus, the others overlooked this detail. Ah, you're not late at all. It's about the same time as our previous departures. Xuansheng, has your injury fully healed? As Li Xuansheng approached the 9 men with a light jog, one stepped forward, regarding him with a gentle gaze that scrutinized him from head to toe, nodding before softly inquiring. Haha, Uncle Neo, rest assured. I possess a natural strength and robust vitality, allowing me to recover from injuries at a swifter pace than most. Now, half a month has passed, and my wounds have completely healed, with my strength even having increased, he replied with enthusiasm. Now that we are all gathered, Captain, shall we proceed into the mountains? Indeed, Xuansheng, you are undoubtedly the most gifted among the younger generation of the Li family. I can sense the immense vitality within you. It has grown significantly, quite impressive. Considering the passage of time, the moment has indeed arrived. However, prior to your arrival, we convene to deliberate upon a matter that concerns you, and we wish to seek your perspective on it. Chapter 6. The Hunt. You seek my opinion? Haha, esteemed uncles. You are being too courteous. You are all elders from my father's generation. Please feel free to make your decisions, and I shall certainly comply. As for my opinion, it seems rather extraneous. I am curious as to what matter weighs heavily on your minds that makes you hesitant to decide. Upon hearing these words, Li Xuansheng was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled softly, cupping his hands respectfully towards the several uncles before him, his words laced with humility, causing them to pause in surprise. It has been some time since we last met, Xuansheng, and you have certainly become more articulate, a commendable improvement. Although we are your uncles, this matter indeed pertains to you and your future. We have just conferred, and given your prior performance in the hunting team, should you adhere to this principle, you will be allowed to remain in the hunting team. Otherwise, you will have to be removed from it. Gazing intently at Li Xuansheng, whom they had not seen for a fortnight, the 9 individuals bore various expressions. The leader, Li Xuansheng, discerned no notable change. But then one of those beside him stepped forward to convey the discussions they had previously undertaken. Oh, what principle could that be? Li Xuansheng smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Within the ranks, one must heed the captain's command, refraining from any unilateral actions or provoking unnecessary disputes. Should a recurrence of previous events take place, one would be eternally ostracized from the hunting team. If you can adhere to this principle, we may proceed into the mountains. Otherwise, the elder's silence spoke volumes, his meaning unmistakable. I had anticipated a matter of greater significance. This is the crux of the issue. Rest assured, esteemed elders, during my fortnight at home, I have reflected deeply on my conduct since joining the hunt. Although I have made a modest contribution to the village, I am equally aware of my glaring shortcomings. Even if the elders do not mention them, I am conscious of them, for our hunting team is a collective. Should I continue to act as I once did, it would not only be fruitless for myself but detrimental to the village as well. Observing the solemn expression of the elder before me, as his words lingered in the air, Li Xuansheng threw back his head and laughed heartily, once more bowing respectfully to the 9 elders present. I knew Xuansheng would surely show improvement. Captain, now that Xuansheng has consented to this matter, time is of the essence. Let us hasten into the mountains. The entire snow-capped region is on the verge of entering a freeze, and if we do not seize this opportunity to gather resources, the village will face great difficulty in enduring the winter ahead. Uncle Nyo, who had been standing beside Li Xuansheng, gazed at him with admiration. He had not anticipated that such a profound injury would lead to such a remarkable transformation in Li Xuansheng's character. A change that would undoubtedly bring solace to his parents' spirits in the afterlife. Well, as we discussed earlier, Xuansheng, since you have agreed to this matter, let us venture into the mountains together. However, the rules we established are not mere words. They must be put into practice. This marked the first time since Li Xuansheng's arrival that Li Xuansheng spoke. His eyes narrowed slightly as the wind tousled the strands of hair cascading from either side of his head. With a furrowed brow and a soft grunt, he turned and began to advance toward the distant Great Snow Mountain. The Great Snow Mountain stretched endlessly, its vast expanse spanning thousands of miles. Throughout the centuries since the establishment of the Li family village, the mountain remained unchanged, perpetually cloaked in an infinite blanket of white snow. Except for the few months of intense summer heat when the outer edges melted slightly, the remainder of the mountain remained steadfast in its icy splendor. Scattered along the periphery of the Great Snow Mountain were small villages that dotted the landscape like stars. Among these, the Li family village, with its mere few hundred years of history, stood modestly in terms of both scale and strength, firmly positioned in the lower tiers of the hierarchy. In contrast, the formidable Huang family village, with a legacy exceeding a millennium and boasting a population of over 1,000 households, far surpassed the Li family village in significance. By comparison, the Li family village seemed utterly inconsequential. As a shared possession, the vast snow-capped mountains offer a finite array of resources each day of the year. However, with the increasing number of villages and inhabitants at the fringes of these mountains, the competition among them has intensified. Conflicts occurring beyond the snow-capped peaks may be easily resolved, sparking little more than minor disputes. Yet, within the majestic confines of the mountains, the outcomes remain uncertain. A group of 10, clad in sturdy attire and armed with an assortment of weaponry, steadily traverses the ancient path forged by their ancestors. delving deeper into the heart of the snow-capped mountains. Towering trees, capable of being embraced by two individuals, dominate the landscape, while the ground is adorned with clusters of familiar shrubs, giving the periphery of the mountains a vibrant life. Yet for Li Xuansheng and his companions, their journey has only just commenced. As they venture into the increasingly dense and robust woodland, the camaraderie among the 10 begins to wane, each member gripping their weapons firmly, forming a semicircular formation as they advance into the depths of the snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, Li Xuansheng, leading the group, murmurs a thought. And before his words dissipate into the air, an arrow is loosed from its bow, hurtling towards a specific target nearby. Remarkable eyesight, Captain, Li Xuansheng exclaims, following the trajectory of the iron arrow. A plump, long-eared hare is pinned against the trunk of a tree, the arrow having pierced through its throat, delivering a swift demise and securing the first trophy of their expedition. Such keen perception, truly deserving of the title of captain. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xuansheng could not help but admire Li Xuansheng's archery skills. If it were he in that position, capturing the long-eared rabbit would likely prove to be quite a challenge. The others showed no signs of hesitation, pressing forward as they approached the snow mountain's closure. The hunting party must ensure a bountiful return each time, otherwise they would struggle to justify their efforts to the villagers. The 10 individuals advanced slowly into the depths of the snowy terrain. Yet the earlier success with the rabbit did not seem to herald any further fortune. After having entered the mountain for over half an hour, they had only managed to secure a single long-eared rabbit. Li Xuansheng, known for his fiery temperament, was beginning to lose his composure. Based on past hunting experiences, there should have been at least several times more game captured by this hour. However, today appeared to be rather unusual. Could it be that others had ventured ahead of them? Yet, no signs of other hunters had been observed along the way. Walking behind Li Xuansheng, Uncle Neo also furrowed his brow, scanning the ground on either side for any notable traces, but found nothing suggesting that anyone had gotten a head start. There was no need for alarm. With the impending closure of the snow mountain, it was customary for thousands of villagers to hunt in the surrounding areas, making it entirely reasonable for their yield to be lower than usual. They continued onward, adhering to the regulations which dictated that the hunting grounds extended for 1,000 miles around the snow mountain, having only ventured a few dozen miles into this expanse. Their modest catch was hardly surprising. It seemed evident that they would need to delve deeper into the wilderness. Chapter 7. All things are inferior. Listening to the captain's words, the group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, hoping that by delving deeper, they might reap the anticipated rewards. The outer perimeter of the Great Snow Mountain stretched 1,000 miles, a realm where the dangers intensified the further one ventured inward, albeit with the potential for commensurate gains. Uncle Neo, in the past, our excursions into the snow-capped mountains rarely exceeded 300 miles, did they? Reflecting on his memories, Li Xuansheng queried quietly beside Uncle Neo. Indeed, though merely 300 miles. It poses considerable peril for our Li family manor. Should a martial artist emerge from our clan, it is likely we could transcend this 300-mile limitation. A martial artist? Are they truly formidable? Can they surpass the 300-mile barrier? Li Xuansheng felt a stir within. The previous Li Xuansheng lacked the maturity and experience to comprehend such matters. Now, possessing full control over his current self, he was determined to grasp all that he needed to know. Martial artists are indeed powerful. You are still young and likely unfamiliar with such knowledge. Alas, our Li family manor's financial resources are meager. Otherwise, with your innate extraordinary strength, cultivating internal energy and becoming a martial artist would merely be a matter of time. Having endured a lengthy period without any significant gains, Uncle Neo engaged Li Xuansheng in further discourse. Our hunting team is quite formidable, possessing strength in the thousands of pounds. Yet, in the eyes of true martial artists, we are but feeble, for they wield extraordinary techniques and combat skills. In my lifetime, I have only encountered a few martial artists in the Snow Mountain City, yet they are far beyond our reach. When the topic of martial artists arises, Uncle Neo exhibits a palpable sense of longing and excitement, his words flowing eloquently into the depths of Li Xuansheng's heart, stirring his spirit and causing the light in his eyes to flicker with intensity. Is it true that one can become a martial artist simply by cultivating internal energy? Li Xuansheng murmurs, narrowing his eyes slightly. Indeed, this internal energy is not easily attained. It requires specialized techniques, all of which are guarded by powerful clans. For instance, it is said that the Honghuang family stronghold is home to 2 martial artists. Uncle Neo nods in agreement, imparting all the mystical knowledge he possesses regarding martial artists to Li Xuansheng. Is that so, Uncle Niu? Do celestial beings truly exist in this world? As the two of them survey their surroundings deep within the snow-capped mountains, most of their focus remains outward, vigilant against any signs of potential threats. According to Uncle Niu's words, Li Xuansheng should now be considered a martial artist. However, he wonders how his current cultivation compares to that of the martial artists here. This realm is imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, nurturing the emergence of martial artists, a phenomenon that does not surprise Li Xuansheng in the slightest. Yet, as ancient texts suggest, an abundance of spiritual energy can also give rise to another group, celestial beings. Oh, so you are aware of celestial beings? He remarks with a hint of amusement. The saying, all things are of lesser worth, only celestial beings stand supreme, is widely known. So it is no wonder that Xuansheng understands this. Celestial beings certainly exist, though I, Uncle Niu, have never encountered one. Perhaps when you mature further, venture beyond the confines of Li family village and encounter the world, you will come to understand. Listening to Li Xuansheng's words once more, Uncle Niu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly, shaking his head. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding martial artists, yet knew nothing of immortals. All things are of lesser quality. Only the immortal stands high. There truly exist immortals. Indeed, there are immortals. If all things are of lesser quality and only the immortal stands high, does this not imply that, in comparison to immortals, martial artists are but insignificant figures? With the aspirations of attaining Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin, I must diligently cultivate to the pinnacle of Huajin where internal and external energies converge, shattering the void to behold the true divine, stepping toward the threshold of immortality. Thus, my existence would not be in vain. At this moment, Li Xuansheng's goals were remarkably lucid. The regrets of his past life found affirmation here, and the potential for realization loomed boundlessly before him, stirring his heart profoundly. Youngster, to become a martial artist, to become an immortal, huh? For now, it is prudent to carefully survey our surroundings. We have traversed 100 miles, and the dangers ahead are increasingly formidable. We cannot afford the slightest negligence. While Li Xuansheng indulged in his boundless dreams, a sudden cold laugh echoed in his ears, pulling him back to reality. Following the sound, he beheld his uncle, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Eighth uncle, rest assured, I shall not be careless. Li Xuansheng smiled faintly, one hand gripping his short sword tightly while the other continually rubbed the hilt, exuding a certain flair. Yet in this moment, it appeared somewhat out of place, provoking a derisive snicker from the uncles nearby, who refrained from further comment. Uncle Niu ceased imparting trivial knowledge to Li Xuansheng, inhaling deeply as he sensed the increasingly cold and somber atmosphere surrounding them, invigorating the spirits of the group. Towering trees, large enough for several people to embrace, grew in abundance, their intricate branches intertwining and partially obscuring the void above, allowing only slender beams of light to pierce through, guiding the 10 individuals and preventing them from losing their way or making excessive noise. After traversing 100 miles, the environment grew eerily silent. Aside from the faint rustling of diminutive creatures, there was scarcely a sound. The group's pace was deliberate, their bright eyes scanning the surroundings, eager for the appearance of prey. Suddenly, after advancing several more miles, Li Xuansheng's ears perked up and his footsteps faltered. Such a slight sound in this context was of no benefit to their movements. What is the matter? Uncle Niu whispered, his lips barely moving. The few individuals ahead turned their heads toward Li Xuansheng, their brows furrowed in concern. I sense something amiss ahead. There are numerous heavy footsteps approaching us. Li Xuansheng expressed his unease without a hint of carelessness, relaying the disturbance he had sensed. Can you stop being so timid? We've merely crossed 100 miles. Where's the danger? Based on past experience, while areas beyond 100 miles may present some peril, with our 10 men present, no threat could possibly manifest itself. The eighth uncle, who had previously warned Li Xuansheng, scoffed once more, his expression tinged with disdain amidst the dim depths of the forest. They had scarcely ventured far, yet none felt any sense of foreboding, except for you, with your remarkable abilities and keen perception. Chapter 8. The Galloping Beast. Though the eighth uncle's words were somewhat harsh, they resonated as truth among those present. Li Xuansheng, despite his innate strength, did not possess a naturally heightened sense of hearing. They had yet to sense anything amiss, yet you claim to be so exceptional. Xuansheng, refrain from speaking out of turn. Everyone, let us proceed. Uncle Niu interjected, attempting to mediate for Li Xuansheng. Though he could not fathom why Xuansheng spoke thus, He observed that Li Xuansheng did not seem to be rambling due to bravado, yet still, they felt nothing unusual. Esteemed uncles, we truly cannot advance any further. I can discern numerous footsteps ahead, each one steady and swift, their strength extraordinary. If we continue onward, we may indeed encounter grave danger. Li Xuansheng's countenance grew grave. He dismissed the eighth uncle's mockery from his mind. His own power had partially returned, and his sensitivity to the surrounding environment was exceptionally acute. An instinct whispered to him that moving forward could lead to perilous consequences. At last, Li Xuansheng, equally furrowed in brow, spoke up, his breath exhaling fervent warmth. His words were understated yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Li Xuansheng remained unmoved, casting a glance towards several amiable uncles beside him, hoping for their intervention. Unfortunately, all he received were mere sighs. After 3 breaths, the hunting party of 9 continued onward, leaving Li Xuansheng standing silently in place, watching their figures fade into the distance. A solitary silhouette that appeared profoundly desolate and helpless. Sighing softly after a considerable time, Li Xuansheng summoned his inner strength, taking a decisive step forward, instantly dashing in the direction of the departing 9. Heh, you little one, your heart is not unkind, quite commendable. Cough, cough, intriguing indeed. Though your bone age seems no more than 12, your vitality is remarkably vast, truly exceptional, suggesting you possess innate strength. Those endowed with such innate power are most suited to join our sect of divine strength. Cough. Who goes there? Li Xuansheng felt the hairs on his body stand on end as his inner energy surged rapidly. He called out, his voice echoing through the vastness of the forest, resonating with an unusual intensity. His bright eyes scanned the surroundings, yet no figure could be discerned. Little one, do you wish to become an immortal? With the final words spoken, a figure abruptly materialized 3 meters before Li Xuansheng, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, clad in a light gray robe. With long hair tied back, the figure's countenance radiated a shimmering brilliance. Are you an immortal? As the figure materialized, Li Xuansheng's vigilance instinctively relaxed. He scrutinized the middle-aged man before him and finally spoke again. An immortal? Huh. The little one poses an intriguing question. I am not an immortal, but a practitioner. Disappointed. Perhaps? The middle-aged man's expression faltered slightly, though he blamed himself for his earlier abrupt inquiry. Immortality? As for the disparity in our strengths, Li Xuansheng was acutely aware. Thus he harbored no intention of fleeing. Listening to the words of this man, it seemed that his innate divine power provided him with some advantage. Immortality? Huh. The little one asks well. Immortality is unattainable, yet one can live for an extended period. However, if fortune smiles upon you, perhaps you could. No. The demon general is in pursuit. Are you leaving already? Li Xuansheng stood dazed, initially believing he had stumbled upon an opportunity, only to realize how swiftly it had slipped away. Yet, judging by the man's demeanor and speech, he did not appear to possess formidable capabilities. He categorized the previous middle-aged man as a somewhat skilled charlatan, muttering under his breath before moving swiftly in the direction of Uncle Neo and the others, hoping he could catch up. Human cultivator, you cannot escape. You have fallen victim to my black wave sting. Your soul is wounded. I shall see how long you can endure. Just as Li Xuansheng departed, a swirl of dark energy raced through the trajectory the middle-aged man had just traversed, pausing momentarily before soaring toward the outskirts of the snow-capped mountains. Monsters? Practitioners? Immortals? Everything today feels peculiar. It matters not for now. Uncle Neo and the others are of utmost priority. Today, Li Xuansheng experienced a profound awakening. Everything he had longed for in the past surged forth. Upon realizing that this realm was imbued with an extraordinarily rich essence of celestial energy, the myriad accounts recorded in ancient texts from his previous life began to resonate with clarity. The existence of immortals implied the presence of monstrous entities. While others might have been paralyzed by fear, for Li Xuansheng, it merely served to validate the conjectures that had long resided in his heart. The tremors of the earth had become increasingly pronounced. Considering the prowess and perception of Uncle Neo and his companions, they should be able to sense the impending danger. One could only hope that calamity would be averted. Li Xuansheng pressed on, his feet relentless in their pursuit, each stride propelling him several dozen meters forward. A sensation akin to the wind swelled within him as he followed the trail left by Uncle Neo and the others. Suddenly, after traversing a distance of a dozen or so miles, a cacophony of fearsome beastly roars erupted, drawing ever closer, causing the ground beneath to tremble incessantly. The trees surrounding them swayed as waves of sound cascaded through the air, causing clusters of withered yellow leaves to descend like a rain of gold. In the distance, 9 figures appeared, returning in disarray towards Li Xuansheng's direction. "Uncle Niu, we must hurry. They are nearly upon us." At that moment, massive beasts emerged ceaselessly from the depths of the forest, their collective roars shaking the very heavens and earth, making Uncle Niu and his companions stumble as they ran. Chapter 9. The Apprenticeship. "Uncle Niu, spare no words. We must run with all our might. The speed of those beasts is too formidable." Li Xuansheng stepped forward. Appearing before Uncle Niu, he grasped Uncle Niu firmly, and before any resistance could be made, he turned and transformed into a swift arrow, racing towards the exit. In the blink of an eye, he had outpaced Li Xuansheng by a considerable margin. "Xuansheng, how can your speed be so astonishing? During our last hunt, your pace was comparable to ours. What has changed this time?" Uncle Niu felt the fierce winds whip past him, making it difficult to even open his eyes, and his words seemed to be swept away. "I am uncertain. Ever since I recovered from my injury, I have sensed a significant enhancement in both my strength and perception. Perhaps it is due to my innate talent. Uncle Niu, do not move about. I shall first rescue you, and then I will bring the others to safety." Li Xuansheng chuckled lightly, offering a straightforward explanation for his current transformation. Uncle Niu exclaimed 3 times in approval, urging Li Xuansheng to set him down, while hastily expressing, "During our last hunt, your strength and perception were similar to ours. Now, they have increased considerably. Moreover, you are merely 12 years old. Your prime for growth has yet to arrive, and with your good character, the Li family estate will have a capable leader in you. Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware of what must be done." In the depths of the forest, the speed of the beasts was undeniably terrifying. Moving through the woods felt as if one were in their own home, yet the presence of seemingly countless wild creatures left Li Xuansheng and his companions feeling utterly despondent. As they raced forward at high speed, the vast reserves of vital energy within their bodies were rapidly depleting, lacking a systematic and effective cultivation method. The few of them found their strength waning. Calculating the distance, they had 100 miles left to the exit. Yet the beasts trailing behind them had stealthily closed the gap. "Heaven has forsaken us, brother. Who would have thought we would meet our demise in the great snowy mountains?" The eldest, with his hair braided, sighed softly, his feet never faltering as he sprinted towards the exit. Though hope was scant, who could predict that a miracle might not occur in the next moment? Alas, old Niu is fortunate. Li Xuansheng and Li Xuansheng, running at the forefront, spotted a vague silhouette ahead, which quickly solidified. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. They couldn't help but express their admiration for old Niu, who had always treated Li Xuansheng with kindness. Now, fortune had smiled upon him. Upon reaching the group, he did not attempt to rescue anyone, but instead moved his feet and raised a fist, striking forcefully at a nearby massive tree. Channeling his internal energy, he unleashed a hidden force. In an instant, the tree, which could be embraced by several people, splintered under the assault. Following that, another punch landed, and with a flurry of blows, the great tree fell behind the 9 of them, providing a momentary reprieve. "Humph, if you think you can escape, perish." Having just felled the tree, the horde of beasts behind him encroached further. Li Xuansheng, poised to retreat, caught a glimmer from the corner of his eye and unsheathed his short sword. "Accursed decree. Human cultivator, your days are numbered. Forcibly channeling your magic and soul power, you invite frigid venom into your very essence. Unless a grand cultivator intervenes within the hour, your demise is assured. My sons, give chase with unrestrained fervor. Rend every human in the great snow mountain to dust, leaving not a single one alive." Li Xuansheng, unwilling to linger, covered the retreat of the 8 while manipulating his inner force to create obstacles, hoping to impede the relentless advance of the beasts. As their aura bore down, Li Xuansheng found his body faltering, yet the great throng of beasts remained unaffected, lunging at them with gaping maws and earth-shattering roars. "This is dire. The balance is shifting against us." Li Xuansheng lamented inwardly, cursing under his breath. At this rate, even his own life might be forfeit. He wondered at the sheer terror of that demon, whose mere aura could subjugate 1,000 leagues. "Heh, young one. Ahem, young one. Might you require my aid? Should you agree to a single request, I shall deliver you all from this peril. What say you?" With arduous effort, he regained control of his movements, but the multitude of beasts was already upon him. In this plight, he might escape, but Li Xuansheng and the 7 others would surely perish. Suddenly, the familiar, aged voice resonated once more, but this time it seemed more somber and weary than before, although the playful tone remained unchanged. "What is it? Speak quickly. Li Xuansheng barked, his disdain for opportunistic requests evident. The elderly man's voice echoed within Li Xuansheng's heart. Still laced with temptation. Is it merely to join your sect and become your disciple? Nothing more? Li Xuansheng struggled to move towards the exit, a hint of astonishment escaping his lips. Is that all? As one of the 9 supreme sects of humanity, my divine power sect values opportunity. Meeting you here is indeed a fortuitous encounter, yet alas, I cannot continue on the path to immortality. And regarding my junior sister's promise, will you agree? Fine, I accept. Hurry. Such a favorable opportunity could not be declined, and Li Xuansheng readily acquiesced. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal hand materialized above the snowy mountain, grasping towards the position of Li Xuansheng and his companions. In an instant, the furious roar of the previous groundhog demon resounded. Chapter 10, Supreme Dao Sovereign. How did I end up here? A whirlwind of disorientation engulfed Li Xuansheng as he opened his eyes, only to find himself near the very snowy mountain they had occupied earlier. It appeared he had indeed been rescued by the middle-aged man. Looking around, he saw only himself and the elder. The others were nowhere to be found. Cough, cough. Dear child, refrain from uttering superfluous words. Originally, I had a full hour of life left, but having intervened to save you, my soul's injuries have deepened, and now it seems I have scarcely half an hour remaining. I must also take the time to impart upon you the various matters of the Divine Power sect, which will require your earnest attention as you formally step into the fold. At this moment, the middle-aged man, his hair entirely silver and his visage aged, allows a trickle of blood to flow carelessly from the corner of his mouth, his eyes devoid of their former brilliance, now clouded and murky. The two find themselves upon a mountainside at the periphery of the Great Snow Mountain, surrounded by towering, verdant trees. Though winter's chill approaches, the foliage remains lush. The middle-aged man speaks slowly, and upon concluding his words, he casually settles onto a large stone beside him. I am called Guyan, a practitioner of the Divine Power sect. I have endured 5 centuries of cultivation, and only now have I reached the golden elixir stage of martial arts. Unworthy of my master's teachings in the Supreme Daoist. Do not speak hastily. Listen as I explain. You reside near the Great Snow Mountain, and I presume your knowledge of worldly matters is quite limited. Thus, I shall briefly enlighten you to prevent you from being at a loss for words in future conversations. Seated upon the stone, Guyan's aura diminishes further, his countenance increasingly frail, the light in his eyes long extinguished. With a slight turn of his head, he glances at the young Li Xuansheng beside him and gestures gently with one hand. The realm in which we reside is known as the Primordial Ancient Continent, an expanse of indeterminate magnitude, where, aside from the esteemed Daoist sovereigns, few possess the capacity to fathom its profound mysteries. Countless tribes have thrived upon this land, flourishing since the primordial era until the present day. Yet, competition invariably exists among these tribes, and only a scant few have endured and risen to prominence. Among these formidable factions, the Savage Beast tribe, the Oceanic Dragon tribe, and the Central Plains human tribe stand as paragons of strength. The measure of a tribe's capability to claim the title of a pinnacle faction lies in the number of Daoist sovereigns it harbors. To my knowledge, the Savage Beast tribe boasts the most Daoist sovereigns, numbering perhaps between 10 and 20. Following them, our human tribe possesses 9 supreme Daoist sovereigns, and subsequently, the Oceanic realm is home to 4 dragon sovereigns. These beings are immortal sages, the very backbone of their respective tribes. When one speaks of the immortal sages of the primordial ancient continent, a profound reverence permeates their countenance, devoid of any pretense. It is a reflection of utmost respect, admiration for the immortal beings, and an ardent yearning for everlasting life. Our human tribe, with its 9 supreme Daoist sovereigns, has fortified its strength by imparting their teachings and establishing sects, thus giving rise to the 9 great celestial domains of our kind. Within each grand celestial domain, there exists a further subdivision into 9 realms, culminating in a total of 81 realms across the Central Plains, each covering an expanse no less than hundreds of millions of miles. The sect to which I belong, the Divine Power sect, was established by one of the 9 supreme Daoists of the human race, Master Pan Gong. The celestial domain we inhabit is known as the Pan Gong Celestial Domain, and the land upon which you currently stand also belongs to this domain. As the ancient saying goes, the discourse flows without pause. Li Xuansheng quietly listened from the sidelines, striving to absorb the knowledge imparted. Beneath the Pan Gong Celestial Domain, the realm of divine power holds the utmost prestige, for the Divine Power sect resides within it. My time is limited, so I shall refrain from delving into other celestial domains. Ample introductions await you upon your arrival at the Divine Power sect. Now, allow me to briefly elucidate our sect's cultivation methods. Each of the 9 supreme Daoists of the human race possesses a unique path to enlightenment, yet fundamentally, they all pursue the principles that validate the great Tao, ultimately attaining immortality. Master Pan Gong, with his extraordinary talent, innovated the 9 Danshan's cultivation method, gathering unparalleled strength to shatter the shackles of the great Tao and achieve the status of Daoist. Thus, our Divine Power sect boasts remarkable prowess. However, since the time of Master Pan Gong, no disciple has reached the realm of the 9 Danshans, resulting in the present state of our sect, characterized by 3 peaks and 9 veins, with each practitioner focusing on one of the Dantian energy techniques. Young one, your name is Li Xuansheng, is it not? A fine name, indeed, and your innate talent is commendable. You possess inherent divine power, indicative of your extraordinary lineage and constitution. Today, I find myself in this circumstance, which seems to be fated. Step forward, and I shall utilize my final reserves of power to assist you in unlocking the Dantian techniques passed down through my lineage, condensing your spiritual energy and embarking upon the true path of cultivation. With that said, before Li Xuansheng could hesitate, he was swiftly ensnared by an invisible force. Gu Yan's hand moved slightly, and in an instant, Li Xuansheng was lifted off the ground, suspended before Gu Yan. A finger pointed forth, directly aimed at the center of Li Xuansheng's brow, as a crystalline white light surged into his body. In that fleeting moment, Li Xuansheng felt a jolt in his lower abdomen, specifically at the dantian, followed by a crisp sound. Do not overthink, Gu Yan advised. Since you have cultivated inner strength, you should possess a modicum of control over it. Remember the pathway of this power. It is one of the fundamental cultivation techniques from our Divine Power sect's 9 dantian practices. After completing the 9 transformations, it will metamorphose into a brand new dantian at your original site, allowing you to refine true power. From henceforth, you shall be considered a genuine disciple of our Divine Power sect. Gu Yan's expression bore a hint of joy. After 5 centuries of arduous cultivation, he had refrained from accepting disciples to avoid worldly distractions. Now, on the brink of death, accepting Li Xuansheng fulfilled a long-held wish. Suspended in the void before Gu Yan, Li Xuansheng nodded in response, closed his eyes, and immersed himself inward, committing to memory the pathway of the power flowing into him. Then, harnessing the residual energy, he directly commenced the 9 transformations. Cough, cough. Gu Yan lamented, alas, I am gravely injured and can only assist you in establishing a new dantian. As for condensing magical power, my will exceeds my strength. However, it is of little consequence. The path of cultivation has already been imparted to you. As long as you continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to that cultivation method, you shall soon give birth to magical power within your body. My assistance can extend only this far. Take this ring with you. It serves as the token of our lineage and is also a spatial ring. Once you cultivate your magical power, you will come to understand its significance. It contains some resources and texts for cultivation, which I believe will prove useful to you in the future. The force from Gu Yan penetrated into Li Xuansheng's body, aiding him in opening a brand new dantian, preparing to draw in the external spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his magical power. Unfortunately, the momentum was insufficient, significantly diminishing the efficiency, and not a trace of primordial magical power was condensed. Thank you, Master. As Gu Yan's power dissipated, Li Xuansheng's body gradually descended onto the earth before Gu Yan. He rose, quietly observing the elder's aged visage, silver hair, and serene demeanor. Finally, Li Xuansheng took a deep breath, knelt on both legs, bowed his head deeply to the ground, and spoke solemnly. Ha 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 ha. After 500 years of arduous cultivation, I have transformed into a flowing stream. To receive you before my demise signifies the bond between us. I have no other requests of you. All I ask is that you join the Divine Power sect and carry forth the legacy of our lineage, thereby glorifying our name. Additionally, should you enter the Divine Power sect within 5 years, I hope you can deliver an item to a certain individual. Chapter 11. The Cultivation System. To whom shall I deliver it? Li Xuansheng inquired in response, not pressing further. Entrust the ancient sounds of the Zhongfeng Sanmai to. I must confess that in this life, I have delayed her, and now that I am about to fall, everything should come to an end. The items are contained within this ring. Once you cultivate your powers and imprint your magical seal, you will discover another red box inside. That was the purpose of my journey to the Great Snow Mountain. Alas, I was unable to return unscathed, for the demon general was too vigilant and formidable. Nevertheless, I am fortunate that I managed to bring that item with me. Haha. As the ancient figure spoke, wisps of light continuously dissipated around him, and his already aged visage appeared even more haggard. It was as if the essence of his spirit had been entirely drawn away. After delivering his final words, he exhaled slowly, casting a glance at Li Xuansheng, who knelt before him, and offered a faint smile. Rise, for time is of the essence. I cannot impart all my insights on cultivation to you. The future rests solely in your hands. Do you have any questions? While I am still here, please ask swiftly. In that moment, as he faced death yet managed to accept a disciple beside the Great Snow Mountain, the ancient figure felt that the universe was fair to him, granting a means for his life to be passed on in another form. With hands resting gently on his knees, he softly addressed Li Xuansheng. Is there a realm in cultivation? Li Xuansheng knelt once more before rising. Indeed, there are realms. As practitioners, we must traverse through various stages in our cultivation journey, ultimately refining ourselves in pursuit of the immortal state of the supreme Daoist. The human race encompasses two principal cultivation systems. The first is the internal martial arts system established by our divine power sect's esteemed Daoist Pangang. The second is the natural law system imparted by the other 8 Daoist masters. Though they diverge in their paths, both ultimately lead to the attainment of the supreme Daoist realm. The venerable Gu Yin regarded Li Xuansheng with admiration, eschewing needless discourse and promptly delving into the core matter. You have now embraced the cultivation methods of our divine power sect and are on the verge of coalescing your spiritual energy. Thus, you may be considered to have reached the acquired realm. The purpose of this acquired realm is to forge a robust physical form, refining the vital energies of heaven and earth for your own use. Once you attain the consummate stage of the acquired realm, you will inevitably encounter a barrier. At that juncture, you must harness the external vital energies of the universe in concert with your innate power to shatter the shackles of your spirit, returning from the acquired to the innate realm. When your innate realm is polished to a state of pure primordial unity, where essence, energy, and spirit coalesce into one, and your will and power merge into a singular force, you will be poised to achieve the golden elixir of martial arts. Gu Yan's discourse continued unabated, gradually revealing the intricacies of the divine power sect's cultivation system. Listening to the profound teachings of his master, Li Xuansheng could not help but recall the previous conversation with Uncle Niu, which seemed to present a contrasting perspective. Internal energy? That is merely a superficial method of our divine power sect, disseminated to the masses, where the mundane engage in reckless cultivation, yielding a formidable power, yet ultimately straying from the righteous path. Those who cultivate internal energy can aspire to no greater than the innate realm, with no hope of transcending to the golden elixir of martial arts in this lifetime, unless they possess rare treasures to cleanse their essence and transform their internal energy, granting them a fleeting possibility of advancement. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Yin chuckled lightly. So it is, which martial arts system is superior? The inner martial arts of the divine power sect, or the natural laws of the 8 other venerable sects? A flicker of enlightenment crossed Li Xuansheng's eyes. It became clear that the techniques capable of cultivating internal energy were merely the rudimentary practices disseminated by the divine power sect. The path ahead appeared blocked. It could hardly be deemed the way of the great Tao. It seems that the so-called warriors are merely titles conjured by ordinary individuals. However, from the realm of the martial Tao Golden Core onwards, our disciples of the divine power sect, in battles of equal rank, fear no one from the other 8 sections. Even the sword sect, blade sect, and divine dawn sect, known for their formidable offensive prowess, pale in comparison to our divine power sect. Moreover, after the martial Tao Golden Core, our disciples advance directly to great cultivators, a distinction that further widens the gap between us and the other 8 sections. When discussing the might of his own sect's cultivation system, Gu Yan's tone brimmed with pride and admiration. Thus, it stands to reason that the strength of our divine power sect should be considered the foremost among the 9 great sects. Li Xuansheng's eyes sparkled with the same brilliance. After the martial Tao Golden Core, the cultivators of the divine power sect are unafraid of any disciples from the other 8 sects of the same realm. It sounds invigorating and stirs the heart. The path of the great Tao emphasizes the balance of heaven and earth, although the cultivation methods of the divine power sect are immensely powerful in the later stages. They possess a notable drawback: the slow pace of cultivation, requiring a substantial amount of resources and time for refinement and consolidation. In contrast to this, the disciples of the other 8 major sects can freely ascend to the next realm once they reach the requisite level of cultivation. In terms of individual strength, our divine power sect indeed boasts formidable prowess. However, when it comes to overall strength, we fall short compared to these 8 esteemed sections. Nevertheless, Xuansheng, you possess an innate divine power, and your physical constitution is inherently robust and vigorous. By practicing the techniques of our divine power sect, it is certain that your progress will be remarkably swift, alleviating any concerns regarding your cultivation speed. The cultivation system established by Master Pan Gong, while unparalleled in its later stages, possesses a significant drawback. It demands an exorbitant amount of resources and time. In the early stages of cultivation, this may not pose much of an issue, but once one reaches the martial Dao Golden Pill stage, the daily refinement of one's physical body will require substantial resources. Yes, Master, Li Xuansheng acknowledged, recognizing his limited understanding of the cultivation system. Since Master has conveyed it so, it must indeed be the case. By the way, Master, how should I proceed to enter our divine power sect? No sooner had he spoken than Li Xuansheng felt a stir within and quietly inquired further. Oh, our divine power sect governs the Pan Gong celestial domain, which encompasses 9 subordinate realms. Consequently, we have established branches in the major cities of each realm, with the nearest branch being in Silver Solid City. Within my ring lies a complete map of the Pan Gong celestial domain. Once you cultivate sufficient magical power, you will be able to retrieve it. Additionally, the ring contains my token for true disciples, which will permit you to cultivate at any branch outside our sect. This also aligns with the 5-year agreement I previously entrusted to you. Xuansheng, apart from this, do you have any lingering doubts in your heart? For the moment, none. Li Xuansheng replied in a deep voice. It is well that you have none. In the future, as you step into the realm of cultivation, you will inevitably encounter myriad experiences. I hope you can maintain your original intention, steadfastly pursue your cultivation, until you reach the pinnacle of greatness. My time left is fleeting. Xuansheng, here, accompany me in silence as we observe the world. The tone of Master Gu Yin grew increasingly weary, a palpable aura of decay and death enveloping him. Yes, Master. Chapter 12, Magical Power. Quietly observing as Master Gu Yin was engulfed by an unnamed white flame, completely dissipating into the vastness of the universe. Li Xuansheng felt a pang of sorrow. His soul was wounded, as previously stated, without the intervention of a powerful cultivator in the near future. There was no hope of survival. A fleeting shadow of despair crossed his eyes as he glanced at the dark ring adorning his left middle finger. Master, your disciple shall not betray your expectations. Once more, he knelt upon the stone where Master Gu Yin had sat, and with a heavy heart, he spoke. After a final, profound gaze at where Master Gu Yin had last been, he resolutely turned away. According to Master Gu Yan's previous words, after rescuing all 10 members of the hunting team, excluding Li Xuansheng, the others were to be placed at the transitional zone between the village and the Great Snow Mountain. Gazing into the distance, this small peak was not far from Li family village, merely around 10 miles away, a distance that now seemed but a fleeting moment to Li Xuansheng. Upon entering the village, not far from the entrance, I beheld Uncle Nyo and several others anxiously awaiting my arrival, their faces lighting up with surprise at the sight of me. Uncle Nyo's deep and resonant voice rang out first, soon followed by my sister's melodious laughter. Brother, I knew you would be fine. By the way, brother, Uncle Nyo and the others were placed not far from the village by the immortal. Where were you just now? Li Xuansheng, with her petite figure, leapt into my embrace, inhaling the familiar scent that enveloped me, which seemed to have grown even more delightful since my recovery. A flicker of curiosity crossed Li Xuansheng's eyes as she posed a question. I wonder what has driven the beasts of the Great Snow Mountain into a frenzy. Such formidable creatures typically remain beyond 1,000 miles of the periphery. Yet, they all appeared at once this time. I just heard the news that besides our Li family's village, which was fortunate enough to be entirely saved by the immortal, the hunting squads of other villages and settlements have suffered total annihilation. This means that the villages adjacent to the Great Snow Mountain will face a harsh winter, especially with the impending arrival of tax collectors from Snow Mountain City in a few days. Uncle No nodded solemnly, acknowledging that I was the first to rescue myself from the Great Snow Mountain, a fact that would forever be etched in his memory. Reflecting on this, he promptly instructed a nearby peasant woman. Subsequently, they turned alongside Li Xuansheng and began their journey back to the village, conversing about the hardships of the current year. The people from the Han family of Snow Mountain City were returning once again, and so soon. The recent ferocity of the wild beasts in the Great Snow Mountain had claimed the lives of many pillars of the villages. It remained uncertain whether they would show any leniency this time. Upon hearing Uncle Nyo mention the matter of taxation, a flurry of thoughts regarding the affairs of the Han family in Snow Mountain City surged in Li Xuansheng's mind. Although termed as numerous affairs, it was merely a fragment of memory. It was unclear, yet hope lingered. Uncle Nyo sighed. The Li village was inherently a small hamlet where each household led a rather ordinary and arduous life. Adding another layer of tax would indeed be a cruel blow. However, Uncle Nyo need not lament excessively. In comparison to those villages whose hunting teams had suffered total annihilation, Li village was fortunate. For at least the strength of the hunting team remained intact. If they could endure this trial, recovery would come swiftly. As long as there was still vitality, all would be well. Indeed, Xuansheng, you are right. I have been overly concerned. As long as our hunting team in Li village persists without significant losses, all remains hopeful. The group then ceased their discussions, their footsteps leading them deeper into the heart of the village. That night, the moon hung high in the sky, though not perfectly round. It was nonetheless approaching fullness. Its silvery radiance enveloped the vast expanse of the earth, casting a luminous, chilling glow upon all it touched. The master imparted to me the divine power cultivation method. The nascent Dantian has superseded the original nexus of inner strength. Now, the only remaining step is to cultivate mana to activate the Dantian, achieve the Sea of Dantian, and become a true cultivator of the divine power sect. Li Xuansheng murmured to himself, seated cross-legged on the wooden bed by the window, his palms upturned and eyes gently closed. The inner strength within him, yet to metamorphose into mana, ceaselessly coursed through the meridians according to the technique imparted by the ancients. With each circuit, Li Xuansheng felt the ambient spiritual energy of become increasingly vibrant and turbulent. Simultaneously, the immense vitality of his body roiled within his veins. Under this internal and external resonance, his inner strength had swiftly completed the cycle 89 times. The accumulation and evolution of 72 cycles caused Li Xuansheng's complexion to flush crimson, his vitality, and his body to emanate a faint, ethereal luster under the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, an extraordinary phenomenon indicative of the intense convergence of, having just surpassed 89 cycles. Li Xuansheng endured the immense pressure within him and continued to circulate his inner strength, traversing his meridians. 73 cycles, 74 cycles. In the blink of an eye, he had forced another 8 cycles, reaching 80 cycles. At this moment, Li Xuansheng, sitting serenely on the bed, was drenched in perspiration, his garments completely soaked, and wisps of white vapor ceaselessly billowed from the crown of his head. 9 times 9 signifies consummation. The cultivation of mana is imminent. In my previous life, the pursuit of immortality was but a futile endeavor. Now, the path lies directly before me. If I fail to attain immortality, this life will be squandered. 81 cycles circulate. The internal strength accumulated over 80 cycles has stretched Li Xuansheng's already robust meridians to their utmost limits. Originating from the Dantian, it now returns to that very core, accompanied by the most profound yearning resonating within his heart. Boom. Chapter 13. The Dantian cultivates the green lotus. This is the Dantian cultivated through the divine power of the sect's teachings. This is the transformation of internal strength into magical energy. Yet, why is there a green lotus within my Dantian, devoid of any leaves or petals, save for a solitary stem topped with a budding flower? The previously pale gray internal energy has metamorphosed into a delicate azure magical essence, instinctively operating the technique, gradually absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance and enrich itself. My master had never mentioned the appearance of a green lotus within the Dantian. This must be common knowledge. After a considerable time, having circulated the magical energy throughout his body, Li Xuansheng felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Although he did not measure his strength, it had undoubtedly increased severalfold. The magical energy is indeed formidable, surpassing the quality of internal strength by more than tenfold. No wonder all things are deemed inferior, while the immortal stands supreme, truly elevated, reaching heights beyond measure. The delicate azure energy flows ceaselessly within him, moving at his whim. As the immense vitality is tamed by the magical essence, obediently rushing through, nourishing his entire being without a hint of pause. Now that the magical energy has been cultivated, it is time to see what my master has left for me within the ring. Taking a deep breath, I gently raised my left hand, positioning it horizontally before my chest. The dark ring upon my finger shimmered with a unique brilliance under the moonlight. A subtle stir of mystical energy coursed through me. And in the next moment, under my control, the small ring on my middle finger became enveloped in an ethereal aura. My consciousness seemed to connect with an unknown realm, albeit a modest one, merely 100 cubic meters in size. Within this space lay an assortment of items, garments, books, wooden boxes, and a small pile of glistening crystals, each the size of a fist. Could this be the crystallized spirit stone spoken of in the Daoist scriptures of my previous life? Formed from the essence of heaven and earth? With a mere thought, a fist-sized spirit stone materialized in my hand, instantly attracting a dense gathering of heavenly and earthly essence into my palm. My innate magical power instinctively surged forth. Soon, an exceedingly pure stream of this essence erupted from the stone, coursing through the acupoints in my hand and being absorbed like a vein, converging into my magical energy. In just a few breaths, I could perceive with my own eyes the expansion of my magical power and the reservoir within my dantian. Oh, this blue lotus seems to lack roots. Every entity possesses a source. Without roots, it is akin to water without a source or a tree without a foundation, unable to endure, unable to persist. No, my magical power is diminishing. This is not good, as I sense the notable expansion of my dantian and the strength of my magical energy. I felt the blue lotus within my dantian stir slightly. In an instant, the entire reservoir reverted to its original state, as small as when it was first established. Li Xuansheng, consumed by anger, finally comprehended the reason behind the rootless azure lotus residing within his dantian sea. The origin lay within the dantian sea itself, which ultimately equated to the true self. How peculiar was the cultivation technique of the divine power sect? If one could not fortify the dantian, how could the true self cultivate and advance? This simply would not do. He must seek alternative methods. As Li Xuansheng pondered potential solutions, he simultaneously endeavored to manage the voracious absorption rate of the azure lotus within him. The spiritual stones in his grasp continuously supplied pure spiritual energy, which, without undergoing any refinement, was directly absorbed into the dantian sea. In the next moment, the dantian expanded once more, only to revert back to its original form as the azure lotus swayed. Expand, revert, expand, revert. This relentless cycle darkened Li Xuansheng's countenance, and at that moment, it seemed as if the azure lotus had developed an insatiable appetite for mana, forming a swirling vortex of considerable suction around itself. The newly established dantian sea trembled, abruptly shrinking by a tenth. The terrifying suction force linked to the source of spiritual energy in his hand, and within 3 breaths, the fist-sized, lustrous spiritual stone disintegrated into a fine powder. I refuse to believe that you can endure this. In a moment of desperation, unable to conjure a superior solution, Li Xuansheng's hands shimmered with brilliance, each palm manifesting a radiant spiritual stone. Bang! Bang! Merely 6 breaths had elapsed when the 2 brilliant spiritual stones once again crumbled into dust, scattering into the void amidst the pulsations of spiritual energy emanating from his body. More. In the depths of the dantian sea, the diminutive azure lotus exhibited an ever-increasing allure. After the passage of half an incense stick, the 2 gleaming spirit stones in Li Xuansheng's possession disintegrated into mere fragments within mere breaths of their emergence. Again, the same scene unfolded. The rate at which spirit stones appeared in Li Xuansheng's grasp accelerated, while the azure lotus swayed with growing fervor, resembling a famished specter deprived of sustenance for ages. As the influx of magical energy surged, the unremarkable azure lotus began to emanate a faint cerulean glow, which enveloped its very essence. This ethereal aura manifested as a mist hovering above the dantian sea, intermittently showcasing peculiar phenomena that flickered upon the lotus and even appeared above Li Xuansheng's head. A colossal figure wielding a massive axe struck toward a nebulous expanse. Countless bizarre creatures howled from all directions, converging upon the giant. A deluge of blood, severed limbs, and shattered remnants filled the air. The giant roared in fury, radiating a vibrant azure light from above. Fragments of shattered visions flickered within the depths of Li Xuansheng's mind, while the moonlight cascaded down, enveloping a realm of 10 to 100 miles, where the spiritual essence of the universe coalesced. Even the modest pile of spirit stones within Li Xuansheng's ring suddenly transformed into an abundant flow of extraordinarily pure spiritual energy. Surging into his being, merging into a river of magical power, and ultimately being absorbed by the azure lotus. Unbeknownst to Li Xuansheng, his mind had become enraptured by the myriad of images before him as he allowed the torrent of spiritual energy to surge through his body. His magical power transformed, and his dantian expanded and contracted, all in pursuit of nurturing this azure lotus. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at the remnants of spiritual stones that had dissipated back into the cosmos, a helpless smile gracing his lips. A heap of spiritual stones had not contributed even a fraction to the expansion of my dantian sea, yet you, my dear companion, appear to have feasted well, shrouded in an ethereal aura that lends you an air of mystery. I wonder what you may impart to me as you take root within my being. The words of resignation escaped Li Xuansheng's lips as he contemplated the azure lotus residing in his dantian sea, shaking his head in uncertainty. He truly could not discern the purpose of this azure lotus. His master had mentioned that cultivators of the divine power sect require minimal resources after their innate abilities awaken. Yet now, Li Xuansheng felt a dissonance in his master's words, as if they were drenched in ambiguity. Before his thoughts could settle, Li Xuansheng abruptly halted his musings. Within the dantian sea, the azure lotus, which had just found its stability, began to stir once more. Chapter 14, Primordial Beginnings. Originally adorned with a single stem and a budding flower, 5 ethereal leaves now encircled the blossom. Observing their form, these leaves appeared merely as vague silhouettes, devoid of any tangible essence. With a rush, as the ethereal aura surrounding the azure lotus began to dissipate, a pale azure light surged forth from the flower bud, transforming into a streak of luminescence that ascended into Li Xuansheng's consciousness. The words primordial Dao scripture materialized in 4 pale azure characters, reflecting within the depths of Li Xuansheng's heart, instantly drawing him into their profound embrace. The genesis of all consequences, the vastness of morality, the infinite reliance. The transformation across 3,000 realms. Every cause inevitably leads to its corresponding effect. From the formless void, the Tao gives birth to the primordial. The immensity of the Taiji has been proven. Thus I have heard, when the great Tao is at hand. Firstly, there is hearing, the supreme is panned. The beginning of the Yuan, with boundless divine power, forcibly imprinting each principle within, in every aspect, leaving nothing untouched. In the stillness of the night, with the bright moon hanging high, Li Xuansheng sat alone in quietude upon his wooden bed. The azure lotus within his dantian sea remained without any unusual stirrings, and the mana within his meridians circulated instinctively. However, it seemed that at the very moment the primordial Tao scripture appeared, the original cultivation path of the divine power sect was forcibly evolved and transformed. Wisps of light azure mana surged from the dantian sea, following unfamiliar channels of meridians. Passing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians, it then permeated Li Xuansheng's entire body, from the Baihui acupoint to the Yongquan acupoint. It was as if all 129,600 meridians innate to the human race were about to be opened. A faint azure light enveloped Li Xuansheng's body, a thin layer of protective radiance, so crystalline and translucent, enveloping Li Xuansheng, who was immersed in the primordial Tao scripture, without moving. Ancient Daoist texts state, Yuan signifies the origin, the root. Shi signifies the beginning, the primordial qi. This qi transforms into the one who created the world, known as Pangu. It transforms into the ancestor who presides over the heavenly realm, known as the primordial. To stand in the void, to grasp the cause of all consequences, the fruit of all fruits, to cultivate the primordial. One's body must align with the source of the primordial. The human race is born with a Tao body, possessing 129,600 meridians within. To fully connect them all is to establish the foundation of the primordial. Li Xuansheng was profoundly shaken. In his previous life, he sought immortality and perused various Taoist and Buddhist texts, where the term primordial beginning appeared with remarkable frequency. Some scriptures state that primordial beginning is a living entity, revered as the primordial heavenly sovereign, born of the innate, existing before the cosmos itself. Even if the heavens and the earth were to be utterly destroyed, his existence would remain unaffected. Whenever a new universe is formed, the sovereign descends to the mortal realm to impart secret teachings and guide souls through tribulations. Other texts describe primordial beginning as the great Tao, the supreme path that governs creation and destruction, emerging from the boundless void, evolving into the Tai Chi. In transcending time itself, past and future, all of this encapsulates the essence of primordial beginning. Now, with the emergence of the primordial Tao scripture, What had been imprinted upon my heart and soul was none other than. Li Xuansheng dared not continue his thoughts, for the implications were far too astonishing and unnerving. Within a single blue lotus resided the primordial Tao scripture. I can now affirm that this lotus was not cultivated through the techniques of the divine power sect. Rather, it had existed within my being all along, now revived through the nurturing of the magical energy within my dantian. Inconceivable, utterly inconceivable, the existence of a cultivation path such as the primordial Tao scripture, which intertwines through 129, 600 meridians to establish the foundation of primordial beginning. Yet, at present, it seems that my true self only has the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians connected. The 129, 600 meridians are respectively governed by these 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians, and astonishingly, they can also be utilized for cultivation. For Li Xuansheng, the numerous meridians within the human body were not unfamiliar. In fact, they were quite familiar. In his previous life, as a master of national arts at the dark energy level, he had already embarked on the path of opening the extraordinary meridians and the 12 primary channels. Although he had some understanding of the finer meridians, he had merely regarded them as auxiliary pathways to the main channels. However, it now appeared that this perception was somewhat limited. The human race, inherently embodying the Tao, has every part of its being resonating with the principles of the universe, particularly the vital meridians. With a staggering count of 129, 600 meridians, this task was no trivial endeavor. Attempting to methodically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to open them would be utterly impractical due to its inefficiency, while relying on spirit stones proved equally sluggish. What method could be deemed most effective? Following a night of quiet meditation, the moonlight outside had waned to a mere faint shadow, while in the depths of the eastern horizon, a fiery cloud materialized, heralding the rise of the sun. Streams of scorching rays pierced the atmosphere, replacing the coolness of the moon and bestowing the vitality for all things to flourish. After a night of cultivation, his magical power had successfully coalesced, achieving the anticipated goal. However, the emergence of the Yuanshi Tianzun and the Qinglian brought both unexpected delight and trepidation to Li Xuansheng. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he contemplated ways to expedite his cultivation and the unblocking of his meridians. After 10 breaths, he ultimately conceded defeat, for he could not conceive of a superior method to facilitate his swift advancement. Ceasing contemplation of the matter at hand, his gaze shifted outward, drawn to the vista beyond the window. The sounds of the hamlet had long since permeated his senses, the crowing of roosters and the barking of dogs. The villagers were stirring, their day commencing. Even the chamber belonging to Li Xian had been illuminated for the better part of an hour. Having once been inducted into the divine might sect, the chasm between the mortal and immortal realms had become unbridgeable, for both himself and his sister. Their destinies were now immutable. At the peak of his inner force, he could unleash a force of 4,000 pounds. Now, with deepened magical power and a strengthened physique, his full strength should be no less than thrice that. He wondered to what extent his physical form would be fortified when all 129,600 meridians of his body were fully opened. Chapter 15. The assault of Huang family stronghold. With a single hand, he pushed open the door, and a wave of refreshing air immediately enveloped him, causing a momentary tightening of his skin, which then returned to normal. His vitality and spirit seemed to be invigorated. "Brother, you're awake. The meal will be ready shortly." Listening to Li Xian's words, which, though ordinary, contained the most intimate and gentle sentiments in the world, a faint smile graced Li Xuansheng's face as he greedily inhaled every inch of the air in this land. Having spoken, his tone shifted, and he casually inquired, "Xian, have you ever considered leaving the Great Snow Mountain to see the world outside?" "It's all right, brother. I've saved a bit of money at home. If we're frugal, it should last us for at least half a month. With me here, neither you nor I will go hungry." "Leave the Great Snow Mountain? Brother. Are you going to Snow Mountain City? Don't you detest Snow Mountain City?" Xuan truly excels as a steward. Traversing the Great Snow Mountain is not merely a journey to the Snow Mountain City. I shall speak with you further on this matter. As the morning dawns and the sun rises, all of nature flourishes with vitality. It is indeed an opportune moment to stretch one's limbs and temper the body. In a day or two, when time permits, I shall share with you something remarkable. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Xuansheng felt the innate energy of his cultivation method stirring within him, channeling the pale azure energy from the depths of his dantian. A spectral image of a blue lotus with 5 petals floated serenely amidst it, vibrant energy surging forth and flowing into the already open meridians. Meanwhile, his external form resumed the rhythmic practice of Tai Chi, each movement deliberate yet imbued with grace. In harmony with the universe, he embodied the principle of yin and yang, a technique perfected by Zhang Lada in the Age of Decline, breaking the shackles of heaven and earth through martial prowess. Li Xuansheng was confident that this set of martial arts, while perhaps not the pinnacle in this world, certainly belonged to the upper echelon. Thus, he felt no urgency to engage in the ancient martial techniques preserved within his ring. With intention rather than force, the movements of his fists generated a flow of energy, drawing the celestial essence into his being, merging it with his spiritual power. This energy then coursed through the extraordinary vessels in the 12 primary meridians, impacting the uncharted pathways within him. The human body possesses a staggering 12,960 channels, with the extraordinary vessels and the 12 primary meridians governing all beneath them, facilitating the transmission of boundless strength and spiritual energy. Yet, the assimilation of the celestial essence through the internal meridians remained excessively sluggish. After practicing Tai Chi 3 times, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, along with the arcane powers, barely managed to connect 2 meridians. At this rate, achieving complete flow throughout my channels seems an elusive endeavor. Li Xuansheng sighed, shaking his head. Dwelling on such thoughts was futile. He had only just embarked on the path of cultivation, with limited experience, yet he believed that methods would reveal themselves in due course. Brother, it's time for dinner. With the final posture of his practice, Li Xian's voice echoed in his ears. A smile graced his lips as he took a deep breath, feeling a sudden clarity as the void before him subtly trembled. All right. Suddenly, a distressed shout pierced the air. Not good, not good. The people from Honghuang family village are causing trouble. Xuansheng, my father requests that everyone from the hunting team gather at the village entrance. Before he could turn around, the urgent voice rushed closer. Hearing this, Li Xuansheng furrowed his brow. Trouble from Honghuang family village this early in the morning? Ernyo, slow down. No need to rush. At the entrance of the courtyard, through the low wall, a robust young man clad in a dark fitted outfit was sprinting towards him, calling out incessantly. Li Xuansheng recognized him as Li Ernyo, the son of the hunting team leader, Li Ershu. It seemed that the adage held true. A father's hero begets a son of valor. Li Ershu was regarded as the foremost expert in the village, and his inherited prowess was notable. Had it not been for Li Xuansheng's extraordinary innate strength, one would be hard-pressed to find a peer among his contemporaries who could rival Li Ernyo. Brother, are the people from Honghuang family village truly causing trouble? Having just finished her chores in the kitchen, Li Xuansheng hurriedly emerged upon hearing the commotion. She approached her brother, observing Ernyo, who had rushed to the doorway. His innocent eyes filled with confusion as they sought out Li Xuansheng. It seemed to be the case. Li Xuansheng refrained from elaborating, while Li Ernyo wasted no time, boldly opening the door to Li Xuansheng's home and stepping inside, reiterating his previous inquiry. How many individuals from Honghuang family village have arrived? Li Xuansheng was well aware of the situation concerning Honghuang family village, having suffered injuries at their hands previously. It was unexpected that they would seek him out before he had a chance to confront them. There are 20 in total. My father mentioned they are quite formidable, being skilled members of the hunting team from Honghuang family village. However, they can be rather intimidating. Upon arriving at our village entrance, they displayed their bravado, shouting and making a scene. I have already informed Uncle Nyo, Uncle Wu, and the others along the way. Xuansheng, you were the last to know. So let us hurry. Although slightly plump, Li Ernyo possessed well-defined muscles and was considerably shorter than Li Xuansheng. As he entered the courtyard and approached the siblings, he urged them with a sense of urgency. Do you know their intentions? Li Xuansheng slowly nodded, since the hunting team had already arrived. He had no reason to decline. I am unsure. They just arrived, and my father instructed me to inform you. It likely bodes ill. Li Ernyo shook his head. After this exchange, Li Xuansheng cautioned his sister, cast a glance at Li Ernyo, and stepped forward, hastening towards the village entrance, with Li Ernyo following closely behind, having fulfilled his task. Fear not, they shall not pose a threat to your brother. A cheerful laugh echoed from afar, and Li Xuansheng's gaze fell upon her brother and Li Ernyo, whose figures gradually became indistinct. Chapter 16, Borrowing 100,000. At this moment, the entrance of Li family village exuded a profound sense of oppression. In the vast open space before the village, a hunting party led by Li Xuansheng confronted a group of 20 individuals. As time passed, the ranks of Li Xuansheng's team swelled, while the villagers, possessing little martial prowess, cheered from a distance, vocally rallying support. Third brother Huang. Last time you seized the prey that rightfully belonged to us in the Great Snow Mountain and forcibly injured several members of our hunting team. We had initially chosen to endure. Yet, to our astonishment, you now dare to obstruct us at the gates of Li family village. Do you truly believe that we are afraid of you? With the continuous arrival of his team members, a flicker of confidence ignited within Li Xuansheng. He stepped forward, glaring at the 20 members of Huang family village, and spoke with fervor. Humph, Lier, your words are quite flattering towards your own village. When our Huang family settled in the Great Snow Mountain, your ancestors were likely yet to be born. We come not with malice this time, merely seeking to borrow some money. If you produce 100,000, we shall depart immediately, causing no delay to your morning meal. What say you? Among the 20 individuals from Huangjiazai, one at the center heard the sound and stepped forward, wielding an iron rod that he carelessly twirled in his hand. With a contemptuous glance cast at Li Xuansheng in the Li family estate, he articulated his demands before advancing closer to them. You might as well abandon all hope. I heard that your hunting team from Huangjiazai perished completely in the Great Snow Mountain yesterday. How unfortunate that not every member of your hunting team made it into the mountain. This is merely retribution. Upon hearing Huang Laosan's demands, Li Xuansheng was filled with rage. He sought a loan of 100,000 from the Li family estate. It was absurd, as in recent hunts, the Li family estate's bounty had been meager, practically non-existent. Moreover, in a few days, the Han family from Snow Mountain City would come to collect protection fees, 10 coins per person, totaling over 10,000. For a small estate like the Li family, this was indeed a considerable burden. Life was already challenging, and now the people from Huangjiazai sought to add insult to injury. As if they believed the Li family estate was made of clay. You are courting death, he declared. Though some of our hunting team members have fallen, dealing with you from the Li family estate is still a trivial matter. I shall ask you one last time. Either pay up willingly, or we shall come to collect ourselves. When we do come to collect, the sum will not merely be 100,000. You have 60 breaths to provide us with a response. Although he had not acquired the cultivation methods to generate inner strength through arduous practice and accumulation, he had developed a robust and formidable vitality, capable of contending with the initial stage of postnatal martial artists. The intensity was indeed remarkable. You all are being excessively oppressive. As Li Xuansheng sensed the overwhelming and immense vitality emanating from his body, his expression drastically changed. He had initially believed that all the elite members of the Huang family's hunting team had perished in the Great Snow Mountain the previous day. To his astonishment, a considerable number still remained, each possessing strength comparable to his own, with several even surpassing him. Observing the determination etched on the faces of Huang Laosan and his companions, a profound sense of foreboding settled in his heart. If a confrontation ensued, the members of the Li family's hunting team would undoubtedly be no match for the 20 individuals before them. Despite the established rules of Shueshan City prohibiting internecine conflict among the villages adjacent to the Great Snow Mountain, exceptions did exist. Given the Huang family's strength and resources, they likely would not fear retribution from Shueshan City. Thus, the Li family would be left to bear the brunt of the consequences. Brother, do you see? Li Xuansheng was tormented by conflicting thoughts. He was reluctant to lend money to the Huang family. Should he do so, it would likely render the Li family's efforts this year futile. Equally, he did not wish to see the Huang family inflict serious harm upon the Li family. As 10 breaths elapsed, Li Xuansheng found himself at an impasse and turned slightly to glance at the members of his hunting team. Lending money was out of the question. The Li family was already weak, and suffering such a loss would likely preclude any hope of recovery for the next decade. If a confrontation is to occur, let it be. I'm unafraid of them. Moreover, the hunting team from Huang family village has already suffered losses in the Great Snow Mountain. I refuse to believe they would dare to engage us head-on. In such a scenario, both sides would be left with nothing, and they would not emerge unscathed. Old 8. Do not act rashly. Wealth is merely a superficial concern and should not weigh heavily on your mind. Borrowing money is not out of the question. But should hostilities genuinely arise, our strength at Li family village is far from being a match for Huang family village. Should our ancestral legacy be jeopardized? How would you justify that? The eldest, sporting a small braid atop his head, cast a sidelong glance at the man who had spoken previously. His tone measured, yet the implication was unmistakable. As his words settled, the expressions of the remaining members of the hunting team shifted subtly. As natives of Li family village, their loyalty to the clan was unquestionable, and the elder's message was rather overt. Brother, I believe old 8's perspective holds merit. Yesterday's upheaval of the beast horde in the Great Snow Mountain left Huang family village's hunting team with substantial losses. Under such circumstances, they must be feeling insecure. And their display of bravado before Li family village is merely a fade. I cannot believe they would risk further casualties among their hunting team. Old Nyo, Old 8. Cease your bickering. I believe listening to the discussions among the hunting team members, Li Xuansheng felt a sense of weight upon his shoulders. As the captain of the hunting team, he must prioritize the interests of both the team and Li family village. If borrowing money leads to our own demise, it would serve no purpose. If a conflict were to arise, it would yield no favorable outcome for oneself. Before the words were fully uttered, 60 breaths had swiftly passed. With 60 breaths gone, it remains uncertain if you have reached an agreement. If not, do not blame the club in my hand today. Esteemed heroes of the Huang family stronghold, we are neighbors. There is no need for such tension. You wish to borrow 100,000. A sum I regrettably do not possess. Would 50,000 suffice? It is essential to realize that the cold family from Snow Mountain City will soon arrive, and we must prepare for their expenses. Otherwise, our humble Li family village may not survive this winter. Ultimately, driven to a turning point, Li Xuansheng resolved to propose a compromise. Those who fail to recognize the situation demand a full 100,000 without a single coin less. Since you refuse to acknowledge our goodwill, do not blame us. Brothers, let us proceed to Li family village to gather the funds. Huang Laosen scoffed once more, spitting contemptuously at the members of the hunting team from Li family village, and then he stepped forward, gesturing dismissively to his companions. Hold on. Before you act, might we settle our accounts? The voice belonged to Li Xuansheng. He had arrived on the scene with Li Erniu earlier, expecting Li Xuansheng to devise a suitable resolution. If the hunting team from Li family village were to retreat today, it would spell doom for the village, leading to ruin and loss of life. Second uncle. My actions do not conflict with yours. During the last hunting expedition at the Great Snow Mountain, that little fox indeed belonged to our Li family village. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by those from Huang's stronghold. Once I ascertain the details of my own matters, I shall allow them to invade Li family village for plunder. Li Xuansheng remained unfazed, as the arm tightly grasped by Uncle Nyo subtly shifted backward. In that fleeting moment, an unmatched force surged forth from the point of contact between Uncle Nyo and Li Xuansheng, propelling Uncle Nyo's body backward. Xuansheng, you. This. The force that enveloped him undoubtedly surpassed that of anyone in the Li family hunting team. He recalled that just yesterday, Xuansheng had mentioned how, upon recovery from his injuries, his strength and perception had dramatically increased. However, this newfound power seemed excessively formidable. Suddenly interrupted by a brash young lad, Huang Laosen narrowed his cold eyes, scrutinizing Li Xuansheng with an appraising glance. With a smirk, he twirled the iron rod in his hand. After speaking, he turned his head slightly, addressing his companion behind him. Third brother, leave this trivial matter to me. I take great pleasure in educating others. Within mere moments, a slender young man swiftly emerged from behind Huang Laosen, clad in a fur-lined garment, with 2 daggers sheathed at his waist and dark gray hair tied back. 18. Pick up the pace. We have yet to complete half of the task entrusted to us by the elder brother. Huang Laosen grunted affirmatively, gesturing with his hand. As the figure from Huangjiazhai prepared to strike, Li Xuansheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite harboring some disdain for Li Xuansheng, perhaps due to his unyielding nature and innate talent, he recognized his duty as a member of the hunting team to protect every life. In the midst of their conversation, Huang Shiba, emerging from the Huangjiazhai hunting team, stepped forward, launching a fist aimed squarely at Li Xuansheng, seemingly intent on overpowering him with raw force. Oh, is this your strength? It might suffice against an ordinary person, but for me, it falls short. Last time, your compatriots from Huangjiazhai broke 73 of my bones. As the formidable fist advanced towards him, Li Xuansheng stood motionless. Just as it was about to connect, he abruptly raised a hand, enveloping the powerful punch. In that instant, Huang Shiba's expression shifted dramatically. Alas, it was too late. With Li Xuansheng's words echoing, Huang Shiba felt his body seize under the grip of his opponent, as if it were no longer his own. A swift pull and shake sent him soaring into the air, accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds, 73 in total. Neither more nor less. Huang Shiba's form arced gracefully, landing amidst the hunting team behind Huang Laosen, followed closely by a dull thud and the sound of bones fracturing anew. Consider this your parting gift, Li Xuansheng intoned, stepping closer to the group from Huangjiazhai. Initially, Li Xuansheng manipulated every sinew and bone in my body, fracturing 73 bones. And then I was violently thrown onto the solid ground. The already shattered bones offered no protection, resulting in severe trauma to my internal organs. It seemed that after recovering from this injury, Xuansheng had grown increasingly formidable. The scene before me equally astonished the members of the Li family hunting team. Reflecting on Xuansheng's performance in the snowy mountain the previous day, there was no doubt that his strength had surpassed previous limits. Huang Shiba's prowess was not significantly different from ours, yet he was grievously injured by a single strike from Xuansheng. The only plausible explanation for such an outcome was that Xuansheng's capabilities far exceeded those of Huang Shiba. Huang Laosan's strength was merely slightly greater than that of Huang Shiba. Thus it appeared that Xuansheng posed no real danger. Chapter 18. Reciprocity, youngster. You seek your own demise. State your name. The Huang family will remember you. Huang Laosan's expression darkened considerably as he glanced at the unconscious Huang Shiba, whose pale face and labored breathing indicated his dire state. The once vigorous blood energy surrounding Huang Laosan intensified and surged. I am Li Xuansheng. Remember my name. You may find it necessary to do so in the future. The Huang family holds significant influence, but I am unclear about the source of your confidence. Is it your sheer numbers? The strength of your kin? I have not witnessed these traits. To me, you appear as nothing more than pitiful ants. Do you believe that I could, with a single punch, obliterate you? Li Xuansheng stepped forward once more, narrowing the distance between himself and Huang Laosan, his expression unchanged. With one hand resting behind him, his calm eyes regarded Huang Laosan. You wretched boy, how dare you injure my 18th brother to such a degree? I shall kill you. As Li Xuansheng's words resonated, Huang Laosan's breath became increasingly heavy and fervent. However, before he could make a move, another figure leaped forth from behind him, launching a punch toward Li Xuansheng. A futile strike. Without even a glance, Li Xuansheng countered with a single punch. Ergo, are you all right? I am fine. Such overwhelming strength. Cough, cough. I am utterly no match for him. With a single blow, my arm is fractured, and my internal organs are injured. How infuriating. How can such a person exist in the humbly family manner? Huang Shire spoke in a fragmented manner, coughing lightly, his previously flushed face now paling slightly. Yet, compared to Huang Shiba from earlier, he was in much better condition. Today, the 20 of you have come to my Li family manor, flaunting your might and seeking to seize what is not yours. Quite commendable, indeed, and filled with courage. Nevertheless, I do not intend to slay you outright. Instead, I shall present you with a precious gift that will be etched in your memories for the rest of your lives. As he witnessed Li Xuansheng incapacitate the two formidable members of his hunting team with ease, Huang Laosan felt a twinge of trepidation. As a pivotal figure within the Huang family's hunting squad, he was no stranger to the ways of fighters. Both the elder brother and the second brother have spoken of their own prowess, declaring that unless confronted by a martial artist, it is exceedingly rare for an ordinary person to find a worthy opponent. However, now, Huang Laosan perceives an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Li Xuansheng. Are you a martial artist? But how could that be possible? I refuse to believe it. My elder brother has said that unless a martial artist intervenes, no one can easily defeat me. Today, I shall slay you, you little wretch. Huang Laosan strives to suppress the fear within, his fervent blood surging through his veins as he swiftly brandishes the iron rod in his hand. In the next moment, his body lunges forward, and the iron rod appears in a flash at Li Xuansheng's left side. So eager to accept the gift I offer you. Li Xuansheng raises his hand to block and sees the iron rod, abruptly halting Huang Laosan's lethal strike. A fine rod indeed. Let us see if it is genuine. Bang. Before he could even discern the trajectory of the iron rod, a sharp pain suddenly radiates through his lower abdomen, accompanied by an overwhelming force that sends his body hurtling into the void. Li Xuansheng swiftly follows Huang Laosan's trajectory, the illusory form of the iron rod flickering as he unleashes a flurry of 9 strikes. Bang, bang, bang. In the emptiness, the bones of Huang Laosan's body shatter under the relentless blows of the iron rod, his internal organs severely damaged. Had it not been for Li Xuansheng's intention to spare his life, he would certainly have succumbed to the 9 strikes. As the last blow lands, Li Xuansheng propels himself upwards, using Huang Laosan's body to pivot and charge directly into the remaining members of the Huang clan. This gift must be accepted by all of you. With a cold snort, the shadow of the staff stretched across the sky, and wherever it struck, no adversary remained unscathed. All opponents faced the wrath of Li Xuansheng's iron rod, their bones shattered, tendons forcibly severed. Under Li Xuansheng's deliberate care, the prospect of their future cultivation was utterly extinguished. Within 10 breaths, the 20 men from the Honghuang family stronghold lay sprawled upon the ground in front of Li's village, writhing in agony, their mouths filled with curses and expressions of resentment. Having spoken, Li Xuansheng casually tossed the iron rod to the ground and turned away, bowing respectfully to the astonished Li Xuansheng and the others, whose faces bore the marks of shock. With light steps, in a matter of breaths, Li Xuansheng's figure had vanished deep within the village, disappearing from the view of the onlookers. Is that all there is to it? Li Xuansheng gazed intently at the writhing figures of the Honghuang family members nearby, then slightly turned his head to watch Li Xuansheng's departing silhouette, murmuring to himself. Xuansheng mentioned to me that since his injuries healed, his strength and perception have significantly increased. It seems that the enhancement is far beyond mere increments. This is indeed a blessing for our Li family village. Uncle Neo echoed Li Xuansheng's sentiments, his heart already somewhat acclimated to Li Xuansheng's formidable prowess, yet still overwhelmed by the impact. What will we do now? Xuansheng has incapacitated them all. If the martial artist from the Honghuang family stronghold decides to retaliate, our Li family village will be unable to withstand it, and we may suffer the consequences. Chapter 19. The pinnacle of power. The 20 individuals from Honghuang family village were thoroughly incapacitated by Li Xuansheng, a fact that undoubtedly brought joy to the hearts of many. However, as the initial excitement faded, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resigned amusement. After all, the damage had already been done. What more could be done? Had Xuansheng not intervened, our Li family village would have already suffered greatly. Yesterday, Honghuang family village lost numerous hunting team members in the depths of the snowy mountains. Today, we have witnessed the loss of another 20. To my knowledge, the hunting team from Honghuang family village comprises merely 100 individuals, with half typically venturing into the snowy mountains at any given time. By this calculation, they have around 30 hunters remaining. While such a hunting team is formidable, our Li family village is no longer the same as it once was, with Xuansheng among us. Even if all 30 remaining hunters from Honghuang family village were to descend upon us, it would be of no consequence. The only concern lies with whether that martial artist from Honghuang family village will take action. The repercussions of today's events are easily foreseeable. Although the men in the snowy mountains may possess simple thoughts, they are by no means foolish. Rather than squander their efforts, they would be better off honing their own strength. Despite our humble stature, we are not cowards who cower in fear of death. For now, let us reinforce our defenses within the village and remain vigilant regarding any movements from Honghuang family village. Should anything seem amiss, we must promptly inform one another. As the captain, Li Xuansheng nodded slightly, casting a glance at the still tumultuous crowd of Honghuang family village not far away. With a cold snort, he swiftly issued a command and turned away, no longer paying any heed to the others. It had to be this way. The method of cultivation lies in the ability to break through myriad laws with sheer force. Today, I shall unveil the method of cultivating through the 9 major dantians. The essence of all things, shaped by the 5 elements, forms the foundation of creation. Thus, I will establish 5 dantians within the lower dantian, each corresponding to one of the 5 elements. The convergence of the energies of the 5 elements shall yield the energy of creation, the basis of heaven and earth. This will invoke the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, transforming into the central dantian, where the 3 talents merge as one, directly leading to the opening of the upper dantian. The 3 major dantians, upper, middle, and lower, are interconnected as a singular entity, grounded in the 5 elements, creating a harmonious union of heaven, earth, and humanity. In this manner, the great principles of the universe shall evolve, giving birth to boundless power, achieving the pinnacle of strength. The disturbances caused by the Honghuang family village had persisted for 2 days. As previously noted by Xin Shuang, in light of the beastly uprising at the Great Snow Mountain, the hunting teams had convened to deliberate. They decided to remain at home for 10 to 15 days before venturing into the Great Snow Mountain to assess the situation. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Li Xuansheng began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to expand his internal meridians, while simultaneously perusing the various divine texts and manuals left by his master within the ring. One might wonder how a simple farm lad from the Great Snow Mountain could read. The answer is straightforward. According to the ancestral customs of the Li family in the Great Snow Mountain, any clan member who exhibited robust physical strength and exceptional talent beyond their peers from a young age was required to receive enlightenment and education from the literate elders of the clan. Such an approach takes into account that these exceptionally gifted young men are the future pillars of their clan and the face of their lineage. Should they remain illiterate, It would undoubtedly tarnish the family's reputation. Furthermore, with the development of the Li family village and its inevitable expansion, it is certain that those who wish to cultivate martial arts will need to acquire martial texts for their training. These texts are filled with characters and illustrations, and should one be unable to read them, even the greatest opportunity would be in vain. Thus, at the tender age of 5 or 6, Li Xuansheng and his fellow villager Li Ernie diligently followed the clan's guidance to learn literacy. Although their instruction was limited, they managed to grasp the majority of existing characters. In a modest courtyard, Li Xuansheng reclined quietly on a chair, holding an ancient tome, softly reciting its contents. Above him, the sun shone brightly. Though in the increasingly frigid vicinity of the snow-capped mountains, its warmth was but a gentle comfort. On the other side of the courtyard sat Li Xuansheng on a small stool, surrounded by a pile of thatch. She deftly wove the strands of grass in her hands, manifesting the form of a mat before her. The entire scene within the courtyard radiated tranquility, purity, and serenity. Based on the divine texts I have perused over the past few days regarding the cultivation of the power sect, the 9 methods of refining the lower dantians, passed down from the venerable Master Pangu, indeed reveal an extraordinary and formidable intricacy. In the realm of the acquired, they guide one to draw in the spirit of heaven and earth to open the primordial lower dantian. Through the rigorous tempering of sinews, meridians, and the internal organs, one may ultimately attain a state of perfection in the postnatal realm. Subsequently, with meticulous refinement of the physical form, and when the timing aligns, one can comprehend their inherent essence and break the shackles of the soul, thus entering the prenatal realm. It appears that the cultivation methods of the divine power sect in the postnatal domain share numerous similarities with the martial arts of past lives, the refining of bones through manifest strength, the unblocking of meridians via latent strength, and the cultivation of organs through transformative strength, all culminating in a state of holistic clarity. Li Xuansheng continuously contemplated the merits and shortcomings of the cultivation practices of the divine power sect in contrast to those of martial arts. Finding himself in a world abundant with spiritual energy, the practice of martial arts had indeed evolved. Overall, the cultivation methods of the divine power sect surpassed those of martial arts. Each step, refining bones, unblocking meridians, and cultivating organs, has been perfected due to the presence of celestial energies. Conversely, martial arts cultivation has achieved near perfection in developing the physical potential within a realm where spiritual energy has dissipated, one leaning towards the external and the other towards the internal. Each possesses its own unique marvels, and the myriad principles therein require my gradual exploration. Regrettably, within the Yuanshi Daojing, I can currently perceive only the essence of the Yuanshi body, which comprises a staggering 12,960 channels, leaving me to ponder how long it will take to fully connect them all. Reflecting upon the formidable process of forging the Yuanshi body, Li Xuansheng could not help but squint slightly, his head shaking in disbelief. Even within the realm of divine power cultivation, the method of channeling meridians imposes minimal requirements. It appears that the ancient teachings merely advocate for the unification of the extraordinary meridians in the 12 primary channels, along with several significant branches that belong to them. The ultimate pursuit is a postnatal perfection, an instantaneous enlightenment, the convergence of the 5 major dantians, the interplay of internal and external energies, and the excavation of one's utmost potential. However, the primordial body necessitates the unification of 129,600 meridians, leaving one to ponder the true essence of its aspirations. In Chapter 20, The Cold Family of Snow Mountain City. The origins of the Yuanshi Daojing remain a mystery to Li Xuansheng. His only understanding of this scripture encompasses the 2 characters Yuanshi. Although he perused numerous texts in his previous life, each description of Yuanshi varied greatly, leaving him at a loss regarding the Yuanshi Daojing. It is uncertain whether this scripture articulates the path of cultivation passed down by the primordial heavenly sovereign or expounds upon the doctrine of Yuanshi itself. If it is the former, one could aspire to become the primordial heavenly sovereign. If the latter, the implications remain ambiguous. Li Xuansheng felt a sudden headache. Within his dantian lay a blue lotus, utterly still, as the vigorous magical energy within the dantian sea continuously surged and washed over it without any discernible change. Yet, the 5 illusory lotus leaves that had unexpectedly emerged during the night gradually began to solidify. Setting aside other concerns, the mere presence of the term Yuanshi is enough to instill my faith in it. A flicker of light danced in his hand, and the ancient tome vanished from sight. He rose slowly from the recliner, stretching languidly, releasing a gentle sigh. Tilting his head back, He gazed at the sun, then cast a glance at Li Xuansheng beside him. A smile involuntarily crept across Li Xuansheng's face, but before it could fully form, his ears perked up, and his eyes narrowed. The sound of numerous hoofbeats indicated the arrival of the Han family from Snow Mountain City. According to the customary practice of previous years, each person from the Li family only needed to pay 121. He wondered if they might reduce the fee in light of the recent upheaval caused by the beast horde in the Great Snow Mountain. Xuansheng, let us go to the village entrance and take a look. The Han family has arrived. Staying cooped up at home all day is stifling. Let us go witness the commotion. Recalling the memories in his mind, he remembered that each year, prior to winter, the Han family would visit the myriad villages by the Great Snow Mountain to collect protection fees, claiming it was to guard against bandits and the formidable beast within the mountain. However, in recent years, the Han family had not shown any inclination to take action. The Han family is here? Why have they come so early this year? How vexing. We are obliged to pay 241. If we part with that money, our household will be left devoid of funds. Furthermore, the Han family has rarely been seen lending a hand. Li Xuansheng, engrossed in weaving grass mats, wrinkled her delicate nose upon hearing the commotion. She was no stranger to the Han family's annual demand for protection fees, but the thought of losing the hard-earned money she had spent countless hours weaving left a bitter taste in her heart. With this in mind, her displeasure only deepened. Nevertheless, he rose from the small stool, placing aside the unfinished mat in his hands. He slightly adjusted his tattered, patched clothing, his bright eyes filled with an unmistakable fury. Let us proceed. Although the members of the Han family from Snow Mountain City seldom intervene, this time is different. I believe many tribes near the Great Snow Mountain have already requested the Han family to investigate the situation. If all goes well, the opportunity to hunt in the Great Snow Mountain will be within our grasp. For decades, the Han family of Snow Mountain City has profited without exerting effort. It stands to reason that among the myriad villages on the outskirts of the Great Snow Mountain, countless individuals share Li Xuansheng's sentiments. While the small hamlets and villages may lack the courage to confront the Han family, one cannot say the same for the larger tribes and villages. Based on his instinctive judgment, Li Xuansheng felt that this time, the Han family's collection of protection fees would undoubtedly be far more challenging than before. As he spoke, Li Xuansheng had already stepped out of the courtyard, followed promptly by Li Xuansheng, who closed the gate and hurried to keep pace with her brother. Just as Li Xuansheng had anticipated, the numerous sounds of hooves they had heard earlier belonged to the members of the Han family. By the time the siblings reached the village entrance, 15 individuals were lined up in the open space before them. Each of the 15 rode a robust blue horse, adorned with a single horn on its forehead, exhaling hot white vapor from its nostrils. Li Xuansheng recognized these creatures. They were called blue-horned horses, commonly found on this side of the Great Snow Mountain. It is said that they possess the bloodline of mythical beasts, which endows them with stronger muscles and greater speed. According to our prior agreement, the Li family village is due for payment this year. Previously, the fee was 121 per person. However, in light of the recent upheaval caused by the beast horde in the Great Snow Mountain, we shall now collect 151 from each individual. You are the chieftain of the Li family village, are you not? Last year, the records indicate that your population was nearly 700. Now, a year has passed, and we shall estimate your number at 800. Thus, the total amounts to 120,001. You must settle this within half an hour, otherwise, for every additional breath you take, an extra 10,001 will be added. Hurry. 15 members of the Han family, mounted on their azure horned steeds, approached the entrance of the Li family village, addressing the elderly figure standing at the forefront. This elder, the current chieftain of the Li family village, is also the direct uncle of Li Xuansheng, the captain of the hunting team. In his youth, he rendered significant contributions to the village, and upon retiring from the hunting team, he was elected as chieftain. As for Li Xuansheng's father, he has taken a step back to become one of the village elders. Why must our fees be raised so exorbitantly due to the beast horde's disturbance? The old chieftain, in his 50s, stood resolutely before the crowd, unable to dismiss the words of the Han family. He stepped forward and asked in a grave tone, You old fool dare to question such a foolish matter? We have thoroughly investigated the events of the past few days. On that day, nearly every hunting team that ventured into the Great Snow Mountain suffered devastating losses. However, for reasons unknown, your Li family village has somehow evaded disaster. Consequently, the losses they incurred will inevitably be imposed upon you. Otherwise, The disparity between the gains and expenditures of our Han family this year would be utterly disproportionate. Old man, time is of the essence. You must act swiftly. Among the 15 members of the Han family, the young man positioned centrally, perched atop his steed, gazed down condescendingly at the elderly clan leader standing at the forefront. His words dripping with disdain. The sum of 120,000 coins is simply unattainable. We implore you, esteemed sir, to show leniency, or else we shall revert to the original terms. The old clan leader's visage was etched with sorrow as he exchanged glances with several elders behind him, each pair of eyes flickering with a hint of indignation. The Han family of Snow Mountain City is truly overstepping its bounds, treating them as if they were mere soft persimmons to be easily squeezed. However, it seems that in comparison to the Han family, the Li family village is hardly significant. Old man, it appears your time has come to an end. Time and again, you have defied the commands of my Han family. It seems you have long forgotten the dread and renown associated with us. The foremost member of the Han family, upon hearing this, was consumed by fury. With a chilling retort, he drew a long whip coiled at his waist, slicing through the air with a resounding crack. The whip transforming into a flurry of shadows aimed at the old clan leader. Chapter 21. The Servant Ding. Just as the long whip was about to strike the old clan leader's head, a broad, unadorned blade suddenly flashed forth from behind him, directly intercepting the whip's trajectory with a sharp clang. Thud, thud, thud. The long whip's castration was thwarted, rebounding along the same path. While the owner of the wooden saber reaped no benefits, instead, his recently emerged form staggered back several steps, the wooden saber in his grasp drooping limply. Witnessing this clash, the man from the Han family, who had taken the lead, bellowed in fury, urging his steed forward to press the attack. The elders of the Li family and the members of the hunting team were equally unwilling to yield, brandishing their weapons with eyes wide in disbelief. Brother, are you all right? The old patriarch's expression shifted as he turned slightly to inquire about the man wielding the wooden saber, who had been pushed back. Brother, I am fine. However, it seems that he has cultivated inner strength. The force hidden within his whip during our encounter was formidable. Otherwise, I would not have been easily repelled by a mere lash. It appears today that our Li family will have to pay to avert disaster. A martial artist with inner strength is beyond the capacity of our humble farmers to withstand. If we provoke the Han family, our Li family will have no foothold at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. The man wielding the wooden saber was an elder in his 50s, his hair a mix of gray and white, clad in thin garments. Despite the biting cold, he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Father, are you well? Li Xuansheng, stationed nearby and prepared for action, noticed the elder's breath was somewhat labored and inquired with concern. It is of no consequence. The Han family cannot be compared to the Huang family stronghold. The last time 20 from Huang family launched an assault, you managed to repel them. But that was due to their weakened strength and lack of courage to provoke further. Today's Han family is different. Alas, you have all sheathed your weapons. As per the instructions of that individual, to gather 120,000 coins to avert this calamity. The elder, wielding a rudimentary blade in one hand while gesturing slowly with the other, spoke while casting glances toward the hunting team and the elders beside him. Knowing that their strength was far from sufficient for resistance. It must be so. Observing the demeanor of those from the Han family, it is evident that our existence in the family village hardly weighs on their minds. Chief, 120,000 it shall be, at worst. We shall endure a more difficult year. Another elder beside the old chief lamented. It is a pity that our Li family village's strength and status are not comparable. Had we been one of the larger tribes by the Great Snow Mountain, I would not believe they would dare treat us so. Li Xuansheng stood firm among the hunting team, his gaze intently fixed on the 15 individuals from the Han family not far ahead. Given the current circumstances, paying the ransom was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, to his surprise, among the 15 Han family members, 2 possessed internal energy. According to the text of divine power that Li Xuansheng had perused in recent days, their levels were deemed insignificant and belonged to the early stages of the acquired realm. Though considered inconsequential in the eyes of the divine power sect, in the vastness of the Great Snow Mountain, they wielded their power with impunity. What? Do you from Li family village intend to defy authority? The elder chuckled lightly, expressing that our Li family village would never dare to show disrespect to the Han family. It was merely a moment of doubt that crossed our minds. Now, we have reached a consensus and are willing to offer a sum of 120,000 coins to honor the Han family. Xuanzhan, do proceed swiftly. Furthermore, I kindly ask all esteemed guests to remain patient. The old patriarch forced a faint smile through his troubled expression, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, while swiftly instructing Li Xuansheng by his side. Yes, patriarch. Li Xuansheng's eyes flickered with indignation before he accepted the command. Oh, by the way, old fellow, I recall on the way here. When we were collecting fees at Honghuang family village, I heard that your Li family village has some promising young talents. Notably, one young individual recently single-handedly swept through Honghuang family village's hunting team. Quite impressive indeed. Given that our Han family has faced considerable personnel losses in recent years, we have relaxed our standards for servant recruitment. Therefore, I would like to see your fine offspring, should they prove suitable. I shall welcome them into our Han family as servants. As Li Xuansheng turned to head deeper into the village to collect the fees, the leader of the Han family, a young man riding a spirited blue-horned horse, leisurely maneuvered across the spacious area, words flowing from his lips. Surely, esteemed sir, you jest. Our Li family village is sparsely populated and possesses a lowly lineage. Ever since we established our roots in the Great Snow Mountain, the members of our hunting team have seldom exceeded 10. In comparison to the grand estate of Honghuang family village, the strength of our Li family village is undeniably feeble. As for the younger generation, it goes without saying that Honghuang family village's claims are merely attempts to deceive the elders. Our hunting team recently encountered some grievances with Honghuang family village in the Great Snowy Mountains. Thus, their actions come as no surprise. I implore you, esteemed elder, not to be swayed by one-sided narratives. The old patriarch felt a rush in his heart, a flicker of wisdom illuminating his gaze. The events of the past few days were well known to the elders of the village. Li Xuansheng had demonstrated remarkable prowess, single-handedly overpowering the entire hunting team of Honghuang family village. Such an exceptional descendant has never graced the annals of Li family village's history. Once Li Xuansheng matures, he will undoubtedly serve as the steadfast anchor of our village, enabling Li family village to flourish and grow rapidly. As for the remarks made by the man from the Han family regarding servants, they ignited a deep sense of indignation and resentment within the old patriarch. In recent years, he had heard of the tumultuous events surrounding Snowy Mountain City, where the Han family has been embroiled in continuous conflict with another rising clan. They have consistently found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering significant losses within their ranks. In prior years, they merely sought servants from larger tribes. Yet now they have cast their gaze upon us, the smaller villages. Huh, old fool, have you forgotten the sting of the whip from earlier times? To recruit the younger generation of Li family village is, in fact, a mark of esteem from the Han family. It is a testament to the honor of our Li family village accumulated over centuries. To comprehend the notion of becoming a servant of the Han family, it is imperative to understand that not only will the Li family of the Li village ascend in status amidst the towering snowy mountains, but should they achieve notable feats, the prospect of becoming martial artists and prominent figures within the Han family is indeed attainable. Enough with your prattle, old man. Summon them forth at once. It is evident whether they possess potential. Chapter 22. Total Annihilation. The elder's countenance fluctuated with unease as he listened to the haughty remarks of the Han family representative. Just as he was about to voice a response, a sharp whip-like shadow sliced through the air. You seek death, the Han family member bellowed, the force of the strike surpassing the previous one, causing a deafening crack that resonated painfully around the elder. Ah, it must be that cowardly lot from the Honghuang family who sent you to stir up trouble. Pray tell, what bounties have they bestowed upon you? Feeling the tremendous power within the whip, several elders beside the old patriarch instinctively recoiled. Observing this, Li Xuansheng's father displayed a flicker of rage and brandished his blade, prepared to advance. However, his movements seemed sluggish. A gust of wind swept past, and a formidable hand appeared above the elder's head, effortlessly grasping the fierce whip and playfully toying with it, while a soft voice uttered, the old patriarch, drenched in cold sweat from the earlier forceful strike, understood that even if he attempted to counter the martial prowess, the outcome would be far from favorable. In the blink of an eye, a shadow loomed before him. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, with a robust physique, he donned a pale blue outfit adorned with numerous patches. At that moment, one hand firmly grasped a long, dark whip while he surveyed the 15 members of the Han family before him. Patriarch, fear not, with merely these 15. They cannot stir any trouble within our Li family estate. Judging by their current actions, the Han clan must be teetering on the brink of decay. Such a family is destined for one fate, to be buried by emerging powers. The only variable is the passage of time. Thus, we have no reason to fear them. Pray tell, What benefits did the Huang family village bestow upon you? Li Xuansheng, with his back turned to the elder patriarch, waved his hand dismissively, signaling that there was no cause for alarm. Clutching one end of the whip, he remained impervious to the futile efforts of the Han family member seated upon a greenhorn steed, who strained to wrest the whip from his grasp. Release it. Or do you wish for your Li family estate to meet its demise? The Han family member narrowed his eyes, intensifying his grip as he endeavored to snatch the whip away, unleashing his internal power with a fierce countenance, his aura pulsating with white heat. With such meager strength, how dare you bluster before me? Come down. Li Xuansheng's tone dripped with disdain. A slight movement of his hand sent the black whip crackling with a force that was utterly unassailable, sweeping through the grasp of the Han family member, cascading along his arm, and engulfing his entire being. With a single strike, the member of the Han family, seated astride the azure-horned steed, was forcefully yanked down by Li Xuansheng, crashing heavily to the ground without the slightest resistance. His innate energy was directly suppressed by Li Xuansheng's magical prowess. Alas, win, brother. Comrades, eliminate this wretch and avenge our leader. Witnessing their captain so easily subdued by a young man from the Li family stronghold, the 14 members of the Han family could no longer remain passive. They gazed at their captain, whose aura was diminished and whose blood vitality was dissipating. Among the squad, another young man who had cultivated inner strength felt a flash of determination in his eyes. He swiftly reined in his azure-horned steed, brandishing his weapon and rallying his comrades as they charged towards Li Xuansheng. This is the Han family. It appears they have truly fallen from grace. Li Xuansheng laughed heartily upon witnessing this, brandishing the long whip still in his grasp. Infusing it with his magical energy, he directed the whip, which transformed into a flurry of striking shadows, imbued with savage force. In the blink of an eye, it struck the 14 members of the Han family as they surged forward on their steeds. Bang, bang, bang. As for the 14 azure-horned steeds, they abruptly halted, their advance ceasing upon losing their riders. Who are you? The initially subdued captain, Honghuang, finally caught his breath, gradually rising from the ground, struggling to stand. His pallid complexion betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of resentment in his eyes. Li Xuansheng of the Li family manor. I had previously spoken with the individuals from Huang family village. I had assumed they would not cause any further trouble. However, it seems that unless a snake is struck at its vital point, it may retaliate at any moment. To reiterate my previous inquiry, how much remuneration did Huang family village offer you? Disregarding the Li family manor clansmen behind him, who were entirely stunned, Li Xuansheng discarded the long whip in his hand and slowly advanced towards Honghuang, repeating his question. Li Xuansheng of the Li family manor. Very well. You dare to injure me? Your Li family manor is destined to be erased from the Great Snow Mountain. I will ensure that every single one of you is slaughtered. As for you, Honghuang's face contorted as he raised a hand, pointing towards Li Xuansheng, who was approaching him, and the Li family manor clansmen in the distance. His venomous words echoed loudly as he envisioned avenging himself and exterminating all of the Li family manor. Misfortunes imposed by heaven may be forgiven, but those brought upon oneself are not to be tolerated. Had you collected the protection fees peacefully today, perhaps each of you could have been spared. As it stands, you are all destined to perish. Huang family village, Han family, very well. Since you refuse to speak, I shall personally inquire at Huang family village. Having witnessed countless individuals who remain unrepentant and unenlightened even in the face of death in his previous life, Li Xuansheng found the solution simple. He took a step forward and unleashed a direct punch. The fist, imbued with magical power, resonated with the surrounding void upon impact, leaving a faint imprint on Honghuang's chest. Thump. Yet another dull thud echoed as Honghuang, having just regained his footing, was sent hurtling backward by Li Xuansheng's fist. The force of the blow landed squarely on his chest, the mystical energy invading his vital organs, obliterating all signs of life with its concussive force. His body collapsed into a lifeless heap, utterly still. Without pause, Li Xuansheng's feet remained steadfast, his fists surging with power once more. The very air humming with the force of his blows, faint imprints of his fist crisscrossing the space around him. Do not kill me. I'll speak. They gave us 20,000 coins, saying they wanted to take all the young members of your Li family village as slaves. I've told you everything. Why? Why do you break your word? Shouts, pleas for mercy, cries of terror resounded, yet to no avail. After a mere 3 breaths, the 15 members of the Han family who had come to collect taxes lay dead upon the wide open space before the village. Chapter 23. Huangjia Village for Li Xuansheng. Taking a life now carried no weight. In his previous life, he had already grasped the principle: the kind are bullied, and the docile are ridden. To transcend this, one must act extraordinarily. With absolute power, all else is illusory, a truth Li Xuansheng had long understood. Like the 15 Han family disciples he had just slain, if he had shown no inclination to resist and had followed them to the Han family in Snow Mountain City, you would have undoubtedly faced unimaginable misfortune. Therefore, it was better to strike first and avoid further complications. Xuansheng, you've killed them all. What are we to do? The imperious nature of the Han lineage is well established. Their demise here spells potential annihilation for our Li family village should word reach them. Awe mingled with trepidation and elation flickered in the eyes of the Li family village elders, clan leaders, and hunting party members behind Li Xuansheng. Their regard for him had undergone a profound transformation. While Li Xuansheng's solitary triumph over the 20-strong Honghuang family village hunting party was acknowledged, his prowess had not been fully appreciated. The chasm between martial artists and non-practitioners seemed insurmountable. Yet, among the 15 Han family members who descended upon our village were martial artists, beings whose inner energy cultivation inspired despair. However, these formidable warriors were effortlessly vanquished by Li Xuansheng, falling with a single, decisive blow. Uncle Niu, striving to regain his composure, approached the motionless Li Xuansheng and inquired softly, "What shall we do?" Li Xuansheng turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he met Uncle Niu's gaze. "The solution is simple. Should the Han family send more, they shall meet the same fate. I did not anticipate the Huang family village's intervention. Time is of the essence, and my respite is brief." His tone was casual, yet resolute. Originally, he sought an opportunity to depart from Li family village, but it seems that moment has arrived. As Uncle Niu pondered the implications of Li Xuansheng's words, a hearty laugh echoed, followed by the whinny of the azure horned steed and the fading cadence of hooves. "Xuansheng, Xuansheng." Uncle Niu let out a helpless smile and shook his head. Ever since Li Xuansheng's last injury had healed, he seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether. Not only had his mind matured, but his conduct had also diverged significantly from his former self. It remains uncertain whether this transformation is a blessing or a curse. This young lad, Xuansheng, is also a martial artist? To be capable of slaying martial artists, he must undoubtedly possess martial prowess. I wonder how Xuansheng has cultivated himself to attain such a status, for without a dedicated cultivation method, it is impossible to become a martial artist. The old patriarch glanced at the surrounding elders with a look of confusion and remarked, "I am unclear, but he should indeed be a martial artist. Otherwise, he could not so effortlessly eliminate our 15 members, based on the information I have gathered over the years from Shueshan City." The situation for the Han family has also become precarious. The sudden rise of the Bai family has significantly impacted the Han family's dominance in Shueshan City. Moreover, with the head of the Bai family breaking through to become a congenital martial artist last year, they have completely established themselves as equals to the Han family. Not only that, many large tribes and villages within the Great Snow Mountain have been continuously courted and flattered by both the Han and Bai families. Otherwise, given the actions of the Huang family, the Han family would not be able to act in this manner. Meanwhile, Li Xuansheng's father cast a glance at his elder brother and also shook his head. He felt no sense of relief regarding Li Xuansheng's sudden rise. However, upon analyzing the broader situation in Shueshan City, it appears that the consequences of the current events may not be as severe as they seem. From a young age, I recognized the remarkable talent possessed by this child, Xuansheng. Now, at merely 12 years of age, he displays such formidable strength. It seems that the Li family village has promising successors. Niu Air and Xiao Ba mount the azure-horned horses and follow closely behind Xuansheng, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. The elder patriarch stepped forward, instructing Uncle Niu and another member of the hunting party with a single-hand gesture. He then shifted the conversation to explain the earlier events, emphasizing that, given the modest size of the Li family village, unity is paramount in critical moments. "Yes, Patriarch." "Indeed, Patriarch." The crowd echoed in agreement, exchanging glances that conveyed the weight of the elders' words, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they gazed at the already vanished figure of Li Xuansheng, murmuring their sentiments. Uncle Niu and the other man mounted their horses, casting a glance at Li Xuansheng among the crowd, and with a light-hearted laugh, they set off into the distance. Meanwhile, having swiftly mounted his steed and departed, Li Xuansheng navigated towards Huang family village, guided by the memories etched in his mind. This village served as the catalyst for today's bloodshed. and without the meddling of its inhabitants, the earlier events would have been avoided. However, the die is cast, and someone must bear the consequences. Compared to the village of the Li family beside the Great Snow Mountain, Huang family village is undeniably larger. With its clan members numbering in the thousands, sprawling over a 10-mile radius where houses are scattered and roads extend outward in a neat array. With a relentless dash, he entered the territory of the Huang family, encountering no barriers whatsoever. As whispers echoed in his ears, Li Xuansheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Mistaking him for a recent departure from the Han family, he pressed onward, deeper into the heart of Huangjiazhai, the true stronghold of the clan's elite within a 10-mile radius. Who are you? Dismount at once. After traversing several more miles, he was finally halted at a gate adorned with a barricade. Flanking the entrance were 4 formidable men clad in fitted attire, each wielding a long spear. They exchanged glances as the galloping steed approached, and with a swift motion, crossed their weapons to obstruct his path. Chapter 24. The spear emerges like a dragon. Li Xuansheng let out a cold chuckle, maintaining his momentum on the steed. With a powerful swing of his fists, a tempestuous wind surged forth, punctuated by the manifestation of his strikes. The 4 men blocking his way were struck directly. Their bodies flung backward, and their spears clattered to the ground. Seizing one of the fallen weapons, he effortlessly raised it, shattering the barricade with a mere flick of his wrist. Having cultivated the divine power within his martial arts system, the previous techniques were now overshadowed by Li Xuansheng's mastery, further augmented by the infusion of magical energy. He had successfully completed 2 of the 3 stages of postnatal refinement, refining bones, tendons, and organs. Who dares intrude upon my Huangjiazhai? In an instant, Li Xuansheng found himself encircled by dozens of adversaries, their roars and furious shouts resonating throughout the core of Huangjiazhai. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my Huangjiazhai? After dozens surrounded Li Xuansheng, soon an older, robust man, accompanied by 8 others, approached within 5 meters of him. Seated on his greenhorned horse, his expression was grim as he spoke in a low voice. Who am I? I never imagined that the Huang family stronghold could be so forgetful. We had just departed, and you failed to recognize us. My companions and I trusted your words and suffered great losses in Li's village. This debt must be settled. Li Xuansheng's long spear trembled, and in an instant, the air erupted with a thunderous sound, causing the faces of the surrounding men to pale. The older man's expression also shifted. The individual on the green-horned horse was no ordinary adversary. The trembling spear and the explosion of air were reminiscent of the prowess previously displayed by his elder brother. Such formidable strength and skill were not to be trifled with. According to intelligence gathered 2 days prior, the third brother and his group of 20 had been severely injured by him and remained bedridden. Second brother. I didn't expect him to walk right into our trap. We must capture him quickly. As soon as the older man's words fell, a piercing sound abruptly revealed Li Xuansheng's identity, recounting the conflict from 2 days ago. People from Li's village? Li Xuansheng. It is he. The one who injured the third brother and his companions? It is he. Oh, I did not expect to be recognized. In that case, I shall not waste words. Just now, you from the Huang family stronghold directed the Han family members to my Li's village, flaunting your power and nearly leading to our annihilation. I shall refrain from engaging in futile dialogue with you. A compensation of 1 million in currency and 100 roots of the precious old ginseng shall suffice to settle this matter. Otherwise, today I shall ensure that your Huang family village is expunged from the Great Snow Mountain. Casting a glance at the individual who had just recounted his origins, Li Xuansheng remained unfazed. The guise of a member of the Han family had merely served as a convenient facade. Now, shedding the pretense allowed him to feel increasingly liberated and exhilarated. At such a tender age, one speaks with remarkable audacity. Come now, seize him and deal with him accordingly. The older, robust man let out a disdainful snort. Now that it was clear that this young man was not of the Han lineage, there was no need for pretense. Furthermore, the events of 2 days prior had irrevocably positioned the Li family against the Huang family village. With that declaration, the throng encircling Li Xuansheng erupted in a chorus of furious roars, brandishing their weapons and charging directly at him. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Li Xuansheng spoke softly, remaining steadfast atop his azure-horned steed. With his long spear in hand, he channeled the flow of his internal energy, feeling the surge of power within him. The spear, akin to a dragon, transformed into a torrent of shadowy momentum, vibrating the very air around him as it swept through the surrounding weapons. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resonant clashes ensued as countless weapons collided with Li Xuansheng's spear, flying from their wielder's grips and hurtling through the air, coming to rest at a distance. Following this, massive figures were struck by the spear's force, a tempest of might cascading upon them. In an instant, any Honghuang family village man whose body was invaded by the magical energy felt as though they had sustained a grievous injury, staggering backward, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The energy coursing through them shattered their meridians, leaving them with no hope of ever cultivating again. The blue-horned horse bellowed incessantly, its massive form leaping with vigor. Under Li Xuansheng's command, the long spear struck forth in all directions, sending dozens of men flying, their muffled groans echoing in the air. You are indeed a martial artist. The burly man trembled slightly, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Li Xuansheng. In this humble Li family village, a martial artist had emerged. A revelation that had eluded them until now. Enough of your nonsense. That was merely a minor reprimand. Produce 150,000 coins and 150 old ginseng roots, and I shall depart at once. Li Xuansheng scoffed, suggesting that only in the throes of genuine suffering and tribulation would one truly acknowledge the strength of their adversary, though by then, it would often be too late. You are far too arrogant. Boy, what does it matter if you are a martial artist? Our Honghuang family stronghold is one of the most formidable villages within 100 miles, with martial artists of our own to defend it. Brother, if we do not act now, when will we? The burly man's face was a mask of fury, his eyes bulging with rage as he yearned to crush Li Xuansheng with a single hand. With a slight turn of his head, he called out into the void to the left of his form. Chapter 25. Submission. I have been waiting for you. From the moment you entered, I sensed your presence. I never anticipated your patience, that you would remain hidden until now. Nevertheless, it matters not whether you reveal yourself or not. The outcome is already sealed. Li Xuansheng thrust his spear into the void beside him, where a middle-aged man clad in black combat attire stood, wielding a long blade that sliced downward, directly colliding with the spear. The sound echoed like thunder. Have you already attained the peak of the postnatal stage? The black-clad man gasped, struggling to maintain his stance with the blade, half kneeling, and his face a mask of astonishment. You have actually begun to open your meridians. Impressive. A cultivation level in the mid-postnatal stage, possessing around 10,000 pounds of strength, commendable, yet inadequate before me. Do you wish for death or life? Striking a heavy blow to his opponent was well within Li Xuansheng's expectations. Before mastering the divine strength cultivation technique, through his training in national martial arts and his innate divine power, his physical strength had already surpassed 10,000 pounds. Now, with the enhancement of the divine strength technique and the formidable layer of magical energy, his power had multiplied several times over. Dealing with a mediocre mid-postnatal opponent was indeed a trivial task. What do you desire? The middle-aged man, coughing lightly, activated his internal technique to alleviate his bodily injuries, his pale complexion gradually regaining a hint of color. He glanced around at the elite disciples of the Honghuang family, still sprawled on the ground. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. 2 million coins and 200 old mountain ginseng, along with your own forfeiture of cultivation. If you accomplish these two things, I shall consider the affairs of the Honghuang family as though they never occurred. Li Xuansheng's words were unambiguous, laden with an undeniable authority. This is impossible. Since you are here now, it seems that the people from the Han family have not gained any advantage from you. Thus, you shall face their wrath in the future. As for your actions in our Honghuang family stronghold, if you depart now, I can pretend that nothing ever occurred. The middle-aged man in black furrowed his brow deeply, perplexed by the audacity of the child from the Li family village to demand such a price, provoking the Han family, risking life for a mere trifle. I shall grant you 10 breaths to make your decision. Li Xuansheng let out a soft chuckle, guiding his steed, the azure-horned horse, through the tumultuous crowd filled with anguished cries. In his hand, the tip of the spear radiated a faint azure glow, pulsating rhythmically, fixating on the nearest individual. He thrust the spear into the air. The spear's brilliance suddenly manifested, hurtling toward the man's chest. In that instant, the sharp light pierced through flesh and lung. The sound of breath diminished, and the essence of life ebbed away, the man's once rosy visage paling into oblivion. One spear, one life. Without pausing, the azure-horned horse continued its erratic path, and Li Xuansheng casually thrust his spear forth, the light scattering in all directions. In the span of merely 3 breaths, 3 men had succumbed to his onslaught, offering no resistance whatsoever. Stop. Cease at once, you fiend. Brother, they are the elite of our Honghuang family stronghold. The The future of Huang family must not perish here. Brother, agree to his terms. In the open space of the core area, the burly man watched as Li Xuansheng relentlessly pierced downwards, each breath claiming the life of a companion or brother, his heart roaring as he lunged toward Li Xuansheng, simultaneously pleading to the black-clad man nearby. If this slaughter by Li Xuansheng continues, the Huang family stronghold shall indeed face decline. You lack the qualifications to obstruct me. With a flick of his long spear, the man was cast aside, while a nearby figure cloaked in black wore an expression of anguish and resentment. As Li Xuansheng's spear was raised once more, a furious roar erupted. Stop. I shall comply. Just cease this at once. The man in black, bearing the wounds of battle, slowly approached the arena, watching as Li Xuansheng relentlessly continued his assault, prompting another desperate shout. Consider the last few as a gift. Within the span of half a stick of incense, gather all that I require, or with each passing breath, I shall take a life. The countdown begins now. Second brother. Use my token to retrieve 200 purple gold coins and 10 boxes of old mountain ginseng from the storeroom. The man in black, wielding a long blade, stood beside Li Xuansheng, producing a circular wooden token and casting it towards a burly man on the other side, his tone filled with bitterness and gravity. Understood, elder brother. The burly man did not hesitate. He seized the token and swiftly made his way to the deepest part of the area. See, this is how it should be. Initially, I merely sought 1 million coins and 100 roots of old mountain ginseng. Yet you chose to resist, leading to this unfavorable situation for you. Your orders have been issued. Now, shall it be me who strikes, or will you take it upon yourself to end this? Li Xuansheng cast aside his spear, allowing his steed to roam freely. As per their prior agreement, it was now the turn of the man in black to fulfill another demand. Today, I concede that Huang family village has suffered a setback. However, you shall not fare any better. Having provoked the Han family, your Li family village shall also face utter destruction. The cloaked man uttered these words with a grim tone, his voice resonating with fury. In the next moment, he raised his hand and struck his own chest, shattering the primary meridian of his dantian. Instantly, his dantian collapsed, releasing torrents of pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth that surged forth from his body. With a violent eruption, the immense spiritual energy within him gushed out, causing further injury to the cloaked man. His internal organs quaked, his throat turned crimson, and rivulets of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. As for what lies ahead, I cannot foresee the future of Li family village. However, I am certain that should I hear of any further schemes from Huang family village against us, you will find that your consequences extend far beyond what you face today. As the two exchanged fierce words, a robust man who had just departed returned at a swift pace, followed closely by 4 young men, each carrying a uniform-sized box. Within lay 200 purple gold coins, each worth 10,000 copper coins, alongside 10 boxes containing old mountain ginseng, each box holding 20 roots, each over a century old, an accumulation of Huang family village's heritage over centuries. Please, take these and leave quickly. The robust man urged as he placed the exquisite boxes before Li Xuansheng, his tone insistent. In a swift motion, Li Xuansheng leaped, his hand adorned with a spatial ring sweeping across the boxes, causing them to vanish in an instant. Without acknowledging the astonished expressions of the cloaked man and the robust man, he mounted his horse and departed gracefully. Chapter 26, Snow Mountain City. Uncle Nyo, Uncle Ba. What brings you here? Has something happened in the village? Li Xuansheng had just departed from Huang family village atop his azure-horned steed when, unexpectedly, 2 figures emerged around a corner on a wide road. Startled, he inquired. Not at all. Primarily, the clan leader was concerned you might stir up trouble in Huang family village, so he sent us to escort you. It seems you've encountered no significant issues there. Uncle Nyo replied, exchanging glances with Uncle Ba as they appraised Li Xuansheng. They collectively exhaled in relief. It was good to know he was unharmed. With Li Xuansheng's talents gradually manifesting and his strength rapidly ascending, barring any unforeseen events, the position of the next hunting team captain in Li family village would surely be his. As for the future role of clan leader, that possibility was not entirely out of reach. By the way, please take good care of Xuansheng. It will likely take me several days to return from Li family village. Ensure she does not worry, Li Xuansheng instructed, adjusting his direction on the broad path while conversing with his uncles. Going to Snow Mountain City? For what purpose? Uncle Nyo queried, sensing something unusual. In his recollection, Li Xuansheng would typically avoid Snow Mountain City unless absolutely necessary. Speak up, Li Xuansheng urged, not lingering any longer. With a pat on the back of his azure-horned steed, the creature let out a neigh and, like the wind, surged forth towards the direction of Snow Mountain City. Xuansheng, alas, he has escaped once again. I wonder what Xuansheng intends to do in Snow Mountain City. Unless one possesses innate realm mastery. The innate realm. Could it be that Xuansheng's strength has indeed reached such heights? Uncle Neo felt somewhat helpless. In recent days, Li Xuansheng had become increasingly decisive in his endeavors. While this was a positive development, it left him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Gazing at the figure of Li Xuansheng gradually fading from view, he could not help but murmur to himself. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Uncle Neo's eyes as he recalled Li Xuansheng's final words upon departure. He inhaled sharply. Unless a martial artist of innate realm intervened, no one could thwart Li Xuansheng. This implication suggested that, beneath the innate realm, it would indeed be challenging to find a worthy opponent for him. The two exchanged glances, their spirits stirred. If Li Xuansheng possessed such prowess, then it seemed that danger within Snow Mountain City would be quite limited. Snow Mountain City is a human settlement nestled beside the towering, endless expanse of the Great Snow Mountain. In comparison to the countless human villages surrounding the mountain, Snow Mountain City is situated at a considerable distance. Based on his recollections, the journey from Li Family Village spans at least 200 li. Fortunately, for the convenience of various villages, well-paved roads leading directly to Snow Mountain City have been established. Li Xuansheng raced forth. His steed, a blue-horned horse, truly lived up to its legendary lineage, running tirelessly for over half an hour without the slightest sign of fatigue. At long last, just before noon, the hazy silhouette of Snow Mountain City emerged before his eyes. Snow Mountain City, he had finally arrived. A network of pathways diverges from the gates of Snow Mountain City, bustling with a steady stream of travelers. Stout peasant men, laden with goods, traverse these routes to exchange their wares for life's necessities. From an external perspective, Snow Mountain City spans merely a few miles, its walls constructed of uniform grayish-black stones, rising no more than 30 feet. For guards stand sentinel at the city gates. As one approaches the city, the throng of people increases, and the steed beneath Li Xuansheng instinctively slows its pace, gracefully crossing the threshold into the city's interior. The toll for entering the city was abolished a century after its establishment. The farmers of the Great Snow Mountain toil hard for every coin, making the decision to eliminate such fees a benevolent one. Li Xuansheng, not a frequent visitor to Snow Mountain City, remained largely oblivious to its current affairs, only recalling that the former rulers were the Han family. Within the city, broad streets teem with bustling pedestrians, flanked by a myriad of shops of varying sizes, each engaging in diverse commerce. While the vibrant world is alluring, it does not align with my path. I shall not dwell upon it. Moments later, Li Xuansheng emerged from the intoxicating spectacle of prosperity surrounding him. With a soft sigh, he severed the distractions within his mind, achieving clarity of thought. His purpose in this life is unmistakable: to pursue the transcendent path of immortality, to rectify past regrets, and to revel in boundless freedom. For to be ensnared by the mundane world is but a fleeting existence, destined to culminate in a mere pile of bones, forgotten and unremarked upon. According to the teachings of the Divine Power sect, when one reaches the acquired realm, it is essential to undergo the bone refinement technique to cleanse the bones, while the meridian technique serves to connect the extraordinary meridians in the 12 primary and secondary channels. Additionally, the organ refinement process is employed to purify the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Through these 3 steps, one can attain the state of internal and external unity, akin to the practice of national martial arts. As for the foundation of primordial essence, it involves the connection of an astounding 12,960,000 meridians, a feat that cannot be accomplished in a mere day or hour. Now, faced with the disturbances caused by the Han family, the protagonist must achieve a breakthrough in cultivation and step into the realm of organ refinement. During the recent encounter where he eliminated 15 members of the Han family at the entrance of the Li family manor, Li Xuansheng had a clear objective: to intimidate the Honghuang family stronghold and weaken the Han family of Snow Mountain City. Although uncertain of the Han family's strength, he firmly believes that, with his pace of cultivation, it is merely a matter of time. To ensure his success, he plundered a cache of resources from the Huang family stronghold, which would now serve as the means for his breakthrough. The Pushian apothecary. How fortuitous it is that I find myself here. As he aimlessly rode his azure-horned steed through the streets, Li Xuansheng's eyes suddenly narrowed as he caught sight of a long cloth strip to his left. With a soft murmur of delight, he dismounted and guided his steed forward. Chapter 27. Pushian Apothecary Shopkeeper, do you have any white atractylodes, tiger bones, or snake gallbladders for sale? After securing his azure-horned steed, Li Xuansheng stepped into the Pushian Apothecary. The establishment was bustling with patrons, their attire ranging from the affluent to the humble, seemingly segregated by the apothecary to avert any potential disputes. Ignoring those around him, Li Xuansheng walked directly to the herbal medicine counter on his left. He observed a middle-aged man who was busily scribbling notes, and in a low voice, inquired, "Ah, Baiju, Hugu, Shidan. These herbs do not come cheap, and when combined, their potent properties may overwhelm an ordinary individual. Are you truly intent on purchasing them?" The middle-aged man, dressed in a light green robe, raised his head slightly upon hearing Li Xuansheng's question. He scrutinized him and noticed his tattered clothing, which caused him to furrow his brow. As long as the quality is exceptional, money is no object. Li Xuansheng replied nonchalantly, sweeping his hand across the counter, revealing 10 gleaming purple coins that sparkled enticingly under the sunlight outside. "Ah, I must admit, I misjudged you, young man. If you seek those herbs, specify the grade you desire, and I shall prepare them for you in one go," the middle-aged man stammered, his tone shifting to one of eagerness as he set aside his pen and extended a hand toward Li Xuansheng. "In addition to the 3 mentioned earlier, I have Niu Jiao, Sen Yi Chao, Wu Ling Hua, Tong Mai Chao, Wei Ling Xian, a total of 15 varieties. As for the grade, naturally, I will procure the finest available, and as for quantity, I shall provide as much as you require. Money is no concern." Li Xuansheng gently swept his hand across the counter once more, producing another 10 purple coins, which elicited an even broader smile from the shopkeeper. "Ah, young man. The herbs you have chosen appear to be extraordinarily nourishing. Should they be utilized, even a martial artist at the mid-stage of their development might find them overwhelming. Fortunately, you have come to my Pushian Apothecary today. Otherwise, finding even half of what you seek elsewhere would be a stroke of luck. Presently, due to the ongoing conflicts between the Han family and the Bai family in the city, various precious medicinal herbs are in short supply." The middle-aged shopkeeper, with a cheerful demeanor, meticulously inscribed the many herbs mentioned by Li Xuansheng on a piece of paper and handed it to an attendant nearby, whispering a command before turning back to continue his conversation with Li Xuansheng. Upon hearing this, Li Xuansheng raised an eyebrow, a note of curiosity escaping his lips as he clasped his hands and addressed the shopkeeper lightly. "Heh, this is common knowledge in Shueshan City. There is nothing more to elaborate upon. However, as you require quite a number of items, it seems we may have to wait a while. In that case, let us engage in casual conversation. Speaking of the Han family, you are undoubtedly aware that since the founding of Shueshan City, they have been its dominant force, reigning supreme for centuries. Regrettably, over the past 200 years, the descendants of the Han family have lost their ambition, although they once held some influence in Yinggu City. 2 centuries ago, after provoking disciples of the Taishan sect, the Han family was entirely stripped of their power there, leading them to remain in a state of relative seclusion in Shueshan City for the past 200 years. The middle-aged shopkeeper slowly gestured with one hand, leaning slightly over the counter as he observed the bustling pedestrians outside, smiling as he recounted these tales to Li Xuansheng. "And what of the Bai family?" Li Xuansheng inquired naturally. "Ah, the Bai family has had their share of fortune. A decade ago, a promising descendant of theirs was selected as an outer disciple of the Taishan sect, which allowed the Bai family to gradually flourish. However, the resources of Snow Mountain City are finite. With each additional person, the distribution becomes inequitable, inevitably leading to the ongoing strife between the Han and Bai families. If the Han family were still as formidable as they were 2 centuries ago, the Bai family would be of little significance. Yet, the Han family has undeniably waned, compounded by the increasing number of warriors among the Bai clan and the growth of a certain disciple from the Taishan sect. In the long run, the Han family's prospects appear bleak. The innkeeper's words reveal a lack of faith in the Han family, which, for Li Xuansheng, is rather fortuitous. Thus, it can be inferred that barring any miraculous occurrences, the downfall of the Han family is merely a matter of time. A flicker of unusual light flashed in Li Xuansheng's eyes. It is worth noting that in their conflict, the Han family is at a distinct disadvantage in one regard. The Bai family has a disciple within the Taishan sect. According to the sect's rules, while that Bai disciple cannot intervene in ordinary disputes, exceptions can be made in matters of family survival. granting the Bai family an unassailable position, while the Han family. Before the sentence could be completed, the middle-aged innkeeper abruptly straightened from his position, leaning over the counter, casting his gaze toward the entrance, where three individuals had just stepped in. Hurry! The leader among the three, a man of approximately 30 years, donned exquisite attire and wielded a long sword, radiating a palpable and unrestrained aura of violent inner strength. He was followed closely by a man and a woman, both younger, yet exuding a similarly potent presence that pressed upon the surroundings. There is no need to twist my words. Although our Puxian pharmacy belongs to the Taishan sect, we have no interest in your conflicts. As long as the interests of the Taishan sect are not harmed, you may do as you please. Oh, by the way, the medicinal materials you can procure today are estimated to be only half of what you had the day before yesterday. The other half, of slightly better quality, has been claimed by this young fellow. Young man, your herbs are ready. The total is 13 purple gold coins. Here are 20 coins. I shall refund you 7. As the three individuals entered, manager who merely chuckled, slightly turning his body to retrieve the herbs that Li Xuansheng had requested from one of the attendants, handing them to Li Xuansheng while addressing the three. Thank you for your trouble, manager. Only half of the previous day's portion? Humph, that young man from the estate. Stop right there. Transfer the herbs in your possession to me. The three members of the Han family exchanged glances. At such a critical moment, receiving only half of the herbs was unfavorable, as many within their family were awaiting medication. Without hesitation, the two male and female attendants obstructed Li Xuansheng, who was about to exit. Transfer to you? That is feasible. I just purchased these from manager who for 13 purple gold coins. If you desire them now, it will cost you 26 coins. Produce the money, and the herbs are yours. Chapter 28. Refining the Organs. Kid, do you wish to court death? Which village in the Great Snow Mountain do you hail from? I value your herbs, so consider it an honor. If you are wise, hand over the medicinal materials promptly. Otherwise, things may turn unpleasant. The countenance of the brocade-clad youth leading the trio underwent a subtle shift. Of late, the prestige and influence of their Han family had been steadily waning in Snow Mountain City. To think that even a rustic lad from a humble family now held them in such disregard, a trend that, if unchecked, would lead to their downfall. Judging from your conversation, you must be members of the Han family. Indeed, you are just as I observed those Han family members near the Great Snow Mountain, eyes perpetually fixed on the heavens. A simple proposition. If you desire it, purchase it with coin. If not, then be gone. The Han family is not so impressive. Does the Han family believe they can pilfer my possessions at will? Fie upon them. Li Xuansheng's tone was laced with disdain, and in light of the trio's attitude, he raised his voice several notches. Courting death, daring to hold my Han family in such contempt? Today you shall not depart unscathed. Go. Excise the tongue of that young cur. The brocade-clad youth at the fore and the two young men and women obstructing the entrance to the Puxian pharmacy exhibited a sudden change in countenance. In an instant, the brocade-clad youth gestured with his hand, instructing the pair of young men and women. Understood. The two nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the command. As expected, at the slightest disagreement, they resort to murder. Alas, the three of you, one at the middle stage of the day after tomorrow, two at the initial stage, are woefully inadequate. If you seek to provoke me, you would be better served by further cultivation. Li Xuansheng shook his head, ceasing further discourse with them. With a single hand raised, he directed a punch towards the two young men and women advancing upon him. Boom, boom. Beneath the force of the fist, the air resonated with a sonorous hum, and a solidified fist imprint materialized, striking the two directly. Instantly, the two obstructing the entrance were repelled by Li Xuansheng's punch, their forms flying out of the Puxian pharmacy, landing heavily on the broad street outside. Having spoken, Li Xuansheng stepped forward, exiting the door without paying heed to the gathering onlookers. He mounted his horse and departed leisurely. I never anticipated that I would misjudge. This young man possesses remarkable depth. Judging by his bone age, he appears to be no more than 12, yet from that recent punch, it is evident that his cultivation is at least at the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Indeed, he is quite talented. Hanyi, it seems your family's medicinal herbs have dwindled to half today. Here, a total of 8 purple gold coins, payment upon delivery. Watching Li Xuansheng's retreating figure, manager who let out a soft sigh, his eyes glinting with insight. He had previously failed to sense the young man's cultivation and remained oblivious to the nature of his practice techniques. In Shueshan City, offending the Han family leads only to a dead end. The elegantly dressed young man, Han Yi, scoffed, a flicker of wariness crossing his piercing gaze. From that earlier punch, the imprint left by the boy was solid, indicating a level of cultivation achievable only at the pinnacle of the mid-stage acquired realm. The acquired realm consists of 3 stages: refining the bones to strengthen the body, connecting the meridians to the heavens, and unifying the internal organs. Although all 3 stages fall under the acquired realm, only upon entering the refining of the internal organs does one truly attain success. By refining the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe, and consolidating one's own vital energy, one can connect the bones, tendons, and organs. It is at this juncture that the internal and magical energies can be externally unleashed, enabling long-range attacks. If Li Xuansheng were to successfully break through and step into the realm of refining the organs, then the punch he just delivered, with its solidified imprint, would have undoubtedly increased in power by several magnitudes. The young man in splendid attire was well aware of his own circumstances, as the battle with the Bai family intensified. The middle and upper echelons of his clan suffered grievous injuries. Otherwise, the Han family would not currently find themselves in a position of having to uphold appearances during this critical juncture. Listening to Han Ye's words of indignation, manager Hu offered a slight smile, refraining from comment. As he had previously remarked to Li Xuansheng, it was evident that the Han family was fated to face calamity this time. Engaging in verbal disputes with such individuals would be a mere waste of effort. That night, Li Xuansheng sat alone in a lavishly adorned chamber, elegantly furnished, where a wooden tub radiating warmth stood prominently. On either side of the tub, 2 young maidens diligently followed Li Xuansheng's earlier instructions, adding various precious herbs into the tub while pouring and steaming hot water, striving to extract the medicinal essence from these ingredients. Meanwhile, Li Xuansheng remained motionless upon the bed, circulating his internal energy and adjusting his vital essence, awaiting the opportune moment to achieve his breakthrough. After half an hour, the 2 maidens, who had been bustling about in the chamber, were already glistening with fragrant sweat. A peculiar aroma began to waft from the tub, gradually permeating the entire room. The tiger bone refining spirit soup, regarded as the optimal formula for harmonizing bones, meridians, and organs, was an experience Li Xuansheng had not encountered in his previous life. Today, he would endeavor to trial it, curious to see if it truly possessed the miraculous properties that could stabilize the cultivation of those seeking to break through and consolidate their vital energy. Wealth can indeed compel even the most stubborn of spirits. After departing from the Puxian apothecary during the daylight hours, Li Xuansheng circled the modest snow mountain city several times, ultimately selecting a secluded yet suitable location for his retreat and breakthrough. However, its geographical remoteness was rather pronounced. The tiger bone elixir, one of the many concoctions Li Xuansheng had gathered in his previous life, was said to possess extraordinary properties during the era of cultivators, when numerous miraculous elixirs existed. Yet, with the waning of the celestial energies, such potions have vanished from the world. This elixir's secret formula is one of the core mysteries of Honghuang Mountain, and those who emerged from it as masters of transformation were invariably formidable and unparalleled in their prowess. All right, you may leave now. Wait outside and summon me if needed. Serve well tonight, and your rewards shall be plentiful tomorrow. The aroma of the tiger bone elixir intensified, stirring the innate magical energies within Li Xuansheng, whose physical body's hunger for consumption grew increasingly potent. Sensing the state of his body, a gentle smile graced his lips as he rose from the bed and instructed the young maiden, who was still pouring hot water into the wooden tub. Yes, the 2 exchanged a knowing glance, bowed respectfully, and retreated, gently closing the door behind them as they awaited Li Xuansheng's summons in the adjoining room. After nearly 2 hours of meticulous brewing, the medicinal properties of the various herbs within the tub had gradually been extracted and coalesced into a rich, creamy broth, its extraordinary fragrance steadily accumulating in the room, rendering Li Xuansheng unable to divert his focus elsewhere. Stripped of all attire, his muscular physique was laid bare, with a cascade of jet black hair cascading down his shoulders. A gentle azure glow flickered across his skin as magical energy surged within him, the reservoir of his power bubbling with intensity. Taking a deep breath, he harnessed his mystical energy through the intricate network of his bones and meridians. In the next moment, Li Xuansheng leapt into the wooden tub, sitting composedly within, the steaming liquid reaching his throat. Chapter 29. The Power of Unity. First update. As his body was enveloped by the warm water, it felt as though every pore in Li Xuansheng's being opened uncontrollably. drawing the potent essence of the tiger bone spirit elixir into his core. The pure medicinal power intertwined seamlessly with his innate magical energy, instigating an extraordinary transformation within. Ignoring the searing heat of the broth, he focused on his dantian, allowing the divine energy cultivation method to surge violently through his being. At that moment, the enhanced magical energy, infused with the wondrous properties of the elixir, surged forth with a ferocity akin to that of a drug-induced high. As it coursed through the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians, it simultaneously ruptured the numerous accompanying channels, ultimately dispersing into the 5 vital organs under Li Xuansheng's potent guidance. The postnatal refinement of the internal organs required the magical energy to circulate through the channels associated with the 5 organs, a total of 81 cycles. After completing the 9 cycles, the myriad channels would be prepared to withstand the baptism of magical energy, followed by the specialized cultivation method that would refine the essence of heaven and earth. This principle was akin to the breakthrough from dark energy to transformative energy in a previous life, however. The force employed was merely the surging vitality and inner strength of his own being. In this regard, both the efficiency and effectiveness of the divine energy cultivation system surpassed all expectations. As my thoughts stirred, 2 spiritual stones materialized in my hands, drawing forth strands of pure celestial energy that flowed into my gradually depleting magical essence, replenishing its vigor. In conjunction with the elixir's potency, I channeled the energy in a rhythmic cycle, which soothed and rejuvenated the meridians that had been expanded, rendering them more resilient and unobstructed. The tiger bone spirit elixir indeed proved to be extraordinary. The entire process of refining the internal organs unfolded without a hitch, a steady ascent culminating in the completion of the cyclical energy flow. The magical energy surged forth from the sea of my dantian, coursing through every inch of my meridians and bones, ultimately converging into a singular source. At that moment, aside from a specific region within my mind, my entire corporeal form was harmoniously interconnected. The internal organs inhaled and exhaled the celestial essence, fortifying their core, with the meridians serving as conduits and the bones as frameworks. Coupled with the efficacy of the cultivation techniques, my physical body transformed into an instinctual perpetual motion machine, as long as my essence remained intact. Achieving a state of postnatal perfection was merely a matter of time. Unexpectedly, during the process of refining my internal organs, I inadvertently opened over 100 additional meridians. A delightful surprise indeed. It appears that utilizing the power of the elixir is also an excellent method for expanding the meridians, based on the strength exerted earlier. If the elixir's energy were entirely dedicated to this endeavor, it could potentially yield the opening of around 250 additional meridians, perfectly complementing the myriad exquisite formulas still lingering in my mind, yet to be employed. With the refinement complete, my internal organs instinctively engaged, absorbing the celestial essence and circulating their respective vital energies, thereby nourishing the functions of my physical body. Once the inner and outer realms were unified, the strength and agility of my corporeal form elevated several tiers once more. Once the internal organs have acclimated to the intensity of the celestial essence, they can cultivate their own protective force, the vital qi. This vital qi then circulates from within to without, completing a harmonious exchange between the inner and outer realms. At that moment, the physical form becomes wholly rounded and transparent, pure and unified, epitomizing the true fulfillment of the postnatal stage. Li Xuansheng clearly envisions the path ahead, and the ancient texts contained within his master's ring offer extensive insights on this matter. The entire process of breakthrough took approximately half an hour. The once scalding broth in the wooden tub gradually cooled, signifying the completion of the tiger bone spirit refining soup's mission. What was once a rich, pristine broth now resembled clear water, and the extraordinary fragrance that had permeated the room had vanished without a trace. After the passage of yet another incense stick's worth of time, Li Xuansheng, seated within the tub, finally opened his eyes. He took a calming breath and raised his hands before his chest. Through rigorous training, his previously calloused palms had transformed into smooth, delicate skin. As he gently clenched his fist, a resounding thud echoed from within the tub, and the sturdy exterior of the wooden vessel revealed several cracks, a testament to the tremendous surge of power unleashed. With the attainment of the postnatal completion, his strength had once again escalated. Previously, his physical power was estimated to be around 30,000 pounds. Now, it had at least doubled, reaching approximately 120,000 pounds. According to the records in the sacred texts, disciples of the Divine Power sect, upon achieving postnatal perfection, are said to possess a force equivalent to 1 yuan of power, amounting to 12,960,000 pounds. In contrast, those who attain postnatal perfection through less esteemed methods seldom exceed half a yuan of power. Endowed with remarkable talent, he had nearly reached 1 yuan of power merely through his recent breakthrough in refining the organs. Once the vital qi within him fully manifests, he anticipates that achieving 1 yuan of power will not pose a challenge. Softly murmuring to himself, he contemplated his current strength. The ancient master had once stated that entry into the divine power sect was only permitted upon reaching the pinnacle of acquired perfection or the innate realm. Little did he expect to have arrived at this juncture so swiftly. Thus, there were matters that ought to be comprehended sooner rather than later. With a slight movement, a fleeting shadow passed as Li Xuansheng leapt from the wooden tub, retrieving the garments he had prepared in advance, donning them with precision. With each trial and refinement of his physical form, his appearance and aura underwent continuous transformation. Ah, you have indeed come. Initially, I presumed you would conserve your forces for the Bai clan. Since you are here, step forth. It was already deep into the night, above. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with only faint glimmers of light illuminating the earth. Just as Li Xuansheng finished adjusting his attire, his brow arched as he gazed towards the ceiling of the room, where the distinct sounds of uneven breathing were palpable. Bang, bang, bang. As the last syllable fell from his lips, the opulent ceiling of the spacious room began to rupture, and figures clad in black attire descended through the openings. Brandishing swords and knives, their gazes fixed upon Li Xuansheng, who stood a short distance away. Squeak, squeak. At that very moment, 2 young maidens who had been waiting outside instinctively pushed open the door, only to be taken aback by the sudden turn of events within the room. You may all leave now. Li Xuansheng raised a hand, and in an instant, a gentle gust of wind swept through, ushering the 2 young women outside, while simultaneously closing the door behind them. His internal energy surged outward. He had achieved the consummation of acquired power. How? Is this possible? Just during the day, were you not at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm? How is it now? 5 figures clad in black descended from the rooftop, their gazes fixated on Li Xuansheng's earlier display of prowess. The eyes of the 5 men widened in astonishment, and the remaining 4 turned their attention toward one among them. The focal individual shuddered involuntarily, uttering words of disbelief. You 5 are from the Han family, are you not? Alas, all 5 of you are merely at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, lacking any semblance of challenge. Allow me to bestow upon you a chance, and your own lives. The breaths of the 5 varied in strength, yet all remained at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, with none attaining the pinnacle of postnatal mastery. With calm eyes sweeping over the 5 not far away, Li Xuansheng spoke slowly. Come in, you 2, and take care of their bodies. These individuals arrived here in the dead of night with ill intentions, and I have dispatched them all. Inform your master that I shall take my leave now. This purple coin shall serve as a token of my appreciation. After 30 breaths, the 2 young maidens who had been waiting outside the door finally received Li Xuansheng's summons. Without hesitation, they gently pushed the door open. To their relief, the anticipated overwhelming stench of blood was absent, allowing them to step inside with a sense of ease. Their eyes immediately fell upon the 5 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. A sudden pang of alarm surged within them as they quickly scanned the room, only to find that Li Xuansheng's figure had vanished. Meanwhile, on the table, a coin gleamed with a purple-golden radiance under the light, captivating their gazes. You would rather remain ignorant, even when given the opportunity. TSK. According to the information obtained from manager who during the day, coupled with the intelligence I purchased in the afternoon, it is evident that the Han and Bai families have reached a most critical juncture, having incurred significant casualties among their innate level practitioners in recent days. I would assert that as the sovereign of Xueshan City, it is implausible for the Han family to deploy 5 individuals without a single innate level warrior among them. Given this, allow me to stoke the flames of conflict on your behalf. As midnight approached, the small city of Xueshan lay in utter silence, resembling a ghost town save for the flickering lights along the streets. The QNGOM traversed the winding roads, eventually arriving at a broad and straight avenue after rounding a bend. At the end of this avenue stood a magnificent residence, its grand entrance flanked by torches that illuminated the night, with a well-equipped guard standing vigilant beneath each flame, weapons drawn in readiness. Above the main entrance, 2 gilded characters proclaimed Han residence. For centuries, since the establishment of Xueshan City, the Han family had maintained its dominance, basking in the glory and status befitting their lineage. Yet, as time has passed, they have seemingly forgotten that to retain such honor and position, one must possess commensurate strength. Now, with the rise of the Bai family, which has shown remarkable growth over the past decade, the Han family's prospects appear increasingly bleak. Clang, clang, clang. The hooves of the steed, the azure-horned horse, galloped swiftly upon the firm path, creating a crisp and melodic sound that resonated in the quietude of the deep night. This alluring sound captivated the attention of the guards stationed outside the cold mansion. Who approaches? As the azure-horned horse drew within 50 meters of the mansion's entrance, a voice rang out, demanding attention. A rustic villager, having heard tales of the multitude of warriors within the Cold family, sought to seek their guidance, hoping for an audience. Leave at once. This is not a place for you. Should you fail to depart immediately, do not blame us for resorting to force. A few guards swiftly obstructed Li Xuansheng's path, their voices cold as they raised their weapons high. In Snow Mountain City. I have long heard of the Cold family's tyranny. Now that I have witnessed it firsthand, let me behold the source of your arrogance. With that, Li Xuansheng, mounted upon the azure-horned horse, leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch toward the group before him. Bang, bang, bang. The guards, lacking martial prowess, were no match for the strength of his blow. They were instantly sent flying, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Taking a decisive step forward, Li Xuansheng seized one of the long swords. Someone is causing trouble. Quickly apprehend him. The remaining guards, witnessing the swift defeat of their comrades, gasped in astonishment, and soon their cries echoed as they charged toward Li Xuansheng, weapons in hand. Oh, there is indeed a martial artist among you. Quite impressive, yet still insufficient. Li Xuansheng strode forth with his sword in hand, gradually approaching the entrance of the Han family estate. Every obstacle in his path was effortlessly swept aside by a single arc of his blade. None could withstand his might. The surge of his spiritual energy coursed through the sword, and in an instant, the sword's aura surged like a dragon, dominating the surroundings. With his innate power fully realized, he commanded, "Withdraw. This is a top-tier warrior of the postnatal realm. We are no match for him. Quickly summon the experts from our clan." Those with keen insight were immediately struck with awe, their spirits shaken. They cried out in alarm and retreated, unwilling to advance further. They were merely stronger than the average person, incapable of contending with a warrior of the postnatal realm. Retreat. We are no match for a postnatal warrior. As the shouts echoed, within the span of 2 breaths, the many guards of the Han family, who had sought to impede Li Xuansheng, scattered to the sides. With no one left to hinder him, Li Xuansheng sheathed his sword and hastened towards the entrance of the Han estate, surveying the ancient and imposing residence. Absorbing its distinguished essence, with unwavering determination, he swung his longsword. The blade's radiance swept through the air, cleaving the grand red gates asunder, followed by another sharp arc of light that shattered the gates with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows 100 meters away from the Han estate, 2 figures huddled closely, cloaked tightly in dark attire, revealing only their bright, vigilant eyes as they fixated on the unfolding scene at the front of the Han family estate. Who is that? Surely he cannot be one of our Bai family. One murmured softly. No, I have encountered nearly all of the postnatal warriors from our Bai family, yet I do not recognize him. However, he comes now to seek trouble with the Han family. I wonder what his motives could be? Another individual took over the conversation. It was unclear, but it now seemed that as long as it could cause the Han family any distress, it would be worthwhile. You must immediately report the situation here to the clan, asking the head of the family and the elders to make a decision while I continue to keep watch. In recent days, both the Han family and we have suffered casualties, aside from the innate level warriors who have not intervened. There have been injuries and deaths among those at the perfected and mid-stages of the acquired level. From the earlier attack, it was evident that the strength was unmatched, and the momentum was formidable, suggesting that the assailant was indeed a formidable figure among the perfected warriors. If the Han family's innate level warriors do not make a move, it seems they will have enough to endure. The previous individual shook his head. They had been commanded to remain here, monitoring the Han family's every move, and did not anticipate such an occurrence tonight. Nevertheless, this was not the time for their doubts. They swiftly needed to handle the immediate situation. Moments later, one person quietly departed, while the other remained, silently gazing at the entrance of the Han family's estate. Chapter 31. Display of might as the sovereign of Snow Mountain City. Is the Han family truly so feeble? Li Xuansheng, wielding a longsword, continued to stride, gradually crossing the threshold into the Han estate. No one obstructed him, within. The lights blazed brightly, and waves of guards rushed toward him. With a surge of energy, the sword glimmered, its blade radiating a fierce brilliance. The tip exuding sharp sword energy that flickered unpredictably, causing numerous Han warriors to retreat. "Who are you? What do you seek in the Han family at this late hour?" Before Li Xuansheng could finish his words, several figures, slightly more formidable than ordinary, swiftly rushed from the depths of the courtyard, their voices echoing with fervor. "One has reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, while two are in the midst of it. Let me witness your prowess. Do you not wish to uncover my origins and identity? It is quite simple. Defeat me, and all shall be revealed." With a graceful leap, he brandished his long sword, which sliced through the obscured void, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that flickered like lightning, darting directly towards the trio intent on attacking him. Clang, clang, clang. The sword's radiance met the oncoming assailants, who desperately attempted to deflect it with their weapons. Yet, the overwhelming force carried by the sword's energy halted their advance, akin to a runaway carriage suddenly confronted by an insurmountable barrier. As they encircled him, despite being a warrior at the peak of the acquired realm, he found himself outnumbered. Fists alone could not withstand the combined might of four. "We are many, and he shall not escape today. Strike with all your might. Whoever can capture or wound him shall be handsomely rewarded," proclaimed the one with acquired mastery, raising his voice to command the terrified guards to join in the fray. Elder 5 was correct. No matter how formidable he may be, he stands alone against at least 30 of us. Even if we must wear him down, we shall prevail. The inner energy of an acquired warrior is limited, unlike that of an innate one, who can replenish it at will. Brothers, let us slay him. Kill, kill. In the fleeting moments between breaths, the guards, who had been momentarily subdued by Li Xuansheng's unparalleled power, exchanged glances, bolstering each other's courage. Under the dim cloak of night, they brandished their weapons, raising them high, and with every ounce of their strength unleashed, they surged forward in a concerted attack. "Humph!" Li Xuansheng scoffed softly. Casting aside the long sword in his hand, letting it fall to his feet, he surveyed the frenzied assault of the Han family guards. His eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his pristine hands, holding them horizontally before his chest, and then clenched them tightly. Against absolute power, numbers are but an illusion. His inner mana surged wildly, his dantian sea roiling incessantly, as his cultivation technique circulated, tapping into the potential of his physical body. He focused his mana into the two fists before his chest, where a faint azure light flickered continuously. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of solid fist imprints directly into the surrounding area. Though not at full strength, each punch carried an average force of approximately 50,000 pounds, rivaling that of a consummate martial artist in the mortal realm. Bang, bang, bang. Despite their numbers exceeding 30, these men were largely insignificant. Ordinary fellows whose strength barely amounted to a few thousand pounds. Faced with such terrifying and unparalleled force, they crumbled instantly upon contact, offering no resistance whatsoever. As the fist imprints drew near, one after another, their robust bodies were sent flying, crashing into the nearby walls, tree trunks, and into the lake. "Now, it's your turn." Having severely injured the 30-odd guards who had encircled him with his barrage of fist imprints, Li Xuansheng pivoted, his foot stomping down with sudden force. His body rose gracefully, tracing an arc through the air before descending like a falling star, landing before the three individuals. In an instant, an even more ferocious fist imprint was unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. Exhibiting disparate strengths, yet yielding identical outcomes, the trio brandished their weapons, endeavoring to parry the solid fist imprint. However, upon contact, they discerned its unparalleled force. Instantly, like the preceding 30-odd individuals, their bodies were propelled backward, vanishing into unknown recesses. Such an audacious whelp. Who instigated your insurrection within my Han household this night? Reveal your benefactor, and I shall grant you a more dignified demise. From shattering the manor gates with a sword to repelling the aforementioned trio with a single punch, a mere fraction of an incense stick's burning time had elapsed. For the Han family, now in a state of heightened vigilance, this sufficed to mobilize their full forces. Li Xuansheng, descending from the heavens, had barely touched ground when a multitude of figures materialized from the distant courtyard corridors and rooftops. In contrast to the previous rabble, this group exuded a superior aura and bore more distinguished attire. Who directed my arrival? Your inquiry is rife with ambiguity. Over the centuries, do you believe your Han family has accrued few adversaries within this vicinity? I am, perhaps, merely one among many. Tonight, I have come to the Han household for naught, but to raise it to the ground, settling a long-cherished desire. If you possess the strength, feel free to slay me. If not, prepare for an untimely demise and a swift reincarnation. Li Xuansheng stood with one hand clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the Han residence, now fully illuminated. Along the distant corridors and rooftops, imposing figures stood interspersed. His words, unhurried and resolute, brooked no dissent. Truly audacious. Allow me to dispatch you. A mere mid-stage Hotian, insignificant. Without so much as a glance, Li Xuansheng unleashed a devastating punch. As the force of the blow landed, the woman was sent reeling backward, blood spilling from her lips, her internal organs ravaged by the onslaught of spiritual energy. She had not yet reached the pinnacle of her cultivation. It was a reckless endeavor. With my keen senses, I discerned that among the throngs of people not far away, many had indeed reached the stage of postnatal perfection. Regrettably, none seemed inclined to intervene as of yet. A few individuals, based on my earlier assessment, appeared to have attained the zenith of postnatal mastery. Thus, to subdue them would necessitate our combined efforts. Engaging them individually could easily lead to our defeat. I surmised that the spies from the Bai family were likely aware of the turmoil within the Han family at this moment. Should they seize this opportunity, our clan would be in dire straits. As I hastened towards the lake directly opposite the main entrance of the Han residence, Li Xuansheng remained resolute, his bright eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air from the crowd nearby. Indeed, at such a critical juncture, swift resolution was imperative. Kill. Those who insult the Han family must pay the price. The diverse array of warriors present nodded in agreement with their comrade's declaration. In the next breath, over a dozen formidable fighters ascended, brandishing their weapons, charging furiously towards Li Xuansheng. Chapter 32. The Great Forces of Heaven and Earth. First update. Come forth. Li Xuansheng bellowed, laughter echoing to the heavens, his form radiating a flickering azure light. He surveyed the array of warriors before him, inhaling deeply as his feet moved with sudden determination. With one foot in the realm of Yin and the other in Yang, and wielding the essence of the 8 directions, the movements of Tai Chi unfold with serene grace. Surrounded by over a dozen adversaries, the pinnacle of martial prowess is represented by 4 individuals at the stage of postnatal perfection, 6 at the mid-postnatal stage, and 8 at the early stage, culminating in a formidable 18 warriors. Li Xuansheng has yet to fully cultivate the divine techniques of the Divine Power sect, and relies instead on the martial arts learned in his previous life. The flow of Tai Chi is smooth and unending, delineating Yin and Yang, rectifying the chaos of the 8 realms, and executing techniques such as the sparrow's tail, cloud hands, and single whip. Each strike embodies a harmonious blend of softness and strength, seamlessly performed by Li Xuansheng. Ancient wisdom echoes the truth of my master's words. The disparity between authentic martial arts and those of lesser caliber is indeed vast, confining not only the levels of power but also the depths of strength. With my prior mid-postnatal cultivation, I possess confidence in confronting the current assembly. Now that my essence has been refined, it is opportune for them to hone their skills and familiarize themselves with the power of the internal organs. The more Li Xuansheng engages in combat, the greater his delight, as he dances through the 8 trigram steps, evading potent assaults from all directions while his hands weave an intricate choreography. With a push and a pull, he captures a shadow in his grasp, utilizing the force of the void to neutralize the opponent's strength, subsequently delivering a deliberate blow that leaves them grievously injured. Zhang Lada truly is a prodigy, capable of creating such a martial art even in the age of decline. Indeed, he is a remarkable figure in the world of martial arts. Tai Chi resonates with the profound truth of the unconditioned, giving rise to the ultimate principles, elucidating the true essence of the Tao. And it is no wonder that Zhang Lada can transcend boundaries. In his previous life, Li Xuansheng relied solely on his innate vigor to propel his practice of Tai Chi, rendering it merely a formidable self-defense technique in his hands. However, in this moment, within this realm, he has attained a deeper understanding. Numerous texts documenting the essence of Tai Chi emphasize the crucial principles of its cultivation, yet only a scant few manage to embody these teachings. Utilizing the power of others, acting purely on intention, and avoiding force are paramount. Only when one forgets all the forms of Tai Chi can true mastery be achieved. As enlightenment dawned upon him, Li Xuansheng continued to engage with the multitude of martial artists from the Han family, his movements seemingly identical yet subtly transformed. The initial ferocity and decisiveness of his strikes had diminished. Concurrently, within his dantian, the solitary blue lotus, as Li Xuansheng's technique subtly evolved, began to exhibit a slight alteration. Ethereal azure orbs emanated from the lotus, penetrating various barriers to enter his consciousness. In the next moment, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in the depths of Li Xuansheng's eyes as he executed another variation of Tai Chi. Each technique shimmered in his mind, perpetually rearranging and separating. With each reconfiguration, the memories of Tai Chi faded significantly, until after several iterations, what remained was but an ethereal silhouette of black and white, standing motionless. This is the true essence of Tai Chi, the return to its origin. Fortune bestows wisdom, and the black and white phantasm before him conjured the profound essence of Tai Chi. Li Xuansheng felt a surge of inspiration, never anticipating that the manifestation of Tai Chi would summon such an entity. As the essence of Tai Chi emerged, it was as if enlightenment washed over him, revealing the crucial techniques inherent in Tai Chi practice. Now, let us see your skills. The battle outside raged on fiercely. Yet within his mind, the evolution of Tai Chi unfolded in mere moments. Observing a martial artist at the peak of their physical prowess beside him, Li Xuansheng chuckled softly and reached out. In an instant, the formidable warrior found himself ensnared, unable to evade the grasp. With a gentle yet decisive motion, Li Xuansheng struck the man's chest, and in that fleeting moment, the warrior's massive form was propelled backward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, crashing into a nearby lake. There appears to be potency in this technique. Pleased with the power of his strike, Li Xuansheng observed the remaining 10 or so adversaries who continued their relentless assault. Narrowing his eyes, he firmly planted his feet and suddenly thrust both hands forward. With a single breath, the area within a 10-meter radius trembled under his influence. His energy surged, causing the air to resonate with a low roar. The force of his palm technique reverberated, and in an instant, the attackers surrounding Li Xuansheng were struck by overwhelming power, suffering significant injuries, stumbling back in disarray. Oh, the might of the heavens? At such a tender age, you have grasped the concept of momentum, quite remarkable indeed. Young one, I offer you a chance. Submit to my clan, and I shall overlook tonight's events entirely. Once again, the encirclement ended in failure, leaving the members of the Han family with an expression of profound dismay. Could it be that their clan had truly fallen into decline? With so many of them, not even a single warrior of considerable prowess could be captured? Greetings, esteemed patriarch. A voice echoed through the air, igniting a spark of hope among the Han disciples and guards, who exchanged glances of elation. They turned towards the source of the voice, where a figure stood suspended over the distant lake, shrouded in the dim glow of the moonlight, rendering his features indistinct. Rise, for your defeat is not unjust. This youth has grasped the essence of momentum, possessing extraordinary talent. Before the grand forces of nature, you stand no chance of resistance. Withdraw now. The patriarch's tone was remarkably calm as he gestured with a single hand, offering no further commentary on the Han family's misfortune. Essence, the grand forces of nature. He has actually comprehended the cosmic momentum, which surely indicates his destined ascension to the innate realm. How infuriating. Young man, have you reached a decision? The patriarch, still hovering in the void, turned his gaze towards Li Xuansheng, inquiring once more. Submit to your Han family? I must apologize, but it seems your clan lacks the qualifications for such an offer. Show your prowess, and let me witness if the innate realm is truly as formidable as the legends proclaim. Li Xuansheng scoffed, a faint azure light continuing to flicker around him. He lifted his head slightly to meet the gaze of the Han patriarch, who, standing effortlessly in the air, undoubtedly belonged to the innate realm. Such a pity. Today, your intrusion into the Han family has resulted in significant casualties among my kin. While I am unaware of your origins, the grievous offenses you have committed can only lead to one outcome, your execution. Before the words had left his lips, a formidable handprint descended from the ethereal figure of the Lin family, standing nearby. Chapter 33, Confrontation with the Innate, Second Update, Humph. Li Xuansheng let out a cold grunt, remaining utterly motionless as his entire being surged with magical energy. Reflecting upon the descriptions of the innate realm he had encountered in the ancient texts of his master, he raised his hand and unleashed a thunderous punch in response. Boom! A solid fist imprint collided with the descending handprint, instantly erupting in a resonant sound. Waves of potent energy sweeping across the surroundings, shattering the ornamental hills and pavilions beside the lake. The onlookers from the Lin family inhaled sharply, casting glances at the still, unmoving youth, retreating reluctantly. An innate warrior is nothing extraordinary. The might of the palm and fist neutralized each other, and after several breaths, tranquility enveloped the battleground once more. Magical energy. You have actually harnessed magical energy. I cannot be mistaken. The force behind your punch was easily 100,000 pounds, far surpassing that of a perfected innate martial artist. Furthermore, your comprehension of the grand principles of heaven and earth at this level indicates that your cultivation is indeed exceptional. To think it is magical energy, wonderful. Due to limitations in my aptitude, I was compelled to use a heart-entrancing pill to break through to the innate realm. Yet, in this lifetime, further breakthroughs seem impossible. Only by redirecting my path to that of a true martial artist can I hope to advance. I never anticipated that fate would be so kind as to place you before me. I shall ask you once more, will you submit or not? The patriarch of the Han family materialized in a flash, appearing a few meters away from Li Xuansheng. Under the flickering lights, he appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, adorned in a flowing lavender robe, his hair tied back, and his gaunt face illuminated with unrestrained joy as he gazed fervently at Li Xuansheng. Enough of this prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Xuansheng. He had anticipated that the earlier battle would reveal the true nature of his cultivation in mystical powers. Casting a glance at the fervent gaze of the Han family, he propelled a punch forward. The Han family's expression darkened slightly as they met his strike with an open palm. Boom! An ominous sound reverberated as both Li Xuansheng and the Han family were forced back several steps. You, a mere practitioner of the unorthodox path, possess strength only on par with my own. Aside from your ability to traverse the air, what can you truly do against me? With another clash, Li Xuansheng's eyes sparkled with realization. According to ancient texts, practitioners of the unorthodox path who reach the innate realm possess initial strength comparable to that of a perfected orthodox warrior in the postnatal stage. Thus, for disciples of the divine power sect, battling such unorthodox warriors posed no significant challenge. The Han family's countenance grew grim, yet the fervor in their eyes intensified. With a deep breath, a layer of frost enveloped the surroundings, and their hands turned as white as snow. As their aura spread, an area of more than 10 meters transformed into a realm of ice and snow, and with a stride, they surged toward Li Xuansheng, delivering a palm strike imbued with an icy chill that pierced to the bone. Tai Chi Chuan. Li Xuansheng let out a low growl, his entire being quaking as if the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder within a 10-meter radius. It was as though the universe itself was being born anew, the boundless transforming into the ultimate. His hands flowed gracefully, manifesting the duality of yin and yang, deftly wielding the cosmic forces to confront the head of the Han family. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless clashes of celestial powers rendered the entrance of the Han estate a mere ruin, littered with shattered walls and debris. Li Xuansheng was enveloped in a soft azure luminescence, while the Han family patriarch was shrouded in a gentle cerulean glow. With every strike exchanged, the ground trembled beneath them. Yet neither could claim victory. Was this the terror of cosmic might? The onlookers, numerous disciples of the Han family, wore expressions of taut anticipation, their gazes fixed upon the fierce duel unfolding before them. Indeed, the authenticity of martial arts proved formidable as this practitioner of postnatal mastery stood toe-to-toe with the family head. This was the first time they had witnessed a true martial arts cultivator, and the strength they had heard of in legends was manifest before their very eyes. Crash, crash, crash. The clash of Tai Chi forces against the chilling might of ice continued unabated. Li Xuansheng, emboldened by the fray, assessed that aside from the patriarch's ability to swiftly replenish his internal energy and traverse the air, he was largely comparable. Thus, there was little to fear. With another fierce exchange of palm strikes, both combatants were once again thrust back. A searing heat radiated from Li Xuansheng's crown as his formidable vitality surged within, his magical prowess flowing seamlessly. I told you. What can you do to me? He exclaimed, his voice echoing into the heavens. With the experience of the recent battle, his command over Tai Chi forces had become increasingly adept, and as he stepped forward, yin and yang were distinctly separated. Wretched cur, he spat. I shall ensure you remain here today. Indeed, I may be unable to subdue you outright, but your departure is out of the question. Annihilation Codex, unleash its fury. The patriarch of the Han family was consumed by resentment. A martial adept of the innate realm, yet unable to seize a mere postnatal warrior, his heart seethed with rage. Ceasing his direct confrontation with Li Xuansheng, he reached for a pouch at his waist. Instantly, a scroll materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, he unfurled it, revealing a solitary longsword depicted upon its surface. Infusing it with his frigid inner energy, a resplendent blade of light manifested from the codex. Guided by the Han Patriarch, it struck directly at Li Xuansheng. Taiji weaves, yin and yang unceasing, yin to the left, yang to the right, united as one. As the Han Patriarch produced the scroll, Li Xuansheng sensed a perilous aura emanating from the depths of his very being. Equally swift, he channeled the full force of his Taiji momentum, his palms embodying yin and yang, striking in unison. His form became like the wind, his palm imprints like dragons, leaping forth to meet the most radiant and lethal blade of light in the heavens and earth. Li Xuansheng's Taiji yin-yang palms shattered upon impact, the residual force cleaving into his chest. Thud! The blade of annihilation pierced his flesh, inflicting grievous wounds. His face paled, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Gathering the last of his strength, he unleashed another Taiji yin-yang palm towards the Han Patriarch, a mere few meters away. With a final stride, he vaulted from the Han family estate, staggering into the distance. Thud! Struck in the chest by Li Xuansheng's final blow. The Patriarch of the Han family was sent hurtling backward, having previously expended more than half of his internal strength through the use of the absolute annihilation diagram. Coupled with the unaddressed depletion from earlier exertions, he was grievously injured by Li Xuansheng's assault and coughed up blood incessantly. Patriarch! Patriarch! The members of the Han family, who had been intently observing the unfolding events, saw Li Xuansheng initially wounded by a blade of light and retreating. They contemplated intervening, yet in the next moment, it was their patriarch who suffered a devastating blow from Li Xuansheng as he departed. Chapter 34. The 36 Divine Arts. Third update. With the last remnants of his magical energy coalescing, he unleashed the Tai Chi yin-yang palm, injuring the patriarch of the Han family. He forcefully utilized his physical form to flee from the Han estate, as the annihilating blade energy surged violently within him, wreaking havoc upon everything it touched. Mounting the greenhorn steed outside the estate, Li Xuansheng hastily made his escape, blood continuously streaming from his mouth, his breath shallow, and his dantian nearly exhausted. Were it not for the spirit stone in his hand, consistently supplying spiritual energy, he would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness. Go, go, go. Before the steed could gallop beyond the broad road in front of the Han family estate, a resounding call of horsemen echoed towards him. At the sound, Li Xuansheng's heart tightened. He activated his technique, intensifying the extraction of energy from the spirit stone. With a force too great, his veins throbbed painfully, as the relentless, annihilating blade energy assailed him. In an instant, he spat forth another mouthful of rich blood, and his head drooped, consciousness fading away. Ugh, it hurts. Upon awakening once more, before opening his eyes, Li Xuansheng was engulfed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being. As if his chest were being assailed by 1,000 blades, a torment akin to the scraping of bones. The thought of utilizing his skills to mend his injuries seemed utterly impossible. Oh, you're awake? With great difficulty, he managed to open his eyes, revealing a young girl clad in a form-fitting white attire, seated by his bedside, her bright, large eyes fixed intently upon him. Where am I? Li Xuansheng's voice was faint, barely a whisper. But there's no need to worry. My father and uncle are working on a solution. The girl, appearing to be around 16, with radiant eyes and a lovely smile, exuded an elegance and grace that surpassed that of ordinary folk. In response to Li Xuansheng's inquiry, she revealed the truth without hesitation. Your family is. As Li Xuansheng's mind began to settle, it seemed he was now in a state of safety. He opened his mouth, intending to utter further words, but was abruptly overtaken by another wave of intense pain that surged through his mind, causing his body to tremble and his eyes to close once more. What's wrong? Are you all right? Just before his consciousness slipped entirely into darkness, he seemed to hear a clear and melodious voice filled with concern. Simultaneously, the azure Lotus, which had remained motionless within Li Xuansheng's dantian, began to exhibit a distinct movement. A soft azure radiance emanated from the Lotus, permeating his internal organs. The relentless annihilating blade aura that had ravaged his body began to dissipate under the influence of this gentle azure light, transforming into a unique power that melded seamlessly into Li Xuansheng's corporeal meridians. In the depths of his consciousness, Li Xuansheng found himself forcibly drawn to this place. where the four ancient characters of Yuanshi Tianzun continued to shine brilliantly. Apart from the initial manifestation of the Yuanshi Foundation, he had never witnessed such a proactive display before. His awareness clung to the Yuanshi Tianzun, and in an instant, a swirling mist of pure energy enveloped it, with waves of ethereal vapor rolling forth. Streams of golden light surged from within, transforming into radiant strands that entered Li Xuansheng's consciousness. 36 divine abilities. Could it be true? Might it genuinely be the fabled supreme 36 abilities of the Xianmen? As the golden light flowed into his awareness, the information it contained was absorbed, read, and felt, sending ripples of astonishment through Li Xuansheng's mind. A total of 36 supreme abilities, resonating with the essence of celestial constellations, indeed represented the ultimate source of the myriad profound arts of the Xianmen. Each ability possessed unfathomable efficacy, and within the cosmos, all things were encompassed by these 36 powers. Now, in his weakened state, he required healing. Which of these should he choose? Although all 36 abilities were vividly present in Li Xuansheng's consciousness, the vastness of their encompassing nature rendered it impossible to master them instantaneously. Each ability represented the pinnacle of its respective principle. The Yuanshi Tianzun lived up to its name, and among the 36 divine abilities, 9 breaths of calming the spirit seemed the most fitting. Gradually, Li Xuansheng's awareness regained its tranquility as he surveyed the 36 abilities. It appeared that only this one specifically addressed healing, 9 breaths of calming the spirit, which enabled rapid recovery from any injury, whether corporeal or spiritual. Cultivating the 9-breath breathing technique to its utmost perfection bestows one with an immortal essence. Though the prospect of true immortality eludes Li Xuansheng for the moment, the pressing concern at hand is the restoration of his injuries. With a tranquil mind, he channels the 9-breath breathing technique within his consciousness, where golden characters pulsate with boundless profundity, elucidating the principles of vitality in the world. The annihilating blade aura within him has been completely dispelled by the luminous azure radiance emanating from the blue lotus. As the cultivation method of the divine power sect unfolds, threads of celestial energy are drawn into him, reviving the depleted sea of his dantian. A gentle azure force surges forth, coursing through the 9-breath breathing technique as both energies intertwine harmoniously, forcibly assimilating the life force of the cosmos into his being. His damaged meridians and bones mend at an observable pace, and the velocity of his magical energy's flow accelerates, approaching the peak of his corporeal form's integrity. His chest rises and falls rhythmically, expelling faint and chaotic energies, which are then supplanted by the exquisite essence introduced by the 9-breath breathing technique. The pallor of his complexion gradually blooms with vitality, and the once empty meridians are once again flooded with abundant magical energy, erasing all remnants of initial pain. Time passed unnoticed, and eventually, as Li Xuansheng sensed the complete restoration of his injuries, his awareness returned, flooding his entire being with a profound sense of ease. When he opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickered within them. Not only had his injuries healed, but his strength was fully restored, and within his internal organs, a formidable essence had already taken form. His physical body, refined by the life force of the 9-breath breathing technique, had also expanded numerous meridians. "Father, your words were indeed prophetic. He has awakened." The moment his eyes fluttered open, a melodious and familiar voice of astonishment reached his ears. "Ha ha, it appears that this young brother possesses extraordinary skills, allowing his body to naturally recover. The methods we previously devised turned out to be utterly ineffective. Young brother, you have finally awakened. I am profoundly grateful to you all." With his injuries fully healed, Li Xuansheng rose from the bed, gazing at the unfamiliar faces before him, and clasped his hands in thanks. "Ha, you jest, young brother. It is we who should express our gratitude. Without your valiant efforts, our family would have been unaware of the length of time it might take to eradicate the Han family. Now, with the Han family subdued, young brother, you deserve all the credit." Chapter 35, The Return, First Update. You are from the Bai family? Hearing the light-hearted banter of the middle-aged man in black, and connecting it to prior information, Li Xuansheng felt a flicker of understanding. "Indeed, we are from the Bai family. 3 nights ago, 2 of our scouts witnessed you bravely infiltrating the Han family, wreaking havoc alone. Not only did you defeat numerous martial artists of the Han family, but you also vanquished their patriarch, Honghuang, overcoming a practitioner of the innate realm with your superior skills. It has been ages since I have heard of such feats. And you managed to escape unscathed. Subsequently, my second brother and I resolved not to let this opportunity slip away, dispatching our forces to eradicate the Han family. Little did we expect to encounter you along the way. It truly is a matter of fate. The middle-aged man clad in black appeared to be the head of the Bai family, his words imbued with an unmistakable joy as he spoke to Li Xuansheng, gesturing towards a slender man beside him who bore a resemblance to himself. Perhaps you are unaware, young brother, but for many years, my Bai family and the Han family have been locked in fierce competition, initially on equal footing. However, the situation has taken a turn for the worse since that old codger, Honghuang, forcibly broke through to the innate realm using the heart-entering pill. We believed the stalemate would persist indefinitely, yet your recent battle has decisively eliminated a formidable adversary for the Bai family. Following this, one of our innate warriors clashed with another innate warrior from the Han family. Coupled with your previous display of prowess, the Han family has crumbled, with only 2 innate warriors, including their patriarch, managing to escape. The Han family has indeed met its demise. Noticing the confusion in Li Xuansheng's expression, the head of the Bai family did not prolong the suspense but recounted the events that transpired after Li Xuansheng fell unconscious that night, reflecting on the perilous nature of those moments. Without Li Xuansheng's intervention during the battle, the Han family would certainly not have fallen so swiftly. Had the Han family remained intact, the conflict between our families would have continued to drag on, resulting in countless casualties among the Bai family's youth. Thus, the head of the Bai family felt profoundly grateful for Li Xuansheng's assistance. "Ah, I see now," he remarked. "You are too courteous, dear head of the Bai family. What was an unintentional act on my part has indeed brought fortune to you. This is your opportunity, and my rescue by you is no less an opportunity for me. I gather from your words that 3 days have passed since that night? In the grand tapestry of existence, who can truly discern the matters of heaven and earth? Had the Bai family not seized that fleeting opportunity, one cannot fathom where Li Xuansheng might be at this moment. Perhaps he would have fallen into the clutches of the vigilant Han family. Indeed, 3 days have elapsed. For the entirety of this time, the young brother has remained in a deep, unyielding slumber, having awakened only briefly 2 days prior, only to succumb once more to unconsciousness. My second brother and I had originally intended to seek a remedy to dispel the rampant sword energy within the young brother. The head of the Bai family nodded, succinctly recounting the events surrounding Li Xuansheng over the past 3 days. It is astonishing to realize I have lingered at the estate for 3 days now. With my injuries fully mended, I shall no longer impose. Yet, regardless of circumstances, I shall never forget the debt of gratitude for the life you have saved." With that, Li Xuansheng bowed deeply in appreciation. "Dear brother, such sentiments are utterly unwarranted," the Bai family head interjected. "As I mentioned earlier, had it not been for your daring incursion into the Han residence that fateful night, the Bai family might have faced untold losses in the days to come. On my journey here, I instructed my servants to prepare a feast in your honor. Although you have been in a deep slumber for 3 days and nights, and your injuries have healed completely, your vitality is evidently still lacking. Allow us to express our gratitude in this manner." Upon witnessing this, the head of the Bai family hastened forward, steadying Li Xuansheng with both hands, as his head swayed precariously. Noting Li Xuansheng's desire to depart, he seized the young man's arm with one hand while extending the other in a gesture of respect. "This is all rather burdensome, esteemed head of the family," Li Xuansheng replied, his expression tinged with helplessness. Having emerged from this 3-day ordeal, he remained unaware of the current state of the Li family estate and felt an undeniable reluctance to linger any longer. "Pray remain for a repast before your departure. Perchance, do urgent matters compel your haste? Yet, it matters not, for having tarried these 3 days, a brief delay is of no consequence." The maiden clad in white, her countenance mirroring anticipation, fixed her gaze upon Li Xuansheng. Discerning the urgency etched upon his brow, she promptly interjected, "Indeed, Xiao Shuang speaks true. Young sir, tarry until you have partaken in the repast before you embark on your journey." Having concluded his repast, it was now the meridian of the day. Li Xuansheng promptly bid farewell to the patriarch of the Bai family and others. Mounting his familiar azure-horned steed, he surged forth from Snow Mountain City, setting his course directly towards the myriad hamlets nestled beside the Great Snow Mountain. Initially, his intent had merely been to present the Han family with certain impediments and vexations, with the design of resolving the matter entirely once he had ascended to the realm of a congenital martial artist. However, the unexpected intervention of the Bai family had lent him considerable aid. Furthermore, the acquisition of the 36 supernatural powers from the primordial Daoist scripture constituted a heaven-defying boon. The supernatural power of 9 breaths qi absorption, in particular, had resonated deeply with Li Xuansheng. Reflecting upon another gain, Li Xuansheng extended a hand, whereupon a faint azure radiance shimmered. A palm-sized pouch of pale violet hue materialized in his grasp. This was the very pouch that Li Xuansheng had deftly pilfered from the Han family patriarch's person on that fateful night. Subsequent to enduring the onslaught of his annihilation blade Qi and retaliating with the Taiji Yin-Yang palm. If Li Xuansheng's discernment served him correctly, this pouch was none other than the fabled 100 treasure pouch, akin in nature to a spatial ring, albeit of inferior quality and capacity. Upon hearing the words of the head of the Bai family, it becomes evident that after the demise of the Han family, only 2 innate martial artists, including their patriarch, managed to escape, while the rest perished. Thus, to unlock this treasured bag, one must either slay the head of the Bai family or await my breakthrough into the innate realm to forcibly pry it open with the power of my soul. As a possession of the Han family patriarch, it is likely that the bag contains numerous valuable items, which is regrettable as it remains inaccessible for now. There is perhaps no greater frustration than this. Contemplating this, I made a swift motion, causing the treasured bag to vanish from sight. Matters of the future can wait. I gently tapped the azure-horned steed beneath me, and its speed surged abruptly. In the vacant space before the gates of the Li family village, a young girl sat poised upon a stone, deftly weaving a grass mat with her hands. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze towards the main road, each glance accompanied by a soft sigh. Suddenly, just as her adorable head bowed down, a rhythmic sound of galloping hooves resonated from afar, drawing near. Instantly, the girl sprang to her feet, allowing the grass mat to slip from her grasp as warm tears began to cascade from her bright, expressive eyes. Chapter 36, The Greatest Hero, Second Update. 3 or 4 days after Li Xuansheng departed from the village, the news of his safe return spread swiftly throughout the modest confines of Li family village. 3 days prior, Li Xuansheng had forcefully slain members of the Han family who had come to collect protection fees at the gates of Li family village. Simultaneously, they boldly invaded Huangjiazhai, injuring and killing numerous elite warriors, causing the clansmen of Huangjiazhai to shun the members of Li family village in the following days, thus bringing great pride to the latter. Subsequently, from the mouths of Uncle Niu and Uncle Ba, it was learned that Li Xuansheng had gone to Shueshan City but had yet to return. Rumors began to circulate in the village that Li Xuansheng had sought trouble with the Han family only to be met with fatal consequences. Upon hearing such words, Li Xuansheng felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. The next day, she waited motionless outside the village for Li Xuansheng's return. Yet as a day passed without any sign of him, the news of his demise became increasingly credible. On the following day, Li Xuansheng remained outside once more, her heart growing heavier, her eyes swollen from weeping. She could not bring herself to believe that her brother had fallen in Shueshan City. She held on to the faith that he would return safely, just as he had promised. As the 3rd day drew to a close, with the sun's last rays fading, a steed with green horns suddenly galloped into the village. Upon seeing the familiar visage and feeling the well-known aura, Li Xuansheng struggled to suppress her tears. Yet, they flowed uncontrollably, staining her garments. "Brother, the next time you go out, please take me with you. Do not leave me alone at home. What if something were to happen to you?" Feeling his sister's arms tightly wrapped around him, Li Xuansheng felt a sense of helplessness. This time, he had indeed underestimated the situation. He thought escaping unscathed would be simple, yet he had not anticipated that the head of the Han family possessed the Extinction Codex, the true nature of which remained a mystery to him. However, one thing was clear. The Extinction Codex was a perilous artifact. Li Xuansheng tenderly caressed his sister's head, gazing at Li Xuansheng, who stood alone at the village entrance awaiting his return. In that moment, his heart felt as though it might melt. This is the essence of familial bonds, an unbreakable connection woven into the very fabric of blood relations, destined to intertwine in this life and beyond. Uncle Niu was the first to succumb to his emotions, hastily rushing into the courtyard and approaching Li Xuansheng. Bathed in the dim light of dusk, he scrutinized Li Xuansheng from head to toe. After several breaths, Uncle Niu suddenly let out a hearty laugh that echoed into the sky. "Oh, there is another piece of news. When I visited Snow Mountain City that day, I learned of the Han family's demise at the hands of the Bai family in the dead of night. Simultaneously, I heard whispers of a young lad who had infiltrated the Han family alone under the cover of darkness, injuring members of their clan and departing with remarkable ease. Surely, that youth could not be you?" After all, Li Xuansheng had previously asserted that no one beneath the innate realm could contend with him. Moreover, when he entered the city, he was accompanied solely by his horse. However, As Li Xuansheng's increasingly peculiar behavior replayed in the minds of those present, they could not help but entertain another possibility. It was indeed I. 3 days prior, I rode into Snow Mountain City, initially experiencing a breakthrough in my cultivation. When I awoke, it was already deep into the night, prompting me to seek out the Han family to stir up trouble. The martial artists of the Han family were not particularly formidable. Even the later head of the family was no exception. Unfortunately, I fell victim to his treachery and sustained severe injuries as I departed, although I had also managed to inflict significant harm upon him before leaving. On this matter, Li Xuansheng did not shy away from the truth. The news spread, bringing immense solace to the hearts of the villagers and instilling great trepidation in the neighboring settlements. As the words fell, in the modest courtyard, pairs of bright eyes brimmed with incredulity and mouths opened as if to speak, yet hesitated, uncertain of what to say. Xuansheng, well done. In the history of Li family village spanning centuries, you may be regarded as the first hero of our lineage. You personally infiltrated the Han family, injured their patriarch, and returned unscathed, an achievement unparalleled by our ancestors. The future of Li family village rests in your capable hands. Prosperity and growth are imminent. Uncle Nyo's speculations were confirmed, and he felt an overwhelming joy, laughing heartily while glancing at the clansmen behind him. Xuansheng, we elders are humbled. Fortunately, you have returned safely, for had anything happened, it would have spelled great loss for Li family village. As Xiao Nyo said, our future is secured with you, and expansion is just around the corner. The old patriarch stepped forward slowly, his face alight with joy, taking pride that during his tenure, such a promising talent had emerged from Li family village. Even when his time would come to an end, it would have been worth it. Xuansheng, splendid work. No one else is worthy of the title of first hero. Simple words of praise flowed from the lips of these humble farmers, filling Li Xuansheng's heart with a deep sense of fulfillment. For this was indeed the place that nurtured his existence, his foundation. I understand that many of you elders harbor numerous questions. Tomorrow, at the Ancestral Hall, I, Xuansheng, have matters to announce to you all, to clarify your doubts and, well, to address some other trivial matters. After a long while, the murmurs among the clan members gradually subsided. Li Xuansheng clasped his hands in respect and bowed deeply to the elders before him, then spoke softly. Very well, Xuansheng. Tomorrow at the Ancestral Hall, we shall discuss in detail. With a glance here and a word there, the wise assembly of elders refrained from lingering in the courtyard, gradually retreating, allowing the previously bustling courtyard to return to tranquility. Chapter 37. Quiet Departure. Third update. The night swiftly passed, and with the chorus of roosters and barking dogs, the dim sky began to brighten. The sun rose high, dispelling the morning chill. On this particular morning, the men of the Li family village rose exceptionally early. Following Li Xuansheng's words from the previous night, robust and brawny men arrived successively at the Ancestral Hall, where the venerable clan leader and several elders, along with members of the hunting team, had already gathered. Those who arrived first engaged in light-hearted conversation, their faces adorned with smiles, while the later arrivals lined up in an orderly fashion, gradually filling the Ancestral Hall. Standing tall, the Ancestral Hall, a structure that had stood for centuries in the village, seemed especially imposing that day. Half an hour passed, and aside from Li Xuansheng, all the young and strong clan members had convened in the hall. Where is Xuansheng? Has he not risen yet? The clan members, who had been waiting for a considerable time, scanned the crowd, failing to spot Li Xuansheng, and thus murmured quietly. That cannot be the case. From what I know of Xuansheng, he rises early every day. One man countered directly. However, calculating the time, they realized that breakfast had already passed, prompting further concern over Xuansheng's absence. Raising his gaze towards the sun suspended in the void, another clan member pondered aloud. All had gathered, yet the protagonist was still absent, which indeed felt rather peculiar. Moreover, considering the time, even the little children in the village had risen, let alone Li Xuansheng. The elder patriarch, standing at the forefront of the crowd, exchanged glances of confusion with the other elders, all shaking their heads in uncertainty, while the members of the hunting party nearby shared similar bewilderment. Old Nyo, your home is right next to Xuansheng's. Did you not see him on your way here? One of the hunting party members inquired, perplexed by Li Xuansheng's continued absence. Suddenly, Uncle Ba, standing beside Uncle Nyo, seemed to recall something and whispered a question. Calculating the time, Xuansheng and the others should have departed long ago. Elder Patriarch, esteemed elders, fellow clansmen, Xuansheng will not be coming today. Uncle Nyo glanced at Uncle Ba, as if he wished to say something, but merely sighed deeply and stepped forward into the center of the Ancestral Hall, bowing respectfully to the elder patriarch, the elders, and the clansmen in succession, before speaking solemnly. Xuansheng has already ventured far. But where has he gone? What of Xuansheng? What? The crowd turned their anxious eyes towards old Niu, urgently inquiring, if Li Xuansheng has left, what will become of Li family village? What lies ahead for its future? As the neighbor with the closest ties to Li Xuansheng, old Niu surely must know something. The elder patriarch raised his voice, silencing the turmoil within the ancestral hall. Then, taking a few measured steps, he approached Uncle Niu and gently inquired, his expression revealing a glimmer of understanding, though predominantly tinged with disappointment. Last night, Xuansheng came to find me and directly expressed his desire to leave Li family village with Xuansheng, stating that this place was no longer suitable for his continued cultivation. He wished to venture into the outside world, to journey further afield, embarking on the path of asceticism to become an immortal. Upon hearing Xuansheng's words, the immediate reaction of myself and those present was unanimous. Why would one wish to leave the tranquility of Li family village? Moreover, none could ascertain what awaited us in the outside world. However, Xuansheng's subsequent remarks effectively persuaded me, and I believe the others felt similarly. To attain further breakthroughs, to enhance our cultivation, becoming an immortal necessitates stepping into the wider world. This was Xuansheng's exact phrase, which I relayed without alteration. In recent days, Xuansheng's adept handling of various matters in the family village had led us to unconsciously regard him as one of our own. A simple farmer like the rest of us. As his words fell, an echoing silence enveloped the ancestral hall. The clan members of Li family village exchanged glances, bowing their heads in contemplation. As Uncle Niu had remarked, recently, everyone had come to perceive Xuansheng as merely a man of their age, neglecting his true age and innate talent. Continuing on, the old patriarch slightly closed his eyes, pausing for a moment before reopening them to gaze at Uncle Niu. Subsequently, Xuansheng entrusted me with these items, asserting that even in his absence, Li family village could prosper and flourish through them. This parcel contained 3 volumes of cultivation techniques, capable of cultivating inner strength. Within this bundle lies the combat techniques left behind by Xuansheng, formidable methods to harness one's internal energy, comprising a total of 5 volumes. With these martial arts and combat skills, the Li family estate can undoubtedly nurture warriors, ensuring our prosperity and growth. Uncle Niu nodded in agreement, subsequently placing a large package he had been carrying since entering the ancestral hall onto the ground and slowly unwrapping it. Inside, he revealed 2 smaller packages, pointing to them as he introduced techniques for cultivating internal energy, combat skills to unleash the power of internal energy. The entire ancestral hall fell into a profound silence once more, as the old patriarch and the esteemed elders trembled in anticipation, their gazes fixated on the 2 small packages before Uncle Niu, which symbolized the future hope of the Li family estate. Does Xuansheng have any further words? The old patriarch inquired again. None, came the reply, and with that, Xuansheng departed, having instructed me not to disclose his departure prematurely. Uncle Niu carefully lifted the 2 small packages and handed them to the patriarch, then stepped back to join the hunting team. As the patriarch, I felt a deep sense of remorse towards Xuansheng and the 2 young ones, Xuansheng and Xuansheng, and even more so towards their deceased parents. It is a pity that Xuansheng, so remarkable, could not be witnessed by his parents. However, I am determined to ensure that the Li family estate remembers who birthed Li Xuansheng, who bestowed upon us this powerful legacy. I have resolved to enshrine the spirit tablets of Xuansheng's parents in the ancestral hall, to be honored by the generations of the Li family estate. Simultaneously, as I reflect on my tenure, I realize that I have not brought about any fundamental development or transformation for the Li family village. Therefore, from this day forth, I have resolved to relinquish my position as patriarch and bestow the title upon Xiaoniu. Xuansheng has faith in Xiaoniu, and I too share this belief. I am confident that Xiaoniu will lead our Li family village toward a brighter future. The elderly patriarch, with trembling hands, accepted the 2 small parcels handed to him by Uncle Niu, and then, with a countenance tinged with shame, turned his gaze toward the gathered clansmen. Despite his advanced age, his voice remained resonant as he announced a series of matters. Chapter 38, Silver Solid City, First Update. No, esteemed patriarch, this cannot be, exclaimed Uncle Niu, who had been pushed aside moments earlier, now bewildered but quickly regaining his composure. He stepped forward earnestly, humbly declining the offer. According to our clan's traditions, The designation of the next patriarch requires the mutual approval of the previous patriarch and the elders. As for your capabilities, we are yet to ascertain them. Centuries ago, the ancestors of the Li family established this prosperous lineage, simultaneously bequeathing the two branches of the Li and Niu surnames. The Niu ancestors, in their humility, allowed the village to be named Li Family Village. However, one cannot overlook the contributions of the Niu lineage. For hundreds of years, various circumstances have led to a certain marginalization of the Niu clansmen within the village. I have made efforts to rectify this, but alas, the results have been modest. Yet now, Xuansheng believes in you and entrusts you with such responsibilities. Thus, what reason do we have to doubt you? Do the esteemed ones concur with my earlier decision? The old patriarch let out a cold snort, disregarding Uncle Niu's reluctance, and turned to the numerous clansmen surrounding him. In the establishment of the village, the Li and Niu families were nearly equal in stature. However, over the years, due to the circumstances surrounding the Li family, they have gradually flourished, with the Niu clan now comprising less than a third of the population. Reflecting on this, the old patriarch felt a twinge of compassion. Seizing this opportunity, not only was there the advantageous relationship between Uncle Niu and Li Xuansheng, but also Uncle Niu's personal capabilities were commendable. Excellent. Agreed. But the elders behind the old patriarch exchanged glances and smiled subtly, their consensus apparent. And what of you? The old patriarch, clearly satisfied, took a couple of steps forward. Surveying the gathered clansmen, are you willing to heed the old patriarch's decision? We are willing to heed the old patriarch's decision. The response was nearly unanimous. Even the hunting team leader, Li Xuansheng, though reluctant, could not defy the prevailing sentiment and the words of the old patriarch, thereby acquiescing to Uncle Niu's ascension as the next clan leader. Then, I shall now entrust you with the techniques and combat skills left by Xuansheng. As for their application, that rests in your hands. From this moment on, I am no longer the patriarch. Little Niu, do not betray Xuansheng's trust in you, nor the faith the clansmen have placed in you. I believe you can lead our Li family village towards prosperity and strength. The old patriarch's expression was one of profound satisfaction as he gazed at the young bull before him, then glanced at the two small packages in his hands. He spoke again with deliberation. I shall certainly not disappoint your expectations. Haha, splendid. We have all grown old. With the recent downfall of the Han family in Snow Mountain City and the significant weakening of the Huang family stronghold nearby, this presents an unprecedented opportunity for our Li family estate. You all are the future of the Li family estate. I entrust it into your capable hands. At this moment, the Li family estate had undergone a transformation. Meanwhile, over 200 miles away in Snow Mountain City, Li Xuansheng and Li Xuansheng had already entered the bustling locale on horseback. In an upscale tavern, Li Xuansheng secured a delightful window-side table and ordered an array of delectable dishes, a gesture to compensate his younger sister for the arduous journey they had endured that morning. The air was filled with an enticing aroma that whetted the appetite. Li Xuansheng, unabashed, deftly maneuvered her chopsticks across the table, her mouth stuffed to the brim. A visage of sheer bliss. Observing his sister's joyous indulgence, Li Xuansheng felt a twinge of reluctance within him. He smiled gently, reaching out to place a morsel of food into her bowl, offering words to soothe her heart. Silver Solid City? Li Xuansheng mumbled, her words slightly garbled. Indeed. Silver Solid City, Li Xuansheng affirmed with a nod. It is as my esteemed master has mentioned, there exists a branch of the divine power sect there. With my master's disciple token, securing accommodation should pose no challenge. Listening to her brother's cryptic words, Li Xuansheng's clear eyes turned towards Li Xuansheng as she spoke, intrigued. Very well, Li Xuansheng chuckled softly. Since Xuansheng desires to cultivate, then so be it. However, your current constitution is inadequate. Upon our arrival in Yinggu City, I shall cleanse your marrow and refine your physique to enhance your inherent capabilities, thereby accelerating your cultivation progress significantly. Rest assured, I shall safeguard your path to enlightenment, ensuring that you, like myself, attained immortality. Li Xuansheng responded with a naive understanding. Yes, I will become an immortal with you, brother. Hearing his sister's youthful words, Li Xuansheng's lips curved into a gentle smile, hoping that their future journey to immortality would not be excessively arduous. After breakfast, the siblings did not linger in Snow Mountain City. They acquired some daily necessities and then departed on horseback, following the map of the Peng Heaven domain left by their master, setting their course directly for Yinggu City. According to the map, the entire majestic and continuous Great Snow Mountain Range was situated in the northernmost part of the Peng Heaven domain, with the Li family village being merely an insignificant hamlet within it. Even Snow Mountain City was only marginally larger. Traveling southward from Snow Mountain City for 1,000 miles would lead to Yinggu City, a major human settlement. However, given the complex terrain of the northern Pang Heaven domain, the journey would involve traversing 2 mountains and crossing 5 rivers. The siblings rode upon a greenhorn steed, embarking on their journey from the morning hours, traversing a fixed route that led them across 2 rivers and a mountain. By the time evening descended, they calculated their distance, having traveled over 600 miles. Chapter 39. A Reunion. Second update. Brother, we should reach Yinggu City by tomorrow, should we not? Along the way, Li Xuansheng shared tidings about Yinggu City with his sister. The journey of 1,000 miles seemed unlikely to be completed today, unless they chose to travel through the night, which was unnecessary. The sun was nearing its descent, and Li Xuansheng needed to find a suitable place to spend the night. They had 1 mountain left to cross and 3 rivers remaining. As they traversed a hilly region, dense forests flanked them on either side, teeming with vibrant life. The only pathway connecting Yinggu City and Snow Mountain City was the broad road beneath their feet. There ahead lies the 3rd river. We shall rest there for the night and set forth for Yinggu City at dawn. With keen eyes, Li Xuansheng focused on the large river several miles ahead, where the terrain appeared more level, indicating it would be a fitting spot. Listening to brother, she replied with a smile. Li Xuansheng chuckled softly, guiding their greenhorn steed toward their destination. However, after just a mile of progress, the sound of clashing weapons reached his ears, sharp and clear. Surely, their luck could not be so dire as to encounter bandits? Li Xuansheng pondered within himself. Despite this, the Changjiao horse did not falter in its stride, swiftly advancing towards its destination. In the next moment, Li Xuansheng tightened the reins, bringing the horse to a halt as he gazed upon the scene of a fierce skirmish by the riverbank. It was by Xiao Shuang alongside his uncle, and also Hu Zhonggui. How curious that they found themselves entangled in this conflict. It is indeed surprising to encounter the head of the Han family here. The other must be another innate martial artist from the Han clan. I am aware that Bai Xiaoshuang's uncle is an innate martial artist, yet Hu Zhonggui's prowess, being a perfected acquired practitioner, is formidable enough to contend with the Han family patriarch. Let us proceed. Familiar faces await us ahead, he declared, his gaze sweeping over the unfolding scene, astonished by the identities of those engaged in combat. Without lingering, he urged the Changjiao horse towards the riverbank. Familiar faces? Li Xuansheng's companion, Li Xuansheng, who had been nestled in his embrace, felt a surge of curiosity at her brother's words. Realizing that she was unacquainted with the names he had just mentioned, they were from the Bai family, the Han family. And one individual was the proprietor of the Pushan Medicine Hall from Shueshan City, with whom she had previously crossed paths. As they approached, the Changjiao horse drew closer to the battleground whereby Xiao Shuang and his company were engaged. Xuansheng, is that you? What brings you here? Called out by Xiao Shuang's uncle, the innate martial artist from the Bai family, who, while grappling with another innate martial artist from the Han family, turned to observe the approaching figure on the rapidly approaching Changjiao horse, recognizing that it was indeed Li Xuansheng, who had just departed from the Bai residence the day before. I have come to Silverland for some affairs and did not anticipate encountering all of you here. Patriarch Han, I trust you are well? With a hearty laugh, Li Xuansheng instructed his sister, then dismounted his steed and strode into the fray. With a soaring palm, he struck towards the Han family's patriarch, who was engaged in combat with shopkeeper Hu. It is you, you little beast. Were it not for you, would my Han family be in such straits today? I shall surely slay you this day. Han Shuang, the Han family's patriarch, would never forget Li Xuansheng's visage. It was Li Xuansheng's disruption that night that caused the Han family to lose their vigilance and vigor, leading to their resounding defeat by the Bai family. Had it not been for Li Xuansheng, he would still be in Snow Peak City, basking in his glory and radiance. That night, we were both at our peak. And yet you could not overcome me. From your appearance, it seems your injuries have not fully healed. So, what can you do to me? With a subtle thought, Li Xuansheng's hands flowed ceaselessly, and the essence of Tai Chi surged forth, meeting Han Shuang's already deployed icy momentum. Solid palm imprints met Han Shuang head-on. 3 days prior, were it not for the Extinction Codex, they would have been evenly matched. Now, with the internal chi flourishing in Li Xuansheng's 5 viscera, and his physical strength enhanced once more, the power of his palm imprints was even greater. On the other side, Han Shuang's injuries had not yet healed, and his strength was only 70% of his peak that night. Thus, they were no longer on equal footing. With Tai Chi's heart-led movements, palm imprints were unleashed. instantly suppressing the icy momentum around Honghuang. The frigid chill was continuously subdued by Li Xuansheng's Tai Chi palm imprints. This day, you shall surely meet your demise here. After suppressing the icy might, Li Xuansheng brought his palms together, once again mastering the Tai Chi Yin-Yang palm. He leapt into the air and fiercely pressed down upon Honghuang. With a swift motion, he pursued like the chase of a cicada, extending a hand to make direct contact with Honghuang's body. The Tai Chi might surged forth, utterly obliterating the unique icy strength of Honghuang. With the might dissipated, Honghuang's form was severely injured, as if struck by an additional blow. With a single palm strike landing on Honghuang's chest, the sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Li Xuansheng casually flung Honghuang's body towards the already withdrawn manager who, and by Xiaoshuang. Haha, little brother, it is a pleasure to see you again. I sensed your extraordinary nature back then, but I never anticipated your cultivation would reach such heights, capable of subduing the head of the Han family. The unique comprehension of the heavenly might you possess is indeed remarkable. With my keen insight, I am unable to discern which attribute of heavenly might it embodies. The head of the Han family, already gravely injured, suffered even further from Li Xuansheng's relentless barrage. His vital energy was invaded, leading to shattered organs, fractured bones, and meridians severed by the backlash of his own dissipating might. At this moment, he lay weakly on the ground, his complexion ashen, hair disheveled, and his bloodshot eyes filled with resentment. Hiki, manager who? You flatter me. Such minor skills are hardly noteworthy. As for the attribute of the heavenly might, I am also unsure. It simply emerged during my cultivation, leading to my current state. By the way, how did you come to encounter the Han family members here? Li Xuansheng smiled gently with one hand raised, reflecting on the fact that while he had not yet joined the fray, Uncle Hu had bravely faced the onslaught of the head of the Han family alone, though devoid of the grand momentum of the heavens and the earth. His formidable strength far exceeded that of an ordinary postnatal perfected practitioner, suggesting he was indeed a genuine martial artist. Chapter 40, Eradicating Future Threats. Third update. Let me speak. Let me speak, Uncle Hu. Allow me to explain. At that moment, as Uncle Hu was about to succinctly recount the events, Bai Xiaoduan, standing beside him, suddenly tugged at his garment, her tone imbued with a hint of playful charm. Very well, Xiaoduan, you may take the floor, Uncle Hu replied with a slight smile. Gently patting Bai Xiaoduan's head, the situation unfolded as follows. After my uncle and his companions annihilated the Han family that night, he intended to send word to my brother at the Taishan sect, urging him to focus on his cultivation without being distracted by trivial matters. However, just as we exited the city gates, we encountered Uncle Hu, and thus we proceeded together. To our dismay, as we reached this point, two innate martial artists from the Han family suddenly appeared, intent on ending our lives. Had you not sensed the danger in time, we might have faced an entirely different outcome. Bai Xiaoduan held a profound admiration for Li Xuansheng. That night, he had single-handedly infiltrated the Han family, indirectly aiding the Bai family in their conquest. Today, once again, in their moment of peril, he had intervened and captured the head of the Han family, evoking within Bai Xiaoduan a unique and enchanting sentiment. Li Xuansheng nodded slightly, having gained a general understanding of the situation. His gaze swept towards the void not far away, where two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, the forces of heaven and earth colliding continuously. It appeared that Bai Xiaoshuang's uncle held the upper hand, while the innate warrior from the Han family, initially undeterred, seemed to waver after Li Xuansheng captured the head of the Han family. Caught off guard, he was struck by his opponent. As the situation unfolded, it became increasingly clear. Brother, are you all right? Do not worry, Xuansheng. I am fine. Please dismount for now. Once that individual is captured, we shall spend the night here. Stepping forward, he assisted his sister in descending from the horse and spoke gently. Ah, is this your sister? Li Xuansheng's appearance piqued Bai Xiaoshuang's curiosity, and she instinctively moved closer to take a glance at Li Xuansheng before inquiring. Indeed, Xuansheng. This is the esteemed young lady of the Bai family, Bai Xiaoshuang. And this is the manager, who, from the Pushan Medicine Hall in the city, whom I mentioned earlier. The combatants in the fray are the uncle of Miss Bai and an innate warrior from the Han family, the same family that visited our estate 3 days prior to collect payment. Li Xuansheng chuckled softly, nodding as he extended a hand to introduce the individuals in the arena to his sister. Huh, you and I are both at the initial stage of innate cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to determine a victor. Alas, your mind is in turmoil, and the forces of heaven and earth are unstable. How can you continue to contend with me? Previously, during the eradication of the Han family, you too managed to escape. I initially believed it necessary to heighten our vigilance against you. Yet now you have willingly walked into our trap, demonstrating a remarkable lack of awareness regarding your own peril. Today, I shall thoroughly eliminate the threat you pose. Bai Xiaoshuang's uncle let out a hearty laugh, stepping forward with purpose. He surged through the air, alighting above the two innate martial artists of the Han family, and with a decisive gesture, his powerful innate true qi surged forth, diagnosing their heart meridians, leaving them breathless and lifeless. To eliminate the roots of a problem is to ensure it does not resurface, and Bai Xiaoshuang's uncle's actions were both clean and decisive. Li Xuansheng expressed his admiration for the method employed. Young brother, upon our meeting today, you have lent us yet another invaluable service. With a swift motion, he grasped the lifeless bodies, inspecting them, and deftly retrieved a 100-fold pouch from one of the fallen innate warriors of the Han family. He then soared into the sky, leaving their remains hidden within the dense forest before returning in an instant. Senior, you are too kind. I have just spoken with Miss Bai, and even without my intervention, those two would not have posed much of a challenge. Now that the threat has been entirely eliminated, I can finally set my mind at ease, Li Xuansheng replied respectfully. Indeed, this is the truth. There is no need for modesty, young brother. You have rendered our Bai family tremendous assistance, and we have yet to properly express our gratitude. My elder brother has also mentioned the importance of thanking you appropriately. It is unfortunate that you departed in haste yesterday, and the preparations we had made went unused. Therefore, I bestow upon you this 100-fold pouch, which, given the Han family's long-standing legacy in Shueshan City, likely contains items of value that you will find useful. Regrettably, the 100-fold belt belonging to the head of the Han family has not been located. Otherwise, it would have been bestowed upon my little brother as well. Uncle Bai Xiaoshuang spoke with great bravado, disregarding the belt in his hands and tossing it directly to Li Xuansheng. This is a trophy from a senior. Xuansheng cannot accept it. Does my little brother look down upon the gift from Bai? Uncle Bai Xiaoshuang's expression faltered as he gazed at Li Xuansheng. Please accept it. My uncle's words are always as solid as a promise. Bai Xiaoshuang interjected. How could I dare? It's just, if that is the case, then I am truly grateful. Before he could finish his words, observing the expressions of the two before him, Li Xuansheng could only shake his head in resignation, accepting the item into his embrace and subsequently storing it within his ring. This is how it should be. By the way, judging by your route, are you also heading to Yinggu City? Uncle Bai Xiaoshuang's face brightened slightly as he regarded Li Xuansheng and the young lady beside him. His curiosity piqued. Indeed. We are bound for Yinggu City. I did not expect to encounter you here. Li Xuansheng felt compelled to reiterate his previous statement. This is even better. As night has fallen, we shall rest here for the evening and resume our journey tomorrow. I estimate we shall arrive in Yinggu City by noon. May I ask what brings you, brother and sister, to Yinggu City? Although my Bai family is not well acquainted with many there, I believe we can assist with some simple matters. Moreover, with manager who present, his reputation in Yinggu City far surpasses that of Bai Wenshan. Uncle Bai Wenshan, upon hearing Li Xuansheng's account, displayed an even greater delight on his countenance. As he gazed at the increasingly darkening sky above, he deftly produced a large package with a flick of his hand. While rummaging through the tent contained within, he engaged in casual conversation with Li Xuansheng. He had been entrusted by a senior to embark on a brief period of cultivation in Yinggu City. Li Xuansheng refrained from elaborating. Yet from the words of Bai Xiaoshuang and the others, it became evident that they shared a close association with the Taishan sect in Yinggu City, while the Divine Power sect was notably absent from their discussions. Chapter 41. The Final Arrival, First Update. Bai Wenshan paused in his preparations, his hand momentarily still as he turned his head to regard Li Xuansheng. During the earlier skirmish, he had not paid heed to the specifics of Li Xuansheng's cultivation level and combat prowess. Reflecting now, it was indeed formidable. Indeed, Li Xuansheng did not conceal the truth. Nodding in affirmation, observing the attire of the two young brothers, Bai Wenshan surmised they hailed from one of the many villages nestled beside the Great Snow Mountain. He was astonished to discover such an extraordinarily talented individual among them. The seasoned Bai Wenshan quickly discerned the identities of Li Xuansheng and his sister. The countless villages near the Great Snow Mountain were resource-poor, rendering cultivation a formidable challenge, compounded by the scarcity of martial artists to impart their wisdom. After receiving guidance from a predecessor, they had embarked on their path of training, only to find progress slow in the shadow of the Great Snow Mountain. Thus, their journey to Yinggu City became imperative. Young brother, You practice the authentic internal martial arts system, a legacy passed down from the Daoist master Pangu, which has since evolved, leading to a flourishing of diverse sects and techniques throughout the Pangu celestial domain. However, the most formidable among them is undoubtedly the Jindong Divine Power sect. If you are inclined, I could endeavor to introduce you to the Granxian sect. Listening to their conversation, the shopkeeper, who interjected, "The Granxian sect?" Li Xuansheng responded curiously. I seem to have overlooked that my young brother has spent his childhood in the Great Snow Mountain, thus lacking familiarity with such common knowledge. Nevertheless, allow me to briefly enlighten you about our Granxian sect. We are, without a doubt, a premier sect within the Pangung heavenly domain, with an unparalleled elder presiding over our main sect. Our domain spans tens of millions of miles, with Silver Solid City merely being a branch of our Granxian sect. Though it is merely a branch, aside from some esoteric texts and formidable practitioners, it is fundamentally indistinguishable from the main sect. And it upholds the authentic internal martial arts system, making it well-suited for you, young brother. The shopkeeper spoke with light-hearted banter, seemingly unfazed by Li Xuansheng's confusion, and conveyed the origins of the Granxian sect with an expression of pride and reverence. Are sects also classified by rank? Li Xuansheng inquired once more. Naturally, otherwise, the entire Pangung heavenly domain would descend into chaos. A sect with an unparalleled elder is considered a first-rate sect. One with great practitioners is deemed a second-rate sect, while all others fall into the third-rate or are unranked. In the entire Pangung heavenly domain, aside from the Supreme Divine Power sect, we are at the forefront alongside a score of first-rate sects from our Granxian sect. You mentioned earlier that you had the privilege of being mentored by a senior. May I inquire to which sect that esteemed individual belongs? Divine Power sect. The words escaped from Li Xuansheng's lips. Divine Power. This young brother has concealed such a revelation from us for quite some time. Given his extraordinary talent, it seems only fitting that he belongs to the Divine Power sect. The Divine Power sect stands as the paramount sect within our Pangung celestial domain. With his entry into it, the young brother's future is boundless. Manager who instinctively murmured, but before he could finish, his words came to an abrupt halt. A wry smile spread across his face as he glanced at Li Xuansheng. Had you disclosed your affiliation with the Divine Power sect earlier, it would have spared me the effort of trying to recruit you. The revelation that he belonged to the Divine Power sect left even by Xiaoshuang, who had been listening quietly, in awe. Truly, the cultivation methods of the Divine Power sect are unparalleled. Bai Wenshan also expressed his admiration. Indeed, there exists a branch of the Divine Power sect within Silver Solid City, and it is certainly a splendid destination for the young brother. However, should he aspire to pursue an even more formidable path, he must ultimately seek entrance into the main sect of the Divine Power sect. That location serves as the nexus of fortune within our Pangung celestial domain, the birthplace of countless celestial prodigies. For all cultivators within the Pangung celestial domain, the Divine Power sect is treated with utmost reverence. As the progenitor of the martial arts system throughout the domain and the custodian of the lineage of the 9 supreme Tao lords of humankind, it is impossible for anyone to approach it with anything less than the gravest seriousness. This has already been articulated by that esteemed elder. Li Xuansheng nodded in agreement. Gaining entry into the main sect should not pose a problem, especially with the true disciple token bequeathed by his master. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why his master insisted that he attain the perfection of the acquired realm or the innate stage before entering. "It is sufficient to have spoken of it," murmured Master Hu. "My young brother, given this opportunity, when you reach Silver Solid City in the future, I shall certainly host a feast in your honor." The voices of the small group gradually faded into the stillness of the night, accompanied by the flickering campfire and the moon hanging high above. One by one, they retreated to their tents to rest, eagerly anticipating their journey to Silver Solid City at dawn. Silver Solid City, a magnificent metropolis, is the largest and most prosperous city at the northernmost edge of the Pangung heavenly domain, encompassing a vast expanse of land. It boasts a population of millions of humans residing within its boundaries. When combined with the surrounding smaller towns, the population only swells further. At the break of dawn, Li Xuansheng and his companions began to pack their belongings and set off for Silver Solid City. After traversing the final mountain range, they were greeted by a vast plain, whose warm embrace was a stark contrast to the chill of the Great Snow Mountain, infused with the rich aroma of fresh grass. Master Hu rode ahead, describing the immense city that lay dozens of miles in the distance, where small villages and bustling markets dotted the landscape. Interconnected by a web of roads filled with travelers, a true hub of worldly affairs. within Silver Solid City. Aside from the prominent forces of the Divine Power Sect and the Supreme Profound Sect, there existed various smaller familial and gang factions, though they paled in comparison to the former. At this point, my young brother, you may have sensed that the concentration of spiritual energy here is far less than what you experienced in the Great Snow Mountain, but this is entirely normal. You will soon understand the reason behind this. The words of manager who echoed the doubts harbored by Li Xuansheng as they traversed the final mountain. The intoxicating aura that enveloped them seemed to suddenly thin, particularly the vital essence of heaven and earth. Chapter 42. The Fire Line, Second Update. Upon entering the bustling marketplace and villages before Silver Solid City, Li Xuansheng and his companions refrained from prolonging their conversation. Riding their azure horned steeds at a leisurely pace along the path, they traversed smooth roads until they finally reached the main thoroughfare leading to Silver Solid City. Established for over 10 millennia, the city, though an inanimate entity incapable of cultivation, emanated an aura potent enough to intimidate even the most seasoned practitioners. Before them loomed a city far grander than Snow Mountain City. The city gates soared to a height of 10 zhang, while the walls ascended to a staggering 100 meters, spanning 5 to 6 zhang in width. A contingent of guards, clad in uniform attire, stood vigil on either side, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The weight of a millennium's history etched profound marks upon the city, with the three ancient characters spelling Silver Solid City enduring the trials of time. Still facing the multitudes from all directions, an imperceptible pressure emanated from Silver Solid City, unnoticed by ordinary folk, but acutely felt by practitioners such as themselves. The Xuansheng siblings observed the magnificent city with curiosity, remaining silent as their thoughts swirled within. Manager who continued onward, guiding them into Silver Solid City, whose architecture bore a resemblance to that of Snow Mountain City, yet exuded a sense of greater opulence, luxury, and prosperity. Yinggu City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. Whether it is the Divine Power Sect, the Supreme Profound Sect, or the headquarters of several renowned and powerful families, all are situated within the inner city, which serves as the very heart of Yinggu City. While everything here may appear commendable, once you enter the inner city, you will realize that these matters hold little significance for us practitioners. As we stepped into the city, Manager who remarked once more, surveying the streets bustling with ordinary folk, the clamor and chaos enveloping us, as we slowly traversed the thriving main thoroughfare on horseback. Following Manager who as he turned down several alleys, we arrived at a relatively less frequented path, quickening our pace. After a while, in response to Li Xuansheng's astonished gaze, we finally reached a modest wall that was considerably lower than the earlier walls of Yinggu City. The height of this wall was akin to that of Snow Mountain City, yet its surface was adorned with intricate engravings. The guards at the main gate were particularly vigilant, meticulously inspecting the passers-by and collecting gleaming silver coins. In my view, this is the true Yinggu City, a city for cultivators. This inner city was constructed 8,000 years ago by several eminent practitioners from the Divine Power Sect and the Supreme Profound Sect. The surface of the city walls is inscribed with arrays that gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from a radius of thousands of miles, which explains the scarcity of spiritual energy you sensed outside, young brother. Let us proceed. Whether one is an ordinary person or a practitioner, entry requires a fee to replenish the consumption and operation of the formation. Otherwise, only those with cultivation surpassing the innate realm may enter. As we rode through the inner city, Manager who casually tossed a purple gold coin, prompting a faint smile from several guards who parted the way for our group. What could be the location of the Divine Power Sect within this inner city? Indeed, upon entering, we were immediately enveloped by an exceedingly rich aura of celestial energy, its density seemingly surpassing that of the Great Snow Mountain, albeit mingled with a considerable amount of worldly essence. This is the inner city of Silver Solid City, the place designated by my master for my cultivation. A sense of excitement surged within me, prompting me to inquire eagerly of Manager who ahead. Young brother, do not be in haste. It is nearly noon, and after 2 days of travel, we ought to reward ourselves. The Divine Power Sect will not evade us. It is prudent to dine first, and then proceed. Manager who chuckled, unfazed, as he guided his steed towards a 7-story edifice not far off. Indeed, young brother, let us have a meal before we depart. It is worth noting that Manager who seldom extends invitations, and we may yet indulge in the delicacies of Silver Solid City. A rare treat. Bai Wenshan, riding alongside Li Xuansheng, added his encouragement. Uncle speaks wisely. Xuansheng, you should accompany us. And dear sister Xuansheng. Upon our arrival at Silver Solid City, it is essential to unwind. Even in cultivation, one must not neglect the balance, for constant practice may lead to unforeseen complications. Bai Xiaoshuang expressed her delight in agreeing with her uncle's words. Several guests, filled with warmth, found it difficult to refuse. Li Xuansheng sighed and shook his head, ultimately deciding to follow along. As the manager who had mentioned, after the meal, they did not impose any further obstacles. He took out a map of the inner city and, standing outside the tavern, studied it with Bai Wuxian and Bai Xiaoshuang as they watched the siblings. Li Xuansheng and his sister depart into the distance. This was the location of the Divine Power Sect, yet it appeared astonishingly ordinary. Following the route indicated on the map handed to him by Manager Hu, Li Xuansheng rode with his sister and soon arrived at the entrance of an unremarkable residence. If not for the 3 characters Divine Power Sect inscribed on the door, he would have believed he had come to the wrong place. Outside the courtyard, there were no guards, and as he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that only the Divine Power Sect occupied this expansive area. Let us go knock and inquire. Master S. words should not be mistaken. Dismounting his horse, the siblings walked slowly to the entrance, exchanging glances. Li Xuansheng gently rapped on the door 3 times. Knock, 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 creak, creak. The massive wooden doors swung open, revealing a young man clad in a fitted gray outfit. His brown hair was gathered into a bun cascading over his shoulder, and he stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, his frame rather lean. Observing the 2 before him, he raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Why are you knocking at the door of my Divine Power Sect? There was a hint of displeasure in the young man's tone. By the command of our master, we have come to the Divine Power Sect branch in Yinggu City for training. You should recognize this token, yes? Li Xuansheng, unfazed, waved his hand to produce a circular, fiery red token inscribed with an ancient character. Apart from this, the token bore no other markings. Holding the token in his hand, he extended it to the young man before him. This is the token of a true disciple from one of the 3 peaks and 9 veins of our sect, specifically from the lineage of fire. Only those who have attained the golden core realm in martial arts are bestowed with such a token by the sect. Is this token your master's? As the young man observed the fiery red circular token with the ancient character in Li Xuansheng's hand, his expression shifted dramatically. He seized the token, scrutinizing it from various angles before returning it to Li Xuansheng with a complex expression, and inquired once more, My master, Guyan, recently ventured into the Great Snow Mountain and, regrettably, met his demise. Before his passing, he accepted me as his disciple, stating that I should come to Yinggu City for cultivation, and then enter the Divine Power realm with this token. Li Xuansheng reverently accepted the token, his demeanor somber. Chapter 43, Stability, 3rd update. What? Master Guyan has fallen? Is this truly the case? The young man in gray attire exclaimed, his countenance reflecting shock as he murmured in disbelief. Master Guyan entered the Great Snow Mountain to engage a demon general, but unfortunately fell victim to an ambush. If only a great practitioner had been present, perhaps Master Guyan would have survived, but alas. Li Xuansheng replied solemnly, indeed, had a great practitioner been there, Master Guyan might have evaded death, yet at that time, there were none. The fall of a true disciple is enough to cause a stir within our sect. Since Master Guyan has accepted you as his apprentice, our statuses are now equal. I wonder if Master Guyan bestowed upon you a name? Perhaps a Daoist title? In our generation, according to the lineage of the sect, we belong to the Hong character generation. My name is Hongtu. What about you? With a soft sigh, Hongtu listened to Li Xuansheng's words, no longer harboring doubts about the demise of the esteemed ancient master. He promptly extended his hand to guide the siblings, Li Xuansheng and his sister, into the Divine Power Sect, closing the door behind them. He then inquired, was it not so? The ancient master was gravely injured at that time and explained to me the cultivation path of the Divine Power Sect, forcibly using his magical energy to assist me in consolidating my dantian, after which he fell silent. Li Xuansheng shook his head. As they stepped into the expansive courtyard of the Divine Power Sect, Li Xuansheng surveyed the surroundings, noticing the unremarkable architecture, each modest dwelling leading to a spacious, flat square ahead. Brother Hongtu, why does our Divine Power Sect appear in such a manner? It seems somewhat lacking. Holding his sister's hand, Li Xuansheng followed Hongtu forward, observing the same simplicity throughout. Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Junior brother, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect for us cultivators? Naturally, it is cultivation. Otherwise, how could one truly be regarded as a cultivator? Li Xuansheng pondered for a moment, as if gaining some insight. 8,000 years ago, there was no inner city in Ingu City, nor any distinction between the inner and outer cities. However, the main sect discovered that, due to the divine power sect's location amidst the tumult of the mortal world, some disciples with lower cultivation levels found their hearts unstable, unable to withstand the aura of the mundane. Before long, their cultivation stagnated. Some even regressed. In light of this situation, our sect collaborated with the Taishan sect here to construct an inner city, transforming the branch of the divine power sect into this form. Though seemingly unadorned, each dwelling conceals a profound essence, rendering it an exquisite sanctuary for practitioners like us. The words of the esteemed Hongtu unfold vividly, detailing the intricate tapestry of events that have transpired. I comprehend now. Li Xuansheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. As a branch of the sect responsible for nurturing talent for the main order, there is no need for ostentation. Otherwise, the disciples may become ensnared by worldly distractions, jeopardizing the very foundation of the sect. Here, as a branch of the divine power sect in Ingu City, there are two individuals in charge, senior sister Hongling and senior brother Hongshu. Currently, senior sister Hongling is in seclusion for cultivation, leaving senior brother Hongshu to oversee affairs. Leading Li Xuansheng and his sister through the winding pathways of the estate, they finally arrived at a secluded courtyard, which appeared notably more refined than what they had previously encountered. It has been 9 years since the last disciples were accepted. I was admitted long ago, but alas, my talents were not exceptional. Consequently, after many years of failing to meet the requirements, I was retained to assist the two senior brothers and sisters in managing the branch. Overall, despite the numerous courtyards and expansive grounds, the number of residents is quite sparse, totaling merely 20 to 30 individuals. The arrival of my junior brother has indeed breathed a bit of vitality into this place. By the way, who is this? The courtyard here may seem desolate, yet it suffices for cultivation. Casting a glance at his sister, Li Xuansheng smiled once more, surveying the surroundings of Hongtu. This is my younger sister, Li Xuansheng. Ever since our parents passed away during our childhood, we have relied on each other. Now that I have come to Ingu City and feel uneasy about leaving her behind, I have brought her along. Senior brother, does this violate any regulations? Li Xuansheng felt uncertain. Although he had little understanding of this world, he presumed that the larger the sect, the more rules it would have, and he wondered if the divine power sect was any different. Indeed, according to the rules, one is not permitted to stay here, yet I suggest that it can be arranged. The sect allows outstanding disciples to have attendants to facilitate their cultivation. Since you have garnered the attention of Senior Gu Yin, your talent must be exceptional. Thus, under this provision, your sister may certainly reside here. Hongtu nodded in agreement and glanced at Li Xuansheng, contemplating this compromise. That is excellent. I am most grateful, senior brother. Li Xuansheng expressed his thanks with a bow. Oh, it is but a trivial matter. Now, junior brother, we have arrived at your residence. As we are of the same generation, you may freely choose a courtyard. Once selected, just make a note of it. Hongtu led Li Xuansheng and his sister to a quaint alley, gesturing toward the various courtyards. As long as you can cultivate peacefully, the specifics of the courtyard do not matter. From an external perspective, all the courtyards appeared quite similar, so Li Xuansheng did not linger on them. All right, junior brother. Let us proceed to make a record and, while we are at it, meet the other senior brothers to avoid any awkwardness in future encounters. Hongtu was decisive, nodding as he personally selected a suitable courtyard for Li Xuansheng. Subsequently, he guided the siblings deeper into the branch. At last, the matter was settled. Apart from the entrance on one side, the other 3 sides were adorned with rooms, training rooms, bedrooms, a living room, and a small kitchen, forming a compact personal sanctuary. Reflecting on the myriad events since his inexplicable arrival in this world, Li Xuansheng's mind was flooded with countless images. His singular pursuit of the Tao and transcendence had taken another step forward today. Chapter 44, The Great Luo Treasure Mirror, First Update. Time inevitably slipped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, Li Xuansheng and his sister had been at the residence of the Divine Power Sect for a month. During this period, Li Xuansheng diligently focused on his own cultivation while also preparing medicinal broths to cleanse his sister's marrow and enhance her health. His schedule remained quite demanding, yet the results were evidently positive. With the aid of various medicinal broths, the vital energy within his 5 organs had been fully nourished. The next step was to channel this energy through his bones and meridians to manifest an external vital aura. Moreover, within this month, he had successfully opened over 1,000 meridians. Although this seemed substantial, it was a mere fraction compared to the total of 12,960,000 meridians He had barely achieved 1% of his goal. Li Xuansheng felt increasingly disheartened by the unreliability of his foundational practices. However, contemplating the benefits of expanding his meridians, he suppressed his lingering doubts. At this moment, if Li Xuansheng were to face the head of the Yi family in battle, he was confident he could resolve the confrontation within 10 breaths, provided the opponent did not escape into the void. My younger sister's physical form has been significantly improved by Li Xuansheng's dual approach of medicinal broths and magical power. Not only have the impurities in her body been greatly reduced, but her meridians have also been broadened. As for cultivation methods, Li Xuansheng has not yet imparted them. He dares not be careless with his sister's cultivation, as his understanding of it is limited. If he were to allow his sister to cultivate prematurely and the path were incorrect, it would be troublesome. Brother, our funds are dwindling. We have spent nearly 5,000 purple gold coins this month. At this rate, the money in those 2 storage bags will only last us for about half a month. After a month of purification, Li Xuansheng's physique has undergone a significant transformation. Her vitality has reached its peak, and her previously dull hair has become lustrous black. All the discomforts caused by malnutrition have vanished. She now appears as a beautiful young girl with bright eyes and radiant teeth. Moreover, her embroidered dress adds to her splendor. Do not fret, brother will find a solution to our financial concerns. On the path of cultivation, wealth, companionship, methods, and environment are essential elements recorded in various previous life texts. Li Xuansheng did not fully appreciate this before, but now he deeply understands it. Since entering the viscera refining stage, he has spared no expense in using various medicinal formulas from his mind to accelerate his cultivation and expand his physical meridians. These have been converted into barrels of medicinal broth. Although the cultivation has been enjoyable, the expenditure has been distressing. If not for the resources in those 2 storage bags, Li Xuansheng does not know how he would have survived this month. However, the Han family has indeed fallen from grace. The combined resources of the 2 innate realm experts amount to less than 10,000 purple gold coins, the rest being merely some mediocre cultivation methods and precious items. What can be done? Beside him, Li Xuansheng's eyes brightened as she eagerly inquired. Naturally, she had unwavering faith in her brother. In recent days, he had frequently ventured out to procure various items, thus he was aware of certain circumstances. At present, both he and she stood as the weakest entities in the entire cultivation world. Yet even so, she had observed the expenditures over the past month. To sustain their cultivation, they must create their own avenues for income, thereby establishing a continuous stream of resources to support their training. Li Xuansheng reclined on a chair in the courtyard, gazing up at the sun obscured by the tree's shade, suppressing the uncertainty within him. He spoke to his sister, his tone growing increasingly faint, yet his voice resonated with growing strength. What precisely is this solution? After listening attentively, Li Xuansheng felt perplexed, unable to discern her brother's proposed method. It is, of course, alchemy and artifact forging. Consider this. As cultivators, we must wield weapons in battle, yet ordinary weapons are utterly inadequate. Only spirit tools, refined through the essence of heaven and earth, will suffice. Moreover, reflect on our expenditures over the past month. The majority has been allocated to medicinal materials. If we could process these materials, would that not be quite profitable? Li Xuansheng repeatedly uttered the phrase naturally, his mind incessantly contemplating methods to amass wealth. Over the course of a month, the most sought-after and scarce items in the inner-city market were undoubtedly these 2. Does my brother possess the ability to refine elixirs or forge artifacts? Li Xuansheng questioned, her skepticism evident. The month's immersion had granted her a modicum of understanding regarding the cultivation realm. To refine elixirs or forge artifacts, one must possess specialized techniques, which are far more precious and elusive than the methods of cultivation. Well, that is not the case. However, the 36 divine abilities are not utilized for elixir refinement or artifact forging. If only the Yuanshi Tianzun could record some insights on these practices. A thought sparked within her mind. In that instant, Li Xuansheng experienced a jolt, as strands of pale azure light emanated from his being, enveloping his entire form. His feeble consciousness was once again forcibly drawn into the Yuanshi Tianzun within his mind. There, an endless array of characters, composed of the same pale azure light, continued to converge within the Yuanshi Tianzun. As soon as Li Xuansheng's consciousness entered, a stream of extraordinary light surged forth from the text, integrating seamlessly into his consciousness before he could fully comprehend it. De Luo Baojian, named after the term de Luo, is indeed audacious. Let me see if you possess such merit. The boundless, wondrous luminescence that emerged from the Yuanshi Dao Jing entered Li Xuansheng's consciousness. While the four characters of the Luo Bao Jian glittered with golden radiance, causing his heart to race at the mere sight of its name. The term de Luo within the realm of mysticism signifies a state of unparalleled supremacy and transcendence. It is said to embody a realm constructed by the primordial deity, Yuanshi Tianzun, utilizing supreme mystical powers, the Yuanshi de Luo Tian, encompassing all manifestations that have ever existed in the world. Consequently, de Luo has become a revered title for the supreme deities of the mystical path, with that state known as the de Luo Golden Immortal. In the Tongdian Lingyao Jing, Taishang Dan Jing, Dao Fuzhen Jing, Qi Jing, and others, a myriad of celestial phenomena is encapsulated, covering all aspects of existence, thereby affirming the significance of the term de Luo in the de Luo Bao Jian. Each time Li Xuansheng gazed upon a supreme scripture, his heart would stir with profound emotion. He lost count of how many he had perused, leaving his spirit somewhat numb. Despite the plethora of texts that lay ahead, he found himself disinclined to continue his quest for knowledge. Faced with financial constraints, a realization dawned upon him. The de Luo Bao Jian manifested. In Chapter 45, The Hidden Secrets of Divine Power, second update, the Tongtian Lingbao Jing chronicles various treasures and numerous methods of artifact refinement, knowledge to be acquired. The Taishang Dan Jing details various techniques for concocting spiritual elixirs, knowledge to be embraced. The Dao Fuzhen Jing elucidates various talismanic arts for both offense and defense, knowledge to be mastered. The Qi Jing documents the myriad wonders of the world. Yes, that suffices for now. Further study can wait. Among these texts, the de Luo Bao Jian resonates with the most profound essence and brilliance, particularly the supreme scriptures that Li Xuansheng speaks of. According to the overarching principles laid out in these scriptures, each one, when comprehensively understood, holds the potential to realize the Great Way. Undoubtedly, Li Xuansheng held no doubts regarding this matter. For instance, the directory of the Tongdian Lingyao Jing contains methods for refining legendary supreme treasures, such as the primordial Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the Excalibur array. Meanwhile, the Dao de Fuzhen Jing details the techniques for crafting primordial talismans, with one talisman suppressing the heavens and earth, and another locking the cosmos, showcasing the unparalleled dominance of these talismans. With such extraordinary scriptures at hand, the prospect of acquiring wealth is within reach. Imagining himself mastering the essence of these supreme texts and earning sufficient resources to support his cultivation, Li Xuansheng felt a surge of satisfaction. As his consciousness withdrew from the depths of his mind, he was suddenly greeted by the urgent voice of his sister. Brother, what happened?" Upon returning to his body, he reassured her, "Haha, it's nothing at all. I just had an epiphany, and my cultivation has advanced a bit. There's no need to worry." Regaining control of his physical form and calming his internal energy, he observed the concern etched on his sister's face and chuckled softly. "Brother cannot refine pills or forge weapons, so I will earn money for your cultivation in the future. You need not fret." Gazing at the void above, it seemed but a fleeting moment had passed from his inward contemplation to his outward expression. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he prepared to share this good news with his sister, but Xian Shuang's words began to flow gently. "You silly girl. Who said brother cannot refine pills or forge weapons? Just wait until tomorrow. I will show you. I recall there is a dedicated alchemy room and a forging room in this division, though I am uncertain of their exact nature. Regardless, let us first accompany our brother to procure some rudimentary medicinal ingredients. The inception of any endeavor is invariably arduous, but I refuse to concede that I lack the inherent aptitude for this pursuit." A warm sensation enveloped Li Xuansheng's heart as he gently caressed his younger sister's delicate nose. He rose from his chair, meticulously arranged his attire, and confidently strode out of the courtyard gate, with Li Xuansheng dutifully following behind, securing the gate and accompanying her brother. "Junior brother, you wish to utilize the alchemy chamber? Surely you jest. You intend to concoct elixirs?" The following morning, Li Xuansheng informed his sister, who was practicing martial arts in the courtyard, of his intentions and proceeded to Hongtu's residence to articulate his request. Upon hearing this, Hongtu's expression initially shifted, followed by a scrutinizing assessment of Li Xuansheng, observing his countenance and demeanor to ascertain that this was not an impetuous decision. However, the notion of an individual with merely acquired cultivation attempting alchemy was indeed quite unexpected. "Senior brother, spare your words. I am cognizant of your reservations. As per convention, only those who have attained innate cultivation are deemed capable of alchemy, as it necessitates the guidance of divine soul power, particularly during the formation of the elixir. However, the alchemic formula I have acquired is rather peculiar, placing minimal demands on divine soul power. Hence, I dare to request the use of the alchemy chamber from you. Otherwise, I would not have intruded upon your time. Li Xuansheng had meticulously prepared, dedicating his time over the past month, aside from cultivation, to mastering the divine power sect's combat techniques in the various treasured texts housed here. According to the ancient texts, the minimum cultivation required for alchemy is the innate stage and the chi refining stage, as only these two realms can awaken the spiritual soul. Possessing the power of the soul and manipulate the ethereal energies of the universe to conjure spiritual fire for the purpose of alchemy. It appears there are indeed elixirs that do not demand a high level of spiritual power. Thus, theoretically, it is worth a try. Each branch of our divine power sect is equipped with an alchemy chamber and a weapon forging chamber. Regrettably, the number of usable resources is dwindling. Compared to the natural order of the world, our internal martial arts system lacks remarkable aptitude in this regard. Since you wish to give it a try, then please follow me. Hongtu nodded, beginning to comprehend Li Xuansheng's intentions. Under these circumstances, there was no need to decline his request, for the alchemy chamber was idle, and utilizing it would be advantageous. Thank you, senior brother. Li Xuansheng's expression brightened. There is no need for such gratitude. We are all members of the divine power sect. If I can assist you, I shall certainly do so. However, I am puzzled as to why the people from the main sect have yet to arrive. Could it be that they are still unaware of the news regarding the demise of Elder Gu? Hongtu walked ahead, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Li Xuansheng. I am uncertain. Before his passing, my master commanded me to reach the pinnacle of postnatal perfection or attain the innate realm before departing from Yinggu City, bearing a token to the divine power sect. Alas, I do not grasp the meaning of this command. Li Xuansheng gently shook his head. Regardless of whether the main sect sends anyone or not, he is destined to journey to the divine power sect in the future to fulfill his master's last wish. Ah, if the esteemed Gu Yin truly instructed you in such a manner, I might indeed possess some knowledge on the matter. It appears that Gu Yin holds great expectations for you, yet also cares for you deeply. I hope that when you arrive at the headquarters of the divine power sect, you will not disappoint Gu Yin. Upon hearing Li Xuansheng speak of the matters entrusted to him by Gu Yin before his demise, Hongtu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, followed by a gaze filled with envy directed at Li Xuansheng, accompanied by a heartfelt sigh. Does my senior brother know the secrets behind this? Li Xuansheng looked at Hongtu in surprise. You, having spent but a brief time in the divine power sect, will eventually come to understand, Hongtu replied. Though I ought not to divulge too much, I will share some insights to prepare you. Are you aware of Gu Yan's standing within the divine power sect's headquarters? Hongtu, initially reluctant to interject regarding this secret, felt compelled to share a few words, as he had developed a favorable impression of Li Xuansheng. He wished for Li Xuansheng's future endeavors at the divine power sect to proceed smoothly. Li Xuansheng shook his head upon hearing this. You should have gathered some understanding of the structure of our divine power sect's 3 peaks and 9 veins by now. Gu Yin is the eldest disciple of the Fire One lineage of the lower peak. For centuries ago, he was regarded as the leading figure of the 5 elements branches within the lower peak of the divine power sect. As for the reasons behind this, I am not entirely certain. According to the sect's traditions, the leaders of the 3 peaks and 9 veins are typically appointed from among the eldest disciples. And given that none of the Gu generation disciples from the Fire One lineage have yet ascended to the level of a grand cultivator, this remains a matter of interest. It is rumored that the future peak master of the Fire lineage may select a disciple from the Hong generation as a disciple of the esteemed Gu Yin. Should you enter the divine power sect, it is highly probable that you will directly become the foremost disciple of the Hong generation of the Fire lineage. In Chapter 46, The Trials of Heaven and Earth, 3rd update, according to my senior brother, the foremost disciple of the Hong generation in the divine power sect, as per tradition, has a considerable chance of eventually becoming the peak master of the Fire lineage. Li Xuansheng comprehended this revelation, realizing why his esteemed master Gu Yin urged him to attain the great perfection of the acquired realm or the innate realm before entering the divine power sect. It seems there was a deeper consideration, which indeed feels somewhat burdensome. This principle elucidates why I mentioned that Senior Gu Yin holds high expectations for you, perhaps hoping you will one day become the peak master of the Fire lineage. Your previous remarks also indicated that you should reach the great perfection of the acquired realm or the innate realm before proceeding. There is a reason behind this. It pertains to the profound secrets of our divine power sect, which are not recorded in the text here. I gleaned this insight from my senior brother Hongshu during his moments of leisure. This also explains why disciples from the Pangung celestial domain of the Divine Power sect consistently surpass those from other sections. Our sect's methodology allows one who cultivates to the great perfection of the acquired realm to possess a strength of 12,960,000 pounds. A feat that can also be achieved by disciples from approximately a dozen or so top-tier sects within the Pangung celestial domain. Nonetheless, the disciples of my Divine Power sect managed to surpass them. And the reason lies in our possession of a method that allows postnatal perfection martial artists to break through once more. Glancing sideways at Li Xuansheng, Honghuang's voice grew somewhat somber as he spoke, casting furtive looks around, suggesting that the matter was indeed shrouded in secrecy. Breakthrough again. Li Xuansheng felt a flicker of curiosity. The notion that postnatal perfection could achieve another breakthrough. Was it perhaps the innate realm? This thought flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly cast aside, for it seemed unlikely given Honghuang's cautious demeanor. Quickening his pace, he hurried to Honghuang's side, straining to listen, hoping to unravel the mystery. Indeed, upon the foundation of postnatal perfection, a subsequent breakthrough is possible. The force of 12,960,000 pounds is renowned as the primordial strength, which represents the utmost limit that the heavens and earth can endure for martial artists. To transcend the limitation of primordial strength, one must undergo the trials of heaven and earth. What those trials entail remains unknown to me. However, my Divine Power sect possesses the means to navigate such trials, with approximately 2 out of every 10 individuals achieving breakthrough. Once this breakthrough is attained, one wields strength that surpasses primordial strength, sufficient to engage the innate martial artists of other prominent sects in direct combat, not to mention ordinary postnatal perfectionists. This is one of the reasons why my Divine Power sect instills fear in other sects. Honghuang felt gratified by Li Xuansheng's attentive listening, hoping that he would succeed in passing the trials in the future. But what if he does not? Essentially, among 10 individuals, only 2 may achieve a breakthrough. This statement lacks certainty, leaving Li Xuansheng in silent contemplation. Indeed, those who do not succeed are inevitably lost, for this is the trial of heaven and earth, which offers no second chances. Thus, I surmise that the elder of ancient lore implied that if one reaches the pinnacle of postnatal perfection, they should endeavor to confront the celestial trial. Upon overcoming it, the likelihood of becoming the next peak master of the fire lineage is exceedingly high. Conversely, should one bypass the celestial trial and directly ascend to the innate realm, the chances of success diminish significantly. To pursue a power that stands apart from the ordinary, one must surely make sacrifices. What other path could there be? Brother, is it true that a postnatal perfected martial artist with a strength of 129,600 pounds must undergo the celestial trial to break through to the 1 yuan power? It has been said by Brother Honghuang that within the internal martial arts framework, a postnatal perfected practitioner can cultivate a maximum strength of 129,600,000 pounds. Initially, Li Xuansheng paid little heed to this. Yet as his internal energy surged, a realization struck him. When he first ventured into the realm of refining the viscera in Shueshan City, coupled with his innate divine strength, he had already approached the 1 yuan power. Subsequently, aided by the divine technique of 9 breaths, he healed and advanced his abilities. And it was during that time that his strength had subtly surpassed the 1 yuan threshold. In recent days, with the refining of numerous medicinal brews, his internal meridians have been continuously opened, unleashing the potential of his physique. He has developed no fewer than 1,200 meridians, and now, under full exertion, he possesses at least the strength of 2 yuan. Yet, he seems to perceive no so-called obstacles imposed by heaven and earth. Indeed, one must endure the trials of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the utmost cultivation achievable would merely amount to 12,960,000 gene of strength. This has been an unbreakable ironclad rule within the internal martial arts system for countless millennia, as is the case with Master Pangung. Upon hearing this, Li Xuansheng maintained an inscrutable expression. If one were to recount the various experiences since the commencement of his cultivation, they would align remarkably with the records within the sacred texts of divine power, save for that singular blue lotus residing in his dantian. Whether it be the Yuanshi Dao Jing, the 36 divine abilities, or the De Luo Bao Jian, all emanate from the blue lotus. If one claims that his strength has transcended the primordial force without encountering any celestial obstacles, the source can only be attributed to the blue lotus. The prospect of becoming the future leader of the fire lineage sounds exceedingly tempting. However, given Li Xuansheng's current state, Ascending to that position will necessitate overcoming the trials of heaven and earth with a consummate cultivation of the great perfection and breaking through to the primordial realm. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I am now quite clear in my mind. It is reassuring to have clarity. Junior brother, I hope you do not disappoint the esteemed expectations of the ancient sages. Haha, let us not dwell further on this. We have arrived at the alchemy chamber. In recent years, both the alchemy and crafting rooms have seen little use by fellow disciples. You are the first to enter in 7 or 8 years. The items within need no further elaboration. They are all of the highest quality, and leaving them here would be a waste. You might as well test your formula. Here is the key to the alchemy chamber. Keep it safe. You may come here on your own in the future, as the other senior brothers are unlikely to visit this place. In the midst of their conversation, Hong Tu and the other individual arrived at a relatively secluded courtyard, where the architecture was notably more sophisticated than elsewhere. The walls were not only high but also robust. As Hong Tu spoke, he produced the key to the alchemy chamber and handed it to Li Xuansheng. Indeed, senior brother, please also provide me with the key to the weapon refining room. After spending these days in the courtyard practicing diligently, my progress in cultivation has been modest. With some free time on my hands, I intend to explore whether I possess any innate talent in this regard. Haha, senior brother, there is no need for such concern. I understand that cultivation is of utmost importance and shall not lose sight of the fundamentals. Chapter 47. The Difficult Art of Alchemy. First update. This is the alchemy chamber, and it is indeed seldom frequented. After bidding farewell to Hong Tu, Li Xuansheng unlocked the grand door of the alchemy chamber, and he was immediately met with a sense of desolation, as if no one had inhabited or engaged with the space for an extended period. Fortunately, there was no dust, as it had been effectively sealed by a formation. At the very heart of the chamber stood a heavy, four-legged cauldron, resplendent in a golden hue, adorned with intricate patterns. Some of these were designed to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while others served merely as decoration. The imposing cauldron stood approximately 7 meters tall, with its legs reaching nearly 70 centimeters in height, beneath which lay a multitude of fire attribute formations. By placing spirit stones within, one could activate the formations and unleash the fire of the earth's veins. Li Xuansheng did not immediately commence the alchemical process. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. He chose instead to familiarize himself with the techniques in his mind first. For while the loss of medicinal materials was a minor concern, wasting them without purpose was an entirely different matter. Seated cross-legged upon a mat before the alchemical furnace, Li Xuansheng directed his 5 hearts towards the heavens, maintaining a dignified posture as he centered his consciousness. In his mind, the great Tao treasure mirror unfurled, seamlessly transitioning to the supreme Dan scripture. This scripture serves as an exalted text dedicated to the art of alchemy, encompassing myriad methods for concocting spiritual elixirs, which are categorized into 9 distinct tiers, commonly referred to as the 9 transformations of alchemy. This nomenclature bears a resemblance to the legendary methods attributed to the revered Daoist sage. Given Li Xuansheng's current prowess, he could only aspire to refine the most elementary of elixirs, the first transformation elixirs, which are few in number, generally classified into simplistic categories such as healing and breakthrough potions. His consciousness swiftly traversed the nuances of the first transformation elixirs, and soon he pinpointed his target for this endeavor, the Puan Dan. As its name suggests, the Puan Dan serves to solidify one's foundation and nurture one's essence, proving beneficial whether for stabilizing cultivation, enhancing practice, or facilitating breakthroughs. Notably, the recipe encompasses both the first and second transformation Puan Dan. Thus, should he succeed, future attempts would be rendered more effortless. Having selected the elixir, he delved further into the refining techniques and several accompanying seals with a methodical pace, proceeding with calm diligence. The flow of spiritual energy became unimpeded as the earth's fiery pulse was summoned forth in an instant, the enchanting pale blue flames coalescing into a swirling mass, engulfing the cauldron above. With the furnace adequately heated, Li Xuansheng continued his meticulous motions, arraying various herbs of differing types beside him. Once the cauldron reached the requisite temperature, a flicker of pale azure light enveloped him, an invisible force of the cosmos shrouding both himself and the nearby furnace. Although I lack the power of the divine soul, I am endowed with the vast forces of heaven and earth. With this celestial momentum combined with my exquisite alchemical techniques, it is reasonable to assume that even 10 portions of medicinal herbs will yield at least 1 elixir. The art of alchemy necessitates the infusion of divine soul energy, for it allows one to perceive the transformations of the herbs within the cauldron at any moment, facilitating the orderly refinement of the elixir. A minor misstep could lead to the complete annihilation of all the herbs within. Li Xuansheng was uncertain whether substituting the forces of heaven and earth for divine soul power would prove effective, yet he felt compelled to give it a try. Enveloped by the grand momentum of Tai Chi, Li Xuansheng's perception of the surrounding environment was markedly heightened, and the spiritual energy of the cosmos flowed within. With a mere gesture, a particular herb was cast into the cauldron, subjecting it to the crucible of alchemical fire. Soon after, another herb followed, and then yet another. Boom! Just as Li Xuansheng had placed all the necessary ingredients for the cultivation of the Peiyuan Dan into the cauldron, an unexpected fluctuation of spiritual energy caused a deep, resonant sound to erupt from within. The first herb was reduced to ashes. The second herb endured for a longer duration. But as Li Xuansheng began to extract the properties of each herb, another ominous rumble echoed, and the entire batch was lost to the flames. Learning from these initial setbacks, Li Xuansheng extended the duration of his third attempt. Just as he was ready to meld the extracted properties, yet again, a deep sound reverberated through the air. After 3 consecutive failures, Li Xuansheng's demeanor had become utterly tranquil. If alchemy were truly such an effortless endeavor, the world would undoubtedly be filled with alchemical masters. This time, Li Xuansheng refrained from immediately embarking on a 4th attempt at refining elixirs. He immersed himself in the Taishang Danjing, meticulously reviewing the process of concocting the Peiyuan Dan from beginning to end, simulating the procedure several times in his mind. After a brief period, he moved his hand once again. This time, as various medicinal materials entered the cauldron, Li Xuansheng's gaze remained steadfast and unwavering. The grand momentum of Taiji enveloped both his form and the cauldron, commanding the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Streams of diverse medicinal properties were extracted and suspended within the cauldron, each remaining distinct and unentangled. The momentum flowed gracefully, with the spiritual energies subtly shifting, allowing for a gradual and orderly melding of the medicinal properties. As these myriad properties coalesced within the cauldron, a hint of joy flickered across Li Xuansheng's countenance. The next step was to refine the impurities within, enhancing the purity of the concoction, before finally achieving the elixir. A substantial mass of light green viscous substance floated within the capacious cauldron. Through the refinement of the earth's fiery essence, wisps of black and gray gases were expelled, causing the volume of the viscous mass to gradually diminish. The entire forging process lasted the duration of an incense stick. Once the viscous matter was devoid of any gray or black essence, Li Xuansheng's thought stirred, and he positioned his hands before his chest. Ethereal power surged forth, and a series of incantations rapidly took shape in his hands, which he then forcefully thrust into the cauldron. Boom! The 4th attempt at alchemy proclaimed its failure. The essence of the 9 transformations alchemy lies within the final 9 transformations alchemical technique. The first transformation involves 36 seal techniques for the elixir. The second encompasses 108, while the third encompasses 365. The power of these seal techniques connects with the profound energies of the universe, infusing the elixirs with extraordinary qualities, thus justifying the merit of the 9 transformations alchemy. With my current mastery of the Taiji, grand momentum augmenting the internal magical energy, executing the 36 seal techniques in succession proves not to be a formidable challenge. However, the subtle control therein does not match the might of spiritual force. Nevertheless, I remain resolute in my belief that through repeated experimentation, the true path shall eventually reveal itself. The paramount significance of the Taishang Danjing resides in the 9 transformations alchemical technique, for it possesses various miraculous powers. Although Li Xuansheng remains unaware of the intricacies of these powers, it is evident that they extend beyond the mere process of alchemy. Chapter 48, Evaluating Elixirs, Second Update. At dawn, I set forth to request the key to the alchemy chamber from Brother Hongtu, remaining in the chamber since morning. The door is firmly shut, leaving only Li Xuansheng within, persistently engaging in one experiment after another. As the medicinal materials within the large cauldron reduce to ash time and again, Li Xuansheng's eyes grow increasingly radiant, with a gentle azure magical energy surging around him, powerfully circulating, while the Taiji grand momentum envelopes this modest space at every moment. Following 7 consecutive failures, on the 8th attempt, Li Xuansheng finally managed to imprint all 36 seal techniques of the first transformation onto the viscous mass of medicinal substance. In an instant, That shapeless mass transformed into a sphere of primordial essence. The spherical form did not endure for long, dissipating into fragments. Fortunately, this was the first instance where the medicinal substance did not turn to ash. The 9th, 10th, and 11th attempts followed suit, yet Li Xuansheng's eyes grew ever brighter. And the descriptions of the Peiyuan pill from the Taishang Danjing became increasingly clear in his mind, resonating within his heart. Divine Spirit Transformation Pill, Peiyuan pill, manifest for me. With a swift motion of his hands, the sealing technique was executed, and within 3 breaths, the 36 strands of celestial and earthly spiritual energy coalesced into the pill's essence. The elixir took shape without disintegration. Moments later, he activated the method of pill formation once more. The considerably larger Peiyuan pill was divided into 18 granules, each the size of a peanut, and with a mere flick of his hand, the 18 milky white pills soared from the grand cauldron, each hovering gracefully before his chest. A delicate, ethereal glow enveloped the Peiyuan pills, while wisps of fragrant aroma wafted from them, enveloping his senses and revitalizing the fatigued Li Xuansheng, who had exerted himself excessively in the alchemical process. Without hesitation, he placed one of the pills into his mouth. It slid down his throat, transforming into a warm liquid that coursed through his meridians, saturating his weary physique and rejuvenating his beleaguered spirit. The medicinal properties, as stated in the Taishang Danjing, were effective for cultivators below the innate stage, with the efficacy increasing proportionally to the weakness of the practitioner, given his current cultivation level. Recovering his vitality to its pre-alchemical state required no less than 5 pills. However, for an ordinary cultivator, 2 or 3 would suffice. A martial artist at the initial stage of postnatal cultivation could be restored to peak condition with just 1, while a slightly weaker practitioner at the mid-stage of postnatal cultivation would similarly benefit. Indeed, I have not squandered nearly an entire day of my time. The medicinal herbs remain, and I shall continue the refinement. With deliberate care, I retrieved the prepared elixir bottles, filling each with 6 orbs. Simultaneously, I swallowed 2 more Peiyuan pills to swiftly restore my essence and vitality. After 10 breaths, a tremor coursed through my being, and a pale azure energy surged forth once more. With a flourish of my hand, additional herbs were cast into the cauldron, resuming the alchemical process. As I exhausted the medicinal ingredients for the Peiyuan pills, the sky had darkened, and by the position of the moon, it seemed barely past dusk. After a moment's contemplation, I set forth towards the courtyard of my senior brother, Hongtu. It seemed more fitting, as he frequently assisted brother Hongshu in managing the branch of the Divine Power sect, and undoubtedly maintained connections with various external forces, possessing a broader network than I. Knock. 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 I gently tapped on the door of Hongtu's courtyard, awaiting a response. Within mere moments, the door swung open. Upon seeing me, Hongtu appeared momentarily taken aback, then offered a slight smile. Are you, my junior brother, perhaps intending to return the keys to the alchemy and artifact chambers? Historically, within the Pangung celestial domain, as far as I have heard, no one has ever refined pills with post-heaven cultivation. Of course, the cultivators beyond the Pangung celestial domain may be ignorant of this fact. Observing my calm demeanor, Hongtu presumed that I had recognized the difficulty and was ready to return the keys, opting instead for a tranquil cultivation. Not at this moment, brother. Let us proceed inside to converse. Upon hearing this voice, Li Xuansheng's expression darkened, and he cast an irritable glance at Hongtu before striding directly into the main hall of the courtyard. Hongtu, filled with curiosity, refrained from inquiring further, assuming that Li Xuansheng was still unwilling to relent until he reached the Yellow River. He closed the courtyard gate and followed him into the hall. Observing Li Xuansheng already seated in position, just as he was about to utter a few words, the words were caught in his throat and swallowed back down. Li Xuansheng, with a flick of his hand, produced a jade-white pill bottle and placed it on the table, smiling broadly at him. What is this? Hongtu's eyes narrowed, inadvertently asking aloud. What do you think? Senior brother, recently, the expenses incurred by my junior brother and sister during their cultivation have been excessive. Consequently, I had no choice but to attempt alchemy and artifact forging. To my surprise, today I have achieved some success. Please, senior brother, take a look at the quality of this elixir. Li Xuansheng presented the bottle of pills before Hongtu, speaking with a hint of pride. For it was only natural to feel a sense of accomplishment after failing over 10 times before finally succeeding. Have you truly succeeded? You are not deceiving me, are you? Hongtu's expression reflected skepticism. Since ancient times, it seemed there had been no one in the Pangatianyu capable of refining pills with postnatal cultivation. His eyes shifted suspiciously between the pill bottle and Li Xuansheng. Subsequently, he cautiously extended his hand to grasp the jade-white pill bottle, gently removing the cork. Immediately, a fragrant aroma burst forth, enveloping his senses and invigorating his spirit. With an outstretched palm, a single pill was extracted from the elixir vial, resembling a peanut in size. Its milky white hue exuding an aura of mystique, as though enveloped in a protective membrane that shielded it from the chaotic energies of the outside world. Could this be the legendary Danyun? It seems improbable that you, in your initial attempt at alchemy, could produce such a phenomenon. The fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the air, its pearly appearance suggesting extraordinary properties, yet its effects remained a mystery. As I set down the vial with one hand, I grasped the pill delicately with my fingers, scrutinizing it closely, my mind swirling with questions and assessments. This pill, known as the Yuan pill, is designed to stabilize one's realm, enhance cultivation, and purify the mind. However, for a congenital warrior like my senior brother, its benefits are rather limited, primarily serving those of acquired cultivation. Li Xuansheng responded promptly. Let me give it a try. Hongtu nodded in agreement, inhaling the sweet fragrance of the pill, which invigorated his spirit and instinctively accelerated the flow of his inner power. It indeed possessed the properties of enhancing cultivation and purifying the mind. Yet, the specifics could only be discerned through personal experience. With a gentle closing of his eyes, he tossed the pill into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, releasing waves of warmth that coursed through his meridians, nourishing his inner energy and hastening the absorption of the world's spiritual essence. Although the effects were not markedly pronounced for someone in the congenital realm like himself, the results would surely differ for those in the acquired realm. After a brief moment of meditation, Hongtu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the Peiyuan pill on the table before him and then at Li Xuansheng across the way, letting out a soft sigh. The foresight of the ancient sages is beyond my comprehension. Chapter 49. Valued yet unmarketable. Third update. What of this elixir? As my esteemed junior has articulated, for a martial artist of my innate caliber, its efficacy is nearly negligible. However, for those of acquired realms, it is indeed remarkable. It possesses the ability to swiftly replenish expended magical or internal energy, while simultaneously dispelling distracting thoughts during cultivation, thereby facilitating a more rapid and seamless absorption of celestial essence. Moreover, with the added protection of the elixir's aura, it can endure the test of time, rendering it all the more precious. Hongtu appears exceedingly knowledgeable as he expounds upon the qualities of this elixir, his words imbued with admiration. In light of your discerning eye, my senior, what would be the worth of such a concoction if it were to be sold? This inquiry is the crux of Li Xuansheng's labors throughout the day. Indeed, based on the classification of elixirs, my junior's creation falls within the realm of acquired martial artists and thus, its value is not exorbitant. In the absence of its aura, the elixir would fetch merely around 100 purple gold coins. However, with the aura included, its worth should range from 120 to 150 purple gold coins. When converted to low-grade spirit stones, a vial containing 6 elixirs could be valued at a minimum of 7 low-grade spirit stones, possibly reaching 9 for the higher tier. Drawing from years of experience, Hongtu offers a straightforward assessment of the Peiyuan Dan in his possession. Is it truly so? Li Xuansheng's face radiates with delight, an elixir capable of fetching over 100 purple gold coins. Truly, the profit from elixirs is astounding. It seems that all the medicinal materials he procured today amount to scarcely 200 purple gold coins. Without a doubt, this price is assuredly on the rise. Hongtu provided an affirmative response. Brother, I have been in Yinggu City for a month, and I am not very familiar with this aspect. Although I wish to sell the elixirs, I find it challenging to find a way. It would be better to entrust you with the sale, brother. The profits from the elixirs shall be divided into 3 parts for you. I hope you will agree. This thought had already crossed Li Xuansheng's mind on his way here. He preferred to focus solely on alchemy, leaving the sales of the elixirs to a professional. As he spoke, he rose and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Junior brother, this is not how it should be. Given my connections in Yinggu City over the years, selling the elixirs is exceedingly simple. Your approach seems to disregard my status as your elder. Hongtu quickly assisted Li Xuansheng to his feet, speaking earnestly. I am aware that selling the elixirs is quite simple for you, brother, yet you are also a practitioner, and every moment is precious. If I were to delay you, I must offer compensation, Li Xuansheng insisted. You must not speak in such a manner, for it is precisely because I understand your character that I sought you out today. If you refuse, I shall truly be disappointed. Li Xuansheng was reluctant to be assisted, responding once more, "Brother, alas, if it must be so, then please accept one part." Asking for more would be unreasonable. With a sense of resignation, Hongtu agreed to accept one portion of the compensation, but insisted on it being only one part. "It must be 3 parts, brother, and you cannot decline," Li Xuansheng asserted. After considerable deliberation, and through mutual perseverance, Li Xuansheng ultimately agreed to share the spoils with Hongtu's Day. In turn, Hongtu would act as Li Xuansheng's representative for the procurement and sale of medicinal herbs. Upon reaching this accord, both parties exchanged a knowing smile. Li Xuansheng, with a graceful wave of his hand, produced 10 vials of elixir and placed them upon the table, instructing Hongtu to gauge the market's response the following day. With that, he departed from Hongtu's courtyard. After a day of toil, Li Xuansheng had managed to surmount yet another challenge. The potency of the elixirs would not only facilitate his and his sister's future cultivation, but would also benefit their foundational essence. "Xiang, are you still awake?" He mused aloud as he ambled through the courtyard, contemplating their forthcoming practices. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Li Xuansheng emerged, clad in light, form-fitting attire. Her face alight with surprise as she gazed at her brother. "I hope you aren't disheartened by a temporary setback," she reassured him repeatedly. "Huh? How can you lack faith in your brother? If I say I can concoct the elixir, then I shall. Though today's alchemical endeavor posed challenges, the outcome is bound to be favorable," Li Xuansheng replied with a resigned smile, finding his sister's words oddly familiar. "Did you truly succeed? Brother, you are a genius. I knew you could do it. You are the best," Li Xuansheng exclaimed, her expression transforming into one of sheer joy. Overwhelmed with delight that her brother had not let her down, she dashed forward and enveloped Li Xuansheng in a jubilant embrace, expressing her inner elation. "Indeed, your brother is the finest. The evening air is chilly. Let us retreat indoors," he chuckled, gently caressing his sister's head with his palm. His chin resting upon the raven tresses of Li Xian, a delicate fragrance wafted into Li Xuansheng's senses, causing him to shake his head and murmur softly. Indeed, with the pecuniary matters resolved, Li Xuansheng's cultivation resumed its course. Aided by the potency of elixirs, the qi within his viscera was rapidly tempering his sinews and meridians. At this rate, in a month's time, external qi would burgeon. In another 2 months, he would achieve the fusion of internal and external qi, thus attaining the zenith of the acquired realm. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Li Xuansheng resolved to enter the Divine Power sect's main enclave upon reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. As for the elixirs entrusted to senior brother Hongtu for sale, the market's response was exceedingly gratifying to Li Xuansheng. The essence cultivation pills, distinguished by their pill halo, were directly subject to a buying frenzy, thereby elevating their price. They commanded a price of 160 purple gold coins per pill and were frequently in short supply. Observing this, Li Xuansheng alchemized other varieties of first-grade elixirs, such as vein entry pills, heartguard pills, and purple coagulation pills, each with distinct effects. Alchemy had become effortless, and bottle after bottle of elixirs flowed through Hongtu's hands into the silver firmament city market, disrupting the original elixir market and undermining the established monopolists. As for provocateurs, there were none. Within the Pangung celestial domain, for countless millennia, no one had dared to challenge the Divine Power sect's authority. The brisk sales of elixirs yielded abundant resources for both Li Xuansheng and Hongtu. Chapter 50. The arrival of the sect's envoy as for the matter of weapon forging. Li Xuansheng did not embark upon it. His previous forays into alchemy were driven by financial necessity, and now that the issue of wealth had been resolved, there seemed little reason to pursue weapon crafting. Furthermore, the treasures chronicled in the Heavenly Spiritual Treasure Sutra were extraordinary. Should he fail to forge them, it would be inconsequential. However, should he succeed, it might incite unwarranted commotion. After some contemplation, Li Xuansheng decided to set aside the matter of weapon forging and focus solely on the art of alchemy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period, the market for medicinal pills in Yinggu City gradually stabilized, yet the value of these pills showed no signs of diminishing. Within the expansive Pangung heavenly domain, the internal martial arts system prevailed, rendering the natural law and celestial system somewhat marginalized. However, in the realm of alchemy, the natural law and celestial system possessed unparalleled advantages. This disparity rendered high-quality medicinal pills exceedingly rare, which perhaps elucidated the remarkable sales of Li Xuansheng's pills in Yinggu City. With the growing acclaim of the pills disseminated from the Divine Power sect, more and more individuals sought to inquire about this renowned alchemist. A name is but an illusion. The ability to generate wealth is paramount. During this time, the protagonist's cultivation progressed as Li Xuansheng had anticipated, successfully giving rise to external vigor. With a mere thought, a thin layer of protective vigor manifested upon his body, not magical power, but rather a protective aura birthed from his physical form. At this stage of vigor cultivation, it could be said that he had reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. The subsequent merging of internal and external vigor was merely a deeper evolution of the vigor, with the attainment of the grand completion merely a matter of time. Regarding the foundation of the primordial essence, with the aid of elixirs and the nurturing of vital energy, over 7,000 meridians have now been opened. The power has risen significantly, with a single punch capable of delivering a force equivalent to 7 units, far surpassing that of an ordinary postnatal perfection. Li Xuansheng has remained in the courtyard, consuming the auxiliary elixirs crafted by Li Xuansheng, continually cleansing her physique and enhancing her constitution. Although she has yet to cultivate any magical power within, her physical strength continues to grow. According to Li Xuansheng's estimations, regardless of technique, at this moment, his sister's physical strength is on par with that of a typical early-stage postnatal martial artist. The path of cultivation requires both rigor and relaxation. During this time, the siblings, Li Xuansheng and Li Xuansheng, have ventured out from the branch of the Divine Power sect several times, exploring the entirety of Yinggu City. For Li Xuansheng, despite the superior environment of the inner city, she finds herself more enamored with the vibrancy and bustle of the outer city. At long last, the representatives from the Divine Power sect have arrived. Senior brother, I have brought Xuansheng. In the main hall of the Divine Power sect branch, senior brothers Hongshu and Hongling stand in the hall, conversing amiably with several middle-aged men and women seated at the head of the room. Meanwhile, Li Xuansheng, who was still in the process of refining elixirs, was ushered in by senior brother Hong Tu, who explained the situation. He quickly approached senior brother Hongshu and whispered a few words, prompting Hong Tu to step aside. Several esteemed uncles, aunts, and the disciple received by Master Gu Yin before his passing, I present to you Li Xuansheng. Hongshu nodded, exchanged a glance with Hongling, and both respectfully addressed the individuals at the head of the hall. Once their words fell silent, they, like Hong Tu, retreated to the side, standing quietly, leaving Li Xuansheng alone at the forefront of the main hall. Young descendant Li Xuansheng pays his respects to several esteemed masters. On his journey here, Hong Tu had already acquainted him with the identities of those seated at the head of the hall, alleviating any sense of burden he might have felt. He bowed slightly, speaking with measured grace. I am Li Xuansheng, a name rather unremarkable. You are indeed the disciple of that old fellow Gu Yin, just before his demise. I perceive little merit in you, suggesting that perhaps he merely gathered you as a placeholder. As Li Xuansheng's words faded, an unexpected voice resonated from the upper hall. Sensing hostility, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his head bowed in deference. Though my talents are unexceptional, I was fortunate enough to inherit the great Tao from my master before his passing, granting me my present standing. I harbor no illusions about my future in cultivation. I only seek to achieve what is within my reach. Raising his head, his expression remained unchanged as he regarded the 5 middle-aged individuals at the hall's apex, and continued. By the way, did that old fellow Gu Yin impart anything else before his end? My master ventured to the Great Snow Mountain to confront a demon general, but unfortunately fell victim to a treacherous plot. Before his demise, he accepted me as a disciple and shared certain cultivation methods, but did not speak further before he perished. Second brother, enough of your inquiries. Li Xuansheng, haha, we are all disciples of your master's sect, his brothers and sisters. 3 months ago, a nameplate of a true disciple within our sect unexpectedly shattered. Subsequently, it was confirmed that our esteemed brother Gu Yin from the fire lineage had perished, prompting our master, who had been in seclusion, to emerge and investigate this matter. Regrettably, we had originally planned to arrive here 2 months ago. It was merely a matter of being delayed by the savage demon tribe. And only today have I found the opportunity to arrive at Silver Solid City to inquire about my senior brother's cause of death. Do not harbor any burdens in your heart. Since you have been accepted as a disciple by senior brother Gu Yin, you are indeed a successor of our lineage. The fire of the Divine Power sect. The voice that spoke was that of an individual dressed in a pale golden robe, who looked at Li Xuansheng with a smile in his eyes, gesturing amicably with one hand. Yes, Master Ant. Li Xuansheng replied with a smile. Precisely. As heirs of the fire lineage within the 3 peaks and 9 branches of the Divine Power sect, we are all one family. According to your previous words, Senior brother Gu Yin fell after battling a demon general in the Great Snow Mountain. Do you know which demon general it was? He nodded, clearly pleased with Li Xuansheng's demeanor. I recall it vaguely. It seemed to be a groundhog demon general. He had already inflicted injuries upon our master and then retreated, citing some sort of prohibition. Reflecting on that day's events, Li Xuansheng had not paid much attention, as his focus had primarily been on Uncle Neo and the others. The struggle between the groundhog demon general and Master Gu Yin had merely been a fleeting glance. Chapter 51. The Cause and Effect. Second update. The groundhog demon general? It is he. No wonder he had already reached the pinnacle of demon generals 200 years ago, merely a step away from becoming a demon king, and indeed, senior brother Gu Yan's mid-stage golden Dan cultivation was no match for him. Among the five of us, only the second senior brother possesses the highest cultivation, reaching the advanced stage of the martial Dao Golden Core. However, it is unlikely he can contend with the groundhog demon general, especially considering that the Snowy Mountain is the territory of the savage demon clan. We cannot recklessly venture into such territory, lest we provoke unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing that the adversary is the groundhog demon general, a somber expression crossed his face, indicating his familiarity with the formidable opponent. Among the five, only the second senior brother is the strongest, while the rest are merely at the mid-stage of the martial Dao Golden Core. Another middle-aged man beside him took the conversation forward, casting a glance at Li Xuansheng, and spoke in a solemn tone. In that case, we must report this matter to our master and seek his judgment. Now that the affairs concerning senior brother are settled, it is your turn, young one. You were taken as a disciple before senior brother's demise, and as for your current cultivation, I find it somewhat inscrutable. The slightly stout second senior brother chuckled lightly, his words tinged with a hint of mockery towards Gu Ying. However, the next moment, his expression shifted slightly as he unleashed his spiritual power to scan Li Xuansheng, only to find himself unable to discern the specifics of his cultivation level. Li Xuansheng had lived in the Snowy Mountain since childhood, and according to the words of his master before passing, he was deemed to possess innate divine strength, suggesting a somewhat unique physique. Listening to the discourse of his uncles and aunts before him, Li Xuansheng felt a stir within his heart. A faint azure aura surged forth, manifesting as a protective barrier of qi, indicative of his nearly perfected postnatal prowess. As for the concealment of his cultivation level, Li Xuansheng was uncertain, suspecting it to be yet another effect of the Qinglian. It pertains to the realm of external vigor, characterized by pure magical energy and formidable strength, exuding an aura indicative of having reached such a level. It is no wonder, indeed, that brother Gu Yin possesses remarkable discernment. Achieving such a state within a mere 3 months, even before entering the Grand Sect, is truly commendable. It seems brother Yin harbors profound expectations for you. As the layer of external vigor enveloped Li Xuansheng's form, the five individuals exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment. Attaining such prowess in just 3 months is a rarity, even within the Grand Sect. Not to mention the fact that Li Xuansheng's displayed magical power is both pure and robust, signifying a solid foundation, coupled with his innate divine strength. It is no surprise that he emanates a potent essence of primordial energy, rich and vibrant. Xuansheng, our purpose for journeying to Ingu City revolves around brother Gu Yin. Now that we have gleaned the details from your account, and with brother Gu having accepted you as his disciple, he indeed has a successor. Furthermore, your rapid advancement in just 3 months showcases your aptitude and qualifications for entry into the Grand Sect. Would you be willing to accompany us 5 to the Grand Sect? From the beginning until now, it appears that the one who has spoken the most is you, demonstrating kindness towards oneself. While the reason remains unclear, having another amicable individual is always advantageous. The disciple is willing, but I have one request. Li Xuansheng responded. Acknowledging that going to the Grand Sect is indeed a positive endeavor, yet he contemplated his sister and subsequently inquired. The disciple of the ancient master seems rather indecisive. It would be better to be straightforward. If there is something to say, please express it succinctly. The middle-aged, slightly stout man appeared somewhat impatient, gesturing with one hand for Li Xuansheng to expedite his words. Having lost his parents at an early age, he had previously relied solely on his sister for companionship. Now that he had come to Ingu City for cultivation, he intended to take her along. He inquired whether it would be possible to bring his sister with him as he followed several masters to the main sect. Li Xuansheng spoke slowly, detailing his circumstances. You have a sister, huh? Well, that is not a problem. However, the main sect has regulations stating that only disciples of the Divine Power sect may reside within the sect's premises. Yet, it is permissible to live outside the mountain gate. The area surrounding our divine power sect spans 1,000,000 miles and is filled with vibrant locales, so finding a residence should pose no difficulty. Since you are heading to the divine power sect, you may take her along, but she likely cannot enter the sect itself. That is acceptable. Li Xuansheng nodded in agreement. He found this outcome satisfactory, as long as his sister remained nearby. Even if just outside the sect, it was not too far away. One of the masters spoke up, casting a deep glance at Li Xuansheng. He rose from his seat and stretched slightly, indicating that they were likely dealing with an urgent matter. Understood. Li Xuansheng bowed and withdrew. Upon his departure, Hong Shu, Hong Ling, and Hong Tu in the main hall also retreated in succession. Xuansheng, you are now bound for the main sect. Remember what I told you earlier. The main sect is not like this place. There, everything truly relies on your own abilities. Remember, in the main sect, strength is paramount. Do not squander an excessive amount of time on alchemy, for such pursuits may hinder your cultivation. The four individuals exited the main hall in succession, and Hong Tu promptly caught up with Li Xuansheng, offering a word of caution. Senior brother, I understand. Li Xuansheng felt a warmth in his heart during his 2-month stay at the Silver Solid City branch of the Divine Power sect. Had it not been for Hong Tu's constant care, his life here would undoubtedly not have been so smooth and stable. However, since Hong Tu had spoken, he felt compelled to add, when you return to the main sect, make sure to diligently enhance your cultivation. Only by doing so can you establish a firm foothold there. Observing this exchange, Hong Shu let out a gentle sigh and added, Indeed, senior brother. Li Xuansheng nodded in acknowledgement to Hong Shu. Me? What I say is of little consequence. Hong Tu has likely informed you that your status is somewhat unique. Although the Peak Master may extend certain privileges to you out of respect for Elder Gu Yan, if you can successfully pass the trials of heaven and earth, you will swiftly secure your position within the main sect. Disciples who have overcome the trials are directly recorded by the sect leader. Sister Hong Ling chuckled lightly. Like Hong Shu, she had spent most of her time in a state of cultivation. Only Hong Tu had shown particular concern for Li Xuansheng, engaging in frequent exchanges. As Li Xuansheng prepared to depart, she felt compelled to share a few more words. What you say is indeed true. If possible, I would like to attempt it, though I fear for my sister's well-being should I fail. Alas, we shall see how everything unfolds at the Divine Power sect's main branch. Li Xuansheng cast his gaze towards senior sister Hong Ling, speaking slowly. Although he had transcended the constraints of the primal force due to the influence of the Qinglian, the true nature of the celestial trials remained a mystery. Should it prove to be an exceptionally perilous place, he could not guarantee his safe return. The image of his younger sister flitted through his mind, stirring feelings of conflict, discomfort, and uncertainty within him. Subsequently, Li Xuansheng departed from his 3 elder brothers and made his way to the modest courtyard where he had resided for over 2 months. In the courtyard, his sister diligently practiced her punches daily, as per his instructions, to invigorate her muscles and enhance her meridians. Upon seeing her brother enter, Li Xuansheng was taken aback. Typically, he would be found in the alchemy chamber at this hour. A subtle smile graced Li Xuansheng's lips as he strode towards his room, addressing his sister. Has someone from the main sect arrived? Li Xuansheng was once again astonished. Li Xuansheng nodded and succinctly replied, Are we leaving now? She inquired, her voice tinged with reluctance. Observing the furrow in her brow, Li Xuansheng paused for a moment before smiling gently. Li Xuansheng felt a tinge of sadness. After 2 months of becoming somewhat accustomed to Silver Solid City, she was now faced with yet another departure. To claim that she harbored no sentiments would be disingenuous. And upon hearing her brother's assurances, she reiterated, Brother, when have you ever deceived me? After the passage of 2 incense sticks, Li Xuansheng and his sister walked hand in hand into the main hall of the branch, where several elder sisters and uncles were either standing or seated, lingering within. You all arrived rather swiftly. Well, your sister exhibits commendable qualities, likely a result of innate refinement. She could be considered a promising candidate for cultivation. Thus, second senior brother. Shall we depart now? Glancing at the siblings Li Xuansheng who have entered the main hall, I cast my gaze upon the little girl beside him, with a graceful demeanor. I speak leisurely, my presence still captivating as I move within the hall. Then I turn my attention to our leader, second senior brother. Let us proceed. Remaining here serves no purpose. The middle-aged, slightly plump man nods, refraining from further comment, and rises to make his way outside. The others within the hall follow suit, with Li Xuansheng and his sister closely behind. In a matter of steps, the group of 7 arrives at the spacious, level square before the main hall, where Brother Hong Tu and several others have been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Li Xuansheng amidst the crowd, Honghuang nods and offers a faint smile. Several esteemed uncles and aunts, everything is already prepared. The person in charge of the branch, Hashu, steps forward and addresses the slightly plump man at the forefront. At this moment, the seven are standing upon a smooth, unified imprint stone. The Divine Power Sect, one of the 9 supreme sects of the human race, was established by the revered Daoist Pangang. Geographically, the main sect of the Divine Power Sect is situated slightly to the south-central region of the entire Pangang celestial domain. The territory of the main sect is known as the Divine Power Realm, under the direct control of the Divine Power Sect, while the remaining 8 realms are collaboratively governed with local first-rate sections. As the true core of the Pangu heavenly domain, the realm of divine power extends far beyond the other 8 realms, encompassing an expanse of countless millions of miles. The establishment of the Divine Power Sect within this realm is nothing short of magnificent, said to be forged by the unparalleled magical prowess of the revered Pangu Daoist. The territory occupied by the Divine Power Sect spans a staggering 100,000 miles, within which countless towering peaks reach towards the heavens, interspersed with veins of spiritual energy, rich in resources for practitioners' cultivation. Amidst these lofty summits, an abundance of resplendent and opulent palaces can be found, alongside serene lakes, winding rivers, and lush forests. Everything one could possibly desire. The ethereal spiritual energy, under the immense power of the Pangu Daoist, ebbs and flows, nearly liquefying as it permeates every corner of the Divine Power Sect. Tamed mystical beasts soar through the skies and race across the land, while clouds of concentrated spiritual energy drift lazily, embellishing this unparalleled domain, the true abode of the Daoist sect and the supreme path. A place long yearned for by countless human cultivators. As the sovereign of this vast territory, the innumerable disciples of the Divine Power Sect reside within its embrace. It is said that when the Pangu Daoist founded the Divine Power Sect, there was no division into the so-called 3 peaks and 9 veins. Rather, there existed solely the 9 great Danshan's method passed down by the Pangu Daoist, which all disciples were required to practice. Regrettably, later disciples failed to meet expectations, with none attaining the exalted realm of the Pangu Daoist, let alone perfecting the 9 great Danshan's method. Thus, for countless millennia, the Divine Power Sect has evolved into its current structure of 3 peaks and 9 veins. Chapter 53. The Grand Sect, First Update, the 3 Peaks and 9 Veins. As the name implies, refer to the division of the 9 great Danshan's methods passed down by the esteemed Master Pangu into separate paths for individual cultivation. The 3 peaks are categorized into the upper peak, middle peak, and lower peak, while the 9 veins consist of the spiritual platform peak in the upper peak, the 3 veins of heaven, earth, and humanity in the middle peak, and the 5 elements veins, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, in the lower peak. Collectively, they form the realm of the Divine Power Sect's 3 peaks and 9 veins. Due to the segregation of the 9 great Danshan's methods, disciples at each peak and vein predominantly focus on mastering a single Dantian method until they attain the status of a great cultivator. For instance, the esteemed master of Li Xuansheng is a disciple of the fire vein in the lower peak, dedicated to the cultivation of the fire Dantian method. Over the course of more than 2 months in Silver Solid City, Li Xuansheng has gained profound insights into these fundamentals. However, he has come to realize the significant discrepancies between the theoretical knowledge found in texts and the practical realities. A realization that became starkly clear upon his arrival at the Divine Power Sect. Due to the considerable distance of Silver Solid City from the Grand Sect, coupled with the limitations of the teleportation array's level, the journey required 3 transfers before finally arriving at the Divine Power Sect's main premises. Brilliant silver light flickered, subtly interspersed with the power of thunder, enveloping several individuals under the protection of the teleportation array, shielding them from external pressures. Nonetheless, throughout the journey, the uninitiated Li Xuansheng found himself overwhelmed by the palpable pressure emanating from the silver light, leaving him visibly distressed and pale. If it were not for the intervention of, it would have been truly challenging to endure. At last, as the silvery radiance enveloping them dissipated completely, the main sect of the Divine Power Sect had finally arrived. Xuansheng, this is indeed our Divine Power Sect's main sect. According to the sect's regulations, your sister must be delivered outside the sect within half a month. Although we are quite distant from the outer boundaries of the sect, the presence of a short-distance teleportation array alleviates the concern. Come. The location where we stand is home to the premier teleportation array of our Divine Power Sect's lower peak. and we are merely 100,000 miles away from the territory of our fire lineage. We shall transport you there directly. As spoke. A surge of crimson magical energy enveloped the siblings, and the five exchanged knowing glances. In the next moment, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring through the air. After approximately the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, the five figures suddenly came to a halt, then descended swiftly, their radiant auras dispersing, along with the crimson light that had encased the siblings. This is the territory of our fire lineage, being situated in the lower peak. We are not far from the outer sect, still a distance of 200,000 miles remains. Come. I shall have someone escort your sister to her forthcoming residence while you accompany us to meet our esteemed master. Since the passing of Brother Gu Yin 3 months ago, our master has emerged from seclusion. I hope that the loss of Brother Gu Yin can bring some solace to our master's heart. The 7 individuals currently find themselves in a valley where numerous peaks converge. Judging by its appearance, it appears to have been meticulously transformed by an extraordinary force, rendering the terrain remarkably level, complemented by an array of precious materials that enhance its brilliance. Surrounding them, the dominant hue is a vibrant crimson. And this square-shaped valley is flanked by 4 towering peaks that seem to pierce the clouds. Wisps of white clouds swirl around, and auspicious cranes soar gracefully, while martial artists occasionally flit through the air, evoking the ethereal realm of immortals that resides in Li Xuansheng's mind. The 5 individuals proceed towards an exit of the square valley, and as they pass, the disciples they encounter bow respectfully, casting curious glances at the siblings. Li Xuansheng and Li Xuansheng, who are among the group. Xiaoyu, please guide this young sister to the courtyard area where Honghuang and his companions reside. If I recall correctly, there is an unoccupied residence there. Remember, do not be negligent, Li Xuansheng instructed, having just exited the square valley. He waved his hand to summon a young woman clad entirely in a fiery red bodysuit, quickly relaying his orders before turning to Li Xuansheng and Li Xuansheng. He patted his sister's shoulder and flashed a bright smile, appearing quite at ease as he encouraged her. It's all right, dear sister. However, at that moment, Li Xuansheng was already swept away by the 5 individuals, transforming into a streak of light as he surged towards the main peak of the fire lineage, the Flame Peak, where the Peak Master resides. Here lies the Flame Peak, the principal summit of our fire lineage, where our esteemed master resides. When you meet the master shortly, do not feel pressured or anxious. Simply be as natural as you were when we first met. In a fleeting moment, Li Xuansheng was escorted by 5 individuals to the pinnacle of a towering mountain. There stood a series of palaces, resplendent in vibrant red hues, and directly ahead loomed a stone tablet, several meters in height. The inscription Flame Peak was emblazoned in vivid red characters upon the tablet, which appeared almost alive, with tendrils of fiery brilliance swirling around it, occasionally emitting flickers of flame, exuding an aura of mystique. Yes, Master Ant, Li Xuansheng responded succinctly. Following the 5 who led the way, he passed the stone tablet and entered the multitude of palaces, crossing the grand entrance and traversing the plaza before stepping into the expansive main hall. There, at the uppermost position, stood a middle-aged man clad in white robes, his hair tinged with gray and his countenance gaunt, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the newcomers as they entered. I pay my respects to the master. We have thoroughly investigated the demise of Senior Brother Gu Yin and are here to report. The circumstances reveal that Senior Brother Gu Yin ventured into the Great Snow Mountain and was subsequently injured by the guardian Earth Mouse demon at its periphery, leading to his tragic fall. However, before his passing, he finally accepted a disciple. This is he, known in the secular world as Li Xuansheng. Though the master did not have the opportunity to bestow upon him a name in the Tao, alas, the concept of affection has, throughout history, caused untold suffering to countless practitioners. 5 centuries ago, I accepted you 6 as my disciples, thereafter ceasing to take on new students. Among you, Gu Yin possessed the highest innate talent and the greatest comprehension. Subsequent cultivation has validated my judgment. As he reached the realm of martial Tao Golden Core before the age of 100, I had anticipated that he would continue to advance with remarkable momentum, ultimately becoming a grandmaster. However, the intricacies of fate are indeed perplexing. Aside from the Daoist master, none can fathom it. After waiting for several centuries, he has now fallen, and my heart aches for him. Chapter 54, Dao Name Honggu, second update. Upon witnessing this, his eyes too reflected sorrow, lost in thought. Observing the demeanor of my master, he stepped forward and gently urged, his voice trembling, with a hint of moisture in his gaze. Shuao, I imagine your pain is no less than that of my master. Ah, by the way, this young man must be the disciple accepted by Guyan, correct? The middle-aged man in white, with his hands clasped behind his back, took a step forward, directly appearing before them. He cast a glance at the figure before him, shook his head, and then slightly turned his head to regard the individual standing beside him, Li Xuansheng. Indeed, master, the slightly plump man quickly replied. I did not inquire of you. Just now, Guquan mentioned that your secular name is Li Xuansheng. Has Guyan not had the chance to bestow upon you a Dao name before his fall? The middle-aged man's calm eyes scrutinized Li Xuansheng from head to toe, and he nodded slightly before speaking slowly. Indeed, the esteemed Master Guyan was grievously wounded by the earth rat demon. At that time, it was expressed that, had there been a formidable cultivator present, the outcome may have been different. Unfortunately, Master Guyan stood alone, and after accepting me as a disciple, he was left with merely 1 hour of life. Subsequently, he imparted to me the profound methods of cultivation from the Divine Power sect, and, through sheer force of will, used his remaining energy to help me establish my Dantian, further diminishing his already limited lifespan. Eventually, Master fell. Li Xuansheng nodded in acknowledgement, speaking with reverence. It has been over 3 months since Master Guyan's demise, yet you exude the complete aura of the primordial force. Are you suggesting that within this brief span of 3 months, you have attained the consummation of the acquired realm? The words of the Peak Master conveyed a hint of astonishment. The environment near the Great Snow Mountain pales in comparison to the Divine Power sect. And to achieve such rapid advancement in the external world within 3 months is indeed remarkable, ranking among the best in recent years of the Fire One lineage. However, I have not yet reached the acquired consummation. It is merely that my physique is somewhat exceptional, endowed with innate divine power. Thus, I have only just begun to manifest my external vigor, and yet I possess such strength. Li Xuansheng's internal energy flowed, enveloping his true form in a pale, azure glow. The thin layer of vigor was particularly conspicuous, exuding a gentle and pure essence, rich and solid. As the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged in response to his breath. Once your internal and external energies merge, the obstructions of the primordial force will become even more pronounced, and your aura will intensify. In this manner, your chances of overcoming the trials of heaven and earth will increase significantly. Commonly known as Li Xuansheng, with no Taoist name yet established. In light of this, the ancestral master will bestow a name upon you. Considering your lineage, you should bear the character Hong. As you are the disciple accepted by your master, Guyan, before his demise. Henceforth you shall be called Honggu. In his prime at the sect, your master shone remarkably bright, and your potential is no less than his. I aspire for you to surpass him, emerging even more splendidly than the blue from the indigo. Noticing Li Xuansheng's cultivation, the Peak Master expressed admiration. Despite not having achieved perfection in the postnatal realm, he already possesses such formidable prowess. Once he reaches completeness, his foundation will surely deepen even further, enhancing his chances of overcoming the trials of heaven and earth. Should he succeed, it would indeed be a glorious testament to the lineage of fire. Thank you for the bestowed name, ancestor. Li Xuansheng humbly bowed, expressing his gratitude. In comparison to the other 4 lineages, this may seem somewhat lacking. At such a critical juncture, you must dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to your training. Honggu, having reached the outer essence stage, finds that the ancestor possesses few items suitable for your advancement. Under normal circumstances, achieving the unity of internal and external essence would take several months. However, with the assistance of the Zuling pill, you should be able to attain postnatal perfection within a month. The Peak Master smiled gently, and with his words, an unparalleled force lifted the kneeling Li Xuansheng. Accompanying his speech, a gleaming golden pill appeared beside the Peak Master. As the words fell, the radiant golden pill soared into Li Xuansheng's crown, transforming into a stream of refreshing medicinal energy that coursed through his meridians, evolving into a peculiar power. In an instant, Li Xuansheng felt a remarkable acceleration in the absorption of the celestial essence surrounding him, seemingly tenfold. Not only that, but a refreshing breath flowed through his mind, rendering his thoughts exceptionally clear, with a glimmer of wisdom flickering in his bright eyes. In that moment, Li Xuansheng comprehended the precious nature of the void spirit pill bestowed upon him by his master. It not only facilitated rapid cultivation, but also enhanced his comprehension abilities, making it perfectly suited to his current level of mastery. Thank you, master. Li Xuansheng expressed his gratitude once more. cupping his hands and bowing deeply before rising after a brief pause. By the way, Gu Quan, Gu Shueth, did you discuss the matter of the celestial trials with Honggu on the way here? Suddenly, the Peak Master seemed to recall something. Glancing hurriedly at the slightly plump man beside him. Not yet. The two exchanged awkward glances. Indeed, they had not mentioned it. However, despite their silence, it appeared Honggu was already aware of the situation. Seeing this, the other quickly added, as for the celestial trials of the primordial force, I have heard of them, though not in great detail. Listening to the voice, Li Xuansheng responded, that is good to know. I imagine you have already made plans in your heart. Within the realms of humanity, only our divine power sect possesses such a place, a space constructed forcefully by the Daoist Lord through immense supernatural power. Within, there lies an enigma that eludes my comprehension. It has been over a century since our esteemed sect, the divine power sect, last witnessed a disciple capable of transcending the one Yuan force. However, that disciple spoke little, leaving us only to speculate about the profound transformations concealed within. Entering this realm promises not only the liberation from the constraints of the one Yuan force, but also the blessing of our sect's fortune. As long as the Middle Land endures, one is destined to surpass the realm of great cultivators. The Peak Master nodded, acknowledging that even if they were to share their insights, they would still be at a loss regarding that mysterious location. It seems that once a disciple of the divine power sect emerges from there, the heavens and earth themselves seal away the memories of the experience. In a month's time, should you successfully harmonize your inner and outer energies, achieving complete mastery of the acquired realm, would you dare to venture forth? The Peak Master's expression reflected anticipation. None of the disciples from the preceding generation had the courage to explore that hidden domain. Although other branches had attempted, they were reduced to mere ashes, never to return. Chapter 55. The Disciples' Willingness. Third update. Honggu, this is the cultivation and expectation your master has bestowed upon you. I have just administered the ethereal spirit pill to aid you in attaining complete mastery within the next month. You must not disappoint your master's heartfelt intentions. The slightly plump Gu Chuan proclaimed with fervor, clearly eager for Li Xuansheng to acquiesce to his master's request and face the trials of that celestial realm. Though silent, the bright eyes of another person beside him radiated profound expectation. In that moment, the entire empty hall fell into a hush, and Li Xuansheng was lost in thought. At long last, after what seemed like a dozen breaths, Li Xuansheng took a deep breath, lifted his gaze, and fixed his eyes upon the several esteemed masters beside him. Ultimately resting his gaze on the Peak Master, his expression resolute. I am willing to take a chance, he declared. In a month's time, when my cultivation reaches its zenith, I shall brave the so-called trial of heaven and earth. Honggu, you need not worry about your sister. Should you successfully navigate the trials, all will be well. But if, by misfortune, you should fall, I am willing to make an exception and accept her as my disciple, granting her protection under the auspices of my divine power sect, free from the oppression of others. Seemingly perceiving the concerns that weighed heavily on Li Xuansheng's heart, Gu Shui responded almost immediately after his declaration, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Her words were not only meant for Li Xuansheng but also served as a promise to all present. Thank you, esteemed master, Li Xuansheng replied with a faint smile, the assurance resonating deeply within him. Honggu, regardless of your willingness to face the trial, you have a month to ponder this decision. When you reach the pinnacle of your cultivation, return to me with your answer, the Peak Master finally spoke, casting a profound glance at Li Xuansheng. He refrained from commenting on Li Xuansheng's immediate agreement, suggesting instead that he take time to contemplate. Now, concerning the matter of Gu Yin, I have been informed. Your adversary is the groundhog demon general. Given the current cultivation levels of U5, you are not yet a match for him. Continue your training. While I could vanquish him, it would be illogical to do so. Honggu, as Gu Yin is your master, if your esteemed uncles and aunts cannot avenge him, the burden of this duty may fall upon you. The future of the disciples of the Hong lineage now rests in your hands. Upon arriving at the divine power sect, the foremost priority is cultivation, the benefits of which will gradually unveil themselves. Gu Shui, take to heart the matters concerning Honggu, and ensure everything is arranged meticulously. Following the earlier discourse, the Peak Master finally extended one of his hands, gently gesturing before him as he strolled slowly through the hall. Once again broaching the subject of Gu Yin and subsequently imparting a word of caution to Gu Shui. Rest assured, Master, Honggu is my senior brother's disciple, and I shall treat him as my own. He shall not be wronged in any way. That is well. Now, you may descend. With the impending conflict against the savage beasts, my retreat cannot be afforded. and you too must remain vigilant. Yes, Master. Yes, Grandmaster. Junior brothers and sisters. I plan to return to the battlefield in a month to engage in combat with the beast tribes. What about you? At the stone tablet of Blazing Flame Peak. Guquan walked leisurely ahead, inquiring as he did. In the hall, Honggu had resolved to undergo the heavenly trials in a month's time. In that case, I shall remain here to observe. Should a disciple from the Fire Clan emerge victorious from the heavenly trials, it will surely herald the rise of our lineage. Let me escort you to your residence. Ah, have you heard? The long vacant residence on Blazing Fire Peak has finally been occupied today. At the base of a towering peak, men and women clad in fiery red garments hurriedly traversed the ground. Not far off lay a vast expanse where numerous disciples of the fire sect diligently engaged in cultivation or honed their combat skills, all striving to elevate their prowess. Suddenly, an unexpected voice pierced the air among the crowd. While typically such tidings might be dismissed, this particular revelation bore an intriguing weight. The residence atop the flame peak, long vacant, had finally found a master? Indeed, it was the ninth dwelling, which had been unoccupied until yesterday. Who could this esteemed senior brother or sister be? Such significant news had circulated without any prior indication. Another voice, tinged with curiosity, interjected. It is not a senior brother. It is said to be a newly arrived junior brother, though his background is rather extraordinary. Thus, upon his arrival at the main sect, he was promptly assigned to reside beside senior brother Honghuang's abode on Flame Peak. The notion of a new junior brother being placed at such a prestigious location was met with skepticism. Could this junior brother possess exceptional talents? A voice murmured in disbelief. After all, Flame Peak was a gathering place for the most elite martial artists of their sect. Historically, only 8 of the 9 residences had been occupied, leaving the last one as a beacon of hope. Yet, it had now been claimed by another. As for any extraordinary talents, none had been reported. It was merely known that this junior brother was still in the postnatal stage, yet to reach perfection. I mentioned earlier that his identity is somewhat unique. The individual seemed to possess extensive knowledge about the master of the 9th residence atop the fiery peak, and shortly thereafter, he revealed a sensational piece of news. Chapter 56. The Disgrace of the Junior Disciple. First update. What? The Trial of Heaven and Earth. The Trial of Heaven and Earth. A challenge to the trial of heaven and earth. Alas, ever since a disciple from the central peak succeeded over a century ago, not a single individual has triumphed in the following 100 years. Those who entered were reduced to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. The announcement that the master of the 9th residence atop the fiery peak intended to undertake the trial of heaven and earth immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Surely, the newly arrived disciple must be unaware of the dire consequences of attempting the trial? Some spoke with profound sympathy. It is unlikely. Any rational person who understands the trial of heaven and earth must also grasp the perilous outcome of failing. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary talent? A companion nearby promptly countered, asserting that if one chooses to embark on such a trial, they must be cognizant of the inevitable fate that awaits them. Nevertheless, that individual still intends to proceed, likely harboring some hidden advantage, though its nature remains unknown. Yet, even extraordinary talents are of little avail. Over the past century, many disciples have attempted the trial of heaven and earth, including those with innate abilities such as fire-breathing, immense strength, and exceptional physiques. Various prodigies have ventured forth. Regrettably, they have all vanished without a trace. It is presumed that this individual will be no exception. Is the trial of heaven and earth truly so easily surmountable? The notion that the residents of the estate possess unique abilities was swiftly met with rebuttal and criticism. A cacophony of voices reverberated at the foot of the mountain. And within the span of less than an hour, the entire fire lineage, and even the nearby earth lineage, became aware that a newly initiated disciple was preparing to undertake the trial of heaven and earth a month hence. Simultaneously, while the entirety of the fire lineage buzzed with excitement, the subject of this commotion remained tranquil, diligently cultivating in the courtyard beneath a tree whose leaves were a vibrant crimson. The techniques of the divine power sect surged within him, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy of the surroundings, and with the aid of the ethereal elixir within him, his outer aura became increasingly refined, poised to resonate with the inner aura and comprehend the unity of the two. Xuansheng, do not furrow your brow. Trust in your brother. In 10 days, once I have clarified the rules of the divine power sect, I will ensure your departure from the sect. But only if I successfully pass the trial of heaven and earth. At that point, bringing you back in will pose no difficulty. Li Xuansheng inhaled the nearly liquefied spiritual energy around him. This place was indeed the most favorable environment he had encountered thus far, albeit somewhat stifling. Perhaps due to the nature of the fire lineage's heritage. Yes, I will await your return, brother. Li Xuansheng nodded gently, having just arrived at the Divine Power sect. She found herself in unfamiliar territory, cognizant that her brother must also be navigating this new landscape with caution. Thus, she resolved not to add to his burdens. Li Xuansheng smiled faintly, taken aback by the extraordinary nature of everything around him, far exceeding the descriptions given by Hong Tuesday. Yet, one point struck a chord. As long as his cultivation was sufficiently formidable, there was nothing to fear. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the gate. Startling the two, Li Xuansheng hurriedly approached the entrance and slowly opened the door. "Who are you?" she inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar young men standing at the threshold. Her heart filled with confusion. After all, she and her brother had only arrived at the Divine Power sect the day before, and they were not acquainted with anyone here. "Xuansheng, what is it? Who are these individuals?" Li Xuansheng followed suit, surveying the group at the door. He gently patted his sister's shoulder before asking with a composed demeanor. You don't even know us after residing here? Well, that makes sense. You were just assigned to this place yesterday and are likely unfamiliar with your surroundings. Do you know where this is?" The young men, clad in striking crimson robes, exchanged glances, scrutinizing Li Xuansheng. Their brows furrowed slightly, as they could not discern the specifics of his cultivation level. However, based on the earlier rumors, it seemed he had yet to reach the innate realm. "This is naturally the Flame Bath Peak," Li Xuansheng replied, demonstrating his awareness. "Now that you recognize it as such, do you truly believe you possess the strength to reside here?" It is worth noting that junior brother Hong Jian attempted to challenge the conditions for residence here 3 times. But alas, he was unsuccessful each time. As a mere novice, regardless of your esteemed master's reputation, it is ultimately unreasonable for you to reside here without the requisite strength. Following Li Xuansheng's remarks, another young man spoke up. I am Honggu. May I inquire about the names of my esteemed senior brothers?" Li Xuansheng chose not to engage further, sensing the underlying hostility in their words. "Senior brothers Hong Tong, Hong Wan, Hong Xin, Hong Ben." The 4 introduced themselves in succession. "What is the cultivation level of my senior brothers?" Li Xuansheng inquired again. "All are at the peak of the innate stage," came the response. "By what means can you reside here?" He pressed further. "Naturally, one must overcome numerous challenges and defeat fellow brothers to gain the privilege of residing here. So, does this imply that you are confident your cultivation is among the finest among many seniors?" Li Xuansheng replied with a faint smile. While I cannot speak for the entirety of the Divine Power sect's 3 peaks and 9 veins, the fire vein certainly ranks among the elite. I wonder what exactly you wish to inquire about, for many disciples of the fire vein are quite discontent with the current situation. It seems that a mere post-heaven level cultivator like you can reside here. If so, it would indeed break the established rules, Honghuang remarked. I recall that the regulations of the Fire Bath Peak do not state that only those at the innate level may reside here. This has merely become an unspoken convention over the past millennia. The words of several senior brothers leave the junior brother feeling quite embarrassed. It is the junior brother's humble opinion that the regulations at the Fiery Peak ought to be revised. Unless one is the most formidable individual within the same realm of the Divine Power sect, one should not be permitted to reside here. Although the senior brothers possess commendable cultivation and combat prowess within the fire lineage, one can only speculate how they would fare within the entirety of the Divine Power sect. Li Xuansheng's remarks were particularly incisive. After returning from the Fiery Peak yesterday, he sensed that the cultivation environment here was extraordinary. Out of curiosity, he perused some records within the room, which he unexpectedly found to be quite useful. The junior brother Honggu speaks with great bravado. One might wonder whether he considers himself invincible at the postnatal level, claiming there is no rival within the entire Divine Power sect. The expressions of Hongxin and the others darkened, and their gazes toward Li Xuansheng grew increasingly hostile. Chapter 57. Invincible Among Peers, Second Update, the Junior Brother. Though lacking in talent, and yet to reach the consummate stage of the postnatal realm, is confident that finding a challenger at this level will be a formidable task. If the senior brothers wish for Honggu not to reside here, they must locate a postnatal disciple within the Divine Power sect capable of defeating me. Without hesitation, the junior brother descended from the Fiery Peak. Li Xuansheng cupped his hands and spoke in a crisp tone. Yet his words fell upon the ears of Hong Tong and others with an unpleasing resonance. Junior brother Honggu possesses remarkable confidence. It is worth noting that there are hundreds of postnatal disciples within our fire lineage alone, and the lower peak harbors thousands more. When considering the disciples from the upper and middle peaks, the total number of postnatal disciples exceeds 3,000 or 4,000. Is the junior brother suggesting that his combat capabilities surpass all of them? Among the four, Honghuang, who had remained mostly silent, finally offered a faint smile, his eyes narrowing slightly as he fixed his gaze on Li Xuansheng. Indeed. Haha, well done, junior brother, Honghuang. Relay our junior brother's intentions to the others, and concurrently inform the remaining 7 senior brothers and sisters here that the rules of the Fire Bath Peak have been amended. One of the 9 courtyards will be reserved for disciples of the acquired stage. Whoever can achieve invincibility at the acquired level shall claim the courtyard as their own. After uttering these words, he cast a deep glance at Li Xuansheng before turning to depart. The 3 companions beside him snorted disdainfully, ignoring Li Xuansheng altogether. As Li Xuansheng watched the figures of Honghuang and his companions gradually fade into the distance, he let out a soft sigh and turned to enter the courtyard, while Li Xuansheng beside him closed the gate. Brother, with this, many acquired stage disciples will surely come to challenge you. What if? Li Xuansheng's words trailed off, yet her meaning was clear. Though she recognized her brother's strength, they were within the divine power sect, the supreme lineage passed down from the Daoist master Pan Gong. Who could say if there might be truly formidable opponents lurking within? Do you doubt me, brother? To embark on the path of cultivation is to harness the gifts of heaven and earth. Thus, if I cannot suppress all adversaries at the acquired level, it would be a squandered opportunity. Within the vast confines of the divine power sect, disciples cultivate according to the techniques bequeathed by the Daoist master, with the strongest capable of manifesting the primordial force. However, in the past century, no disciple has successfully passed the trials of heaven and earth. Therefore, in terms of strength, there must be many who have attained the primordial force. In order to determine a victor in battle, one must rely on combat skills, insight, recovery, and various other factors. Regarding these, Li Xuansheng possesses ample confidence. Naturally, I have faith in my brother, yet I harbor an even greater reluctance to see him come to harm. Li Xuansheng spoke softly, reflecting on the journey thus far, where her brother had consistently cleared obstacles from her path. Now, he was to engage in a confrontation with the disciples of the entire divine power sect, leaving her feeling somewhat lost at the thought of her own helplessness. It will not happen. Li Xuansheng sighed deeply. After the 4 from Honghuang departed from the courtyard of Li Xuansheng, within half an hour, news had spread throughout the entire fire branch. The words were laced with an extreme fervor, as if fearing that the junior disciples might not believe the tale. Have you heard? Just now, a message was relayed from the blazing fire peak. It seems that the newly initiated disciple who took residence in the 9th courtyard yesterday has stirred up some matters. They have proposed a change to the regulations of the blazing fire peak. Henceforth, one of the 9 courtyards will be made available for the postnatal disciples. Whoever can establish themselves as the strongest among these disciples will gain the right to reside there. This has already been agreed upon by the other 8 courtyard masters. The speaker's tone was charged with excitement as he quickly conveyed this news to his companions. I am aware, many postnatal disciples have already rushed over. They are all at the same level. Who can truly be deemed inferior? Should fortune smile upon them, and they defeat all their adversaries, they could secure a place at the blazing fire peak. The companioness expression remained somewhat serene, yet a subtle thrill was evident beneath his calm demeanor. So, what are we waiting for? The 2 exchanged a glance and hurried towards the fiery peak. Before long, even as they approached, their expressions shifted beneath the peak. Nearly 100 people had already gathered. Moreover, when they glanced back, they noticed numerous other disciples of the later stages arriving, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to confront their opponents. With such a multitude present, it was bewildering to see even those at the early stages of the later phase attempting to participate. Was this not merely chaos? Excitedly ensnared within the throng, the 2 found themselves pushed forward by an unseen force. While they struggled to extricate themselves from the crowd's constraints, they observed the cultivation levels of those around them. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find that many disciples at the early and mid stages of the later phase had also arrived, audaciously seeking to challenge others. Such levels of cultivation seemed utterly reckless, merely seeking to stir up commotion. What of the early stages of the later phase? Even if they could not contend, surely they could at least watch. Their remarks caught the attention of a nearby disciple of lower cultivation, igniting a wave of discontent. What is the matter? Unconvinced. Come, let us spar. The audacity of a mere disciple at the early stages of the later phase to voice dissent was met with displeasure. "Oh, dear brothers, you jest. We are merely here to observe. After all, should this matter be settled, we may yet find an opportunity for ourselves." Instantly, the disciple of lower cultivation seemed to wilt under the pressure. At the base of the fiery peak, the number of disciples from the fire lineage continued to swell. Aside from a few who had not made the journey, virtually all had arrived, awaiting the one atop the fiery peak to accept the challenges that lay ahead. The crowd had been bustling for nearly half an hour, and at last, as the personnel began to stabilize and the majority of the disciples from the Fire One lineage had arrived, a series of figures descended gracefully from the fiery peak, standing poised in midair. "Haha, my dear junior brothers and sisters, I never anticipated your news would reach us so swiftly. Indeed, as you have heard, the situation is as you expected. However, due to the overwhelming number of disciples at the postnatal level, we have instituted a stringent regulation. Only those who have cultivated the Yuan power may partake in the challenge. Those who meet the criteria will be escorted to the fiery peak. Yet, in consideration of Brother Honggu's cultivation, we shall temporarily accept only 10 challengers within a single day. Those who qualify, please raise your hands. We shall ascend now." With jovial laughter, several innate realm warriors established the conditions and proceeded to select participants. "I have cultivated the Yuan power. Me too. I." As soon as the words were spoken, dozens of hands shot up in eager anticipation. In a brief moment, fiery red beams of light were released from the hands of several senior brothers in the innate realm, designating the 10 individuals below. Noticing that many others met the criteria yet remained unselected, they swiftly offered words of consolation. Having spoken, they did not linger at the foot of the fiery peak, but instead soared into the sky, leading the chosen disciples. Chapter 58, The Fire Alchemist, Third Update, Master. I have gathered the information. It seems this matter was directly proposed by junior brother Honggu, yet the specific circumstances remain unclear. It is likely that only senior brother Hongtong and his 3 companions are privy to the details. The Fire Spiral Peak serves as the dwelling place for numerous martial arts disciples within the fire lineage. This mountainous area is extensive, apart from the towering Flame Peak. Fire Spiral Peak stands as the highest, largest, and most favorable environment, rich in spiritual energy. This has rendered the disciples somewhat indifferent to various affairs concerning the fire lineage. As I delve into the region through my spiritual perception, the expanse of the fire lineage unfolds vividly in my mind, revealing the bustling and chaotic scenes at the foot of the Flame Peak. Indeed, Honggu possesses remarkable courage, attempting to suppress all practitioners of the acquired realm single-handedly. Such an endeavor appears unprecedented in the annals of our fire lineage. The disparities among practitioners at the acquired level are not particularly vast, unless one has undergone the trials of heaven and earth. I wonder if Honggu's strength matches his audacity. Nonetheless, he seems to have invited trouble upon himself. You shall bear my token and proceed to observe the events at the Flame Peak. Should Honggu emerge unscathed, consider it merely an entertaining spectacle. However, if fortune does not favor him and he faces defeat, you are to subsequently escort the brother and sister duo to me. As a formidable being within the realm of martial arts, possessing the Golden Core stage, one is naturally well-versed in the cultivation of the acquired realm within the Divine Power sect. Should one follow the prescribed techniques to cultivate a fundamental force methodically, it would be deemed the most ordinary level. Conversely, if one possesses superior talent and comprehends the grand trends of heaven and earth at the acquired level, that would be considered a rather advanced tier. Based on the fluctuations of the cosmic forces, there exists a rudimentary classification. Furthermore, the comprehension of martial techniques plays a significant role. Should one master a postnatal martial art to perfection, they would indeed be quite formidable. In summary, throughout the annals of the fire lineage, aside from those postnatal warriors who have endured the trials of the cosmos, scarcely anyone would dare to claim invincibility within their realm. This has been the case since antiquity, and such hubris is somewhat exaggerated. Gu Shui could only smile wryly, realizing that the brevity of her external training had led to a less mature disposition. However, after this experience, it is likely that Honggu will mature significantly. Yes, master. The young female disciple nodded in affirmation, exiting the training grounds and transforming into a stream of light, heading directly towards the fiery peak. At that moment, atop the fiery peak, in an expansive area spanning several miles before the 9 residences, numerous individuals had already gathered, including Li Xuansheng and Li Xuansheng. Hong Tong and his 3 companions were also present, alongside the owners of several other residences who had emerged to witness the impending challenge. The 10 selected disciples awaited nearby. Honggu, are you prepared? Honghuang stepped forward, addressing Li Xuansheng. I am ready at any time, Li Xuansheng replied calmly. And you all? Honghuang inquired, nodding nonchalantly as he turned to the 10 challengers. We are also ready, they responded in unison, exchanging glances. Then, Honggu, allow us, your senior brothers and sisters, to witness your unparalleled martial prowess, they exclaimed with a hint of amusement. Hong Wanling chuckled lightly, retreating from the arena. As he departed, he cast a glance at Li Xuansheng, leaving one uncertain whether it was genuine anticipation or a sense of schadenfreude. He would not let his senior brothers and sisters down. Li Xuansheng, with an impassive expression, offered a faint smile to his younger sister and gradually stepped into the arena, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. After a brief pause, the 10 individuals in the distance had arranged themselves in order, and the first among them jogged to stand opposite Li Xuansheng. Honggu, Honghe, announcing their names. Honghe was immediately enveloped in a soft crimson glow, radiating a familiar aura of primordial energy. It was evident that he had attained a consummate level of mastery. His internal and external energies harmoniously united, showcasing formidable strength. Are you not going to manifest your aura? Honghe furrowed his brow as he observed Honggu's stillness. Please, make your move, senior brother Honghe. Li Xuansheng maintained his smile, slowly raising his hands before him in a gesture of palms, wisps of pale azure light floating above. The glow flickered across his 5 fingers, reminiscent of dancing flames. The fire refinement technique. The postnatal martial skill, fire refinement technique. Taken aback by Li Xuansheng's hand posture, Honghe recognized the fire refinement technique, a skill he was also familiar with and had practiced. This technique was among the most widely disseminated postnatal martial skills within the lineage of fire. Its popularity stemmed not only from its broad circulation but also due to the existence of the innate version of the fire refinement technique and its advanced forms at the golden core realm of martial arts. Undoubtedly, the fire refinement technique could be continually cultivated alongside one's growth in cultivation. Regrettably, although the system of the fire refining hand is complete, and it is rumored that mastering it to perfection could elevate one beyond the realm of great cultivators for nearly 10,000 years. Many disciples, both postnatal and innate, have chosen this technique. However, they have discovered that the fire refining hand possesses no extraordinary qualities. Its power is merely average, far inferior to the other combat techniques of the fire lineage. Allow me to assess my junior brother's mastery of the fire refining hand. Surrounded by a faint red glow, Honghe's fist radiated brilliance as he focused on Li Xuansheng's fire refining hand. Stepping forward, he unleashed a punch, empowered by the force of 1 yuan. Causing the void to tremble and the air to crackle, Honghe practiced the fiery fist, a creation of a great cultivator from our lineage. And its might far surpassed that of the fire refining hand. I am curious how Honggu will defend against it. Standing aside, Hong Bin nodded, offering a succinct commentary on the combat techniques of the two. I, too, have practiced the fire refining hand, but alas, with no fruitful results. Observing Li Xuansheng's hand, which shimmered with a pale azure light, Honghuang spoke softly. According to our master's records, the fire refining hand is one of the most profound and exquisite of our lineage's 3 great techniques. My junior brother has cultivated it for a month and has gained some insights. I hope my senior brother can provide guidance. Li Xuansheng, with a graceful motion of his hands, summoned his internal energy and stepped forward as well, delivering a palm strike directly towards Honghe's dazzling fist. In an instant, palm met fist in a resounding clash. A tempestuous force surged forth, causing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to spiral into chaos. Simultaneously, at the point of collision, a strikingly pale azure radiance erupted from Li Xuansheng's palm, undulating gracefully and enveloping the brilliance emanating from Honghe's twin fists. In the next instant, Honghe was sent hurtling backward. Chapter 59, Consecutive Defeats. First update. The flame manipulation technique is a divine martial art that Li Xuansheng honed during his 2-month stay in Silver Solid City. Originally, his master's ring contained various other martial arts from the divine power sect. However, upon noticing the ancient annotations pinned by his master on the technique, Li Xuansheng made a decisive choice. This technique, being one of the oldest and most complete within the lineage of the fire branch of the divine power sect's 3 peaks and 9 veins, was a significant factor in his selection, as it would spare him the need to switch later on. In the initial stages of his practice, Li Xuansheng found himself somewhat disconnected from the essence of the flame manipulation technique, sensing a discordance with his master's annotations. Yet, with a focused mind, the profound powers of the primordial Tao scripture began to manifest within his consciousness. This technique comprises 36 forms at the postnatal level, but through the disassembly and reassembly guided by the primordial Tao scripture, only 3 forms remained, each imbued with the essence of the Tao and principles fully articulated within them. The lineage of the fire branch draws upon the 9 great methods of the Dantian, specifically the fire Dantian of the 5 elements. It contemplates the grand momentum of fire within the cosmos. Unlike the gentle fluidity of water, flames are inherently tempestuous and violent. The grand momentum of the fire Tao mirrors this nature, and the 3 forms distilled from the flame manipulation technique resonate with this cosmic force, enabling each form to engage adversaries effectively, further amplified by their perfect synergy. Li Xuansheng's initial strike against his opponent was the first technique refined from the 36 forms. At first glance, it appeared to possess no remarkable power, but only upon contact could one truly appreciate the might of that palm. The entirety of his primal force was concentrated into that one blow, and coupled with a furious explosion of flames, an unparalleled strength surged directly into Honghuang's body, overwhelming the fiery fist and sending him hurtling backward, injured. With a single strike, a perfected postnatal martial artist was vanquished. What? Defeated in one move? How could this be possible? How could the fire-refining hand possibly rival the fiery fist? In the span of a breath, victory and defeat were determined. Li Xuansheng stood firmly in place, silent, his head slightly turning to regard the remaining 9 challengers not far away, while Honghuang was already being carried away by nearby disciples for treatment. Did you all witness Honghuang's previous execution of the fire-refining hand? Hong Tong furrowed his brow. Based on his understanding of the fire-refining hand, he indeed recognized an echo of it in Honghuang's earlier strike. Yet it felt somewhat different, strangely so. He had not anticipated that Honghuang would be defeated in a single move using the fiery fist. It seemed that after their palms met, the fire-refining hand underwent a sudden transformation, directly overcoming Honghuang. Could the fire-refining hand possess such explosive power? Hong Bin, standing nearby, harbored doubts. Was it possible that Honghuang had truly grasped the intricacies of the fire-refining hand? Yet, according to his own words, he had only been practicing for a month. Honghuang was equally perplexed. The potency of the fire-refining hand they had been training with could only be deemed average. Its explosive capability rather ordinary, certainly not on par with the fiery fist. Let us not forget that Honghuang had only been training for 3 months. With a soft snort, Hong Tong reflected on the past 3 months. During this time, Honghuang had not only reached the realm of primordial force but had also attained remarkable proficiency in the fire-refining technique. Could he truly be a person of exceptional talent? Amidst the discussions of their group, distant sounds of battle erupted once more. Meanwhile, a woman clad in crimson attire had appeared on the fiery peak, silently observing the events unfolding below. Did you just employ the fire-refining technique? Hong Bao mused anxiously. He was acquainted with Honghuang, whose strength was comparable to his own, and he had just witnessed Honghuang being defeated in a single move. Did this imply that he too would falter? Nevertheless, retreat was out of the question. He had already taken his stand. Indeed, the fire-refining technique passed down through our lineage seems to have been simplified by our forebears for the convenience of future practitioners. My junior brother, by a stroke of fortune, has returned to the essence of the technique, revealing its original form. Hong Bao, my senior brother, please. Li Xian nodded, noting that the 36 forms had been distilled into 3 by the Yuanshi Tianzun, yet these 3 encompass the entirety of the previous 36 forms, intersecting yet remaining distinct from one another. It was no wonder that those present could not discern the intricacies. Ah, simplified by our predecessors indeed. My junior brother, you are truly gifted. Thus, let us see how my flame palm compares with the flame fist of my senior brother Honghuang. As both techniques were crafted by the same individual. Regarding Li Xuansheng's words, Hong Bao remained unconvinced. If it were truly so simple that a disciple who had merely practiced for a month could comprehend it, then it would hardly qualify as the most ancient battle technique of the fire lineage. A soft crimson radiance flickered as he crossed his arms before his chest, a searing aura permeating the air. His magical power surged, and his palm seemed poised to transform into 2 sword-like appendages, exuding an overwhelming presence. Li Xuansheng maintained the stance of the fire hand. With a decisive step forward, both parties sprang into action. Hong Bao unleashed a palm strike, mirrored by Li Xuansheng's own. In an instant, their palms collided, producing a resonant and thunderous sound of energy clashing. Wisps of pale azure light twirled, intertwining with the fervent crimson aura emanating from Hongbao's palm. Within the span of mere breaths, the fire hand transitioned from stillness to fury, erupting with a wild intensity, as the might of the flame palm was suppressed, yielding to a torrent of force that surged forth like roaring waves. Another resounding thud echoed as Hongbao was sent flying backward. Defeated once again! Could it be that the fire hand had truly unveiled its original form through Honggu's cultivation? Hongbao's downfall triggered an even greater commotion outside the arena. Observers with keen insight could discern that, judging by Hongbao's performance with the flame palm, its power had eclipsed that of Hong's earlier flame fist. Yet, despite this, he still succumbed upon contact, prompting a whirlwind of thoughts in the minds of onlookers. Brother, give it your all and defeat them all. Li Xuansheng, who had been intently watching her brother's battle, wore a tense expression on her small face as she beamed with joy upon witnessing her brother's triumph over his opponent once more. Li Xuansheng turned around and gestured reassuringly to his sister before advancing once more, his gaze fixed upon another challenger approaching from a distance. Observing this, Li Xuansheng continued, "The grand momentum of heaven and earth? Have you perhaps comprehended it?" The challenger, who was just about to approach Li Xuansheng, appeared somewhat displeased upon hearing these words. "I am but an unworthy junior, having gleaned insights into the grand momentum of fire through the art of fire manipulation." Li Xuansheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Humph. I shall seek your guidance once I too have comprehended the grand momentum of heaven and earth." The individual, rather straightforwardly, took this opportunity to excuse himself and turned to leave. The 7 companions behind him exchanged glances and subsequently departed, leaving only 2 remaining. For the 6 who had left, it mattered little. They simply acknowledged their inferiority. If confrontation were to occur, the outcome would be akin to the previous encounters with He and Hongbao, rendering it rather unfavorable. Chapter 60. Reversal of the Propagation. Second update, as far as I am aware. Junior brother Honggu was accepted as a disciple by Master Gu Yin merely 3 months ago. In this brief span, he has not only attained the strength of a first-tier practitioner, but has also unraveled the mysteries of the art of fire manipulation, grasping the grand momentum of heaven and earth. Such innate talent is seldom seen even among the lineage of fire practitioners over the course of centuries. Senior brother Hongzu, not long ago, comprehended the grand momentum of heaven and earth and sought to learn from junior brother's mastery of the art of fire manipulation. The remaining 2 did not hesitate. One stepped into the arena, his form radiating a faint crimson glow as he walked. An invisible aura emanated from Hongzu, enveloping the vicinity within several meters. "Please." Li Xuansheng spoke little, his hands still engaged in the art of fire refinement. With a single step, he unleashed a powerful strike. Observing this, Hongzu felt the immense momentum of the universe surge around him, and with a sweeping motion, he too delivered a formidable blow. The sound that resonated was a deep, thunderous clash, far surpassing the previous noise. The strike from Li's fire-refining hand collided with Hong's force, imbued with the essence of the world, creating a cacophony of vibrations. In that instant, the primal energy surged violently, stirring the spiritual essence of the surrounding realm. With a series of resounding thuds, the ferocity of the flames erupted from Li's first technique, directly halting Hong's strike that carried the weight of the cosmos. Not only was it thwarted, but it was also met with a torrent of overwhelming force that pushed Hong back, leaving deep imprints upon the earth. Your understanding of the cosmic momentum is merely nascent. The power you can wield is insufficient. You are no match for me. Indeed, Hong acknowledged his inferiority, realizing that only by consolidating the cosmic force in his grasp and unleashing it instantaneously could he hope to contend. Unless he attained the perfected realm of the first level of cosmic momentum, resistance would prove exceedingly difficult. Hong's respect was palpable as he faced Li, coming to comprehend the terrifying might of that singular strike. Even disciples of the 9th tier of the fire lineage would struggle against such power. With this realization, he turned away. "Alas, my understanding of cosmic momentum is but akin to yours, Hongzu. It seems I am not a match for my junior brother. I hope for another opportunity to spar with you in the future." The final challenger, having witnessed Hong's battle, sighed and clasped his hands in respect before turning to leave. "I remain at your service." Thus concluded the challenges of the day for the 10 participants. Jin Shuang, let us depart. Fire refinement. From the outset, Brother Honggu has consistently employed that singular technique, yet it has effortlessly overshadowed the previous 10 disciples. It is important to note that the fire manipulation technique comprises 36 forms. Honghuang's expression darkened. He initially intended to create some trouble for Honggu. But now it seems that not only has he failed to find any trouble, but he may also inadvertently elevate Brother Honggu's reputation within the fire lineage. Is the fire manipulation technique truly so remarkable? According to Hongzhu, to confront Brother Honggu's technique head-on, one must comprehend the grand cosmic principles to the first level of perfection. Remarkably, among the disciples of the later stages, those capable of such profound understanding are exceedingly rare within the fire lineage. Furthermore, as per Brother Honggu's initial statements, he claimed he could surpass all the disciples of the Divine Force sect, even if we cannot find someone within our own fire lineage. Surely there are others among the various branches. Reflecting on Hongzhu's words, the requirement to grasp the cosmic principles to that level for a direct confrontation with the fire manipulation technique deeply resonated with Hong Bin. What does it mean to comprehend the grand cosmic principles at the first level? In terms of realms, it is already comparable to the pinnacle of early innate martial artists. Hong Bin's insights were indeed profound. It is surprising that Brother Honggu, who has come this time, possesses such intrigue. It appears he is also preparing for the celestial trials in a month. Thus, let us continue to build momentum for him. The fire lineage has long remained inconspicuous within the Divine Force sect's 3 peaks and 9 branches, but now let Brother Honggu take the stage. Hong Tong nodded in agreement with Brother Hong Bin's sentiments, and after expressing his thoughts, he turned to leave. The remaining individuals continued to deliberate on the matters at hand, while simultaneously carrying forth the discourse initiated by Senior Brother Hong Tong. The first day's challenge concluded resoundingly in favor of Honggu, and as the selection of participants for the following day approached, the criteria were elevated. Only those who had comprehended the grand principles of heaven and earth to a certain extent would be considered. This decision incited discontent among many adept disciples. Yet they found themselves powerless, for their adversary was simply too formidable. Concurrently, the technique known as the fire manipulation hand, deeply entrenched within the lineage of the fire path, was once again meticulously examined by its disciples, who sought to unravel its intricacies and aspired to reach the level of Honggu. Upon hearing the news, Yu Shui and her companions could not help but feel intrigued by the fire manipulation hand, given that they were all at the golden core stage of martial arts. Coupled with Li Xuansheng's assertion that the technique had been simplified, they endeavored to extrapolate its principles. Remarkably, Gu Shui managed to distill the technique down to 12 forms overnight, while Gu Quan achieved a slight improvement, reducing it to 9 forms. The practice and interpretation of the fire manipulation hand indeed showcased notable differences from their previous understanding. Yet to assert that they could wield its power with the same efficacy as Honggu's first form still seemed a distant goal. Curiosity stirred within Gu Quan and the others. Could it be that Honggu was capable of elevating the fire manipulation hand to an even more formidable level? With this thought in mind, as numerous disciples from the fire path prepared to challenge Honggu on the second day, they dispatched their most trusted disciples and attendants to observe. Eager to glean insights into Honggu's mastery of the fire manipulation hand, once again, the challenge of 10 individuals unfolds. One has grasped the profound essence of the celestial momentum of the fire lineage, capable of manipulating a radius of 13 meters. Regrettably, he is repelled by Honggu's mighty palm. Reiterating Honggu's declaration, only those who have achieved perfection in the first layer of celestial momentum are permitted to participate in the battle. Consequently, the other 9, selected for this trial, withdraw in dismay, disregarded by Honggu as he turns away. Observing this, Hong Tong and his companions furrow their brows. Compelled to establish a definitive rule on the third day, only those who have attained perfection in the first layer of celestial momentum may enter the fray. The announcement sends ripples of excitement throughout the fire lineage. Alas, what does it mean to attain perfection in the first layer of celestial momentum? Those who reach such a realm, provided they do not confront the celestial trials, would have long since transcended to the innate stage. It is inconceivable that they remain at the acquired level. Thus, when the third day arrives and Honghuang and his companions seek participants, they find themselves unable to gather even 10 individuals, ultimately ascending the bathing fire peak with only 5 to partake in the challenge. To assert that the entirety of the fire lineage could not find 10 suitable candidates would be utterly implausible. Rather, it is the practitioners at the acquired level who have yet to break through in their understanding of celestial momentum. Such potential, they must treat with utmost seriousness. Predictably, upon their breakthrough to the innate stage, as long as they stabilize their cultivation, they can swiftly advance into the mid-stage and rapidly catch up to their peers, leaving the group feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 61. The Second Form, Third Update. Senior Brother, you are well aware that the celestial momentum is inherently challenging to comprehend. Once understood, any practitioner above the 8th layer of the acquired stage will inevitably break through into the innate stage once their cultivation reaches the requisite level. Few are willing to linger in the realm of the future, contemplating the grand trends of the universe. Even fewer venture into the primordial realm for such reflections, where the understanding of celestial dynamics is considerably more accessible. Moreover, with some of the junior disciples currently in seclusion or away, only 5 individuals have gathered today. Hong Bin is quite conflicted. The name of Honggu has now resonated profoundly within the lineage of Fire One. Nowadays, when one mentions the art of fire refinement, Honggu inevitably comes to mind, and conversely, the mention of Honggu evokes thoughts of the art of fire refinement. In summary, they seem to have miscalculated. Is there still no news from the other branches? Hong Tong inquires. Not at the moment. Then let it be. Should Honggu manage to suppress them today, I want you to traverse the lower peaks and invite more participants. Today, the challenge arena is surrounded by a considerable number of spectators, including many disciples from the primordial realm of Fire One, as well as students sent by elders of the martial Dao Golden Core level. Currently, the art of fire refinement is quite popular among practitioners of this realm. Many elders are striving to deduce its intricacies. Regrettably, each individual's conclusions diverge. Nevertheless, one consensus has emerged. The difficulty of mastering the art of fire refinement has increased, and its potency has indeed escalated. On another note, the siblings Li Xuansheng have arrived. Observing the scene, Honghuang approaches directly, reiterating the previous day's remarks before announcing the commencement of the challenge. Li Xuansheng steps forward. And surprisingly, the first competitor to take the stage is a young woman clad in a form-fitting robe of delicate crimson hue, appearing to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Her fiery red hair is elegantly tied back, and her exquisite features carry a hint of allure. Reflecting on the challengers of the past 2 days, I recall that yesterday presented 2 formidable opponents, though regrettably, I did not have the opportunity to face them. Hong Qian, Honggu, with hands clasped in respect, in the next moment, a gentle crimson radiance enveloped Hong Qian, revealing the unification of internal and external energies. With a casual sweep of her hand across her chest, she asserted dominion over an area spanning 33 meters, encompassing even the space occupied by Li Xuansheng. The first level of the celestial momentum was indeed perfected, exuding an overwhelming presence. Li Xuansheng sighed softly. The authority over the 33 meters was a far cry from what his previous challengers could muster. As he spoke, he raised his hands, his refining fire technique flickering to life, the first form expanding outward. Waves of intangible rhythm radiated from Li Xuansheng, enveloping the surroundings. Where the rhythm spread, Hong Qian's dominion was unceremoniously stripped away. Hong Qian, her bright eyes fixed on Li Xuansheng, sensed her diminishing control over the area. Momentarily taken aback, a spark of realization ignited within her gaze. In the next instant, the crimson glow around her intensified, and with a swift step, she soared into the air, her palm descending like a celestial canopy. Come forth for a battle. Li Xuansheng remained steadfast, allowing a hand cloaked in a pale azure light to rise and meet her assault, channeling the entirety of his celestial momentum into the clash against Hong Qian's fierce and slender hand. Boom! The violent force contained within the first form of the refining fire technique surged forth, fiercely countering the unmatched potency of Hong Qian's palm, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Li Xuansheng smiled lightly, raising his other hand, which had been poised in stillness, to gently press against the back of his striking hand. Boom! Suddenly, a dull sound echoed through the void as Hong Qian was propelled backward by the force exerted from Li Xuansheng's other hand, though she appeared unharmed. Is this the first form of the fire refining hand? Hong Qian's voice rang clear as she gazed at the faint azure glow emanating from Li Xuansheng's palm, wondering if the fire refining hand truly possessed such formidable power. Perhaps, but it has been infused with elements I have comprehended. Since my senior sister has endured this first form, I implore her to experience this second form. Though it is powerful, it lacks sufficient follow-through, fortuitously. The essence of another martial art I have studied can serve as a remedy. The last strike delivered by Li Xuansheng was indeed the necessary follow-through. According to my master, she has distilled the fire refining hand to merely 12 forms at the postnatal level. What of your fire refining hand? As Hong Qian reflected on Li Xuansheng's first form, disbelief began to bubble within her. When had the fire refining hand become so vigorous? Her previous strike would warrant serious consideration even from a practitioner at the early stage of the innate realm, Yet it was effortlessly countered by Li Xuansheng. Her inquiry was driven not only by her own curiosity, but also by the collective desire of many spectators both within and outside the arena to uncover the answer. Is the outcome not clear if I continue to fight? Li Xuansheng smiled gently at Hongqian. Humph. I shall see whether your second form of the fire-refining hand surpasses the first. Hongqian bit her silver teeth, casting a cold glance at the enigmatic Li Xuansheng not far away. With a slight shift in her focus, the forces of heaven and earth were once again stirred, enveloping her in a soft crimson glow. The prowess of the second technique, as I have deduced, necessitates a comprehension of the grand trends of heaven and earth to the second tier. Otherwise, it shall not stand as my rival. Li Xuansheng's previously immobile form finally took a step forward with his left foot, his fiery hands swirling before him, enveloped in a soft azure glow. As his internal energy surged, firmly grasping the control of the cosmic forces within his heart. Simultaneously, it seemed that some outside observers had taken notice. Compared to Hongqian's mastery of the unification of internal and external energies, Li Xuansheng's external energy merely stemmed from his physical body, lacking that profound sense of primordial unity. Was it true that junior brother Honggu had yet to attain the consummation of the postnatal stage? A few innate realm warriors outside expressed their astonishment. Indeed, he only possessed the realm of external energy, yet he was not far from perfection. One could not help but wonder how junior brother Honggu had managed to comprehend the fiery hands to such an impressive degree, considering it was still firmly within the postnatal level. Once junior brother Honggu ascends to the innate realm and comprehends the innate fiery hands, how much more formidable would he become? Others observed closely and affirmed this notion. Chapter 62. As sealed as closed. First update. The fiery hands that junior brother Honggu has comprehended are indeed astonishing. However, as for the innate fiery hands, let us await junior brother Honggu's triumph over the trials of heaven and earth before discussing that. The power of the fiery hands has been witnessed by many disciples over the past few days, and privately, they all endeavored to re-examine the fiery hands. Alas, it seems that the opportunity has not yet arrived, and they have gleaned nothing substantial. As for reverse deduction, it remains an insurmountable task. Perhaps this matter truly hinges on destiny. In the trial of the heavens and earth, alas, with such prodigious talent, even without undertaking this perilous challenge, Brother Honggu could undoubtedly achieve renown within the divine force sect through his mastery of the fire refinement technique. Yet, to confront the trial is to court a fate fraught with peril. One cannot help but wonder about Brother Honggu's resolve. A sigh escaped the lips of an onlooker. Given the extraordinary potential Brother Honggu has demonstrated, even before reaching the peak of postnatal perfection, his combat prowess is formidable enough to sweep through the fire lineage. Should he ascend to the innate realm, the landscape of the fire lineage would undoubtedly transform. Enough talk. Brother Honggu is about to execute the second form of the fire refinement technique. As the group prepared to continue their discourse, one companion hastily interjected. At that moment, not far from their position, Hongqian's form shifted once more. With a single hand clenched into a fist, a radiant flame shimmered upon it, infused with the full force of the first layer of the cosmic momentum. With a decisive step, he propelled himself directly towards Li Xuansheng. Earth Fire Fist. Fire Refinement Technique. Second form. Li Xuansheng spread his stance, his hair tousled by the fierce pressure Hongqian unleashed. With a seemingly unremarkable palm strike, he met Hongqian's fist head-on. In an instant, Hongqian's form quaked violently. The unified vital energy surrounding him shattered in an instant, and his once rosy complexion turned ashen, his fist trembling uncontrollably upon collision with Li Xuansheng. With a forceful release of energy, Hongqian was sent hurtling backward, staggering unsteadily as he landed among the disciples. Is it possible for you to unleash such might repeatedly? Hongqian's expression darkened. One hand gripping his still trembling arm, he begrudgingly inquired of Li Xuansheng. Moments ago, my senior sister forcefully endured 5 strikes. Had I not intervened in time, her arms would have been in jeopardy, and her internal organs would have sustained damage as well. That was the second form of the fiery hand technique, capable of unleashing a total of 9 waves of power in succession. Each wave is more ferocious than the last. Thus, I previously stated that without comprehending the second layer of the grand momentum of heaven and earth, one should not attempt to withstand my fiery hand. Li Xuansheng clasped his hands in respect, and as the one directly involved. Hongqian perceived the chaotic force surging from Li Xuansheng's palm with utmost clarity, one wave followed by another, each surpassing the previous in intensity. However, Such violent force only proves effective upon contact with another's body. If it fails to reach the opponent, your second form of the fiery hand becomes utterly futile. Hong Qian retorted with a haughty tone before turning to depart. Li Xuansheng merely smiled in silence at her words. Hong Qian's defeat rendered the spectators momentarily hushed. Yet as they reflected on her final remarks, a glimmer of excitement sparked in their eyes. The remaining 4 challengers exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with newfound fervor. Shall junior brother Hong take a moment to rest? Honghuang approached the arena, directing his gaze at Li Xuansheng. No need. The previous exertion was minimal. Li Xuansheng waved his hand dismissively. Then let us commence the second challenge. With that, Honghuang decisively exited the arena, leaving the battleground to Li Xuansheng and the challenger who was just stepping forward. This time, the challenger was a young man clad in a sky-blue robe, appearing to be around 20 years of age. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, indicating he was no ordinary martial artist. Hong Qi, Hong Gu, as the familiar routine concluded. The next moment, Hong Qi, while channeling the power within him, turned to smile at Li Xuansheng. Junior brother Hong Gu, as junior sister Hong Qian aptly stated. Your fire manipulation technique is indeed formidable, unparalleled by ordinary combat skills. However, there is one point where junior sister Hong Qian is correct. The fire manipulation technique only exhibits such tremendous force upon contact with the opponent. I wonder, if junior brother cannot make contact, does the technique still possess such profound intricacies? As his words faded, Hong Qi enveloped himself in a protective aura and stepped forward. Appearing before Li Xuansheng, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, causing the air to tremble, a faint red glow dazzling in Li Xuansheng's eyes. Observing this, Hong Qi's expression flickered with amusement, but in the next instant, his smile froze. Just as Li Xuansheng's palm was about to meet his, it suddenly veered, capturing Hong Qi's wrist with remarkable precision. With a swift pull, Hong Qi found himself bereft of control over his own body, rendered helpless. In an instant, with a gentle yet decisive motion, Li Xuansheng sent Hong Qi soaring several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Apologies, senior brother, Li Xuansheng remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Hong Qi's face turned pale with astonishment. In that moment, he could not fathom the terror that gripped his heart. The loss of control over his physical form signified that he was now at the mercy of his opponent. It is merely another set of martial arts. Yet it was unexpectedly employed against my senior brother first. Let today's challenge conclude here. The next challenger must consist of 10 individuals, each having comprehended the second layer of the grand principles of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I shall not entertain their challenge. Shuang, let us depart, Li Xuansheng stated nonchalantly, casting a glance at the remaining 3, shaking his head before turning towards his sister, uttering his words, and departing leisurely, reminiscent of the scenes from previous days. Another set of martial techniques. Brother Honggu, though still a novice in his training, possesses quite a repertoire. It seems that Hongqi intended to retreat with a single strike, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough through sheer speed. Alas, beneath that unknown martial art, he was utterly defeated, with no means to counter. Honghuang murmured softly, a chuckle escaping his lips as he glanced at Hongqi in the not-so-distant arena, letting out a faint sigh. Without doubt, Brother Honggu should remain unrivaled among the innate disciples of our fire lineage. It appears we must heed my brother's earlier words and search for suitable challengers among the other 4 lineages on the lower peak. Hongbin nodded in agreement. Given the current circumstances, it would be implausible to directly renounce Honggu's status as the strongest disciple of the innate level within fire lineage, which clearly contradicts the initial intentions of the group. In my estimation, among the innate disciples of the other 4 lineages on the lower peak, those who meet Brother Honggu's criteria are exceedingly rare. Who among them has truly comprehended the second layer of the grand principles of heaven and earth? Reflecting upon my knowledge of the other innate disciples from the lower peak, it seems it may indeed be quite a challenge to find suitable candidates. Chapter 63, The 9 Merges, Second Update. The 3-day challenge has forged a top disciple of the Fire One lineage at the postnatal level, Honggu. His mastery of the fire manipulation technique is as inseparable as a shadow. The resonant words he spoke before his departure on the 3rd day linger in the ears of every disciple in the Fire One lineage. No one perceives Honggu's assertions as mere arrogance. Such unwavering self-assurance can only stem from absolute confidence. It is said that senior brother Honghuang has been searching for suitable challengers among the other peaks in recent days. Finding a contender who has comprehended the second layer of the cosmic principles at the postnatal level will prove to be quite a challenge, as previously contemplated. It is rare for an ordinary disciple to remain at the postnatal stage after directly grasping the cosmic principles. Typically, they ascend to the innate realm. Unless one dares to face the trials of heaven and earth, no one desires to linger in the postnatal state, save for those who wish to accumulate further experience. Master, is the fire manipulation technique truly so formidable? I have also been practicing the technique you devised over the past 2 days. Yet it pales in comparison to the prowess displayed by junior brother Honggu. On the peak of Fire Whirl, in the training grounds of Gu Shui, Hong Qian sat cross-legged, lamenting to her master as she flipped through the scriptures of the fire manipulation technique. She had previously sparred with Li Xuansheng, and now she voiced her grievances to her master, who sat before her in a similar posture. Listening to Hong Qian's words, Gu Shui felt a twinge of awkwardness. For several consecutive days, driven by curiosity about the fire manipulation technique, she had attempted to comprehend it but remained stalled at the 12th form, unable to progress any further. Your junior brother Honggu's mastery of the fire manipulation technique is indeed exceptional. It surpasses any ordinary postnatal combat skill. Perhaps he has truly grasped the profound intricacies of the technique. I recall when the Divine Power sect had yet to be divided into 3 peaks and 9 lineages. At that time, within the sect, there existed an unparalleled technique passed down from the Daoist ancestors, known as the 9 harmonies. Mastering this technique, provided one's comprehension was sufficient and one could grasp its profound intricacies, transcending great cultivators would merely be a matter of time. However, for reasons unknown, with the establishment of the 3 peaks and 9 veins, the 9 harmonies technique vanished without a trace, replaced instead by fragments of it within each of the 3 peaks and 9 veins. Gu Shui, having practiced for centuries, was well versed in many esoteric aspects of the Divine Power sect. In her memories, during her innate realm, she had once attempted to comprehend the fire refining palm, but unfortunately, she did not succeed and ultimately had to turn to other practices. Now, with the resurgence of the fire refining palm's reputation, it prompted Gu Shui to reflect upon this hidden secret within the sect. Could it be that the fire refining palm is a fragment of the 9 harmonies technique? A flicker of realization ignited within Hong Qian as she looked towards her master. The lower peaks had inherited portions of the 9 harmonies, while the upper and middle peaks had also retained some fragments. Yet, as far as I know, few have truly been able to grasp the essence of these scattered techniques. Gu Shui continued, explaining to Hong Qian the connection between the fire refining palm and other aspects of the 9 harmonies. Indeed, the 9 harmonies technique is so formidable. Just the fire refining palm from our fire lineage possesses such might. If we could gather the other fragments and restore the 9 harmonies, our Divine Power sect would be even more formidable in our confrontations with other sects and demon clans. Hong Qian exclaimed, marveling at the insight. Observing the prowess of her junior brother Honggu, who had cultivated the fire refining palm to such a level, she couldn't help but feel envious at the thought of what it would be like if the 9 harmonies were to be reunited. However, it seemed that such aspirations were beyond her reach. This should be impossible. For countless millennia, the chasm between the 3 peaks, upper, middle, and lower, has grown vast. Apart from the techniques bequeathed by the revered path of 9 harmonies, my Divine Power sect naturally possesses other formidable combat skills. What these entail will only become clear when you reach the level of mastery I embody. As for now, if you are not prepared to face the trials of heaven and earth, then you should focus on breaking through to the innate realm. Gu Shui shook her head. The idea of reconstituting 9 harmonies has become an unattainable dream. Even without 9 harmonies, our sect has never shied away from combat with others. Hong Qian nodded, offering no further words, and departed. The consecutive challenges faced by Li Xuansheng over the past 3 days had indeed posed significant troubles. However, troubles are ultimately mere inconveniences, not insurmountable obstacles, and with ease, he subdued them all using the fire manipulation technique. In truth, he had not anticipated that the fire manipulation, after deriving from the primordial Tao scripture, would wield such immense power. It not only led him to directly comprehend the cosmic momentum of the fire lineage, but also allowed him to sweep aside disciples of the acquired level from the fire lineage with the first 2 forms of the technique. Should he unleash the 3rd form? Li Xuansheng estimated that only those who have achieved the 2nd layer of complete understanding of the cosmic momentum would stand a chance against its more violent force. It has been 7 days since his last challenge, and during this time, Hong Tong and the others have not sought him out. As he has remained atop the fiery peak, he has become somewhat detached from the overall situation of the fire lineage. His younger sister should also be properly settled. If he can survive the trial of heaven and earth in a month, everything will be perfect. Bringing his sister into the divine power sect will be a trivial matter. If he accidentally perishes, according to Aunt Gu Shui, she is willing to take his sister as a disciple, which can be regarded as fulfilling his wish. Today, Li Xuansheng did not cultivate assiduously in his room, refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation. Seeing his sister, who seemed to be working harder than usual to temper her body and recuperate her spirit in the courtyard, he was a little surprised. But he didn't think much about it. Well, I listened to my brother. Brother will surely pass the trial of heaven and earth. My brother has never disappointed me in what he has done before, and he will not this time. Haha, that's natural. My brother will become an immortal in the future. So how can a small trial of heaven and earth stump him? Li Xuansheng laughed heartily upon hearing this. After a while, Li Xuansheng came out of the house to pack her things. Seeing this, the two immediately walked out of the courtyard and ran down Yuhua Peak. Following the regional map of the fire vein in his hand, Li Xuansheng and his sister quickly walked out of Yuhua Peak. According to the instructions on the map, they traveled all the way in a low-key manner to a small teleportation array connecting the fire vein to the outside of the sect. In contrast to the 3-day challenge, no more than 20 people in the entire fire vein had seen Li Xuansheng. In addition, after the challenge, they were inevitably stimulated in their hearts and retreated to cultivate. Not to mention who would be willing to spend time wandering outside. The remaining disciples of the Fire One lineage regarded the two unfamiliar faces merely as newcomers, not giving it much thought. This, in turn, facilitated Li Xuansheng's plans. The teleportation array leading out of the sect was established in a secluded area of the Fire One lineage, with dedicated disciples stationed around it for protection. Observing the attire of these guardians, it appeared they were at the acquired level of cultivation. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Is this the teleportation array connecting our Fire One lineage to the outside world? Li Xuansheng inquired gently to a few disciples who were seated nearby, engaged in light conversation. Since you have arrived here, how could you possibly be unaware of it? Judging by your unfamiliarity, you must be newly initiated disciples. Yet, instead of diligently cultivating in your quarters, you seek opportunities to wander outside. Look at junior brother Honghuang. Despite being a recent entrant, he managed to sweep through our entire Fire One lineage's acquired disciples within 3 days, even compelling a change to the rules of the Bathing Fire Peak, offering us all a glimmer of hope. Now, consider yourselves. You have yet to cultivate even a trace of spiritual power. Alas, there were 4 disciples guarding the teleportation array. Upon hearing Li Xuansheng's inquiry and casting a glance at the 2 newcomers, they sensed not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from them. Their unfamiliarity prompted a spontaneous response, laced with a hint of exasperation. Well, you ought to proceed. The cost for using the teleportation array is 5 low-grade spirit stones, and for the array's activation, 9 stones are required. Please provide the necessary stones, and we shall initiate the formation for you. Upon hearing the sound, the senior brother shook his head with a sigh. However, observing the anxious demeanor of the two, he addressed them and accepted the 5 tokens of teleportation fees handed over by Li Xuansheng, thereby clearing the path behind him. Li Xuansheng and his sister promptly ascended the platform. The 4 disciples stationed beside the teleportation array exchanged glances, their bodies emanating streams of vibrant, diverse magical energies that surged directly into the array before them. In an instant, silvery beams of light re-emerged, enveloping the 2 siblings and rendering them invisible. Not long after Li Xuansheng and his sister had traversed the teleportation array and departed from the sect, several fiery streaks of light descended from the heavens, hovering in the air above one side of the teleportation array. Did any of you see a pair of young man and woman arrive here just now? A figure stepped forth from the void, gazing down at the 4 below. A pair of young man and woman? Could it be the 2 with jet black hair we saw earlier? Jet black hair? Coupled with the descriptions from the other disciples, it was undoubtedly the Honghu siblings. Did they mention what business they had outside the sect? The figure, initially puzzled, then affirmed and inquired further. The Honghu siblings? Could that young man be the disciple Honghu? The 4, upon hearing this, felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if they had caught the tone of a senior brother from the celestial realm, suggesting that the 2 were indeed the Honghu sister and brother. It seemed the rumors were true. When the disciple Honghu came to our sect, he indeed brought his sister along. Enough chatter. Did Honghu say anything more? With the confirmation of the Honghu siblings' identity, the figures in the void shifted once again, descending slightly. This matter requires little elaboration. It was merely stated that someone had urgent business outside the sect before departing, leaving us uncertain of the specifics. Would several senior brothers like to go and take a look? That won't be necessary. As the words fell, several figures vanished into the void. leaving the 4 individuals by the teleportation array in a state of astonishment. Little did they realize that the junior brother Honggu, whom they had just been discussing, had been right before them, yet they failed to recognize him. Once the silver-white radiance enveloping them had completely faded, the siblings Li Xuansheng slowly emerged from the teleportation array. According to the established knowledge within the sect, they had now stepped beyond the boundaries of the divine power sect. All fees had been settled, and only 2 disciples remained to maintain order around the teleportation array. No one else was present. Surrounding them was the territory of the divine power sect, which, as rumored, was quite extensive. Stepping forth along the clearly marked path, they mingled with the throngs of pedestrians exiting the divine power sect's premises. Truly, this place is the very heart of the Panga heavenly domain. Upon exiting the divine power sect's abode, they were greeted by a broad, flat avenue stretching 100 meters wide, flanked by exquisitely constructed shops, taverns, and the residences of other sections. Countless rare mounts galloped along the road and soared through the air, a harmonious coexistence of mundane folk and cultivators. Brilliant streams of light painted the sky, with many martial artists of the golden core stage amongst them. Moreover, humanoid figures transformed from beastly creatures traversed the thoroughfare, their incomplete beastly forms distinctly visible. Approaching the divine power sect itself, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth here was exceedingly rich. If an ordinary person were to dwell here for an extended period, they might not attain the longevity of a cultivator, yet they would certainly outlive the average individual. This locale represents merely a fraction of the expansive territory, spanning millions of miles, under the auspices of the divine power sect. One can scarcely fathom the spectacle that would unfold were one to traverse all the peripheral regions. The other 8 supreme sects maintain their branches here, and the first-rate sects within the Pangung celestial domain are likewise present, alongside various factions that belong to the 9 paramount sects, all intermingled. Without a formidable background or strength, one cannot thrive in this realm. Xuansheng, let us seek out a place to reside before we explore further, Li Xuansheng remarked with profound reflection, and with that, he grasped his equally astonished sister's hand, leading her towards a magnificent tavern not far away. With 20 days remaining until the month's end, he was determined that his absence should not bring any hardship upon his sister. Chapter 65, The Divine Power Tavern, First Update, Innkeeper. What is the rate for your premium rooms per day? Upon arriving at the pre-selected tavern, which, judging by its name, appears to be affiliated with the Divine Power sect, it embodies both the prestige of the sect and the essence of the mundane world. Ah, young brothers wishing to stay, it is a pleasure to accommodate you. It seems you are newcomers, but fret not. Our prices are fixed and fair, ensuring no deceit here. As you can see, our rooms are categorized into 4 tiers, with the first tier being quite exclusive, generally beyond the reach of most patrons. In my humble opinion, you should select from the remaining 3 tiers. In the realm of heaven, earth, and humanity, the accommodations are distinctly categorized. The heavenly rooms offer 10 superior spirit stones per day. The earthly rooms provide 10 medium spirit stones daily, while the human rooms are priced at 1 medium spirit stone per day. The innkeeper, a middle-aged man clad in black garments, was of modest stature, akin to Li Xuansheng. His round visage bore a perpetual smile, and he exhibited no impatience towards the siblings. Speaking in a calm manner, given the substantial price differences among the 3 tiers of rooms, one must assume there are unique advantages, Li Xuansheng remarked, following the innkeeper's gesture towards the pricing displayed beside the counter. The rates for each room category were precisely as he had described. 10 superior spirit stones for a heavenly room? That seems rather exorbitant. Indeed, it is, the innkeeper replied. Staying at our divine power and guarantees that you receive value for your expenditure. The heavenly rooms not only boast prime locations and spacious interiors, but also feature numerous formations that assist in cultivation, such as the Tranquil Heart Formation and the Spirit Entry Formation. Once you step inside, the formations will activate automatically. Moreover, we provide a complimentary stick of calming incense. Are you familiar with its effects? The innkeeper spoke eloquently, detailing the benefits of the heavenly accommodations while observing Li Xuansheng's expression, though he gleaned no insights. Undeterred, he continued to expound on the remarkable offerings. I am not well versed in these matters. I merely wish to inquire if it is safe to reside within the inn. Li Xuansheng shook his head, indicating that his sister could only stay here for a brief period. Moreover, she was not yet a practitioner, rendering such supplementary items of little significance. Ah, young brother, it appears you are not well acquainted with our Divine Strength Tavern. You must understand that behind our establishment lies the Divine Strength sect, presided over by the unparalleled Daoist of the highest order. To provoke our tavern is tantamount to challenging the divine strength sect, which means inciting the ire of Daoist Pangong. Once you step into our tavern, unless you have offended some terrifying figures of the ancestral level, you are assured of safety. Even formidable cultivators pose no threat here. The innkeeper's words seemed to dissipate into the air as he delivered them. Please reserve a ground-level room for me for 1 month. Here are 3 high-grade spiritual stones as a deposit. My sister will reside here for a month, and I shall provide an additional 3 high-grade spiritual stones for extra expenses. I trust you will take good care of her. Li Xuansheng produced 6 high-grade spiritual stones and placed them before the innkeeper with a calm demeanor. Then turned to his sister. I will await your return. Li Xuansheng nodded, leaving everything to her brother's arrangements. Ah, excellent, excellent. It seems you two are not merely here for leisure. Your sister is but a mortal. It would indeed be wasteful for her to occupy a heavenly room. And the human rooms are fully booked. A ground-level room is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Oh, preparing for the celestial trials, young brother. Could it be that you are a disciple of our divine strength sect? The innkeeper chuckled, accepting the spirit stones handed to him by Li Xuansheng. At the same time, he removed the vacant room sign, murmuring to himself while casting a somewhat astonished glance at Li Xuansheng. A disciple of the divine power sect. Li Xuansheng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. I find it intriguing that I cannot perceive your cultivation level, yet from what you have said, you intend to face the heavenly trials. Is it the test for the postnatal disciples? What is your Dao name? The innkeeper seemed suddenly captivated, handing the room sign back to Li Xuansheng and inquiring further. My Dao name is Honghuang. Furthermore, my sister will be residing here, and I hope you will take good care of her, Li Xuansheng replied, accepting the sign with a respectful gesture. Ah, since you are a fellow disciple of the divine power sect, I shall certainly look after you both. However, I am surprised that you, Honghuang, wish to undertake the heavenly trials. It has been over a century since anyone from our sect has succeeded in such an endeavor. The innkeeper appeared to be quite knowledgeable about matters concerning the divine power sect, regarding Li Xuansheng with a profound gaze and shaking his head slightly. It was unexpected to encounter a sect disciple today who aspired to face the heavenly trials. Whether or not one succeeds will soon be revealed. Innkeeper, I shall take my leave with my sister now, Li Xuansheng stated calmly. Although no one from the divine power sect had succeeded in over a century, it did not imply that he would fail. If he were to falter, death would merely be the worst outcome. His sister's future was already secured, relieving him of any burden. Indeed, as you say, young brother. Thus, I sincerely wish you the best in your endeavor. Xiaoma, please guide our young brother. The innkeeper nodded, regardless of the circumstances, as a disciple of the acquired realm. Daring to face the trials of heaven and earth already set one apart from many within the sect. Indeed, innkeeper, a diligent attendant, upon hearing this, hastily set aside his task and trotted forward in response. Please, this way. Young Ma led the way for Li Xuansheng and his sister, gesturing towards a passage not far away. Li Xuansheng acknowledged with a light hum and followed closely behind with his sister. Dao Ming Honggu, a disciple of the Hong lineage, how intriguing. I hope you do not fall within its depths, the innkeeper mused, observing the siblings as their figures gradually receded. You too, please bring the doorplate close to the door. The prohibition will then dissipate. Is there anything else you require? Young Ma diligently fulfilled the innkeeper's instructions, watching as Li Xuansheng brought the doorplate near the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Nothing else. You may return to your duties. Li Xuansheng waved his hand, pushing the door open, causing it to yield. Young Ma nodded and departed. Entering the room, he glanced around. The ambience and decor were indeed commensurate with the price of 10 medium-grade spirit stones per day. Sensing the increasingly rich aura of heaven and earth within, Li Xuansheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Chapter 66. Return. Second update. I do not require much while I am here alone. You need not trouble yourself, brother. Li Xuansheng's tone was somewhat subdued, her sentiments unmistakably evident. Have faith in your brother. Li Xuansheng tenderly embraced his frail sister, gently caressing her head as he spoke in a measured tone. I have always held unwavering faith in my brother, but the trial of heaven and earth has remained unconquered within the divine might sect for over a century. What if, perchance, brother? Li Xuansheng's words were tinged with a profound dread. She couldn't bear to contemplate the possibility of her brother perishing in that trial. What would become of her, utterly alone in the world? I have besieged Aunt Gushui to take you under her wing should I fail in the trial of heaven and earth. Remember my words. Even if I am no longer by your side, you must strive to live on. Li Xuansheng's voice trembled slightly, the bond of kinship resonating deeply. Were the legendary immortals truly detached and emotionless? Did they not possess loved ones? Li Xuansheng nestled silently in her brother's embrace, inhaling his unique scent, a fragrance that was both pleasant and subtly invigorating. A flash of silvery light heralded Li Xuansheng's arrival at the fire lineage's teleportation array. The same four individuals who had been there before stood guard. Sensing the activation of the teleportation array, they instinctively turned their gaze toward it. In an instant, their eyes lit up with excitement as they rose from their posts. One of them inquired with a joyful whisper, "You've returned?" Li Xuansheng raised his head, glanced at the speaker, and slowly stepped off the teleportation array. Another of the four promptly stated, "You succeeded in the challenge?" From the other four factions of the lower peak, Li Xuansheng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that they had truly gathered candidates for the challenge. The Divine Power Sect indeed lived up to its name, as numerous individuals at the postnatal level had comprehended the second layer of the natural order. It was perplexing why they did not venture into the heavenly trials but remained at the postnatal level instead. The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, several streaks of fiery red light swiftly traversed the nearby void, promptly arriving at the location of the teleportation array. Among the arrivals, Li Xuansheng recognized several familiar faces, including Honghuang and his companions. "Let us depart at once," Li Xuansheng remarked with a casual glance at them. "Your straightforwardness is commendable, junior brother," one replied, a hint of admiration in his tone. The challenge posed by junior brother Honggu has now stirred the entire lower peak. I wonder what the outcome will be. What are your thoughts? As they watched the streaks of light fade away, the four could not help but express their awe. "I believe junior brother Honggu will undoubtedly defeat his opponents one by one. After all, he has only demonstrated two forms of the fire manipulation technique. Yet those two forms have already swept aside the postnatal warriors of our fire path. Should junior brother Honggu unveil the third and fourth forms? Who in the entirety of the lower peak, no, all five factions, could possibly withstand him?" One companion asserted, his voice brimming with unwavering confidence and pride. "I remain uncertain of the outcome," another interjected. "We must consider that our rival faction, the Water Path, possesses combat techniques that significantly counter our own. The martial techniques of the Earth lineage exhibit formidable defensive capabilities, while the offensive prowess of the Gold lineage far surpasses that of our Fire lineage. The disciples of the Wood lineage possess remarkable recuperative abilities. A single strike is insufficient to severely wound their opponents, which can lead to considerable discomfort in subsequent engagements. Within the Fire lineage, an analysis of the distinctive characteristics of the martial techniques from the other four lineages reveals that, in comparison, our Fire lineage appears to lack an advantage. However, it cannot be definitively stated, as the ferocity of the Fire lineage's techniques may well overshadow those of the others. The four individuals continued their animated discourse beside the teleportation array. Meanwhile, at the Fire lineage's flaming peak, yet another challenge was poised to commence in the expansive clearing before the 9 residences. Numerous senior disciples of the innate realm had already assembled. Among them Hongtong and his companions, who gazed eagerly at the radiant streaks of light hurtling towards them from the distance. For over 10 consecutive days, the name Honggu had resonated throughout the Fire lineage, accompanied by tales of his overwhelming strength that had swept through the entire postnatal realm, earning him renown across the other 4 lineages. Hong Qian, having just received the news, hurried to join the gathering. The spiritual energies of several martial practitioners of the Golden Core stage from the Fire lineage occasionally swept over the area, finding this challenge quite intriguing. As it had been many years since a disciple had emerged from the Fire lineage to gain true prominence among the 5 lineages of the lower realm. As Honghuang and Hongbin descended, Li Xuansheng followed closely behind, casting a glance at the ever-growing throng of onlookers. With a faint smile, he stepped aside, leaving Li Xuansheng to remain amidst the gathering. Hongtong nodded, his gaze sweeping over Li Xuansheng and the 10 young men and women of varied attire entering the arena from the sidelines. He called out to Li Xuansheng, "Who among you wishes to step forward first?" Li Xuansheng replied lightly, observing the 10 individuals from a distance. Their formidable aura was undeniable, suffused with the potent essence of primal energy and resonating with the grand forces of the 5 elements. "I shall go first. I came yesterday, but regrettably, Brother Honggu was absent. I heard that Brother Honggu, wielding a set of fire refinement techniques, swept through the entire lineage of the Fire sect's outer disciples. This suggests that the disciples of the Fire sect are rather mediocre. I am familiar with the fire refinement techniques. They are merely one of the common combat skills of your Fire sect. nothing extraordinary. Today, allow me to demonstrate the formidable prowess of our Earth Sect's techniques. A remarkably robust young man leapt forth from the group, landing heavily not far from Li Xuansheng, causing the ground to tremble. As he unleashed a barrage of taunts, a shimmering yellow light enveloped him. Hongyo, Honggu, your title sounds quite impressive. Hearing the title of this brawny man, a subtle smile graced Li Xuansheng's lips. Indeed, the name held a certain gravitas. Humph, brother, you flatter me. Hongyo huffed, then spoke in a low voice. A faint hue of earthy yellow energy enveloped the surface of Hongyo's body, as a heavy amalgamation of the cosmic forces of heaven and earth converged upon his being. With his fists crossed before his chest, radiant light flickered upon them, resembling the flame-infused punches displayed by a previous adversary. Receive my strike. Hongyo bellowed as he swiftly dashed across the ground, each footfall reverberating with the tremors of the earth, sending the ethereal energies into disarray and causing the void to hum with resonance. In mere moments, he unleashed a powerful punch directly at Li Xuansheng, who remained motionless, the fierce wind of the punch imbued with an immense pressure surging toward him. Indeed, the prowess of the Earth lineage possesses its unique merits. I have heard that the forces of the Earth are particularly adept at defense, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to inflict harm upon you directly. I refuse to believe this. Today, I stand resolute. Let you strike me 10 times. If within those 10 blows you can make me budge, I shall concede defeat. Otherwise, consider it a slight victory for me. How does that sound? With a gentle step of his left foot, Li Xuansheng emanated a stream of pale azure light that surged forth from his body. The aura swirled around him, imbued with an enigmatic essence that influenced the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth. How dare you underestimate me? Hongyo roared in fury, launching a formidable punch aimed squarely at Li Xuansheng's chest, crashing down with tremendous force. Thud. Huh. Nothing happened. How is this possible? Hongyo was incredulous. Though this punch did not represent his utmost strength, it still possessed at least 60% of his might. Yet, upon striking Li Xuansheng's form, it elicited no response whatsoever. The battle unfolding within the arena was keenly observed by the spectators outside, as they witnessed Li Xuansheng standing steadfastly, absorbing Hongyo's punch without flinching. Many believed it to be an act of arrogance. However, when Hongyo's strike proved ineffective, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Honghuang furrowed his brow. Despite being outside the arena, he could vaguely sense the strength behind Hongyo's blow, which was undeniably significant. Yet, Li Xuansheng appeared completely unscathed, as if the punch had never made contact at all. Let us continue to observe, Hong Tong remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the faint layer of protective energy surrounding Li Xuansheng, pondering the implications of this phenomenon. Only 9 punches left. Li Xuansheng smiled faintly. Undeterred. How could this be? You must possess some trickery. I refuse to believe it. Hongyo was equally astonished by Li Xuansheng's physical defenses. Hearing Li Xuansheng's latest utterance, he felt a surge of anger and promptly unleashed another punch. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, just 2 more punches. Utilizing the essence of Tai Chi, Li Xuansheng remained impervious to the relentless strikes of Hongyo. Each blow failed to disrupt the protective energy enveloping him, which then dissipated into intricate patterns of mixed elements. After delivering 7 consecutive punches, Hongyo snorted dismissively, disregarding Li Xuansheng's final 2 punch indications. He reabsorbed his spiritual energy, curiously assessing his younger brother, who barely reached his chest in height, and inquired with intrigue. Li Xuansheng waved a hand, shaking his head slightly, and with a murky tone, he cautioned, "Have courage, but do not perish within. Life and death lie in the hands of fate. After all, the 9 individuals are the pinnacle of the postnatal disciples from the 4 veins of the lower peak." Li Xuansheng let out a long, resonant howl, his entire being enveloped in a resplendent azure light. With a single step, he leapt forward, delivering a powerful strike directly towards the 9 who had been provoked by his words. In an instant, his thoughts coalesced, merging the essence of Tai Chi with the overwhelming force of fire, creating a harmonious interplay of yin and yang that flowed endlessly. He forcefully seized control of the spiritual energy within a radius of several tens of meters, rendering the 9 in front of him utterly incapable of harnessing any semblance of the earthly power. Deprived of this celestial might, the once formidable postnatal masters found their combat prowess halved. As he wielded the flame-wielding hands, the azure radiance emanating from his palms intensified with brilliance. At that moment, whether they were disciples of the water vein or the gold vein, onlookers could see that they were simply no match for him. With a resounding strike, one figure was hurled out of the arena. Within the span of 9 breaths, Li Xuansheng stood alone in the battlefield. Silence. An absolute silence. A deathly stillness. Although the many innate warriors from the fire vein were acutely aware of Li Xuansheng's formidable strength, they could scarcely have anticipated such overwhelming prowess. The 9 who had just been sent flying, had they united their efforts, would still have been compelled to retreat, even from a mid-stage innate warrior. Yet, what had they just witnessed? One after another, they were struck down by Li Xuansheng's palm, devoid of any capacity for resistance, as if the chasm between them existed on an entirely different plane. Similarly, the formidable martial arts cultivators of the fire of battle, who had long unleashed their spiritual power to survey the arena, were momentarily taken aback. Yet, in contrast to the astonishment displayed by those atop the flame peak regarding Li Xuansheng's prowess, their hearts were stirred by a different revelation. The genuine practitioners of martial arts residing in the Pangung celestial domain understood that the initial step for a warrior lies within the acquired realm. Through the processes of bone refinement, meridian opening, and organ tempering, they ultimately achieve the harmonious fusion of inner and outer vital energies, thus completing the acquired realm. Once a martial artist comprehends the grand momentum of the universe, they can seamlessly ascend to the innate realm. This grand momentum is delineated into 3 tiers. Upon achieving the first tier, one can command the spiritual energy of the universe within a radius of 33 meters, harnessing its inherent forces. Mastery of the second tier allows one to wield the powers of the universe within a 66-meter radius. Upon perfecting the third tier, mastery extends to a radius of 99 meters. When one reaches the pinnacle of the third tier, the cultivation of an innate realm martial artist culminates at this zenith, awaiting the understanding of the corresponding truths of the universe to facilitate their ascension to the martial arts Golden Dan realm. Conversely, it can be stated that the truths of the universe are an indispensable prerequisite for advancing to the martial arts Golden Dan realm. However, just moments ago, they discerned such profound implications emanating from Honghuang, albeit faintly. The aura of the truths of the universe was unmistakable. Amidst the chaotic energies intertwined with the grand momentum of the universe, this was particularly evident and could not merely be dismissed as rumor. Otherwise, Honghuang would not have wielded the truths of the universe to directly strip the remaining 9 individuals of their dominion over the spiritual energy and powers of the universe. It was a power that existed on an entirely different plane, swept away by Honghuang as anticipated. Thus, when Honghuang withstood the 8 strikes from Hongniao, it was indeed a manifestation of the profound essence of heaven and earth. Had Honghuang truly only practiced for a mere 3 months? On the fiery peak, the spiritual energies of the martial arts golden elixir masters intertwined, exchanging their astonishment as they observed the battle. Gu Shui, seated in her own cultivation ground, murmured to herself, "My senior brother has indeed taken on a commendable disciple. Yet, what does high aptitude matter in the face of the trials of heaven and earth? Ultimately, the fate remains one of demise." Within Gu Quan's training area, sensing the turmoil of the battle atop the fire peak, he wore an expression of displeasure. He let out a cold snort, closed his eyes, and chose to disregard the matter. Conversely, atop the fire peak, after vanquishing 9 adversaries, Li Xuansheng turned to leave the arena, and the innate realm disciples instinctively stepped aside in his presence. "From this day forth, I shall no longer accept challenges. Senior brother?" The one who had been overseeing the challenges, Honghuang, turned his head towards Hongtong, observing Li Xuansheng's departing figure. Hongtong let out a sigh of relief, slightly turning his body as he made his way towards his own courtyard nearby. He had lingered at the peak of the innate realm for quite some time. It was imperative to seize the opportunity to ascend to the golden elixir stage of martial arts. "Indeed, senior brother," Honghuang nodded, casting a glance at the innate realm disciples who had instinctively begun to withdraw. With a faint smile, he approached the remaining 4 factions of 9 who had been defeated by Li Xuansheng's powerful strikes. Since that day, Li Xuansheng has remained quietly in the courtyard, seen only by the disciples who deliver meals from the fire peak each day, while others are barred from his presence. From that moment, the name Honghuang began to circulate through the 5 veins of the lower peak, and the tale of that day's battle became widely known. It was said that he withstood the onslaught of 108 punches from the disciples of the earth vein without any harm, causing them to concede defeat. Whispers of his prowess spread, recounting how with a single hand, he bested 9 disciples from the other 4 veins. His commanding voice sent those 9 disciples retreating in fear. Such accounts contributed to the burgeoning reputation of Honghuang throughout the lower peak, captivating both the postnatal and innate disciples, who could not help but admire him. Simultaneously, another matter associated with Honghu began to spark the anticipation of many disciples from the lower peak, the heavenly and earthly trials. With such remarkable talent and unparalleled strength, the question lingered whether he could pass the trials and transcend the one Yuan force. Of course, for the disciples of the central peak and upper peak, who resided in the heart of the vast region, Honghu's fame was less pronounced. They were the proud descendants of a lineage that had thrived for countless millennia. The postnatal cultivation process begins with the nurturing of the 5 internal organs' vital energy, which ultimately manifests externally, culminating in a harmonious unity of inner and outer realms. Li Xuansheng sat quietly in the courtyard, meditating as the sun rose and set, and the shadows of the moon danced in the sky. A subtle essence of the heavens and earth was continuously absorbed by the physical body, while elixirs meticulously refined by the true self were steadily consumed. Finally, 7 days after that fateful day, the external vigor reached its zenith, creating a wondrous resonance with the internal energies of the 5 organs. Observing this, Li Xuansheng did not halt his progress. He persisted in contemplating the harmonious balance between the internal and external energies, a state that represented the pinnacle of his previous life's transformative power. A soft azure luminescence flickered upon his surface, while the magical energy within his dantian expanded ceaselessly. Waves of surging power rippled through the ocean of his dantian, washing over the floating green lotus within. The Yuanshi Tianzun remained vividly present in his mind, undisturbed. With the assistance of the ethereal elixir, Li Xuansheng delved deeply into the fusion of internal and external energies. The disciple responsible for delivering meals quickly reported to the innate realm senior residing nearby. After several individuals visited, they exchanged knowing glances and departed with smiles, instructing the disciple not to disturb him, allowing Li Xuansheng to remain immersed in his profound exploration. Such a scene continued for 8 days. On a moonlit night, amidst the sparse stars, Li Xuansheng finally awakened from his deep state of reflection. Perceiving his surroundings, a subtle layer of energy emerged as his thoughts stirred, harmonizing into a singular essence, his spirit clear and transcendent. Chapter 69, The Promise of the Ancestor, Second Update, Achieving Postnatal Perfection, the Unity of the Primordial Force. This is the method of cultivation systematically followed by disciples of the ordinary divine power sect. Once one reaches the realm of postnatal perfection, the power of the primordial force can be mastered, and at this juncture, the growth of one's strength reaches the ultimate limit permitted by the universe. To continue one's growth, there exist 2 pathways. The first is to transcend the acquired realm and ascend to the innate stage. The second is to confront the trials of heaven and earth directly, thus enabling the breakthrough into the primordial force. The legendary Daoist Pan Gong achieved such a feat. Numerous exceptionally talented disciples of the divine power sect have also reached this pinnacle, yet the latter method is fraught with peril. However, danger is often accompanied by opportunity. As per the sect statistics, once one surmounts the trials of heaven and earth, provided one does not falter along the way, ascending to the revered status of the supreme ancestor is merely a matter of time. The journey begins externally, progressing inward, following the cultivation of primordial energy. One then undergoes an inward to outward transformation. This epitomizes the natural order of heaven and earth, a path of equilibrium. Reaching such a level of cultivation signifies the utmost limit for mortals, except for the most enigmatic regions of the mind, which remain untouched. All other parts of the body can be commanded at will. That night, upon awakening, the primordial energy had already reached a harmonious state. Li Xuansheng smiled faintly as he calculated the passage of time before gradually solidifying his cultivation, awaiting the waning effects of the earthly void spirit elixir and the onset of the trials. The secluded area of the divine power sect allows practitioners of the primordial force to make breakthroughs, yet since he had already transcended that level, Li Xuansheng pondered what he might accomplish within. His uncertainty stemmed from the presence of the Qinglian, which had perpetually enhanced his strength. He had successfully opened 10,800 of the 129,600 meridians within his body, augmenting his internal power to 12 units of primordial force. According to the sect's ancient texts, 129,600 pounds of strength equate to 1 unit of primordial force. Thus 12 units translate to 1 June presently. Li Xuansheng's internal strength had reached a June. Upon the completion of their postnatal cultivation, ordinary practitioners of divine power possess a strength that ranges from 3 to 12 yuan. In the mid-stages of the innate realm, this strength escalates to between 12 and 24 yuan, while those in the advanced stages of the innate realm may attain between 24 and 48 yuan. When converted to the force of June, it is evident that the most formidable practitioners in the advanced stages of the innate realm possess no more than 4 June of strength. Thus, it appears that Li Xuansheng's physical prowess is more than sufficient to contend with the peak practitioners of the initial stages of the innate realm. Squeak, squeak. Junior brother Honggu. It is time to depart. The gate of the courtyard creaked open, revealing a young man clad in a resplendent crimson robe, who approached Li Xuansheng, standing beneath the tree in the courtyard, and spoke with a measured tone. He chuckled. Ah, senior brother Hong. How could I forget? Li Xuansheng smiled faintly, his feet shifting as he stepped forward. Observing this, Hong Ben nodded and turned to exit, with Li Xuansheng following closely behind. Beyond the gate, the 9 masters of the Firebath Peak had gathered. The other 8 possessed advanced stages of the innate realm, while only Li Xuansheng was of postnatal cultivation. Among the 8, 6 were men and 2 were women. In the recent days, Li Xuansheng had encountered only 5 of them, while the remaining 3 remained unknown to him. Greetings to all esteemed brothers and sisters. Li Xuansheng stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Ah, there is no need for such formalities, Honggu. Were it not for you, it is likely that we would not have gathered here today. Now that we are all present, let us proceed to the blazing flame peak, where our venerable ancestor and several esteemed uncles and aunts await us. The one who spoke was Hong Tong. In recent days, according to Li Xuansheng's understanding, Hong Tong's strength could be deemed the most formidable among the 8, further amplified by the prestige of his master, Gu Quan. Those residing here, such as Honghuang and Hong Ben, seem to regard him as their leader. Let us proceed. We must not keep our ancestral master waiting. The 8 exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. In the next moment, Hong Tong unleashed a blaze of crimson light that enveloped Li Xuansheng. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of radiant energy, piercing through the air, followed closely by the remaining 7. Before long, 8 streaks of fiery light traversed the void, heading straight towards the domain of the Flame Peak, the main peak of the fire lineage. A surge of spiritual energy swept across, only to vanish immediately. The 8 streams of light encountered no hindrance as they approached the stone tablet before the Flame Peak, gracefully descending. Upon their arrival, they gazed respectfully at the stone tablet of Flame Peak. Adjusting their garments, Hong Tong led the way, with the other 8 following closely behind. As they strolled across the vast, level plaza, ahead lay the main hall, where several figures could be faintly discerned. Salutations to our ancestral master. Salutations to our ancestral master. The 9 entered the hall in succession. At the foremost position, the Peak Master stood clad in white robes, hands clasped behind him. Observing the entrance of the 9 with a slight smile, he stepped forward, approaching them. Ah, you have all risen. Excellent, excellent. Your cultivation has progressed, particularly you two, Hong Tong and Hong Yan. The forces of heaven and earth have refined to their utmost, and your auras exhibit subtle traces of this. If this continues, disciples of our fire lineage, bearing the Hong character, will soon emerge at the golden core realm of martial arts. And you, Honggu, I have observed everything over the past month. Whether it be the fire refinement technique or the remarkably profound essence of heaven and earth, your talents far exceed my expectations. Should you not undertake the trials of heaven and earth, within 50 years, you will undoubtedly achieve the golden core in martial arts. However, should you embark on the trials, the outcome remains uncertain. My esteemed ancestor inquires once more, are you willing to face the trials of heaven and earth? The Peak Master chuckled softly, and with his warm words, an irresistible force lifted the 9 individuals before him, directing their gaze toward the leader, Hong Tong, and a cold-spirited woman beside him, expressing his admiration. Then, shifting his focus, his eyes landed on Li Xuansheng, his words surpassing the praise given to Hong Tong and the others, concluding with another inquiry. The disciple is willing. Excellent. Honggu, my ancestor grants you permission. If you can successfully navigate the trials of heaven and earth, the day you achieve the golden core in martial arts will also be the day you become the Peak Master of our fire lineage. Should you unfortunately fall within, prior to your arrival, my ancestor had already conferred with your esteemed elder, Gu Shui, to directly admit your sister into the sect, ensuring her ascension to the golden core realm in her lifetime. Hearing this, the Peak Master's expression grew solemn as he slowly conveyed his decision to Li Xuansheng. Chapter 70. The 3 Lineages of the Central Peak. Third update. My ancestor's affection humbles me, yet between life and death, uncertainty prevails. If Honggu had not emerged from that hidden realm, my unfortunate sister would be languishing in the Divine Power Tavern outside the sect. I earnestly implore our esteemed master and mistress for their concern." Li Xuansheng clasped his hands together, revealing his sister's location, and bowed once more. "Honggu, rest assured. With our master and mistress present, your sister shall undoubtedly be safe. Moreover, your innate talent and strength are among the finest our lineage has seen in centuries. Who knows what you might achieve in the trials of heaven and earth? Summon your courage and the determination to sweep through the 5 lower veins and face the trials with conviction. I believe you will prevail." Gu Shui stepped forward, gazing at Honggu's still youthful visage, which evoked memories of senior brother Gu Yan. Stirring within her an impulse to persuade Honggu to abandon the trials, yet she swiftly quelled it. Gu Shui was right. "Honggu, your performance at the post-heaven level is remarkably radiant. You must possess confidence and adjust your mindset. Shortly, we shall ascend to the Lingtai Peak to meet with the sect leader. Accessing the Divine Power Sect's hidden realm requires the sect leader's token and the cooperation of 9 esteemed practitioners. Otherwise, the sanctum crafted by the Daoist sovereign cannot be unlocked." The Peak Master nodded, observing Honggu's somewhat somber expression, and offered encouragement once more. "It has been 230 years since a disciple of our lineage last attempted the trials of heaven and earth. Over 2 centuries have passed without a single attempt from our sect's disciples. Before our journey to the mysterious land, I shall take with me Guchuan and your 5 companions, along with Hongtong and his 8. You all represent the future of our lineage, the fire of one. Regardless of whether Honggu can overcome the trials ahead, what I require is that our lineage does not cower before the tests of heaven and earth. If our predecessors were able to pass these trials, then surely you too can strive to do the same. That is all I have to say. What about you? If there are no further matters to discuss, let us embark immediately." Reflecting on the visage of the fire of one lineage over the past few centuries, the Peak Master's tone grew gravely profound. His usually serene gaze suddenly transformed, becoming piercing as it swept across each individual present. "Indeed, what the Master has said holds truth. I believe that Honggu will wholeheartedly face the trials set by the heavens." Guchuan nodded in agreement. "However, such discussions are futile. Guchuan, I have long been aware of your aspirations, yet since the demise of your senior brother, Gu Yan, I have resolved to no longer consider any of the 5 of you as potential successors for the future Peak Master of the Fire of One lineage. The future Peak Master can only be selected from those of the Han generation. Should Honggu emerge victorious, I have already stated my intentions. If he does not, we shall choose among the disciples under your guidance. Thus, it seems there is nothing more for you to deliberate. Let us set forth at once." Casting a glance at the second disciple beside him, the Peak Master spoke without reservation. 500 years have afforded him an intimate understanding of the dispositions of his disciples, and he has always held Gu Yan in the highest regard for the position of Peak Master within the fire of one lineage. Regrettably, the ancient words bear a meager fortune, coupled with the heavy burdens of emotional entanglements, which have impeded my cultivation, causing profound anguish within my true self. Now that the ancient words have perished, the concerns that once lingered in my heart have dissipated, allowing me to contemplate the future of the fire lineage with renewed clarity. Master, my devotion to you and to the fire lineage remains unwavering. Even if you do not select one among us as the future Peak Master, we shall diligently contribute our efforts to the fire lineage." Upon hearing the Master's words, Gu Quan momentarily faltered, his expression darkening, and then he slowly spoke. At that moment, the Peak Master had already begun to stride toward the hall's exit, with Gu Shui and the others closely trailing behind, while the 9 from Hong Tong followed closely as well. Observing this, Gu Quan clenched his fists tightly, gazing resentfully in the direction of the Master before hastily stepping out to join the procession. Before long, the group arrived at the stone tablet of Lian Peak. They surveyed the surroundings, shrouded in mist, with auspicious cranes soaring gracefully. The mountains of the fire lineage stood tall around them, and as the spiritual energy swept through, vivid images flickered across their minds. The Peak Master halted, and the footsteps of those behind him came to an immediate stop. For over 500 years, the fire lineage has been in my stewardship. It is a pity that I have failed to meet the expectations of my master, not having elevated the fire lineage to its rightful glory. Thus, I bear the weight of shame toward my master and my fellow brothers. The Peak Master sighed profoundly. Gu Shui and the others exchanged glances, their heads instinctively bowing low. "Let us set forth," the Peak Master proclaimed, waving his hand. In an instant, a fiery red light enveloped all present, and with a gentle punch directed at the void before him, a bottomless black hole emerged with an air of tranquility. Master Ancestor. May I pause at the central peak of the three veins for a moment? Before his demise, my revered master instructed me to deliver an item to the esteemed Elder Guin of the central peak. As I was on the verge of departing from the fire vein, a sudden thought struck me, and I nearly forgot the important task entrusted to me by my master. Elder Guin of the central peak, my senior brother, that person has wronged you. Without her interference, given your prodigious talent, you would have undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of the great cultivators long ago. Yet, in your final moments, you still found yourself preoccupied with thoughts of her. Alas, foolish child, the complexities of love have led countless cultivators astray. Nevertheless, since Guin's dying wish was conveyed, let us first venture to the central peak. May we sever the ties of fate that bind her to that individual once and for all. With a heavy sigh, the peak master turned to glance at the figure of Gu Shui behind him, shaking his head before stepping forward, enveloping those behind him as they entered the void of the black hole, which then vanished. In the span of a breath, the peak master materialized in the emptiness, 50,000 miles away from the fire vein, followed by a radiant burst of crimson light as Gu Quan and his 5 companions, along with Hong Tong and his 9, appeared. This is indeed the realm of the central peak of the three veins, where Elder Guin resides, a member of the heavenly vein among the three. You shall wait here while I and Honggu proceed. Standing upon the void, the onlookers beheld majestic, towering peaks surrounded by an undulating chain of mountains, where trees soared high into the clouds. Amidst the sprawling mountain ranges, extending for thousands of miles, numerous lakes of varying sizes exist, inhabited by tamed mystical beasts that occasionally emit their resounding roars. The peak master pointed towards the myriad of mountains several hundred miles ahead and spoke directly. With a simple command, he waved his hand, transforming into a streak of light, and in an instant, he arrived before the peaks of the central three veins. Chapter 71, Ling Tai Peak. First update. Haha, Mingxin, why have you abandoned your fiery lineage to come here? And why have you brought along a little child? As these words escaped his lips, a figure clad in a light gray hue appeared before the peak master and Li Xuansheng, similar in age to the peak master. This individual had significantly grayed hair and donned modest gray garments, exuding an air of simplicity. He regarded the peak master and Li Xuansheng with a warm smile. He, Mingjian, it seems your cultivation has not progressed notably. I have come here for a reason. This little child is my disciple, Dao Ming Honggu, and also the pupil of my fallen disciple, Gaian. Before Gaian's demise, he entrusted an item to Honggu to be delivered to Guin, hence my presence here. Where is Guin? Upon hearing these words, the peak master chuckled softly, glancing at his companion, who appeared considerably older than a century ago, and teased him lightly before elucidating the matter at hand. So he is Honggu, the disciple of Gaian? I recall Gaian mentioning a reluctance to take on disciples. Did he ultimately accept one before his passing? The individual referred to as Ming Jian by the peak master cast a curious glance toward Li Xuansheng, his eyes shimmering with intrigue as he spoke. Indeed, it was received shortly before death. 3 months ago, Guyan forcibly intruded into the northern snow mountain, only to be severely wounded by the groundhog demon, ultimately leading to his demise. It was then that Honggu accepted him. The peak master nodded, briefly recounting the circumstances of Guyan's fall, his tone tinged with a subtle melancholy. I learned of Guyan's demise 3 months ago, the moment his life token shattered. Today, your quest to find Guyan may well be in vain. She has been in closed-door meditation since the day after Guyan's token broke. It is unlikely she will emerge unless she undergoes a significant transformation. Ming Jin scrutinized Li Xuansheng before revealing information about Guyan. Guyan is indeed in closed-door meditation. Previously, her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the martial Dao Golden Core, and now, with her heart unburdened, the prospect of advancing to a great practitioner is quite promising. Thus, Honggu, you shall entrust the items to your master Ming Jian. Soon, you will face the trials of heaven and earth, with uncertain outcomes. It is imperative to ensure Guyan's instructions are conveyed. Upon hearing this, the peak master furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to elaborate further. He turned slightly to face Honggu beside him. Understood, master. Li Xuansheng nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a red box no larger than a head, adorned with simple prohibitions. Uncertain of its contents, he recalled Guyan's words. The purpose of his journey to the snow mountain had been this very object. His gaze lingered on the red box for a moment before he presented it to his master Ming Jian. I shall first accept the ancient items, and from your words. It seems that Honghu intends to undertake the trial of the heavens and earth. Mingjian received the items, barely glancing at them, before they vanished from his grasp, leaving him astonished as he looked towards the Peak Master. Indeed, Honghu's innate talent and strength are among the finest seen in nearly a millennium. It has been over 200 years since a disciple of our fire lineage last faced the trial of the heavens and earth. Now, Honghu has achieved the consummation of his innate abilities and is willing to brave this trial. The Peak Master nodded in agreement, patting Honghu on the shoulder. If you are willing to embark on this journey, then go forth. Such courage is perhaps unparalleled in our lineage for more than 200 years. This matter belongs to you and your lineage, and I shall not inquire further. However, the last disciple from our divine power sect who faced the trial reportedly ascended to the realm of great cultivators within a century and has since ventured westward to confront the primal demon tribes, honing his skills. I hope Honghu too can succeed. Mingjian smiled slightly, expressing his admiration for Li Xuansheng's undertaking of the trial, and reminisced about the disciple from over a century ago, placing his hopes upon Li Xuansheng. Thus, I entrust you to deliver these items to Guyin. We shall take our leave now. The Peak Master nodded in acknowledgement, grasping Li Xuansheng's arm and stepping forward to join the group at Guquan. With matters settled, we shall proceed to the summit. A crimson glow enveloped them as they stepped into the black void, disappearing from sight. Upon their return, the assembly had arrived at the pinnacle of the divine power sect, the ethereal Ling Tai Peak, which lies at the very heart of the entire sect's territory. The 3 peaks and 9 veins of the sect, though seemingly equal in stature, have been structured through countless millennia of heritage, revealing the inherent strength and potential of each peak and vein. Among these, without a doubt, the most formidable is the Ling Tai Peak. It is said that the cultivation techniques of this lineage embody the core essence of the 9 great dantians of the revered Panga Daoist. Upon mastery, practitioners gain extraordinary strength, and their spiritual prowess surpasses that of other peaks and veins. Even those versed in the natural laws of heaven and earth might find it challenging to eclipse the spiritual might of the disciples from Ling Tai Peak. However, balance prevails in the cosmos. The peaks might has resulted in a remarkably small number of disciples. For instance, the Han lineage of the Honghuang boasts several hundred members, whereas Ling Tai Peak has fewer than 50. Nevertheless, the overwhelming strength of Ling Tai Peak allows it to command an impressive expanse of 300,000 miles within the sect's domain, with mountains shrouded in spiritual energy rising majestically. The concentration of spiritual essence here is more than double that found in the outer 5 veins. As one ventures deeper, various extraordinary phenomena manifest, an indication of the intense clash of spiritual energies, as well as a testament to the disciples' ability to unify their spirits with the cosmos during their cultivation, instilling a sense of reverence in all who behold it. Master, one disciple ventured, according to sect regulations, once we achieve the rank of great practitioner, we may concurrently cultivate the techniques of any of the other 8 veins. Is it not true that the path you follow is? A formidable procession traversed the realm of Ling Tai Peak, radiant streaks of crimson light unabashedly illuminating their path. At the forefront, the peak's leader exuded an aura of profound consciousness, ensuring their passage continued uninterrupted. Noticing the peculiar phenomena within the Ling Tai Peak territory, Gu Shui inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the 9 methods of cultivating the dantian, passed down from the Daoist ancestor, each possess their unique wonders. However, when it comes to the most exquisite and formidable, it is undoubtedly Ling Tai Peak. After the Master's ascension to the realm of great practitioners, Ling Tai Peak was the initial choice. Yet, after a decade of delving into its cultivation methods, it became apparent that progress was painstakingly slow, prompting the Master to opt for the practices of the 4 veins of the lower peak and the 3 veins of the middle peak. Should fortune favor the Master significantly, an elevation to the realm of the supreme ancestors could indeed be achieved, after which the Ling Tai Peak methods could be contemplated anew. The peak leader candidly shared this with his disciples, casting a gentle smile as he spoke. Chapter 72, Ancient Life, second update, however, from the Master's perspective. He believed that once the 5 of you advanced to the level of great practitioners, mastering the secret arts of Ling Tai Peak would present considerable challenges, given the exorbitant requirements for spiritual strength inherent in its cultivation methods. Only those endowed with naturally formidable spiritual prowess or exceptional comprehension may grasp the techniques of Ling Tai Peak. While this may seem unfortunate, it is simply the way of nature. The peak leader continued, sharing his insights and suggestions with the 5 disciples. Well, that aside, the sect leader has already dispatched someone to us. As he spoke, the leader of the peak suddenly shifted his tone. His gaze fixated ahead where a faint gray stream of light flickered into view, rushing towards a group of people. Master Uncle. Master is already waiting for you at the spirit platform hall. The newcomer was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a flowing gray robe. His bright, clear eyes scanned the assembled crowd before he clasped his hands in salute to the peak leader. Xuansheng, it has been a century since we last met. And I am astonished to see your cultivation has reached such heights, your golden core perfected, embodying the essence of unity. Had I arrived a few years later, you would likely have ascended to the realm of great practitioners. You are indeed among the forefront of your generation. The peak leader nodded in acknowledgement, savoring the aura that enveloped Xuansheng, and could not help but express his admiration. Master Uncle, you flatter me, not only in my generation, but even amongst the Hong lineage. Many have already caught up. That disciple, Hongqing, who triumphed over the trials of heaven and earth a century ago, has far surpassed our peers and has long since advanced to the rank of great practitioner. Over the years, he has demonstrated unparalleled combat prowess in the Western territories, thus elevating the reputation of our divine power sect, while I have merely toiled within the confines of our sect, feeling quite ashamed. Xuansheng waved his hands repeatedly, unwilling to accept the peak leader's praise. We practitioners seek ultimate transcendence, to attain eternal life, free from calamities. As long as we continue to progress without pause, we are advancing. Dear disciple Xuansheng, there is no need for further words. Please lead us swiftly to the spirit platform hall. The peak leader laughed heartily, gesturing towards Xuansheng with a sense of commanding authority. What you say is quite true. Please follow me. Xuansheng nodded, then slightly turned his body. And with a swift motion of his feet, he instantly soared through the air, heading directly towards the innermost, most majestic, and towering peak, which is the very core of the Shangfeng Lingai peak lineage. It also serves as the heart of the entire Xinli sect's vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles. With Xuansheng leading the way, their pace quickened considerably. In a short while, the radiant figure of Xuansheng arrived at the summit of a mountain directly ahead, where ancient halls stood amidst swirling clouds and mists, faintly resonating with the sound of bell chimes. The peak master, accompanied by the group behind, also entered the mountain before them. As they traversed the thick clouds, they beheld an extensive cluster of palatial structures, each exuding a rich and profound aura of antiquity. These palaces have existed since the establishment of the Xinli sect, and countless millennia have passed since then. Were they mere mortal edifices, they would have long since crumbled to dust over such an expanse of time. However, the palaces before them still shimmered with a unique brilliance under the illumination of the void sun star, captivating all who beheld them. Master, the revered one is in the Lingtai Hall ahead, Xuansheng announced as he walked slowly. This is indeed Lingtai Peak, and it appears to have changed little since my visit long ago. The peak master, seemingly having not visited this place in quite some time, scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, nodding in acknowledgement as he followed Xuansheng's lead. This marks my third visit to Lingtai Peak. My initial arrival was under the guidance of my esteemed master, who succeeded the peak leader. I accompanied my ancestral master on that occasion. The second visit was when my revered teacher assumed the position of the peak leader of the fire lineage. The convergence of the 3 peaks and 9 lineages occurs in this very place. Now, 5 centuries have elapsed, and here I am for the 3rd time. Ancient snow trailed closely behind the peak leader, wholeheartedly in agreement with the words of our master. Despite having visited merely 3 times, everything here seems untouched by the passage of time. Rather, it exudes an even greater profundity and vibrancy. In front of the Lingtai Hall, the vast expanse is flanked by the Lingtai Peak stele, standing resolutely alongside the stele of the Flame Peak. As we pass through the stele, we enter the spacious and level grounds, where, in the distance, the main hall of Lingai Hall awaited. Approaching the Lingai Hall, the group fell silent, following the peak leader with composure as they stepped into the main hall, which was already populated by numerous individuals. Mingxin, my junior brother. It has been over a century since we last met, yet you remain unchanged. As the peak leader and the others entered the main hall, a figure emerged before them, clad in an elegant robe of purple and gold, with gray hair tied up in a crown, his complexion radiant, appearing as youthful as he did in the past. Indeed, the same can be said for you, my esteemed senior brother. The peak leader replied with a respectful gesture. Over a century has passed, and if I had not made any progress, It would have been a disservice to the profound kindness of our Daoist master and our revered teacher. These individuals accompanying you must be your disciples and descendants, I presume? 3 months ago, I heard of the unfortunate demise of your esteemed disciple, Gu Yan. It is indeed a great pity. Previously, you conveyed to me that the one who now ventures forth to face the trials of heaven and earth is a disciple accepted by Gu Yan shortly before his passing. May I inquire as to who this individual is? I am eager to witness their prowess. Gu Quan, Gu Shui. You all should hasten to pay your respects to the esteemed sect master. The peak master nodded slightly, turning his body to glance at Gu Quan and the others, softly commanding them. Greetings, sect master Sherbois. Greetings, sect master Sherbois. Gu Quan and the 5 others stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. Please rise. You are the future pillars of our fire lineage. Your cultivation is commendable, and I foresee great opportunities for you to ascend to the ranks of esteemed cultivators in due time, the sect master said with a smile, gesturing for them to rise. These are disciples of the Hong generation of our fire lineage. Alas, none have achieved the golden core stage in recent years. Today, I have brought them here, partly to broaden their horizons. Furthermore, it has been over 200 years since a disciple of our fire lineage dared to undertake the trials of heaven and earth. Reflecting on this, I feel a deep sense of sorrow. Therefore, I have resolved to rejuvenate our cultivation atmosphere by starting with them. As for Honggu, he possesses a degree of talent and courage. After paying their respects to the sect master Sherbois, Gu Quan and his companions stepped aside. The peak master then pointed to the 9 disciples beside him, continuing to address the sect master with a tone imbued with frustration regarding the lack of courage exhibited by the disciples of the fire lineage in facing the trials. Chapter 73. Entering the sacred ground to meet the master. Hong Tong and the 9 others exchanged glances, then stepped forward in unison, bowing slightly in respect. This is due to the great expectations that the junior brother has bestowed upon them. Indeed, these 9 are commendable, particularly the 2 young ones who have already begun to grasp the profound essence of the universe. Soon, when they attain the realm of martial arts golden elixir, he will be known as Honggu, whose bone age is merely 12. His cultivation seems shrouded in mystery, making it difficult for me to discern his true level, as he has reached the pinnacle of postnatal perfection in just 3 months. Furthermore, I have heard whispers of his exploits among the disciples of the 5 veins in the lower peak. With his singular strength, he has swept through the entire assembly of postnatal disciples, and his mastery of the fire refining technique has unveiled its intrinsic nature. Such prowess and talent surpass even the ancient legends, and he now possesses the audacity to face the trials of heaven and earth, truly remarkable, indeed. Upon witnessing this, the master let out a hearty laugh, gesturing for the 9 to rise. He then offered a succinct appraisal, casting an appreciative glance at Hong Tong and the lady beside him, Hong Yin, and gently expressing his admiration, redirecting his gaze under the guidance of the peak master. He turned to Li Xuansheng, showering him with compliments. Master brother, there is no need to lavish praise upon my unremarkable disciples. The primary purpose of our visit today is for Honggu to undertake the trials of heaven and earth. I wonder if you are adequately prepared. Observing his fellow disciples basking in the master's accolades, the peak master shook his head in resignation and stepped forward to change the subject, realizing that if this continued, they would become utterly complacent. Junior disciple, do not be anxious. Has your senior brother ever let you down? The 9 great cultivators have already been waiting at the entrance of the secret realm, prepared for our arrival. With my token, we shall activate the passage and commence the celestial trial. Hiki, since you are somewhat impatient, let us proceed to the secret realm at once. The sect leader waved his hand slightly and nodded towards Gu Sheng. Instantly, Gu Sheng stepped forward and vanished from sight. He then turned to the peak master and the others, offering a faint smile as a gray light enveloped everyone in the hall. In the next moment, the gray light dissipated into nothingness. When the sect leader and the peak master reappeared, they had already distanced themselves from the spirit platform hall and arrived at the summit of a mountain. Here, the view was dominated by dense, swirling white clouds, and gentle breezes caressed the void. This location was a nameless peak situated behind the spirit platform peak, devoid of any peculiarities. The only distinction it held from the other peaks of the spirit platform was that it bore the weight of the secret realm's pressure. The door to the secret realm lies in this direction. Honggu, you must be prepared. Entering the secret realm is a perilous endeavor. The sect leader stepped forward, indicating the mountain beneath them, while addressing the assembly. He then turned to Li Xuansheng. Sect leader ancestor, please open the secret realm. Li Xuansheng clasped his hands together and spoke in a solemn tone. Very well, Honggu, with your current state of mind, if you can survive the celestial trial, your name shall surely resonate throughout the realm of humanity. Elders, take your positions. The master let out a hearty laugh, and a swirl of gray light enveloped him. He then turned to the elders of the secret place, who had already gathered atop the mountain peak, and called out. The 9 venerable cultivators exchanged glances, nodded lightly. And in a dazzling display, they dispersed around the summit, forming a formation akin to a magical square. Observing this, the master stepped forward, soaring above them. And with a wave of his hand, an oval-shaped token of purple gold materialized in the air. He then pointed at it, and a gray light struck the token, releasing an invisible force that emanated from it. Sensing the aura radiating from the token, the 9 esteemed cultivators, now in position, began to manipulate their hand seals, each pointing a finger, causing beams of differently colored light to descend upon the token. In an instant, the space around the token warped, as silvery light flickered incessantly. Junior brother, prepare yourself. When a phantom gate appears above the token, send Honggu through. The master stood suspended above the mountain, channeling an endless stream of power into the token. Alongside the other 9 venerable cultivators, the silvery light surrounding the now distorted space of the token grew ever more resplendent. Finally, accompanied by a crisp sound, a dark gray orb materialized beside the token, and with the continuous influx of energy from the 10 individuals, the dark gray orb began to swell and expand. Before the eyes of the gathered onlookers, a shimmering archway materialized with remarkable swiftness, within fewer than 10 breaths. A phantom gate, towering approximately 2 meters and spanning over a meter in width, took shape. Honggu, having entered the secret realm, now all that remains is for you to navigate your own destiny. The peak master gradually approached Li Xuansheng, and with a mere gesture, an invisible force lifted Li Xuansheng's form into the air, drawing him closer to the ethereal archway. Li Xuansheng maintained a serene demeanor as he quietly advanced towards the portal. Ultimately, when he stood merely a meter from the entrance, a sudden and powerful suction emanated from within the spectral gate, drawing Li Xuansheng's body into its depths. As he crossed the threshold, the 9 individuals surrounding the mountaintop slowly retracted their energies, and the resplendent gold-and-purple token gradually reverted to its original state. While the master of the sect descended from the heights, Honggu had now entered the secret realm to undergo the trials set by heaven and earth. Based on the experiences of disciples who had previously emerged from this domain, the outcome would reveal itself within a span of 9 days at most. Should Honggu manage to transcend his limitations, shatter the constraints of the primordial force, and unlock the shackles of his divine soul to ascend to the innate realm, he would be naturally expelled from the secret realm. Otherwise, he would be destined to remain within its confines eternally. Let us await the outcome here. 9 days is but a fleeting moment for us. Thus, it is decided, Gu Xing, during the next 9 days, you shall remain here alongside your master uncle. Should any matters arise, feel free to seek me at the Lingtai Hall. The sect master nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Gu Sheng, issuing his command. Understood. Master. Very well, junior brother, I shall take my leave now. As the master concluded his words, his figure vanished from the spot. Gu Quan. You and your fellow disciples shall wait here for 9 days, and your senior brother Gu Sheng, whose cultivation surpasses yours, will provide you with guidance. The peak master then knelt and seated himself in the void. Observing this, Gu Quan and the others had no choice but to join their master in waiting, nodding in agreement as they listened to his words. Chapter 74. The destruction of the physical form suddenly engulfed by the shadowy portal. Li Xuansheng had only just regained awareness and control over his body. Surrounded by a faint azure glow, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find a desolate expanse devoid of life and vitality. A protective barrier? Standing in this murky space, Li Xuansheng discerned the conditions around him. To his astonishment, he discovered a spherical gray protective shield surrounding him, while dark gray mist meandered aimlessly outside, occasionally colliding with the barrier. Each impact caused a flicker of light around the shield, which then dimmed. Is this the realm of celestial trials? Li Xuansheng pondered with profound curiosity. Just as he was about to take a step into the nebulous gray void, he was momentarily stunned, his consciousness returning to his core, within the sea of his dantian. Aside from the still dormant azure lotus he had refined into mana on that fateful night, a series of faint azure lights began to flicker. With each flicker, the ethereal blue lotus swayed gently, its yet-to-bloom buds enveloped in a shroud of azure radiance. On the path of growth, The 5 spectral lotus leaves birth that fateful night quivered in unison. Li Xuansheng endeavored to draw his consciousness closer, yet it sank into the abyss of ignorance, remaining utterly oblivious. As time elapsed, the tremors of the blue lotus within him intensified, stirring the vast ocean of his dantian into a tempest. Simultaneously, the external world seemed to resonate with the agitation of the blue lotus within Li Xuansheng, as wisps of dark gray air suddenly appeared to possess a sentience of their own, crashing violently against the spherical protective barrier surrounding him. What was once expected to endure for some time began to wane under the relentless onslaught of the dark gray currents, gradually dimming. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the barrier would succumb to annihilation. Within the confines of his dantian, the blue lotus's agitation grew ever more fervent, causing the ocean of his dantian to boil violently. Streams of purest energy erupted from the blue lotus, coursing through the myriad channels of Li Xuansheng's body. In an instant, the overwhelming burden of magical energy caused a congestion in his meridians, leading to ruptures in those that could not withstand the strain. His internal organs trembled violently, and crimson droplets flowed incessantly from the corners of his mouth, his once rosy complexion fading to a pallid hue. After several breaths, the outer layer of gray protection was suddenly breached by the relentless waves of dark gray air. In that fleeting moment, Li Xuansheng's essence was laid bare within the boundless expanse of murky grayness. A wisp of dark gray energy surged violently towards Li Xuansheng's form, effortlessly breaching the meager defenses of his integrated inner and outer protective aura. The dark gray currents penetrated deeply, invading his very being, with a series of muffled sounds. Countless violent streams of dark gray infiltrated his bones, shattering them, extinguishing his veins, and with each breath, they invaded his vital organs, leaving no resistance in their wake, ultimately obliterating them. In his mind, the primordial Tao scripture seemed to sense the impending peril. As tendrils of pale azure light surged forth to combat the dark gray energy that sought to annihilate Li Xuansheng's consciousness, the ominous hum of impending doom resonated. Who could have anticipated that his end would come here? The ideals of immortality and boundless freedom seemed forever out of reach. Xuansheng, dear sister, I must take my leave. Please take good care of yourself. Li Xuansheng's consciousness, retreating within the recesses of his mind, endured the relentless onslaught of dark gray currents that shattered his corporeal form, each wave of pain penetrating deeper into his soul. After withstanding several surges, he could bear it no longer and succumbed to the abyss of darkness. In the boundless, gray expanse, a battered body lay sprawled, with only the head remaining intact, while the rest of the form had been obliterated by the dark gray energy. Yet beneath the veil of pale azure light enveloping the head, in the region traditionally designated as the Sea of Danshians, a rootless azure lotus continued to sway, each gentle movement drawing in vast amounts of dark gray energy. Suddenly, an invisible and mysterious force surged forth from the body of the azure lotus, nourishing the still ethereal lotus leaves in the various parts that originally belonged to Li Xuansheng's corporeal form. Thus, the cycle of inhalation and exhalation continued unceasingly, one breath, one instant stick, 1 hour, a day, 2 days. No one could ascertain how long this peculiar scene would persist. For a peak master of such profound cultivation, 9 days was merely a brief period of meditation. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed, and the peak master's emotions transformed throughout this span, from the hope and anticipation of the first day, to the wavering uncertainty of the second, the tension of the seventh, the hope of the eighth, and finally, the tranquility of the ninth. Master, today marks the 9th day. According to the words of our sect leader, if Honghu Shiji does not emerge today, it may signify that he may never return. Beside him, Gu Quan, who had also awaited for 9 days. Since the stillness of the void before him, his eyes flickered, and he rose closer to his master, speaking softly without any discernible ulterior motive. Master, is it truly the case that among the disciples of the Divine Power sect who have endured the trials of heaven and earth, the longest anyone has persevered is merely 9 days? A young woman near Gu Shui, addressing him quietly, inquired, I am not entirely certain either, for our lineage of fire has not faced the trials for over 2 centuries. Since the sect leader has stated it is 9 days, it must indeed be 9 days. Now, with the time almost complete, Yenner, let us continue to wait. Ancient Snow lightly spoke, her pair of beautiful eyes opened, gazing into the void before her, where no movement could be detected. Casting a glance at her companion, the disciple Hong Yen, she shook her head and said, Yes, Master. Hong Yin nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. Observing this, Gu Xing, who had accompanied the disciples of the fire lineage for 9 celestial cycles, sighed softly. As a disciple of the Master, he had witnessed many who dared to challenge the trials of the heavens over the centuries. Regrettably, the phrase "a perilous journey" may not suffice, perhaps 10 deaths. No life would be more fitting. The 9th day had swiftly passed, the radiance of the solar star gradually diminishing until it bore no warmth. The lunar star ascended, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. Alas! Finally, the figure of the Peak Master, who had been seated atop the mountain, arose languidly, exhaling a soft sigh. With a wave of his hand, a crimson light enveloped those behind him. With a single punch, a black hole manifested, and with a measured step, he vanished from sight. Chapter 75. The Old Woman. 10 days after Li Xuansheng entered the secluded realm, the final moments of the month-long agreement with Li Xuansheng had arrived. On the periphery of the Fire Lineage's territory, within the Grand Divine Power Tavern, Li Xuansheng had spent a complete month in solitude. Thanks to Li Xuansheng's generosity of 3 superior spirit stones, her meals had been well arranged throughout this time. "Little girl, where are you headed?" A familiar silhouette suddenly wafted past, prompting the middle-aged innkeeper, who was peering at something on the counter, to abruptly lift his head. Inhaling sharply, he recognized the identity of that figure and could not help but inquire aloud. "Shopkeeper, the month has come to an end. I must take my leave. Where shall you go from here?" The middle-aged shopkeeper sighed deeply and inquired once more. "I am uncertain. My brother mentioned that if he cannot overcome the trials of this world, the disciples of the Fire Lineage may take me as their apprentice. However, they have yet to arrive, and for now, I wish to wander about," Li Xuansheng replied, her eyes clouded with confusion. The most cherished person in her life had departed, leaving her momentarily devoid of tears. "Very well, then, perhaps a stroll will lighten your spirits, but do not wander too far. The disciples of the Fire Lineage may come by at any moment," the shopkeeper gently reassured her. "I understand," Li Xuansheng said, turning to step outside the Divine Power Tavern, choosing a random direction to walk. "Alas, another wretched soul has been added to this world," the shopkeeper lamented as he observed Li Xuansheng's solitary figure. He then returned his focus to his previous thoughts. Beyond the realm of the Divine Power sect, which spanned 1,000,000 miles, lay an expanse of boundless splendor, where cultivators and mortals coexisted. Li Xuansheng walked silently along the broad path, her gaze aimlessly drifting around her. The loss of her brother had dulled all that once sparkled in her eyes, rendering the world around her less inviting. As if even the surrounding atmosphere had turned subtly frigid, despite the sun shining brightly overhead. "Stand aside. Anyone who obstructs my path shall bear the consequences." Not far away, on the broad avenue, a particularly audacious proclamation echoed through the surroundings, soon followed by an opulent carriage racing down the road. The carriage, resplendent in a golden hue, appeared exceptionally striking under the radiant sunlight. The steeds harnessed before it were equally astonishing. 6 magnificent unicorns, their manes shimmering silver, adorned with wings upon their backs, exuding an air of grandeur and strength as they galloped. "Make way for me," came another brazen utterance. "Who is he? How dare he behave so arrogantly within the dominion of the Divine Power sect? Is he not afraid of attracting their ire?" A practitioner walking along the path was abruptly pulled aside by a companion, gazing at the ostentatious carriage and the owner's haughty demeanor, and could not help but voice his bewilderment. Brother, you have just emerged from seclusion and may not grasp his identity. He is none other than the direct descendant of the Sea Domain Dragon Sovereign, possessing immense wealth, and his carriage crafted from crimson gold, alongside his silver-horned heavenly steeds, is already a display of modesty in this context. Such a figure would command respect even from the most exalted ancestors. We, mere practitioners, should refrain from speaking too freely lest he overhears us." His companion chuckled softly and elucidated the individual's identity. The direct lineage of the Sea Domain Dragon Sovereign. No wonder. A glimmer of understanding flickered in the man's eyes, and he chose to remain silent thereafter. Before long, the boisterous voice gradually faded into the distance, and the pedestrians on the expansive street resumed their former demeanor. "Old lady, are you all right?" Li Xuansheng strolled slowly along the side of the road, indifferent to the recent commotion caused by the esteemed bloodline of the Sea Domain Dragon Sovereign. Regardless of his noble status, it bore no relevance to her. Suddenly, she gasped softly and hurried towards a figure at the roadside, where an elderly man dressed in white appeared to be startled by the previous disturbance, having been knocked down by a passerby and yet to rise. The old woman, likely in her 60s or 70s, bore deep wrinkles upon her face, exuding an aura of withering and decay. Passers-by, upon encountering her presence, wrinkled their brows and hurriedly averted their gazes. Li Xuansheng approached and gently helped the old woman to her feet with her delicate, white hands. "Are you all right, grandmother?" she inquired as she assisted her to the edge of the street. The old woman replied, "I am fine, dear. It is just that my legs are a bit unsteady. Thank you for helping me up. Otherwise, I would have truly suffered. Kiki, you seem to be in low spirits, dear. If you wish, you may share your troubles with me, and I shall offer you some comfort." The elderly lady, garbed in white, with hair as white as snow and hands no longer youthful, regarded Li Xuansheng with a gentle smile, her words carrying an enchanting quality that stirred affection within Li Xuansheng's heart. "My brother is gone, forever departed, eternally fallen." Hearing the voice, Li Xuansheng pondered for several moments before finally bowing his head, expressing the anguish and grievances that weighed upon his heart. Tears, pure and crystalline, cascaded from his bright eyes, soaking the garments of both himself and the elderly woman beside him. "Is your brother a cultivator?" the old woman inquired once more. As tears continued to swell in Li Xuansheng's eyes, her words became increasingly sorrowful and heart-wrenching. Clutching the old woman's arms, she sobbed uncontrollably. "He went to face the trials of the world. Your brother is truly courageous, yet it is unfortunate that the inheritance of the esteemed Panging Daoist is not easily attained. Alas, do not dwell in sadness. Now that your brother is missing, what do you plan to do?" A fleeting spark of clarity shone within the depths of the old woman's murky eyes as she gently patted the weeping girl beside her, asking again. "My brother said he had made arrangements before he left that a senior from the fire lineage would take me as a disciple. But now, with my brother gone, what use is my cultivation?" As she recalled their time descending from the great snow mountain, she lamented, "He promised we would cultivate together to become immortals, to attain eternal life and freedom. But now, with my brother missing, what purpose does my immortality serve?" Li Xuansheng whispered her discontent through her tears. Chapter 76. The Path to Immortality. My dear child, you must understand that upon attaining immortality, one acquires extraordinary abilities. If you truly manage to become an immortal, resurrecting your brother would be a trivial matter. Thus, how could one claim that becoming an immortal is futile? Your brother has left behind a contingency, allowing the disciples of the fire lineage to take you as their apprentice. Should they accept you, you would never achieve immortality in your lifetime. The old woman appears to possess profound knowledge, gleaned from the scant words of Li Xuansheng, revealing her general history, a pair of siblings emerging from the great snow mountain, vowing to diligently cultivate their way to immortality. Now, with her brother fallen, only the sister remains. Such occurrences, while not common in the mortal realm, are not entirely rare either. Yet, encountering her today seems fated. Old woman, you mentioned that after becoming immortal, I could resurrect my brother. Is that truly the case? Suddenly, Li Xuansheng, who had been quietly weeping, abruptly halted her tears and turned to the old woman with astonished inquiry. "Indeed, it is. If immortals can bring my brother back to life, then I must become immortal. Brother, wait for me. I shall surely attain immortality and revive you." Listening to the old woman's words, Li Xuansheng seemed to have suddenly discovered a new direction in life, a brilliant light flashing in her eyes. Her spirit reinvigorated in an instant. "Do you know how to become an immortal?" Observing Li Xuansheng's excited demeanor, the old woman smiled silently before posing a counter-question. "Well, to become an immortal, brother said that as long as one diligently cultivates, they will surely achieve immortality." Haha, what a good child. Allow me to guide you on the path to immortality. The way to immortality lies within the brilliance of heaven and earth, the hope that resides between them. Becoming an immortal is akin to the sun, radiating light and warmth, eternal and unceasing. If one day you can truly comprehend the profound truths, you shall attain immortality. Dear girl, would you be willing to follow the old woman on the path to becoming an immortal? The old woman lifted her gaze to the blazing sun above, while simultaneously imparting the wisdom of immortality to Li Xuansheng, her eyes fixed intently upon the girl. "Old woman, can you truly make me an immortal?" Li Xuansheng inquired once more, her youthful voice filled with innocence. "Naturally," the old woman declared with pride, despite her face being etched with wrinkles. There was an undeniable aura of authority in her brows and eyes at that moment. "Then I willingly choose to cultivate immortality alongside you," Li Xuansheng replied without hesitation, offering her final answer to the old woman. Before the 5 declines of the celestial beings, to encounter you here is indeed a fateful connection between us. Though your talents are modest, I believe this meeting is no mere coincidence. The words of the goddess shall not be mistaken. The opportunity for my breakthrough lies within you. Since you are willing to cultivate immortality with me, let us depart. As the old woman's words resonated, their figures vanished from the spot, unnoticed by anyone on the street. Shortly after, the old woman led Li Xuansheng away. In the void above the outer regions of the Fire Clan, Gu Shui and Hong Yin stood suspended in midair. According to their prior agreement, they had come to seek out Li Xuansheng, the sister of Li Xuansheng, to bring her into their fold. Hong Yin, go to the Divine Power Tavern and bring forth Honggu's sister. Though Honggu has perished in the secret realm, his previous words remain. I intend to take his sister under my wing, and you must instruct her diligently moving forward. Gu Shui softly addressed Hong Yin beside her. Yes, master. Dressed in a striking crimson robe, Hong Yin nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward, arriving before the Divine Power Tavern, before proceeding inside. Upon entering, she made her way directly to the counter. Ah, a female disciple from the fire lineage, to what do we owe the pleasure? The middle-aged proprietor's eyes sparkled as he regarded Hong Yin, for it was only the disciples of the fire lineage who donned such fiery attire. Esteemed proprietor, I seek information regarding a young girl. Has she been residing here? With a wave of her hand, the ethereal energies of the world surged, conjuring a blazing flame that revealed a phantom figure resembling Li Xuansheng, as transmitted by Gu Shui to Hong Yin. It seems you may have to wait here for a moment, Hong Yin stated, tossing a jade pendant before turning to leave. Understood. The proprietor nodded, refraining from further discourse. Thus, Gu Shui and Hong Yin remained at the periphery of the Divine Power Sect's office for 3 days. Throughout this time, no news emerged from the Divine Power Tavern, and inquiries yielded no results. It appeared that after Li Xuansheng exited the tavern that day, she had vanished entirely from sight. With the might of our fire lineage, we shall issue a bounty and search the vicinity within 100,000 miles. A mere mortal girl cannot have strayed far. Gu Shui furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before addressing Hong Yin. Yes, master. Hong Yin meticulously executed her master's command. 10 days later, Hong Yin returned, bearing no fruitful results. Within the domain of the fire sect of the Divine Power Sect, the name Honggu has gradually faded from memory. Perhaps a few may recall how Honggu, upon his arrival at the fire sect, swept through the ranks of the postnatal disciples with his remarkable fire-forging skills. However, when one is no longer present, all ephemeral fame dissipates like whispers in the wind. Many disciples lament that with Honggu's exhibited talent, had he not faced the trials of heaven and earth, he would likely have already ascended to the innate realm. Furthermore, given his exceptional endowments, it was certain that he would have continued to gain renown, ensuring that the disciples of the fire sect would remember him for generations to come. Yet, reality is often harsh. Honggu fell short during the trials of heaven and earth, failing to break through to the primordial force. It has been over 2 centuries since the last attempt by the fire sect to confront these trials, and unexpectedly, they have once again met with failure. In an instant, the disciples of the fire sect have lost all hope regarding the trials of heaven and earth. Chapter 77. The innate realm in the blink of an eye. It has been more than 2 months since Li Xuansheng faced the trials of heaven and earth. During this time, the name Honggu has completely become a relic of the past in the fire sect, perhaps only mentioned in casual reminiscences among those who reflect on bygone days. Meanwhile, within a secluded area of the Divine Power Sect, the space remains shrouded in a grayish haze, with countless dark gray currents perpetually flowing, never ceasing. Amidst this uniform grayness, a pale azure light stands out, radiating with extraordinary brilliance. Mysterious luminescence dances upon it, while wisps of dark gray air are continuously absorbed and refined by the pale azure glow, subsequently being expelled. A pale azure orb, approximately 2 meters in diameter, emanated a gentle halo that seemed profoundly discordant against the hazy expanse surrounding it. Yet, as countless dark gray currents ebbed and flowed in and out, a sense of harmony emerged. Within the orb lay a bare, exposed physique, sprawled languidly amidst swirling dark gray currents. These currents permeated its meridians, sinews, and vital organs, ultimately converging in the cranial region. Silken strands of ebony hair danced behind. Precisely 12,960 strands, all within the orb, undergoing relentless refinement by the dark gray currents. Internally, the 12,960 meridians coursing through the body remained unobstructed, as wisps of dark gray energy circulated, refining and fortifying every part they traversed. At the Dantian, the once destroyed sea of energy began to coalesce anew, nurturing pale azure magic within. Suspended in this ocean of Dantian was a rootless blue lotus, now still, yet absorbing the delicate strands of dark gray currents. The flower bud atop the lotus had yet to bloom, yet the 5 surrounding leaves had solidified, glistening with a verdant sheen. Despite the Dantian Sea's relentless currents, not a drop of magic touched their surface. Each leaf bore a myriad of intricate patterns, as if inscribed with the world's deepest secrets, enveloping the core bud. An intangible force erupted from the leaves, forming luminous halos at the top of the blue lotus, with energy swirling within the bud, seemingly bestowing it with strength. At the apex of the physical form, the cranium emanated a soft, pale azure glow. Deep within the recesses of his mind, the Yuanshi Tianzun stirred not, all was instinctively radiated. Under the protection of the azure lotus, the corporeal body underwent a reconstitution, merging with the hazy expanse surrounding him. After being rendered unconscious by waves of pain that surged deep into his soul, Li Xuansheng's consciousness, having slumbered for many days, finally began to awaken. The physical form nourished him, as a mysterious power revitalized his mind, fortifying it. Time passed, and at last, with a gentle tremor coursing through his body, which lay within the pale azure radiance, 2 beams of azure light shot forth from his eyes, piercing through the luminous sphere and into the external murky realm. I have not perished, I remain in this space. I recall that before my consciousness succumbed to slumber, my physical form had collapsed, yet now, 129, 600 meridians have been fully connected. The foundation of Yuanshi has been forged. What an overwhelming sensation. This is the essence of Yuanshi. Li Xuansheng's consciousness harmonized with his body, instantly regaining control. The prostrate form rose to its feet, acutely aware of its nakedness. As he prepared to gesture, he noticed that the spatial ring upon his finger had vanished, evidently destroyed. Yet, the nature of this energy remains a mystery. So domineering, so forceful, I truly wonder how the ancestral predecessors managed to navigate this realm before me. The azure lotus within continued to consume the surrounding dark gray currents, while streams of dark gray energy flowed over his physical form. It appeared that his body had adapted. With a subtle shift in thought, the pale azure radiance dissipated, and Li Xuansheng stood firmly within it. Having previously entered this place, my cultivation was already at the consummation of the Hotian realm. Now that the primordial foundation has been established and the groundwork laid, I can absorb the myriad gray currents here. Judging by the azure lotus's reaction, the dusky gray currents are highly beneficial to it, and I can also absorb them and convert them into mana. Why not seize this opportunity to break through to the Xiantian realm? Li Xuansheng sat cross-legged, allowing the rolling, hazy gray currents to enter his body, scouring everything within, especially the azure lotus in his Dantian Sea. Acting on impulse, his mind gradually calmed. He met all the criteria for breaking through to the Xiantian realm, and with the environment here providing an endless supply of gray currents for him to absorb, breaking through here was more convenient than outside. The power system of the divine force sect operated with increasing vigor, the surging mana roaring, and the formidable physical body capable of accommodating everything. The technique circulated 9 times, reversing upwards, with a layer of faint azure light enveloping his body. Attracted by the technique, strands of dusky gray currents actively surrounded Li Xuansheng, with the Baihui acupoint on his head opening, allowing wisps of gray currents to enter. Simultaneously, the mana within his body had reached its peak, halting at the last area of the physical body not yet controlled by him. Internal and external fusion. Baihui receiving the body, the general trend reversing, 2 dragons converging. At the Baihui acupoint on his head, strands of gray currents surged in powerfully, while the mana within his body continuously impacted the mysterious gate of the mind. Under the combined attack from within and without, that mysterious gate gradually loosened. With a single impact, then a second, an endless stream of dark gray energy enveloped Li Xuansheng's body, finally shattering the mysterious door within his mind after the 18th strike. In that instant, the azure lotus, which had been swaying incessantly in his Dantian Sea, transformed into a streak of flowing light, directly penetrating Li Xuansheng's newly awakened soul. A solitary azure lotus now quietly resided in the vast emptiness of his soul space. This represented the power of the soul, a remarkable phenomenon. Unexpectedly, the position of the azure lotus had shifted, and the Yuanshi Tianzun had also entered. Intriguing indeed, though it remained unclear why the lotus bud had yet to bloom. The 5 azure lotus leaves were already resplendently verdant, yet their purpose remained a mystery. To cultivate the soul is to attain the innate realm. However, for Li Xuansheng, the significance of this innate stage was not particularly profound, merely augmenting his soul power and bestowing a modicum of physical strength. What perplexed him most was the azure lotus, had it not been for its presence. he might have perished completely in this place. Now, not only had he survived, but he had also forged the foundation of the primordial and achieved the innate realm. The space began to reject him. Could it be that he was about to exit? After successfully breaking through to the innate realm, Li Xuansheng was eager to fully experience the unique power that accompanied this stage. However, as the power of the soul began to radiate, a formidable repulsive force suddenly emerged from the murky space, enveloping him in an instant and propelling him beyond this realm. Chapter 78. The Body of Martial Arts. The power of the soul commands the essence of heaven and earth, allowing one to stand suspended in the void. This is the essence of the innate realm. A shadow of dark gray light flickered, and Li Xuansheng's figure materialized atop the mountain peak he had previously entered. Now, he possessed the ability to stand in the void and traverse the air with the strength of his true self. It was uncertain how long it had been since he entered the secret realm, but it was estimated to be quite some time. Xian Shuang's month at the Divine Power Tavern had concluded, and she should now be at the Fire Clan. Ah, Master Ancestor. Li Xuansheng's spiritual power radiated outward, and in an instant, a radius of several hundred miles was encompassed within his mind. The peaks of the Ling Tai faction imprinted themselves deep within his consciousness, along with the practitioners residing there. In a fleeting moment, a figure appeared before Li Xuansheng. Upon closer inspection, it was the Master Ancestor. Li Xuansheng bowed respectfully. You are Honggu. How is this possible? By reckoning, you have been in the secret realm for 81 days, while in the history of the Divine Power sect, the longest anyone has endured the trials of heaven and earth is merely 9 days. With a chuckle, the Master Ancestor remarked, Your current appearance is hardly suitable for meeting others. You should change. Observing the bare youth before him, the Master Ancestor felt a profound astonishment. Realizing that Honggu had remained in that secret realm for a full 81 days, surpassing anyone in the history of the Divine Power sect, his expression shifted, and with a wave of his hand, a garment of slightly smaller size flew toward Li Xuansheng, while he softly instructed, Thank you, Master Ancestor. Li Xuansheng hastily accepted the garments, a faint azure glow enveloping him as he breathed, effortlessly donning the attire. Although slightly oversized, it was preferable to being without. And you? The sect leader inquired with a subtle wave of his hand, then turned to Li Xuansheng with a keen interest. This, the disciple cannot recall clearly. I only remember that upon entering that realm, countless streams of gray energy surged towards me, causing me to faint. When I regained consciousness, I had already transcended the shackles of the first Yuan force. Thus, I smoothly advanced from the acquired to the innate. Yet scarcely had I ascended to the innate state when a formidable repelling force emerged from that space, transporting me here. Upon hearing this, Li Xuansheng felt a stir in his heart and instinctively concealed the presence of the Qinglian. Alas, the Daoist master possesses boundless power, and a prohibition was set in that realm. It seems you do not remember much, yet regardless, your ability to overcome the trials of heaven and earth is commendable. Breaking through the first Yuan force and forging the Daoist master's corporeal form will allow you to effortlessly master all techniques and combat skills of the 3 peaks and 9 meridians. As I mentioned earlier, as long as you do not fall, you are destined to become a figure of unparalleled stature in the future. The sect leader sighed, reflecting on the supreme power of the Master Pan Gong, while simultaneously emanating a soft gray light from his hand that enveloped Li Xuansheng, causing them both to vanish from the summit of the mountain. Forging the Daoist master's corporeal form? This is something that each of you who has braved the trials of heaven and earth must comprehend, and it is also my duty as the sect leader. Do you know why our Divine Power sect has formed the current structure of 3 peaks and 9 veins? This disciple does not know. Indeed, Li Xuansheng has not delved deeply into this matter. Alas, it is lamentable that the younger generation has proven inadequate, resulting in the once renowned Divine Power sect, which once struck fear into the ancient barbarian demon tribes, now fading into obscurity, with its strength fragmented into the 3 peaks and 9 veins. The most crucial point is that to this day, no one has been able to fully realize the profound teachings of the Daoist patriarch Pangu. This has led to the many techniques and combat skills passed down by the patriarch being unable to be wielded to their full potential by us disciples. Why is this so? Li Xuansheng inquired. Could it be that the cultivation methods handed down by Patriarch Pangu are so intricate that no one can grasp the subtleties within? To understand this, we must begin with the Daoist Patriarch himself. In the ancient times, the Patriarch rose powerfully, creating a unique internal martial path, astonishing in strength and dominating his contemporaries, ultimately becoming the Daoist Patriarch and passing down the lineage of the Divine Power sect. He later revealed that the reason he could forge this internal martial path was due to his exceptional constitution, having endured the trials of heaven and earth, thus receiving the supreme martial body bestowed by the heavens. Within the natural system of the law of heaven and earth, there exists a body suited to their lineage's path. And similarly, our own martial system possesses a physique that aligns with our teachings, which is none other than the formidable martial body of Daoist patriarch Pangu. The master gradually revealed the subtle secrets of the sect to Li Xuansheng. As his words faded, a moment of surprise flickered across the master's face, soon replaced by a gentle smile as his gaze turned towards the entrance of the Lingtai Hall. There, a figure clad in white gracefully stepped inside, immediately spotting Li Xuansheng, who stood quietly beside the master. Honggu, you have remained in that secret place for 81 days. The Daozun has shown you favor. You have successfully transcended the trials of heaven and earth without perishing. Truly, this is a stroke of fortune for our fire lineage. Indeed, as per tradition, you have also advanced to the innate realm, your vitality surging like a dragon, far surpassing the typical innate practitioners. Remarkable. The one who entered the Lingtai Hall was none other than the peak master of the fire lineage. Initially, upon hearing the master's earlier claims, he had thought his senior brother was jesting. However, upon reflection, he realized that with the master's stature, it would be inconceivable for him to make light of such matters. Without any hesitation, he stepped forth, breaking through the void to arrive at Lingtai Peak. To his astonishment, upon entering the hall, he encountered Honggu, who was supposed to have perished 2 months prior. Witnessing this, the peak master's heart, which had been calm and undisturbed for over 2 months, was suddenly stirred. His typically stern expression transformed from disbelief to elation. He quickly approached Li Xuansheng, examining him from head to toe with great care. Chapter 79. The Arrival of the Daozun. Haha, junior brother, this truly calls for congratulations for our fire lineage. It has been tens of thousands of years since one of our disciples has successfully passed the trials of heaven and earth. After tens of thousands of years, a remarkable individual has finally emerged. This event signifies not only the destiny of your lineage within the fire path, but also the fortune of our divine power sect. I shall convey this matter to the Daoist master in due time. After a century apart, it is truly astonishing that 2 disciples have successfully traversed the test of heaven and earth. It is indeed a time for our divine power sect to flourish and grow. Surely the Daoist master will share in our joy. Observing my enthusiastic junior brother beside me, I could not help but laugh heartily, fully understanding his excitement. Witnessing Honggu's successful passage through the trials of heaven and earth today fills my heart with great delight as well. In the several centuries since I assumed the position of sect leader, alongside Honggu, we now have 2 individuals who have overcome the challenges of heaven and earth. In the long run, this will lead to the emergence of 2 supreme ancestral beings within our sect. Moreover, having passed these trials, their future endeavors toward the realm of immortality will far surpass those of others. Continuing my discourse, I remarked, my dear junior brother, you jest. For countless years, the strength of our fire lineage has waned. Our esteemed ancestors fell one after another in battles against the savage demon tribes, while our younger disciples have failed to rise to the occasion, leading to a lack of ancestral-level disciples. I am acutely aware of my own talents. Comprehending the profound intricacies of the laws in this lifetime is already a formidable challenge. The only path to rejuvenate our fire lineage lies in nurturing Honggu and his future disciples. Fate has smiled upon us, as Honggu has indeed passed the trials. I chuckled. I have waited for 81 days. A moment longer is of no consequence. Upon hearing the words, the peak master cast a gentle smile at the sect leader, striving to suppress the joy swelling within. Subsequently, he refrained from further speech, allowing the sect leader to continue the dialogue with Honggu. Ah, junior brother, he chuckled. Let us resume our previous discussion. Our internal martial arts system certainly possesses its own unique martial bodies. Alas, since the dawn of the ancient times, the natural martial bodies suitable for our system have sporadically manifested, while our martial arts lineage has not been endowed with such innate qualities. Daoist Master Pan Gong perceived the cosmos, and subsequently constructed that hidden realm with immense magical power. Since heaven and earth do not naturally produce martial bodies, we must forge them anew, retracing the path of the Daoist master. Although martial bodies crafted through postnatal means have emerged from various trials of talented disciples, the probability of success remains exceedingly low. We publicly assert a mere 10 to 12% chance, yet in reality, achieving 1 success out of 100, or even 1,000, would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Consequently, while our internal martial arts system is formidable, few ascend to its pinnacle. Thus, Among the 9 supreme sects of humanity, apart from our divine power sect, which follows the internal martial arts tradition, the remaining 8 sects adhere to the natural laws of heaven and earth. The sect leader chuckled heartily, shaking his head in resignation, before exhaling a long breath and articulating so much in one go. So, does that imply that after I break through to the Yuan force, my current physique will indeed be that of a martial body? Li Xuansheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, achieving success in the inner martial arts requires a significant foundation of physical aptitude. In contrast, practitioners of the law of heaven and earth need not concern themselves with such limitations. They prioritize the spirit over the body. Once a practitioner from this lineage cultivates a soul-nascent infant, their ability to preserve their life is greatly enhanced, even if the physical form is obliterated. As long as the soul-nascent infant remains intact, everything can be renewed. Unfortunately, for those in the inner martial arts tradition, if the physical body is destroyed by an adversary, it often signifies the end. Upon breaking through to the primordial force, one is classified as a martial body. According to the ancient precepts passed down by the Daoist master, you are not only considered a disciple of the fire lineage, but also a member of the 3 peaks and 9 lineages. Henceforth, you will have access to the cultivation texts, techniques, and martial skills of the 3 peaks and 9 lineages, including those from our Lingtai peak. Shortly, I will request the Daoist master to bestow upon you an exclusive token. This token will grant you the privilege to traverse the entire divine power sect territory. Do not assume that this is a gift given without merit. It is the legacy of countless disciples who have perished in the trials of heaven and earth since ancient times. You have earned this right and must utilize it wisely. The sect master smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, formally recognizing Li Xuansheng's future status. Then, with a flash of light in his hand, a pristine white square of paper materialized. Grasping the paper, the sect master shimmered with gray light, and a surge of magical energy emanated from his brow, enveloping the paper in his grasp. Moments later, the sect master's token emerged, and after a few breaths, the once pristine white paper was shrouded in a layer of dark gray light. Upon witnessing the scene, the sect leader offered a faint smile, gently placing the sect token upon the parchment. With a swift motion of his hand, the seal of the sect whirled, and in an instant, the parchment and the token merged into one, vanishing within the spiritual platform hall. Henceforth, could I cultivate the scriptures, techniques, and combat arts of the 3 peaks and 9 veins? Yet, what are the resources for cultivation? In the realm of internal martial arts, the consumption of resources for both the acquired and innate realms is moderate. However, beyond the martial golden core, an insatiable demand for resources emerges. Li Xuansheng deemed this treatment quite favorable. Nonetheless, glancing at the space ring on his palm, ravaged by countless dark gray streams of energy, he softly inquired once more. Rest assured, regarding resources, you shall be well catered to. You disciples are entitled to the benefits of the next level ahead of time. For instance, in your current innate realm, you will receive resources equivalent to those provided to ordinary martial golden core practitioners. Once you advance to the martial golden core, your provisions will mirror those of your esteemed ancestor. Should these resources prove insufficient for your needs, it will be upon you to devise your own means. With a physique attuned to martial arts, acquiring resources will be remarkably easy. Upon hearing Li Xuansheng's further inquiry, the sect leader laughed heartily and elucidated the young man's concerns. Honghu, you need not worry about resources. As long as our fire lineage can provide, we shall exert every effort to support your growth. The peak master beside him also smiled faintly. For him, the current Honghu undoubtedly represented the future of the fire lineage. He envisioned Li Xuansheng achieving the stature of an esteemed ancestor, and even if he were to perish thereafter, he would have the dignity to face the elders of the fire lineage. Indeed, for you disciples, our entire divine power sect prioritizes the allocation of resources. This surge of energy signifies the Daoist venerable has arrived. The sect leader interjected, but before his words could conclude, the entire Lingai hall trembled. Subsequently, strands of dark gray light surged forth from the hall, illuminating the image of the revered Daoist Pangu enshrined at the foremost position, which now radiated a resplendent glow. An ethereal resonance of supreme Daoist sounds intertwined around the ears of the 3 within the Lingai hall, as dark gray currents meandered, revealing various extraordinary phenomena. With the sun and moon oscillating amidst them, and mountains and rivers adorning their surfaces, celestial music wafted through the air, and countless giant silhouettes manifested, all proclaiming the command of the supreme Daoist venerable. Jewels descended, sweeping across the hues of heaven and earth as the elements of fire, wind, and water swayed, and the forces of the 5 elements trembled. In an instant, the entire Lingai Peak quaked. And this powerful wave cascaded through the middle peak and then to the lower peak. Moments later, the entire divine power sect fell into silence, as all present felt an indescribable, ineffable, and unfathomable aura emerge within their hearts. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of 100,000 miles around the divine power sect, amidst the towering peaks, deep within the continuous mountain ranges, numerous martial artists, seated in meditation, were awakened from their slumber. As they opened their eyes and sensed this magnificent aura, astonishment filled their lips. The aura of the Daoist master manifests. It is indeed the revered Daoist master. Within the realm of the divine power sect, top-tier experts are weaving their spiritual energies in the void, murmuring in astonishment. The Daoist master is a figure of the highest caliber across myriad realms, seldom revealing himself in ordinary times. Why, then, does he appear within the sect at this moment? At the core of the divine power sect, atop the spirit platform peak, a shroud of dark gray energy envelopes the area, rendering it nearly imperceptible from the outside. Within the spirit platform hall, the sect leader, the peak master, and Honghuang kneel in reverence. Sect leader Ming Zhe pays his respects to the Daoist master. Peak master Ming Xin of the fire lineage pays his respects to the Daoist master. Disciple Honghuang of the fire lineage pays his respects to the Daoist master. Their voices resonate with profound respect. Rise, all of you. My visit is casual. There is no need for excessive formalities. I noticed your message, mentioning that the divine power sect has, in a mere century, produced 2 disciples who have successfully passed the trials of heaven and earth. This brings me great comfort, as such occurrences are quite rare. You must be the little fellow who has passed the trials, known by the Dao name Hongguo. Very well, indeed. And it seems your strength surpasses that of the typical disciple who has endured the trials. Ah, golden blood, how intriguing. No wonder. If you awaken further in the future, it would be even more remarkable. Here is your identity token. Thank you, Daoist master. Li Xuansheng grasped it tightly and bowed deeply once more. Ah, little one. Be diligent in your cultivation. You are the future of the divine power sect. Mingza, upon the command of the 9 of us, it has been unanimously decided that 5 years hence, the 9 sects shall collectively take arms and launch a grand offensive against the barbaric demon tribes, with the aim of securing the eternal foundation of our human race. As the current leader of the divine power sect, you are entrusted with the selection of personnel to oversee this crucial endeavor. This matter not only pertains to the everlasting legacy of our people, but also significantly influences the future standing of the divine power sect within the human realm. It is imperative to execute this undertaking with utmost diligence. Who knows, even if you do not attain immortality, you may yet achieve longevity and coexist with the heavens and earth. The voice of Master Ponking then took on a serious tone as he imparted the directives. Mingza, assuredly, would not let down the expectations of the master and would see this task through to fruition. At this moment, it is likely that the other 8 have also disseminated their assignments regarding this matter. Thus, I shall take my leave. Master Ponking acknowledged with a soft sound, speaking slowly. And upon concluding his words, the portrait of the master before the Ling Tai Hall returned to tranquility. The strange phenomena ceased to flicker, and the dark gray light and aura dissipated within a breath. The overwhelming presence that had pervaded the hearts of countless disciples of the divine power sect gradually faded, and many awakened mighty beings closed their eyes once more, restoring everything to its prior serenity. After a considerable time had passed, the 3 individuals within the Ling Tai Hall slowly lifted their heads to gaze forward, where serenity had long since been reinstated. Senior brother, one wonders what the master truly meant. The peak leader had been contemplating the master's words, yet felt somewhat perplexed. There is no need to ponder the specifics. It suffices to implement the master's will. Since the 9 sects are preparing to hone their skills against the barbaric demon tribes, an abundance of advanced practitioners and warriors will undoubtedly be required. Your cultivation is still lacking. The pressing matter at hand is to diligently enhance your abilities. The sect leader chuckled, for unlike the doubts harbored by the peak master, he did not dwell on such thoughts. Since the Daoist master had not explicitly stated it, it must be an exceedingly secretive affair, likely the same for the other 8 sections. What stirred the sect leader's heart was the Daoist master's final words. If this matter is successfully handled, there would be opportunities for longevity. Even if one did not ascend to immortality, allowing coexistence with the heavens and the earth. This sentiment resonated deeply within every cultivator's heart. The senior brother spoke wisely. Thus, we shall meet in 3 days. The peak master nodded in agreement, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He then chose not to linger at Lingtai Peak any longer, grasping hold of Honghu beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips as a vibrant crimson light enveloped him. And in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. Those who heard were taken aback, assuming it to be mere jest. Just over 2 months prior, had it not been rumored that Honghu had perished in the trials of heaven and earth? How could there now be talk of Honghu having successfully passed through? Nevertheless, the name Honghu echoed anew in the hearts of many disciples, spreading like wildfire. At this moment, within the main hall of the flame peak of the fire lineage, the peak master stood at the forefront, flanked by 5 disciples including Gu Chuan on either side, with several innate realm disciples below, including Hongtong among them. Aha! You are all gathered here. Thus, I shall announce a significant matter for our fire lineage, a joyous occasion indeed. Most of you present are familiar with and have encountered the individual known as Honghu. More than 2 months ago, he embarked on a formidable journey of trials with unwavering courage and determination. 9 days later, in accordance with the customs of the Divine Power sect, we all presumed he had perished in the endeavor. Yet, to our astonishment, today Honghu emerged directly from the trials, not only having succeeded, but also having attained the innate realm. After millennia, our lineage of fire has once again witnessed the birth of a warrior who has transcended the shackles of singular power. Upon hearing this news, Gu Quan, seated below, was momentarily engulfed by disbelief. Just over 2 months prior, it had been firmly concluded that Honghu had met his demise. How could he possibly be here now? Beside Gu Quan, clad in a flowing crimson robe, Gu Shuaitu was overtaken by a profound sense of concern and a sigh. Previously, they had accepted the notion of Honghu's fall and, acting upon his words, had planned to take his sister as a disciple. However, now it seemed impossible to locate her, let alone accept her as a disciple. The fact that Honghu had undertaken a journey of thousands of miles with his sister demonstrated the depth of their bond. It was truly uncertain how he would react upon learning of this situation. Chapter 81. The senior disciple. Consequently, I resolved to fulfill my prior promise to Honghu. As the peak master of the lineage of fire, I hereby declare that Honghu, as my disciple, is also the sole disciple of Gu Yan. Thus, I have decided to appoint Honghu as the senior disciple of our entire lineage, representing the Han generation, signifying both the continuation of Gu Yan's legacy and the heritage of our lineage of fire. When his cultivation reaches the level of the golden core of martial arts, it shall mark the time for me to relinquish my position as the peak master of the lineage, and Honghu shall ascend as the new peak master of the lineage of fire. In light of this, do you harbor any differing opinions? The leader of the peak glowed with fervor, articulating the thoughts that resided within him with unrestrained clarity. Upon concluding his remarks, he cast his gaze upon the disciples below. Honghu, a distant nephew of ours, stands as the first in our lineage to have traversed the trials of heaven and earth in millennia. According to the records of our sect, as long as he does not fall, he is destined to become an unparalleled power in the future. With his presence, the flourishing of our lineage is imminent. I wholeheartedly agree. In ancient times, the term fall was used, and Gu Quan, the leader among the disciples of the Gu generation, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the esteemed master. I concur, echoed the voices of Gu Shui, Gu Ying, and others, each expressing their agreement. During the postnatal phase, Brother Honghu had swept through all our postnatal disciples, and now, having ascended to the innate realm, his cultivation must be even more formidable. Therefore, I endorse Brother Honghu as the foremost disciple of our Han generation, henceforth to be addressed as Brother Honghu. Among the assembly of innate disciples, Hong Tong stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect towards the peak leader, and upon finishing his words, he altered his address to the standing Li Xuansheng. Brother Honghu, in the midst of the gathering, despite any personal reservations they might have harbored, the innate disciples found their thoughts irrelevant. Their respective masters had already voiced their opinions, and naturally, they would follow suit. Moreover, with the powerful figures of Hong Tong and Hong Yin in agreement, their own acceptance posed no issue. Master Ancestor, Li Xuansheng felt somewhat out of place, having spent less than half a year in the fire lineage. It was disconcerting for him to receive such attention from the peak master. Were it not for the assistance of Qinglian, he would have long since perished within. Listening to the words of the peak master and the many senior brothers and sisters, he felt a twinge of shame. Honghu, there is no need for further elaboration. The Master Ancestor is well aware. In that case, you may all withdraw for now. Gu Shui, Honghu remain. The peak master gestured with one hand, indicating to Li Xuansheng not to take it to heart, and offered him a reassuring glance before continuing. Yes, master. Yes, master ancestor. Gu Quan and the four others, along with the group from Honghuang, bid farewell and exited. After a few breaths, only the Peak Master, Gu Shui, and Li Xuansheng remained in the Grand Hall of Lian Peak. Gu Shui, you may speak, the Peak Master remarked, observing Gu Shui's expression with a furrowed brow. Yes, master. Gu Shui nodded in acknowledgement, turning to face Li Xuansheng beside her. Li Xuansheng felt puzzled, uncertain about what matter Gu Shui intended to discuss. The current atmosphere seemed to suggest it was related to him. However, having just emerged from the secluded area, he believed there was nothing of significant concern. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Li Xuansheng's mind. When we arrived there, according to the innkeeper, it seemed your sister had left the tavern alone due to feeling unwell before we came. Hearing this, we had no choice but to stay at the nearby Divine Power sect's outer office and wait. As Gu Shui concluded her words, there was a hint of self-reproach in her tone. So, does this mean my sister has gone missing? Li Xuansheng did not succumb to anger or turmoil. His sister had vanished, and in this moment, rage served no purpose. Although I cannot ascertain the truth, I surmise that your sister is immortal. And it is utterly implausible for her to navigate beyond the outer regions within a mere 10 days. Yet, our search in the outer territories has yielded no results, leading us to only two possibilities. One is that your sister may have met with misfortune, though this scenario appears exceedingly unlikely, as the outer regions are populated by the 9 major sects, making it difficult for unscrupulous individuals to conceal themselves. Thus, another possibility arises. It is conceivable that another practitioner has taken your sister away. After all, while her talents may not stand out among our 9 major sects, they are still regarded as remarkable by those in first and second-tier sections. Gu Shui shared her conjecture with Li Xuansheng, leaning towards the latter scenario. My sister does not possess the fate of a short lifespan. Thus, I wonder where she might be at this moment. Li Xuansheng nodded in agreement. Despite not mastering celestial arts during his previous wanderings in the world, he had acquired some basic knowledge of physiognomy. From what he could discern, his sister bore the marks of longevity, making misfortune improbable. As for this matter, my master and I were previously quite troubled. Now that you have emerged from the trials of heaven and earth, we felt it necessary to inform you, to prevent you from harboring suspicions. Although the responsibility for your sister's disappearance is not primarily ours, had Hong Yin and I arrived at the Divine Power Tavern earlier, perhaps you and your sister would have been reunited here today. As Gu Shui subtly turned her head and cast a glance at her master, she spoke once more. Li Xuansheng furrowed his brow, his words measured, and upon concluding his statement, he clasped his hands and regarded the two individuals before him. The Peak Master nodded, refraining from further commentary. He had previously felt considerable discomfort regarding the disappearance of Li Xuansheng's sister. The promise he had made with his own lips now lay unfulfilled, causing him great embarrassment. The earlier demeanor of Honggu had stirred something within the Peak Master. He exhibited no signs of anger or tumult, demonstrating a maturity in character. He had learned to view every circumstance around him with a rational perspective, regardless of its relevance to himself. Chapter 82. The agreement of the residents. The news of Honggu becoming the foremost disciple of the Hong lineage within the fire sect began to circulate as Hong Tong and his companions descended from the blazing flame peak. Upon hearing this, numerous disciples were taken aback. However, considering Honggu's identity and his previous valor, such news was not entirely implausible. I anticipate that another incident will soon unfold atop the blazing flame peak. Previously, many believed that disciple Honggu had perished, while senior brother Hong Tong had forcefully revoked the agreement of leaving one of the 9 residences for disciples of the acquired realm. A month prior, senior brother Hong Jian had once again issued a challenge, demonstrating sufficient prowess to earn the recognition of his fellow seniors and juniors. He now resided in the final residence. And now, with the return of Honggu, well, he should now be referred to as senior brother Honggu. What unforeseen events might transpire upon discovering that his dwelling is occupied by senior brother Hong Jian? The return of Honggu has once again invigorated the disciples of the fire sect. Although his stay was brief, every action he undertook filled them with anticipation. Who knows how brother Honggu will handle things? One disciple, walking near the foot of the fire peak, raised his head and expressed his uncertainty to his companions. Why the haste? We shall soon find out. Someone chuckled lightly, embodying a demeanor of patient observation. To their surprise, the gate was ajar, although the key remained elusive. They did not expect the entrance to be open. Upon stepping inside, they beheld a young man practicing beneath a tree, sword in hand. He appeared to be in his 20s, donned in light red training attire, standing over 6 feet tall, with a physique that was neither stout nor slender. Sensing their intrusion, he turned slightly to inquire, "Who are you?" In unison, both parties voiced their confusion. "Who are you?" "I am Honghu. Are you the master of this place?" "I did not see you in the Grand Hall of Fire Peak earlier," replied Li Xuansheng, his brow furrowing. It was unexpected that everyone in the fire sect presumed him to be lost, and now it seemed his own courtyard had a new occupant. Nevertheless, residing here indicated that Honghu had indeed qualified for entry into the Flame Hall. "Honghu? That name sounds familiar. I believe my fellow disciples have mentioned it." "Oh, I remember now. You are Honghu, the one who swept through our entire fire sect at the postnatal level. However, there are rumors that you have fallen during the trials of heaven and earth. How is it that you appear here? Could it be that you have surmounted the trials?" The young man, sword in hand, wore a look of confusion as he regarded this unexpected guest, and upon hearing the name Honghu, his eyes seemed to brighten. After a brief pause, he suddenly smiled. "You are already a disciple of the innate realm. Why do you reside here?" According to previous regulations, among the 9 residences, only 8 are designated for disciples of the innate realm, while the remaining 1 is for those of the acquired realm. "Who permitted your stay here?" Although Li Xuansheng felt a twinge of resentment towards someone who presumed to have fallen yet occupied their own dwelling, he managed to contain his feelings. If a disciple of the acquired realm had taken residence, perhaps he would have felt some measure of satisfaction. Yet, now it was an innate disciple residing within. And since none of Hongtong's 8 companions had transcended to the martial path's golden core realm, it implied that all 9 residences of the fiery peak were occupied by disciples of the innate realm. Did Hongtong's senior brothers assert that my strength had reached a certain level, allowing me to reside here? Is there not some other stipulation? Hong Jian, equally perplexed, gazed at Honghu, his face displaying a hint of anger and confusion, for he had certainly not been informed of any additional conditions upon his own arrival. "Hongtong. Very well. Since Hongtong has granted you permission to dwell here, then he himself shall not occupy this place any longer." The original pact was established by Hongtong and others, resonating throughout the entire lineage of fire, well known among numerous disciples. Yet, they seemingly believed that my fall would grant them the liberty to arbitrarily alter the terms of our agreement. This is something Li Xuansheng cannot abide. Without hesitation, he turned and strode outside, his spiritual essence radiating forth as he took a single step, propelling himself several miles to Hongtong's residence. "Hongtong, come forth." Li Xuansheng's voice thundered, imbued with potent energy, causing the surrounding area to tremble, only to be followed by an eerie stillness. Soon, beams of light rushed towards the source of the sound, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. As they hastened to the scene, witnessing Honghu standing before Hongtong's gate alongside the equally hasty Hong Jian, a myriad of figures emerged, suspended in the void, their spiritual powers intertwining. As they began to grasp the situation, "Brother Honghu, what fury possesses you? I wonder what could provoke such a bellowing outburst." The gate of Hongtong's residence swung open, revealing a figure clad in crimson, who stepped forth, casting a glance at Honghu and Hong Jian nearby. A glimmer of light flashing in his eyes before he spoke slowly. Not far off, Honghuang and Hongbin also hurried to join Hongtong. Why does the previous agreement regarding the residence seem to have vanished now? Li Xuansheng took a moment to compose himself, suppressing his inner turmoil, and responded in kind. "The agreement regarding the residence? Surely, brother does not genuinely believe in that arrangement. For countless millennia, the fiery peak has been the abode of the innate disciples. These 9 residences are reserved solely for the most exceptional disciples of the innate realm. As for the later-born disciples, allowing them to reside here would be an utter waste of resources. Oh, I nearly forgot. It appears that my senior brother currently has no dwelling to call his own. Hong Jian, your companion Honghu is now the esteemed eldest disciple of our fire lineage, destined to become the peak master in the future. It would be prudent for you to relinquish your residence." It seems that Hongtong possesses quite the audacity. Although he refrained from confronting the trials of heaven and earth in his youth, perhaps out of a fear of death, he now brazenly defies and violates our previously established agreements, thereby nullifying my initial accord within the fire lineage. Since Hongtong chooses to disregard the covenant regarding the residences, according to the time-honored customs of our fire lineage, which has endured for millennia upon the fiery peak, one may claim the title of the original resident by defeating the current masters of these 9 abodes. As it stands, I, Honghu, find myself without a place to reside within the fire lineage, and this location appears to be a commendable option. Honghuang. In the presence of our fellow innate disciples of the fire lineage, I, Honggu, the foremost disciple, hereby challenge you. Should I be defeated, I shall seek another dwelling and will not linger upon the fiery peak. However, if I emerge victorious, I trust that you will find your own residence henceforth. What say you? Chapter 83. 3 Strikes. First update. My senior brother, do not jest. You have only just broken through to the innate realm. It would be wise to find a place to consolidate your cultivation. Otherwise, although I hold you in high regard as my elder brother, should we truly engage in combat, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Listening to Li Xuansheng's deeply sarcastic tone, Honghuang narrowed his eyes slightly, casting another penetrating glance at Li Xuansheng before speaking once more. Hee. Dear junior brother, do not be afraid. Although I have traversed the trials of the heavens and my strength has transcended the realm of the primordial force, I assure you that you shall not lose your life in the forthcoming battle. However, as your elder brother, it is imperative that I impose some form of punishment upon you. Since you seem somewhat apprehensive, let us amend the challenge to this. You shall withstand 3 of my punches. If you emerge unscathed, I shall concede defeat. Otherwise, you shall exit from this place. Li Xuansheng offered a faint smile, stepping closer to Honghuang. At this juncture, there was no retreat for either party. Is my elder brother resolute in this? Honghuang's expression grew serious as he surveyed the many innate realm disciples surrounding them. A surge of frustration welled within him, particularly given the incessant address of elder brother, which only added to his impatience. Prior to Li Xuansheng's arrival at the Fire Branch, he had been the foremost among the innate realm disciples, often accompanied by several esteemed uncles and aunts in battles against the savage demon clan, while the ancestral figure refrained from intervening in the affairs of the Fire Branch. At that time, he had begun to perceive himself as a potential successor to the Peak Master. Yet, all of that had irrevocably changed with Li Xuansheng's arrival. Now, not only had the prospect of becoming the future Peak Master vanished, but this newly inducted young man also sought to assert his dominance over him, displaying a truly audacious arrogance. Did he truly believe that having conquered the trials of the heavens and ascended to the innate realm, he could vanquish a peak warrior such as himself? Hearing the words of his junior disciple, Li Xuansheng seemed to have acquiesced. With a hearty laugh, he turned and stepped forth, reappearing in the very arena where he once faced numerous adversaries as a newly initiated disciple. It was time for his junior to experience the fortitude that Li Xuansheng had garnered after overcoming the trials of heaven and earth. With a cold snort, Honghuang also stepped forward, finding himself in the same battleground, where the two stood facing each other, approximately 10 meters apart. Sister. Considering that Honggu has only just broken through to the innate realm, his strength remains unsteady. Is it wise for him to challenge brother Honghuang? Above in the void, beside Hongyan, a fellow disciple of the innate realm quietly inquired of her sister while observing the impending clash below. She was not particularly familiar with the newly ascended senior brother, Honggu. Indeed, since arriving at the fire lineage, Honggu has yet to suffer a defeat in battle. Although I am uncertain of his confidence, I find myself inclined to support him. As for Honghuang, his years of privileged existence within the fire lineage are due for a reckoning. Does this imply that you favor brother Honggu? The younger sister exclaimed in surprise. Surely, brother Honghuang, being nearly perfected in the innate realm, cannot possibly be bested by a newly promoted disciple. Yet, it was true that Honggu's recent elevation to the innate realm rendered him insufficient to contend with the pinnacle of the innate realm that was Honghuang. Nevertheless, differing opinions emerged as the newly appointed Hong senior brother by the Peak Master. This battle could be regarded as Honggu's inaugural contest since his ascension to senior brother status. The success or failure of this battle directly influences Honggu's standing among the numerous disciples of the fire lineage. Should victory be achieved, all will undoubtedly fall into place, and many disciples, including them, will willingly accept his leadership as the Peak Master, harboring no dissent. However, a defeat would provide ample fodder for gossip, and Honghuang would seize the opportunity to elevate his renown even further. In essence, this battle subtly embodies a rivalry for leadership between the old and new generations of Hong disciples. Thus, as my senior brother suggested, I shall accept your 3 punches. Li Xuansheng and Honghuang stood in confrontation for several moments until Honghuang finally spoke. Very well. Junior brother, your choice is quite clear, for my 3 punches will undoubtedly spare your life. Li Xuansheng smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. A soft azure light enveloped him, as he stood with one hand resting casually before him while the other clenched into a fist. In an instant, the very fabric of space seemed to distort, and silvery glimmers flickered within the void. This power, not far away, at a distance of 10 meters. Hongtong's eyes widened as he witnessed the reaction evoked by Li Xuansheng's single clenched fist. A sense of foreboding surged within him. With a firm grip, he felt the disturbance of the void. The forces of space were in tumult. Honggu's punch was already on par with that of a martial artist who had just stepped into the realm of Golden Core. Master, after overcoming the trials of heaven and earth, does one's strength truly increase to such an extent? Meanwhile, as Li Xuansheng and Hongtong prepared to engage in battle, far away on the Flame Peak, the Peak Master and Gu Shui stood quietly within the main hall, their spiritual energies extending outward, enveloping the entirety of the Flame Peak. Indeed, I'm uncertain. According to the annals left by our predecessors of the fire lineage who braved the trials of heaven and earth upon transcending the force of oneness, one's physical constitution undergoes a profound metamorphosis, subsequently entering the acquired realm with a cultivation base that has surpassed the force of oneness. One's strength surpasses that of ordinary initial acquired realm martial artists by at least tenfold. Yet, even so, it pales in comparison to Honggu's punch just now. Evidently, the Daoist Venerable had discerned this matter beforehand, but refrained from commenting, which is likely normal. The Peak Master smiled faintly, shaking his head gently. Having never braved the trials of heaven and earth, the only reference is the ancient texts. However, the records left by each individual vary. Thus the Peak Master did not elaborate further. The Daoist Venerable? Gu Shui inquired, her expression one of surprise that this matter involved the Daoist Venerable. Indeed, the aura you sensed earlier was the descent of our Divine Force sect's Pangung Daoist Venerable. Coincidentally, within the Spirit Platform Hall, the Sect Master, myself, and Honggu were all within the Daoist Venerable's perception. The Daoist Venerable also remarked that Honggu's strength far exceeds that of ordinary disciples who have braved the trials of heaven and earth. Surmising that among all those who have undergone the trials, Honggu ranks among the very foremost. The Peak Master nodded, recounting the descent of the Pangung Daoist Venerable to Gu Shui in simple terms, while also dispelling any lingering doubts as to why Honggu possessed such formidable strength. Chapter 84. What Zhuan Honggu said. Second update. It appears the outcome of this battle is now certain. Although Hongtong's cultivation is higher, his strength is far inferior to Honggu's. Thus, Honggu's position as the eldest senior brother is now solidified. However, the conduct of Hongtong and his companions indeed requires some restraint. I find the agreement regarding the estate, as mentioned by Honggu, quite commendable. This arrangement not only serves to motivate the later generation disciples in their diligent cultivation, but also tempers the arrogance of the innate disciples. Sensing the energy of Li Xuansheng's punch, Gu Shui offered a faint smile. The force behind that strike was already comparable to a warrior in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Against such an opponent, Hongtong had no power to impede him. With Honggu's innate talent, what he lacked was merely time. The Peak Master, standing nearby, took up Gu Shui's words, and soon the main hall of the Flame Peak fell into a profound silence. On the other hand, atop the blazing fire peak, Li Xuansheng stood firm, one hand resting behind him while the other slowly clenched into a fist. The reactions in the void grew increasingly intense, with a pale blue light flickering incessantly above his fist. "Junior brother, I hope you do not disappoint me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xuansheng unleashed a punch with a swift motion. The solid pale blue fist imprint shot forth, reaching Hongtong's chest in an instant, crashing violently against the defenses of the worldly momentum surrounding him. Had he been facing an ordinary warrior who had merely passed the trials of the world, this action might have borne some effect. Yet today, he confronted Li Xuansheng, and beneath that pale blue fist imprint, the worldly momentum defenses surrounding Hongtong shattered in less than a breath, unable to withstand the pressure. The unchanged fist imprint struck firmly against Hongtong's chest. Uft, crack, 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 boom. In a fleeting instant, a series of crisp bone fractures reverberated from within Hongtong's body. His chest caved in directly, his magical power was obstructed, and his blood stagnated, causing him to spew out a mouthful of thick blood. His figure flew backward with extraordinary force, crashing directly into the mountain stone wall 2 miles away. His flesh, struck by the fist imprint, sank into the stone wall, causing a muffled sound to resonate. Silence. At this moment, the entire battlefield was silent, with only the uneven breathing and faint whirlwind sounds in the void remaining. The many Xiantian realm disciples watching the miserable state of Hongtong swallowed a mouthful of saliva instinctively. Their tongues somewhat parched. If it were them, they would probably be even worse off. The previously casual, spectator-like eyes now carried deep fear. To be able to seriously injure Honghuang with one punch, and judging from Honggu's expression, that punch was just a casual blow. If his full strength were to erupt, to what extent would it reach? The crowd dared not speculate, but stood quietly in place. He, fellow disciples, he said, you have all seen it. Although I, your senior brother, have just been promoted to the Xiantian realm. Who would have thought that junior brother Honghuang would be so? I really don't know what he usually does. Alas, thinking of this, I feel that the cultivation atmosphere of our fire vein is not enough. A dignified Xiantian realm peak disciple is of this level. To say that he is a disciple of our fire vein outside will only disgrace the faces of our many fire vein disciples and our many ancestors. You few who are usually close to Honghuang, come, take a punch from me and see your abilities. Li Xuansheng offered a faint smile. Dismissing the mere peak disciple of the innate realm, whose strength could hardly compare to his own, were it not for the consideration of others. He would have effortlessly obliterated him with a single punch. As he spoke, Li Xuansheng slightly turned his body, casting his gaze upon Honghuang and the others before the entrance of Hongtong courtyard, raising his fist threateningly once more. Senior brother Honggu, spare us. The cancellation of the courtyard agreement was insisted upon by senior brother Hongtong. It was not our intention. Indeed. Senior brother Hongtong has always been domineering in the fire element lineage. If we do not heed his words, we would be deprived of the necessary resources for our cultivation. Now that senior brother Honggu has taken action, his punch has indeed subdued senior brother Hongtong. He truly lives up to his reputation as one who has passed the trials of heaven and earth. We implore you, senior brother, to show mercy. They were unwilling to endure such a terrifying blow. Senior brother Hongtong was left with nearly half a life extinguished, and had it been them, they would have perished on the spot. It is superfluous to keep you in the fire element lineage. As martial artists, you possess not a shred of martial spirit. Since I have defeated senior brother Hongtong, his courtyard shall rightfully belong to me. Furthermore, I believe the previous courtyard agreement should be amended to include additional provisions. There are a total of 9 courtyards here. One shall be allocated for the postnatal disciples, while the remaining 8 shall belong to the innate disciples. Previously, Hongtong and his cohorts, through their tyrannical actions, forcibly occupied the courtyards, which I find utterly inappropriate. Therefore, I propose that starting next month, all martial artists of the fire element lineage engage in combat. Li Xuansheng let out a cold snort, regarding the 3 individuals who knelt in supplication with a sense of disdain. Although he had attained the advanced stage of the innate realm, they lacked the spirit and audacity befitting true warriors of that caliber. Turning around, he addressed the numerous innate disciples surrounding him with a resonant voice. The forthcoming battle would determine the strongest among the acquired disciples, as well as the 8 mightiest among the innate disciples. Only these 9 would be entitled to reside here, reaping the benefits of the resources provided by these 9 estates. The duration of their residence would be limited to 1 year, with the competition held annually, yielding a fresh cohort of 9 each time. However, should anyone feel sufficiently empowered within the year, they could challenge the incumbents. Yet, failure in such an endeavor would impose a 2-year ban on participation. Though this initiative may appear somewhat rudimentary, I find it quite commendable. What do my fellow disciples think? Li Xuansheng shared his proposal with the innate realm disciples nearby, thus instilling hope among all members of the fire lineage, both in the acquired and innate stages, significantly enhancing the cultivation atmosphere. This would undoubtedly benefit the overall development of the fire lineage. Yes, Master Ancestor, echoed the voices in unison, as everyone nodded in agreement. With the Master Ancestor's endorsement, all matters here would remain unchanged until next month. Once the month commenced, who would be permitted to reside here would depend entirely on the performance of the various disciples. Li Xuansheng felt a wave of delight. He had not anticipated that the peak master had been attentively observing this situation and had concurred with his earlier sentiments. It seemed that the Master Ancestor harbored intentions to rejuvenate the fire lineage. Chapter 85. The Primordial Body, 3rd update. On this night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. In the courtyard that once belonged to Hongtong, Li Xuansheng had tidied up and made it his residence. During the day, he had delivered a devastating blow to Hongtong, leaving many disciples awestruck. Yet, he knew that his cultivation was not yet fully solidified. He had yet to master the innate level techniques of the fire lineage of the divine power sect. and the fiery essence of an innate-level warrior had yet to coalesce within him. The matter concerning his sister could not be delayed any longer. He must swiftly ascertain her whereabouts. Once his cultivation was firm, he would venture out of the sect, Li Xuansheng murmured to himself, acknowledging that the unresolved issue regarding his sister remained a lingering worry in his heart. With this thought, he dismissed further distractions, allowing his inner energy to surge and circulate throughout his entire being. With eyes gently closed, he directed his spiritual power to scan his physical form, leaving no part overlooked. After half an hour, a faint azure light began to emanate from within him, gradually enveloping his body. At this moment, in the depths of his mind, a blue lotus floated serenely, its unopened buds surrounded by 5 lush, green leaves, forming a simple yet profound image. The primordial Tao Sutra remained as before, composed of a series of pale azure lights, hovering above the blue lotus, receiving the trickles of azure energy emanating from its depths. The incantation of the innate-level techniques of the fire lineage of the Divine Power sect flowed through his mind. In the next instant, Li Xuansheng felt a shiver run through his entire body, and a surge of crimson light rushed into his dantian, accompanying his continuous cultivation practice. A glimmer of crimson light, gathering in an enchanting display of magical prowess, gradually supplanted the original pale azure energy residing in Li Xuansheng's dantian. Enlightened, he realized that the lineage of fire he cultivated was intrinsically linked to the path of flames. This inheritance stemmed from the esteemed Daoist Pangang, encompassing the 5 elemental dantians among the 9 revered techniques. The 5 elemental dantian draws upon the quintessence of the universe's 5 elements. However, at present, he possessed solely the techniques of the fire lineage. Had he not undergone the trials of heaven and earth, it would likely have been necessary to reach the lofty rank of a great practitioner before he could, like his venerable ancestor, freely select from the myriad methods of the 3 peaks and 9 veins. Yet now, with a token in hand, everything was poised to commence. The fiery aura gradually replaced the previous pale azure hue, enveloping him in a vibrant blaze that intensified with each passing moment. As Li Xuansheng diligently cultivated the innate techniques of the fire lineage to solidify his foundation, a remarkable transformation unfolded within the recesses of his consciousness. The rootless azure lotus, recently birthed, displayed 5 delicate leaves, one of which seemed to resonate with his burgeoning power. As the energy of the fire lineage within Li Xuansheng swelled, a trace of crimson began to manifest on the oval-shaped green leaf, gradually encroaching upon its verdant essence. Intricate and mystical patterns emerged in tandem with the leaf's metamorphosis, hovering above the now crimson-tinged foliage, igniting the entire realm of his spirit with warmth and brilliance. Upon the completion of his energy circulation, achieving a harmonious cycle of 81 rounds and firmly establishing his initial stage of innate realm cultivation, the leaf within his consciousness underwent a complete transformation into a resplendent crimson hue. Suspended above the azure lotus, the Yuanshi Tianzun seemed to sense the peculiar transformation occurring beneath it. In an instant, a surge of power emanated forth, drawing Li Xuansheng's soul essence closer. Ethereal, pale azure characters, profound and inscrutable, surged into the core of Li Xuansheng's spirit, which absorbed and refined them, embracing the truths and principles conveyed by the Yuanshi Tianzun. In this scenario, Li Xuansheng had become quite adept, as the essence of his soul, coalesced from boundless spiritual energy within his soul space, stood serenely before the azure lotus at an equal height. With eyes closed, he gradually attuned himself to the movements of the Yuanshi Tianzun. Before long, 3 hours passed unnoticed by Li Xuansheng, during which his soul essence remained perfectly still, occasionally shimmering with a distinctive luster. The lotus leaf, transformed into a fiery crimson hue, exhibited intricate patterns on its surface that instinctively merged with his soul essence as he drew near, conjuring myriad wondrous images. The principle of the primordial lies in the void. The path of the primordial exists in being. From nothingness arises boundlessness, evolving into the existence of Taiji. The profound teachings of the primordial articulate the essence of the great Tao, echoing the sounds of the supreme truths and wielding the forces of the grand Tao. The causes of all fruits return to the boundless, while the fruits of all causes manifest boundless life. As Li Xuansheng's soul essence quietly contemplated the responses of the Yuanshi Tianzun, an array of indistinct utterances flowed from his lips, and a surreal space materialized above his transcendent form. Amidst the haze, everything seemed to intertwine in obscurity, while beneath, a faint azure radiance subtly emerged. a manifestation of the ethereal azure lotus that surrounded him. An extraordinarily immense azure lotus unfurled, its 5 uniquely colored petals gently swaying. Amidst layers of petals lay the lotus platform and seeds. Forged from the foundation of primordial beginnings, the primordial body was born. Embodying the supreme path of the 9 transformations, each transformation shrouded in layers of chaotic heavens. With a resonant and profound incantation escaping his lips, Li Xuansheng's spiritual incarnation finally opened its eyes. This is the primordial essence, encompassing all things. Who would have imagined that the arduous cultivation of the primordial foundation was merely the basis of the primordial body? The 9 transformations of the primordial body. Each transformation a layer of creation, each transformation a layer of void. By condensing the power of the 5 elements, the first transformation of the primordial body is achieved. Through the reverse refinement of yin and yang via the 5 elements, the second transformation of the primordial body is realized, utilizing the power of space to embody earth, fire, wind, and water. The third transformation of the primordial body is accomplished. It all sounds remarkably grand. One wonders if, upon the completion of the primordial body, a hint of surprise might manifest. The recent stirrings of the primordial Tao scripture were indeed to impart the methods for cultivating the primordial body. Drawing upon the myriad affairs of the world as their source, reversing the refinement of the primordial body, the grandeur of its structural pathways is truly magnificent. Naturally, regarding the specifics, Li Xuansheng was uncertain, yet judging by the effects of the primordial foundation, it could hardly be lacking. Why has this lotus leaf transformed into a fiery crimson hue? The patterns upon it seem to articulate the essence of fire. Could it be a consequence of the innate fire technique I just practiced? Regaining his senses, Li Xuansheng finally noticed the transformation of the beside him. Amidst the predominantly azure hues of the plant, the fiery red color stood out strikingly. Gazing at the radiant, resplendent lotus leaf before him, Li Xuansheng felt a stirring in his heart and instinctively reached out to caress the leaf. Chapter 86. The Universe in the Palm. First update. How could this be? The moment Li Xuansheng's palm made contact with the lotus leaf, he was momentarily taken aback, his bright eyes fixated on the point of contact. At that instant, his hand seemed to pass through the leaf as if it were an illusion. Yet, to the eye, the leaf appeared undeniably real, not a mere figment of imagination. Doubtful. Li Xuansheng extended his hand toward the other 4 verdant lotus leaves, yearning to touch them. Real? Illusory? Visible? Yet intangible, it was indeed an extraordinary. At a loss for words, Li Xuansheng could only utter a dry remark. Soon after, his spiritual essence dissipated and his consciousness returned to his body. The magical energy coursing through his meridians was now imbued with the vibrant crimson of the fire element. If he continued his cultivation diligently, his proficiency would gradually increase. However, the mentioned and the posed some challenges. The initial phase required the refinement of the 5 elemental forces. Once these forces coalesced in a singular point, he could achieve the first transformation. At this juncture, the most efficient and effective method to cultivate the 5 elemental powers was to hold the token and venture to the other 4 branches of the lower peak, acquiring the 4 distinct cultivation techniques before embarking on his training. However, this undoubtedly delays my cultivation significantly, unless I can fill the gap with abundant resources. In that case, it may very well necessitate a restart of my alchemical endeavors. Li Xuansheng produced from his bosom an oval-shaped, dark gray special token, a unique emblem crafted for disciples of the divine power sect who have traversed the trials of heaven and earth. With this token in hand, one may traverse the 3 peaks and 9 veins with relative ease. The wonders of the Yuanshi Tianzun require no further validation. Although it does not contain any specific cultivation methods, Li Xuansheng perceives it as the ultimate path to enlightenment. Its practice transcends the mere manipulation of vital energy or the harnessing of spiritual power. Instead, it directly points to the supreme Tao, guiding one along the path. With the ring destroyed and no place to store the token, it would be splendid if there existed a technique to substitute for the spatial ring. I recall that the Deluo Bao Jian contains numerous rare techniques within its Qi-Men Jing, though I wonder if any therein would be suitable. If the Taishang Dan Jing, Tong Tian Ling Bao Jing, and Dao de Fu Zhuan Jing are each self-contained and singular in essence, then the Qi-Men Jing is a compilation of diverse contents. It encompasses obscure alchemical formulas, peculiar and extraordinary methods for crafting treasures, and various talismans. Furthermore, it includes techniques of divine powers, with the exception of the 36 supreme divine abilities of the Xianmen. Li Xuansheng felt a tinge of uncertainty within as his thoughts stirred. The pages of the Qimeng classic within his consciousness began to flip open, revealing dazzling golden characters inscribed upon them. Following the table of contents, he swiftly arrived at the section on divine abilities. As he surveyed the myriad of spells contained therein, he noted the plethora of techniques available. The ability of external manifestation, merging one's own spiritual power with extraordinary treasures of the world, creating a distinct entity that is both independent and interconnected, allowing for solitary cultivation while also promoting comprehensive understanding. Beside each divine technique was a line of minuscule golden text, leading to the methods of cultivation. However, while this ability was impressive, it was clearly not Li Xuansheng's aim. Divine manifestations of the heavens, no, pass. Divine realms of the heart, no, pass. Divine realms of the spirit, no, pass. Divine three-headed six-armed form, no, pass. Divine heavenly dragon steps, no, pass. In a fleeting moment, Li Xuansheng had bypassed over a dozen renowned divine techniques, regrettably recognizing that they did not align with his aspirations. The divine ability of the universe within the sleeve, this one resonates, utilizing seal techniques to manipulate spatial power, transforming external objects into a realm of one's own. The strength of one's spirit determines the vastness and potency of the created domain. However, relying on external objects is precarious. Should he encounter a situation akin to the previous one, he could find himself in dire straits. Suddenly, Li Xuansheng's gaze descended, and a brilliant light shot forth from his eyes. The divine ability of the universe in the palm, relying on an unparalleled physical form. One can cultivate spatial power in various locations, transforming them into a realm, cleansing it with one's own magical essence and spirit, thus possessing the potential to become a true universe. In comparison to the art of sleeve universe, the cultivation of this particular mystical ability undeniably presents a far greater challenge. However, it should still align with the conditions suitable for the corporeal form. Although one can establish cavities throughout the body to accommodate the spatial force, it seems most judicious to cultivate the celestial space within the palm, as it allows for growth, a notion whose meaning remains elusive. Upon selecting the mystical ability, hundreds of golden characters were imprinted deep within Li Xuansheng's heart. Intricate seals emerged as his soul avatar coalesced within the realm of his spirit. The seals in his hand whirled, rapidly engaging in comprehension. A cascade of fiery red magical light surged forth from Li Xuansheng's being. And as the evolution of his soul avatar progressed, the surrounding void began to warp. Strands of silvery light flickered incessantly, and the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles faced intense disruption. For a moment, the inhabitants of the neighboring residences sighed in resignation, compelled to cease their own cultivation endeavors, for even the desire to practice proved futile in such circumstances. As another hour slipped by, Li Xuansheng, who had been immersed in contemplation of the universe in the palm, finally awakened. At the instant he opened his eyes, a glimmer of silvery light radiated forth. The human hand, adorned with intricate patterns, activated the seals, thus connecting with the lines of the palm. Provided the physical strength is sufficient, the hand can withstand the impact of the spatial force surging from the seals, thereby manifesting the universe within the palm. Behind him, with his left hand, Li Xuansheng meticulously examined the myriad of intricate patterns and veins. To his astonishment, these unknown textures could evolve into a rare form of divine ability, one pertaining to the realm of space. His 5 fingers represented the overall structure of this spatial phenomenon, while 3 principal lines served as the convergence of his essence, spirit, and soul. The power of the sealing technique coursed through the finer textures, beckoning the forces of space and forging a universe within his palm. With this thought, Li Xuansheng's internal magical energy surged, his essence, spirit, and soul robustly mobilized. In no time, he reached the pinnacle of his power. A slight stirring of his soul manifested as 2 solidified hands of magical energy positioned before his chest. Raising his left hand, those 2 hands of magical essence moved in unison as seals and incantations rolled forth, momentarily stirring the void. Strands of silvery power were drawn out, directly descending into the palm of his left hand, seamlessly and naturally merging into it. Li Xuansheng's complexion twitched, the rosy hue draining to a pallid white. And after several breaths, he gradually returned to his former state.